Chapter 751. Styled Euphemism. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Late at night. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell sat on a chair with his legs raised onto the side of his desk. After an unknown period of time, his eyelids drooped and covered his eyes. At this moment, Leonard's spirit had arrived in a grey, hazy world, but he was still in his bedroom. He flew to the window and saw thick grey fog blanket the nearby streets and extend outwards. It seemed to be embracing all of Backland. The street lamps along the streets and the warm light from the different houses appeared abnormally dim. They were only able to illuminate a very tiny region, and everything seemed to be tainted with a sense of blurriness. At the same time, blobs of illusory oval lights appeared as they enveloped a house in an intersecting manner, as though it was the source of their existence. This was the city through a nightmare's eyes. Leonard followed up on his previous investigations and leaped out the window in a nightmare state. He then flew to 17 Minsk Street. He didn't attempt to storm in. He stood at the door in the thick fog as he politely pulled the doorbell. Cuckoo! Cuckoo, dressed in her nightgown, Stellan Sammer opened the door. She placed her silver-inlaid pleated fan at her chest as she asked in confusion and puzzlement, "Who are you looking for?" She was none other than Klein's landlord back when he was acting as Sherlock Moriarty. She was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed lady in her 30s. Leonard had already changed into a black and white checkered police uniform. He casually showed his identification and asked, "Do you know Sherlock Moriarty?" Trapped in a dream, Stellan's reaction was very slow. She asked after a few seconds, did something happen to him? Just as she asked, her impression of Sherlock Moriarty appeared beside her under Leonard's influence. He wore a half-top hat, a double-breasted frock coat, gold-rimmed spectacles on his nose, and a bushy mustache around his mouth. This was identical to the information he previously received about Sherlock Moriarty. Hence, he didn't show any doubts and said, "He's been involved in a case and is undergoing an investigation. I hope you can cooperate with us." All right." Stellan wished to raise her chin, but for some reason, she felt a little horrified. Leonard thought for a second and asked, "Since when did he rent this place from you?" "Early September last year," Stellan said after recalling her memories. Leonard continued asking, "What do you know of him? Or should I say, what kind of person do you think he is?" When that was mentioned, Stellan appeared as though she had long considered the answer to such a question. "He comes from Mid-Seashire, and he has an accent from that area. He's a very capable detective, and he once exposed the adultery which Mary's husband was undertaking. However, his income isn't too high. He doesn't even hire a full-time housemaid. All he can do is get my maid to help him part-time. My children tell me that he's good at telling stories, especially detective-related stories." This might be why he had chosen this profession. Without giving Leonard a chance to interrupt her, she droned on incessantly, "He's not as boorish like the typical detective. He went to grammar school and studied history. What leaves me most envious of all is how he obtained Mary's gratitude. He joined the Quelaag Club where its members are people with significant status. I've only been there a few times. Later, he apparently became famous in the detective circles, and private detectives often came to look for him." Leonard lost his patience listening to her drone on as he couldn't help but rub his temples. He had failed to obtain any useful information from Mrs. Stellan. Apart from Sherlock Moriarty's poor financial situation and him being good at telling detective stories, the rest was within the scope of what he had previously investigated. He even knew that Sherlock Moriarty had good ties with Isengard Stanton. "Next, I'll investigate those from the Quelaag Club who have good relationships with Sherlock Moriarty." Once he patiently finished listening to Mrs. Stellan's droning, he immediately thanked her and left her dream. 160 Beauclund Street. Inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. In the hall that could accommodate more than 100 dancers, Klein was embracing a lady in her 30s as they danced. This was the etiquette teacher that Walter had hired. Her name was Joanna Heisen. She had a common name, but she wasn't ordinary at all. Her facial features were only above average, but her disposition was impeccable. Her every action was filled with charm. According to Walter's introduction, she was born in a baron's family. She received a good education from a young age and later entered the palace. She had the job of court lady until she was married. As her family had declined and her husband's financial situation was only ordinary, being a believer in the Evernight goddess prompted her to choose to become a private tutor in etiquette. She often went to the families of nobles and tycoons to teach their children. Although the butler didn't spell it out, Klein knew that he couldn't perform badly in front of this lady, or there was no way to save his reputation. The way members of high society asked about a person's situation was mainly through common acquaintances. And at times, the interaction between servants also mattered. With nimble footsteps and graceful moves, the black-haired Warana nodded approvingly. "Mr. Dantes, it's hard for me to imagine you not having learned these dance steps before. In less than half an hour, you're as skilled as a noble who received education on this from a young age. It's all thanks to your teachings." Klein gave a humble smile as he wore a warm, humble look. With the clown's balance, dancing was a very easy matter for him. Warana lowered her head and chuckled softly. "You're a gentleman who can really make a lady happy." She immediately raised her light brown eyes and swept her gaze across Dwayne Dantes' silver sideburns and deep blue eyes. "That's the best praise I've heard today," Klein replied with a smile. During this period, his feet kept moving as he spun Warana gently around. Not far away, the hired quartet's melodious music echoed through the hall. He had the intention to have close ties with Warana, not to improve his reputation, but because she was once a court lady. After Warana corrected a minor mistake that Dwayne Dantes committed, she said, "When inviting a lady to dance, it's not only a dance. You also need to converse. You can't be like two dolls unless both of you are so immersed in the dance and music's rhythm that you do not wish to speak. Of course, that's also a form of communication of the heart. When conversing, you must be euphemistic because this is Lun, not Inties. To put it simply, do not be direct and crude. You need to appear gentlemanly. Let me raise an example. If you wish to compliment a lady for her perfume, you can't directly tell her how nice it smells, nor ask what kind of perfume it is to praise her. You need to connect a more euphemistic meaning to it and mention that. Yes, you can say something like, "It feels like I'm out in the spring meadows." Of course, this needs to match the traits of perfume. There's no literary feel. Shouldn't you say that the moon is beautiful, isn't it? Klein lampooned with a Japanese-styled euphemism as he said with a self-deprecating smile, "Thank you for not telling me that my praises weren't gentlemanly enough. Mr. Dantes, do you know what kind of gentleman is very welcomed by women at social events? Pray, do tell." Klein honestly shook his head. Warana said without a change in her smile, "The second most popular type are men who make women think that he's very intelligent." "What about the first?" Klein asked cooperatively. Warana glanced at him and said, "The most popular type are men who make women think that they are very intelligent." Upon saying that, she smiled and didn't say another word. Klein instantly understood she was hiding her praise in between the lines. So this is Lund-styled euphemism. It's not like Inties where they just aim straight for the lower half of the body. That's what's written in papers and magazines. I've no way of confirming what real Inties social events are like. Anyway, both countries often sully each other. The Emperor's era does match the description though, Klein nodded in enlightenment. The 2-hour etiquette lesson ended in a harmonious mood. Klein walked teacher Warana Heisen to the door with butler Walter and valet Richardson before giving her a tiny gift. It was Moonlight, a perfume from the Dream Company. It was mixed with grey amber, making it rather expensive. As for how much it was, Klein wasn't sure, as housekeeper Tunager was responsible for buying it. The payment was through her. Only when the £10 was almost expended would she come to him with receipts and a list for him to vet so as to receive fresh funds. The reason why Klein knew the company and perfume was that his butler had informed him ahead of time. It was to prevent him from appearing insincere if Warana were to ask. From this detail, he had a deep understanding of the use of a good butler. Watching the satisfied Warana Heisen leave, Klein held back the urge to rub his temples as he sighed inwardly. This is more tiring than a beyond a battle. I have to constantly watch my actions and deliberate over my words. I need some rest. At that point, the white-gloved Walter took a step forward and said, Sir, since you wish for your etiquette studies to progress faster, we can move the remaining lessons forward. What lessons? Klein felt a headache. History, international politics, philosophy, music, as well as general knowledge of sports like golf, racing, hunting, Walter answered meticulously. Philosophy? Klein asked in surprise. It's one of the most common topics discussed in high society. You don't need to have very deep research into it, but you need to know what others are discussing. You need to know that the origins of philosophy stem from Kongsoka, Ma-Eddy, and Patterson, and not Emperor Rizal. You need to know that man was born free came from Lumi. When tycoons first enter high society, many of them often make mistakes in such aspects. They're used to attributing certain sentences and philosophical thoughts to Emperor Rizal. Klein felt his headache the more he heard. He forcefully smiled and said, I haven't got any matters to do recently, apart from my afternoon naps and heading to the cathedral. You can arrange the lessons to be at any time. In a dark room, a letter floated up and opened by itself before shaking the piece of paper. In her tiny bonnet, Sharon's figure was outlined. She grasped the letter and seriously read through it. She then wrote a reply and set up a ritual to summon Sherlock Moriarty's messenger. During this process, she didn't forget to prepare a gold coin. Soon, Sharon finished the incantation as she watched the candle flame burgeon and be tainted with a gloomy green color. Rionette Tinker, with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand, appeared out of the candlelight and appeared before Sharon. Sharon's eyes constricted as her doll-like face suddenly showed immense emotional fluctuations. Chapter 752. Warning. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios, 160 Beauclun Street. In the sunny study. The bookshelves were orderly arranged with a huge collection. At a glance, one appeared as though they had stepped into a private library. Mr. Stanton is rather efficient. It's only been a few days, and he has completed the financial checks and evaluation. Klein silently reflected on the matter when his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Rionette Tinker walk out of the void. She still held the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand, with one of them having a letter in its mouth. It's likely a reply from Miss Sharon. As Klein had these thoughts, he reached out to receive it and nodded. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the door because standing outside was his valet, Richardson. After tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter, Klein quickly scanned it, confirming that it was written by Sharon. She indicated that she had no intention of buying biological poison bottle, and she might only consider it after a period of time if it was still available. She's in a tight financial situation? Or is she saving money to do something important? Klein casually thought and instinctively felt that it was the latter. This was because it was impossible for the demigod named Zatwin to keep staying in Backland. For now, Sharon and Marek had escaped the pursuit of the Rose School of Thought, and with their beyonder powers and unique traits about their sequences, it wasn't difficult for them to amass money in a relaxed environment. Furthermore, they seemed to be in charge of the illegal arms dealing in the Bravehearts bar, and they were the backers behind Ian. Just this alone would make them plenty of money. As he thought about it, Klein looked up and saw Miss Messenger's 8 red eyes looking at him intently. He jumped in fright, imagining that she was urging him to pay the debt he owed her. He cleared his throat and said, "There's no need to reply. I'll be paying the first installment within the week." Rionette Tinker's forehead spoke one after another. "There's no rush, there's no interest. Miss Messenger is quite nice after all." As Klein sighed, Rionette Tinker vanished from her spot, returning back into the depths of the spirit world. After burning the letter and resting for half an hour, he walked to the door to inform Richardson to prepare the carriage. He planned on heading to the cathedral before his philosophy class in the afternoon. The journey there was smooth sailing, and Klein arrived at the square outside St. Samuel Cathedral after a few sips of tea. After gaining the serenity from taking in the sights of the pigeons, he strode towards the cathedral's main door, entered the prayer hall, and randomly found a pew to sit at. Like before, Richardson sat diagonally behind him with his master's hat and cane. As he emptied his mind during his prayers, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered once again. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked left. He saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. This Nighthawk wasn't wearing a trench coat. He looked casual with his white shirt tucked out while matching them with straight trousers and a black vest. Seeing the middle-aged man with grey streaks at his sideburns look at him, he smiled with a nod, retracted his gaze, and closed his eyes in a bid to pretend to pray. He wasn't worried that the man would discover that he was watching him, because he had only done a cursory sweep without any additional actions. Many believers present had similar actions as well. It was inevitable for a good-looking, dignified gentleman to attract some attention when he entered. Leonard Mitchell was someone who often attracted such attention, so he knew this very well. At this moment, the slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. He didn't make my hard work of running over to the cathedral yesterday. And today be in vain, Leonard thought smugly as his expression remained stoic. Klein was also pretending to pray as puzzlement surfaced in his thinking mind. When did this fellow, Leonard, become so pious? Although he's definitely more pious than me, he's not the kind of person who would come to the cathedral every day. He would come once or twice a week at best. What's his goal for coming? He seemed to be observing me just now. Upon having this thought, Klein suddenly realized something. The grandpa in him is the angel of the Zoroast family, which makes him an angel of the Marauder pathway. Blasphemer Amon is a king of angels of this pathway. He could discover the grey fog and even try to infiltrate it. So, it's very possible that the grandpa in Leonard can also sense the grey fog or the traces of its powers on me. Upon making this judgment, Klein immediately felt his heart in his throat. He felt like dangerous traps were surrounding him. He maintained his praying posture and the eyes under his eyelids remained motionless. His entire person was calm and reserved, completely identical to the cathedral's atmosphere. After an unknown period of time, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. He came before the donation box and threw in a total of £50 in cash. The moment he walked out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein received his hat from Richardson, and he fed the pigeons on the square for about 10 minutes. And behind him, the believers who had finished their prayers walked out, including Leonard Mitchell. Without looking at the entrance, Klein leisurely clapped his hands, took his gold-inlaid cane, and walked to the nearby four-wheeled carriage. Leonard was similarly feeding the pigeons on the square, but he didn't have any intention of following when he saw his target leave on the carriage. Since the person had an ancient aura and that the parasite in him placed such importance on him, he obviously didn't dare to be careless. He didn't act directly, as it was extremely dangerous. He planned on making superficial investigations to gather the required intelligence. I'll see what old man has to say when the time comes. Besides, it's not like there's no direction for investigation at the moment. There can't be that many of that particular type of high-end carriage in Backland. No matter if it's his, or if it's rented, it's easy to determine the source. Then, I'll know the identity and background of that gentleman. Leonard glanced at the pigeons as he thought leisurely. He was an experienced Nighthawk, and he was even an elite red glove among the Nighthawks. At this moment, a pigeon spread its wings and flew over. In its beak there appeared to be a paper slip. Leonard frowned as he reached out his left palm and saw the pigeon fly down before dropping the slip. Then, it flapped its wings and flew off. Raising the paper slip, Leonard warily unfolded it while feeling puzzled. He saw 2 lines of text on it. Leonard's pupils suddenly constricted as he felt all his hair stand up. His emotions nearly exploded at that very instant. That gentleman has seen through my secret? As expected of someone with an ancient aura. He might be one of the undying monsters that remained from the 4th epoch. He's warning me? That I shouldn't involve myself in his matters or even come close to him. At that moment, Leonard felt that every action the middle-aged man with white sideburns and blue eyes had done had left him shocked when he recalled them. He was someone not to be looked at directly or approached. He immediately lost all thoughts of investigating the man. As he watched the pigeons land, he said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, he might be an old friend of yours. If you wish to investigate, then it's best that you wait till your strength recovers." Old friend, the slightly aged voice repeated the two words as though he found it suspect but couldn't be certain. Leonard quickly converged his emotions and chuckled. "So you're someone from the Zoroast family," at this moment, about 100 meters away, at the intersection of Felt Street and the other streets. The black-haired Dwayne Dantes, who had streaks of grey hair, leaned onto the wall as he slowly closed his eyes, hiding his wrinkled facial features in the shadows of the carriage. To the side of his valet, Richardson, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and old triangular hat, appeared, bowing to his master before disappearing. No one saw this illusory figure. The carriage slowly turned as a flock of pigeons flew up from the square. After returning home and entering the room with the huge balcony, the silent Klein finally heaved a silent sigh of relief. If Leonard didn't accept the warning because of the grandpa's bewitchment, he planned on writing another slip with the contents, "I know where Blasphemer Amorn is." In between the lines, it means I'll tell Blasphemer Amorn that there's a Zoroast family angel here if you foil my plans. This wouldn't make the grandpa believe that Dwayne Dantes was so weak that he had to rely on others to fend him off. It was more of a friendly warning that wouldn't number beyond 3 times, a form of respect towards an angel. If 2 warnings weren't enough to rein him in, there was no other choice but to inform Blasphemer Amorn. Yes, there's a very high chance that this would scare them. There must be other ploys or difficulties for this grandpa to choose to parasitize in such a shallow manner. He likely doesn't wish for me to flip the table. This matter is all thanks to a Rhodes. If he hadn't informed me ahead of time that Leonard has a marauder angel, I definitely wouldn't have noticed that I've been targeted, much less have the suitable excuse and method to warn them, Klein thought calmly and didn't show the anxiety or flustered state from before. As he relaxed, there was a knock on the door. His valet, Richardson, said, "Sir, the butler wishes to seek an audience with you. Please invite him in." Klein left the balcony and returned to the half-open room. The white-gloved Walter entered and said, "Sir, your philosophy teacher, Mr. Hamid, is here." Philosophy classes, Klein rubbed his aching temples. He had previously heard from Walter that Mr. Hamid was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was the same for the famous scholar, Lumi, as well. Many of the philosophers in the Lun Kingdom shared the same faith. This made him rather surprised because, to him, believers in the storm were irascible brothers. From the looks of it, I have to change my stereotypes and subjective impressions. The prerequisite to being a philosopher is to not have a wife, or not have a cordial relationship with their families. As Klein lampooned, he straightened his clothes and walked to the door. He said to butler Walter, "All right, I'll head over there now." Chapter 753. Bishop visits. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. After the philosophy class, Klein had a feeling as though he hadn't slept in 3 days. His mind was filled with names and concepts like skepticism, metaphysics, a priori and a posteriori, nominalism, Roselle socialism, existentialism, and positivism. If it wasn't because the original Klein had studied history, which included some mastery of philosophy, he doubted that he had the ability to last through the lesson. This wasn't his college lessons on Earth, they were one-to-one, making it impossible for him to sleep, daydream, or read novels on his cell phone when he didn't understand the content. Actually, Mr. Hamid was quite different from what I had imagined. He was humorous, candid, and extroverted. His lesson wasn't dull, making him unlike a philosophy teacher. He also doesn't possess the stereotypes of a Lord of Storms believer. Klein rubbed his temples, turned to leave, and walked to the staircase. He returned to the 3rd floor as his valet, Richardson, followed him in silence. During this process, he discovered that his servants were busy with their own duties. None of them were lazing about, and they would only stop when their employer walked past. They would bow and greet him, clearly indicating how well-mannered they were. Tanager is very capable when it comes to the arrangement and management of household matters. After all, Klein walked through the corridor on the 3rd floor and walked to the half-open room. Before he walked in, Klein saw butler Walter hanging 2 double-barreled hunting rifles on the wall, making the interior have a raw and bold feeling. This was a decoration every tycoon's home had. It's very easy to get approved for a hunting license. A double-barreled hunting rifle is potent enough to allow the servants to fend off any criminals who wish to burgle or kidnap me. After hanging the rifle up, Walter took 2 steps back and observed the hunting rifle. He then took out a golden pocket watch from his inner pocket. He opened the pocket watch and looked at the lid's interior. His stern, old-fashioned face softened significantly. Klein coughed gently to inform his butler before pushing open the ajar door and walked in. Walter closed the pocket watch, returned to his spot, and bowed. "Sir, we applied for 6 hunting licenses and bought 6 double-barreled hunting rifles and the corresponding canister cartridges." Klein had death knell hiding under his armpit, so he didn't mind it too much. All he did was nod as a form of acknowledgement. He then revealed a warm smile and asked, as though having a casual chat, "Back when I saw the information from the Family Servant Assistants Association, I noticed that you already have a wife and child." A butler was the assistant to the employer. He was a confidant that knew many matters, therefore, establishing rapport with the butler was something every employer had to do. Klein didn't wish to be an exception. Furthermore, he remembered a Rhodes mentioning that butler Walter could result in additional developments. Walter answered in all seriousness, "Yes, back when I was a servant at the Viscount Conrad's manor, I had to have constant contact with a lady due to work. We began having feelings for each other, and under the goddess's watch, we walked down the aisle of marriage and ended up having a daughter. She's currently studying at a grammar school and wishes to pass the Backlund University's entrance exams. However, that's something to consider." Only 2 years later, upon mentioning his wife and daughter, this unsmiling butler's tone unknowingly turned mellow. At present, all the churches were emphasizing the importance of family. It was to stem the stress and mental problems that arose due to the tide of technological progress. The only difference was that different churches emphasized different matters. For Evernight, men and women were equal as they helped one another in the family. For Storm, men were to work outside while women were to handle the family, to be the former's supportive angel. For Steam, it was more about learning more and to have technology do more of the work. All of them had their strengths, and they complemented each other. Klein felt wistful hearing that as he said, "Tanager seems to be single." "Yes." Walter's expression turned solemn again. In modern society, male and female servants still do not enjoy equal treatment. I'm not referring to the salary, as a housekeeper is at the same level as a butler or butler assistant, earning £25 to £50 a year. Instead, I'm talking about a deeper idea and belief. The church is trying to change it, but there's plenty of resistance. After all, the goddess isn't the only belief in Lun. He paused and added, "Male servants can get married, but if a female servant were to have a family, it implies the loss of her job or becoming the lowest laundress who's only a part-time employee that doesn't need to live at the employer's residence. All of these will change only when one reaches the rank of housekeeper. But this isn't something a young and inexperienced lady is qualified for." Klein didn't continue on the topic as he nodded gently. He then walked towards the reclining chair. At this moment, his gaze swept by the piled newspaper by the coffee table. I'm rather interested in this industry. If the price is right, I'll consider buying it." For a second, Klein thought of a problem. As a tycoon who had brought huge sums of money to Backlund to seek out better opportunities, it was impossible that he didn't pay attention to the sale of the Backlund Bike Company shares. Since he didn't know the prospects of this industry, he needed to hire people to gain a better understanding of it, otherwise, it wouldn't fit his persona. Of course, I can also raise the price as a result, allowing me to sell those 10% shares at a higher price. Yes, I have to remember to just raise the price a little and not be too greedy. If I were to keep raising the price and it ends up back in my hands, I'll be crying. It would throw all my liquidity into it, and I won't be able to maintain my daily expenses, as Klein fantasized, he warned himself. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't ask further as he directly agreed. At 4:35 p.m., Richardson knocked on the door and entered. He said to Dwayne Dantes, who was reading leisurely. "Sir, Mr. Maury Marked and his wife, Mariana, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's Bishop Electra, is here to pay you a visit." Maury Marked? That House of Commons Member of Parliament. Also, why would St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop be here as well? Klein thought and asked with a smile, "Is there such a protocol?" He had only attended 2 etiquette lessons and knew that at his stage, visits wouldn't be that direct. People would first send their butlers or servants to hand over an invitation or schedule a visit. Richardson habitually lowered his head and said, "Yes. It's because Mr. Butler informed the neighbors that you would be home in the afternoon for the next week when he was delivering your name cards and gifts. Under such a situation, neighbors who received your name card and have heard about you will observe the corresponding details. Not only can they send their servants to invite you over, but they can also pass by on the excuse of being out on an afternoon stroll from 4 to 5 to make a semi-formal visit. Oh, the ladies will wear strolling attire, otherwise, it wouldn't be decent enough. And you can also invite them to have afternoon tea with you." Klein walked to the door and allowed Richardson to retrieve his coat to help him wear it. He then asked, "Then why would Bishop Electra be here as well?" This was what he really cared about most. The first question was to lead up to it. Richardson answered as though he had prepared an answer. "Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Mark's house in the afternoon. They must have mentioned you while having a chat and decided to pay a visit by strolling over." His hands weren't affected by his talking. He skillfully helped Dwayne Dantes adjust his attire. Klein tersely acknowledged, and after Richardson went forward to open the door, he walked out. Soon, he saw the 3 visitors in a small living room on the 2nd floor. Maury Marked was a classic Lonese gentleman. He was in his 40s, and he had black hair and brown eyes. He had a deep outline with a receding hairline. His face was a little thin and long. He was formerly in the military and had entered politics after being discharged. He started his career in Backland until he became a Member of Parliament of the Kingdom's House of Commons. He was a believer of the Evernite goddess and a member of the New Party. He was in support of improving the environment. His wife, Rihanna, was from a family of lawyers. She provided plenty of funding for her husband's political ambitions, and she was also a believer of the Evernite goddess. Electra wore a black, double-breasted clergyman's robe. He looked to be 40, and he had deep, blue eyes and a thin face. He wasn't good-looking, but for some baffling reason, he was pleasing to the eyes. Klein had once met this bishop when he was donating money into the donation box. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes appear, Maury Marked took 2 steps forward and chuckled. "I've been hearing for the past few days that a pious believer in the goddess had moved into Unit 160, and I've been wanting to visit. We happened to be taking a stroll today, and we took the liberty to visit. Please pardon us for our faux pas." Klein smiled and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "At such times, the only thing we need to do is praise the lady." "Praise the lady!" Electra and Rihanna nodded as they drew a crimson moon on their chests. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein invited his 3 guests to take a seat. A maid hurriedly delivered some tea and coffee. Housekeeper Tunager had already asked each one of them what they wanted prior. "Mr. Dantes, I heard you're a merchant from Desi. I wonder what business you were previously engaged in?" Maury Marked asked casually before joking. "Your last name just makes me think of many things." He was referring to the protagonist's name of a particular best-selling novel written by Emperor Rozelle. Klein smiled and humorously asked in return, "What kind of business does digging up treasure count as?" This was also related to the content of said best-selling novel. Without waiting for the Member of Parliament to answer him, he said the answer he had long fabricated: "I once had my own mine, but as you know, it will one day be mined out." Mining cities would also end up waning as a result. He was hinting that he was born in one of the resource-rich cities in Desi County. There, gangs were rampant, and there were many secret tycoons. If ordinary people were to attempt to investigate Dwayne Dantes' situation, it would take them at least half a year. Bishop Electra nodded in thought as he asked, "So, you chose to come to Backland to seek out new opportunities?" May I know who proselytized you into the church? Chapter 754. Invitation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Klein had already walked through Bishop Electra's last question before, so he said with a sigh, "It was my father." He was a truly wise elder. Unfortunately, he passed away many years ago during an accident. When he said that, he infused the original Klein's emotions of losing his parents, him being in an alternate world with no home to return to, as well as the scars that resulted from his time in Tingen City. He sounded calm and wore a slight smile, but there was a sorrow that lasted forever that remained hidden deep inside. "I'm sorry for your loss." He must have entered the holy residence of the goddess, sleeping peacefully under her watch, Bishop Electra answered sincerely as he formed the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. Without waiting for Dwayne Dantes to respond, he looked at him and invited him. There will be a moon mass the day after tomorrow for the deceased. It will help him sleep in the goddess's nation and receive eternal peace. I wonder if you're interested in participating. The Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have many festivals, and the most important one was Winter Gifts Day. The second most important was the Mass held during the full moon, also known as the Moon Mass. The rest were just normal masses and prayers on weekends. However, different dioceses and different cathedrals had their own patron saints and angels which would have a corresponding special festival for them. I would love to. Klein stood up and bowed, saying it from the bottom of his heart. This gave him the perfect excuse to interact with the bishops and priests of St. Samuel Cathedral, or even the diocese bishop. He had a firm foundation for entering particular regions in the cathedral. Meanwhile, he came to realize why the Evernight pathway was interchangeable with the Death pathway. Both wielded the authorities of serenity, eternal sleep, and darkness. It represented the end and a destination. During this process, he also pretended to unintentionally mention his hunting activities while he was doing business in West Balam, and how he was extremely familiar with the primitive forest over there. This was to build up the necessary foundations for the second layer to Dwayne Dantes' identity. Furthermore, West Balam was different from East Balam. The colonial factions from Lun and Intis were on par, allowing for frequent conflicts. Even the actively controlled regions would experience changes from time to time. To investigate the activity trajectories of a merchant or adventurer wasn't easy at all. This was even more so the case when Dwayne Dantes was likely using a fake name. As for his hunting experience in West Balam's primitive forest, Klein didn't randomly fabricate stories, nor did he plagiarize articles from the magazines or newspapers. He used what the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson, had previously mentioned regarding his glorious deeds as a blueprint. He drew on the details and abandoned the main storyline. What he fabricated was partially true and fake as well. Upon hearing the thick anacondas, man-eating fishes, and flowers which could capture their own prey in the forests, Rihanna would let out gasps from time to time, looking afraid but also eager to know more. As for the Member of Parliament and Bishop, they were equally interested. They often had to force themselves to interrupt Dwayne Dantes' description to ask about the details. "You really are an excellent hunter." Back when I was serving in East Balam, I never had the chance to enter the forest. I never expected it to be this dangerous. After this extremely dignified middle-aged gentleman finished his tales, Maury Mark picked up a tiny piece of velvet cake and praised sincerely. "I wish to invite you to go hunting if there's a chance in the future." As they conversed, a maid had delivered the afternoon tea pastries. A male servant served them from the side. Upon hearing Member of Parliament Mark's semi-serious invitation, Klein replied with a smile, "I'm already looking forward to it." After chatting a little more and discussing Backland's pollution control, the three guests suggested they take their leave. As they had only acquainted themselves and weren't considered familiar with each other, Klein didn't retain them. He sent them to the door with his valet, Richardson. As he watched the bishop, Member of Parliament and his wife leave, Klein's smile slowly disappeared until there was nothing left. He was rather pleased with the progress he had made. Bishop Electra was directly related to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, which was the main goal for him to return to Backland. Maury Marked was a discharged soldier and a Member of Parliament at present. Without a doubt, he belonged to certain military officer clubs, and he would be beneficial to his continued investigation of the Great Smog of Backland. Next up, I should slowly deepen our relationships. Klein returned to the small living room and saw that the maid had taken away the remaining pastries and tea. He originally planned on having a little more. Regardless of the other types of food, the pastries and desserts in Lun, especially Backland, were outstanding. As for the cook which Dwayne Dantes had hired, he was skilled in that. Even Rihanna was filled with praise about it. Klein also agreed from the bottom of his heart. Retracting his gaze, Klein didn't say a word as he steadily walked to the staircase that led to the 3rd floor. Before dinner, Butler Walter finally returned to the house and briefed him on the situation regarding the 10% of Backland Bike Company's shares. This way, we don't have to wait for the investigation report. We can directly hire that original team. Klein nodded and asked without hiding anything, "What's the current bid?" The buyer that gave up had offered £60 with a bottom-line price of £70. The seller didn't divulge the situation about the other buyer. However, from the feedback from various channels, it's at least £80. Not too bad. Should I raise it a little more? If I were to raise the price a little and the other party just gives up, wouldn't it be awkward? Klein nodded slightly and said, "Give me the corresponding report. I'll consider it." After flipping through the report and having dinner to accentuate his extravagant but brilliant image as someone who did solid work, Klein turned his head to Richardson and said, "Prepare the 2-wheel carriage. I'll be making a trip outside." He originally imagined that Richardson would ask him in surprise. A 2-wheeled carriage didn't seem befitting enough, but to his surprise, his valet answered politely after flashing a curious look, "All right, sir." Submissive and never asking why. That's also considered an advantage. Klein sighed inwardly as he waited for Richardson to return to help him wear his coat. After getting on the 2-wheeled carriage, he directly instructed, "Let's circle around the Backland Bridge area and East Borough." Richardson still didn't ask about his master's motives and just got the coachman to steer the horses carefully. As the carriage passed through Sherwood Borough, it arrived in the Backland Bridge area under the illumination of the street lamps. Klein didn't give a destination, and he only got the coachman to meander through the nearby streets. He leaned against the carriage wall, looking out at the streets. He saw pedestrians in old clothes, walking along with tired faces as though they were in a rush to return home for dinner after a hard day's work. Occasionally, there would be the ringing of a bike passing by. They were fast as they shot into the distance. In comparison, the rider's expression appeared more lively than the pedestrians. They seemed to beam with an indescribable sense of pride. It's an obvious difference in class. Although it's the difference between a technical worker and an ordinary worker, with the difference in weekly salaries of £1 to £2 to those with £1 a week, Klein slowly exhaled as he subconsciously looked up at the sky. At that moment, darkness had already completely covered Backland's skies, but the smog wasn't too serious. One could see through them and see the twinkling stars. After the Great Smog, the management of the environment is improving by the day. However, the situation with the lower-class workers in the East Borough hasn't significantly improved. Although their salaries might be higher and their working hours have improved, due to the large number of people surging in, prices have risen across the board, reducing the effects of the salary hike. The improvement in working hours have just gone from 15 for 16 hours to 11-12 hours. They're just fixing the problems with the greatest problems. As for the other problems that didn't rear their ugly heads, they're neglected. Yes, the kingdom is still undergoing reforms. Many things haven't been straightened out. Klein watched as his thoughts drifted until the carriage left Sherwood Borough. On the future, Admiral of Stars Catlear stood behind the windows in the captain's cabin, watching Frank Lee pushing wooden barrels into the shadows. He was putting unknown things into it before closing the lid. He's recently been researching the growth of plants in dark environments. Why did he suddenly become normal? Catlear frowned with suspicion, often worrying that Frank Lee would create some huge invention. I'll get Nina to ask later. Just as she had this thought, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to see a letter on her desk. As a faint smile curled on her lips without her realizing it, Katlia walked over, tore open the envelope, and unfolded the letter. She quickly read through it. There are 2 Obninsks that do not belong to the Church of Storms swimming north from Sonia Island towards the Abyss Maelstrom. Find the direct descendant of Abraham family. Abyss Maelstrom was the name of a dangerous area at sea, and not the Abyss. Abraham family. Katlia thought for a moment, and without any clues, she planned on asking at the next tarot gathering. The next morning, after divining again if he should raise the price again, Klein said to butler Walter, hire that team and continue the negotiation. My bottom line is £90. All right, sir. Walter then immediately said with an apologetic look, something happened at home, and I wish to have half a day off. No problem. Do you need any help? Klein asked gently. Thank you for asking. I can handle it, and it's not too urgent. I will first handle the matters regarding the share negotiation first, Walter said sincerely. Klein didn't ask further as he nodded and permitted him to take time off. After his butler left the room, Klein turned to look at Richardson and asked, did Walter meet anyone earlier this morning? Mr. Butler received a letter, Richardson replied without hiding anything. Chapter 755. Switchboard Receptionist. Translator at Atlas Studios. Editor at Atlas Studios. He received a letter? Didn't he say that something happened at home? Walter's family lives in Backland, so if there really is anything wrong, then they can directly come over via public carriage or a rental carriage. Wouldn't that be faster than sending a message by mail? With his salary and land in the countryside, he can definitely afford it. Klein nodded without a word as though he had just asked in passing. He slowly returned to the reclining chair, sat down, and began to seriously read the papers. Upon seeing this, Richardson didn't say a thing as he silently retreated out of the room and quietly closed the wooden door. After hearing the light click, Klein cast his gaze away from the papers and towards the door. He thought, I've discovered another advantage of Richardson. He enjoys observing his surroundings, and he's able to notice information of value. Back when Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Moy Mark's place, he was the first one to notice it from the balcony. However, this is different from a spectator. The focus is more on the event rather than the details. Walter's matter seems a little abnormal. Could this be the additional development of roads mentioned? Regardless, I'll first divine the matter. I don't want danger to come to me without me realizing it. With this in mind, Klein immediately entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the grey fog. Every time he appeared as the Fool, his inner shell beneath the grey fog would wear Klein Moretti's appearance. It wouldn't overlap with Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, or Dwayne Dantes. Due to the lack of necessary information, he could only divine about any danger that targeted himself, therefore, he didn't use dream divination. He removed the spirit pendulum around his wrist and wrote the corresponding divination statement, Walter's abnormality will bring me danger. Holding the spirit pendulum in his left hand, Klein closed his eyes and entered cogitation as he muttered the sentence he had just said. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning counterclockwise at a rather ordinary speed and amplitude. This also meant that Walter's abnormality wouldn't bring him any danger. But this can only mean that I might not encounter any dangerous trouble through this problem. In addition, there's also another possibility. The danger depends on whether I make the appropriate choice. If I were to rashly get myself involved, something that isn't dangerous might become dangerous. Klein interpreted the matter with his rich experience. Just as he put this matter on hold, he suddenly saw the crimson star that represented the hermit coruscate as it burgeoned and shrank. Does this mean that the payment for scales of luck is here? Klein was delighted as he immediately emanated his spirituality. He was left disappointed because Katlia was only requesting Mr. Fool to pass on a message to the hanged man. She didn't mention when she would close the deal with the world. There are Obninsks at the Abyss Maelstrom north of Sonia Island? Mr. Hanged Man is pretty lucky. At least he isn't like me, needing to enter the ruins of the battlefield of gods. Of course, Obninsks can be dangerous as well. It's not easy to use one for a ritual. Mr. Hanged Man might even need sea god's help, Hermit's request is actually to help find the direct descendants of the Abraham family. This means that Queen Mystic is rather aware of Mr. Dor's origins. The Emperor had mentioned it to her. Klein began making connections from Catlia's words as he threw the corresponding image to the crimson star representing the Hanged Man. At this moment, Alger Wilson had just finished his reports and had passed the examination, allowing him to return to the Blue Avenger. When he saw the endless grey fog and heard the Hermit's words, he walked to the captain's cabin with a deadpan expression, keeping his pace normal. Upon entering the room and closing the door, he came in front of an alcohol cabinet, took a bottle of Lanti-Proof, the most beloved drink of pirates, and poured half a cup. Alger immediately held the cup to his mouth and downed it like it was water. During this process, he kept his eyes half closed as though he was completely immersed in his own world. After drinking half a cup of Lanti-Proof, Alger put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. Abraham family's direct descendant? This might be very difficult for others, with almost zero clues, but I can ask Miss Magician. Her teacher is one. Heh, Admiral of Stars still isn't aware of it yet. He quickly reined in his emotions and paced about, finally giving up on his idea and responded frankly to Catlia's request. Admiral of Stars won't only ask for my help. At the tarot gathering next week, she might announce this mission to everyone, and the others know that Miss Magician's teacher is a member of the Abraham family. There's no point lying about matters that can be easily exposed. I shouldn't jeopardize the possible transactions in the future just for some petty gains. At times, honesty is the best policy. Alger stopped walking as he reverently bowed his head and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. Please inform Hermit that she can directly ask Miss Magician for clues regarding the direct descendants of the Abraham family. After settling the request by Admiral of Stars, Alger took the initiative to mention his encounter during the night of the blood moon, and he inquired to Mr. Fool about whether the item that resonated with the ocean songster's beyond a characteristic was the Book of Calamity, and if the female holding the golden cup in the Coral Palace was Kohainam. Something like that happened? Queen of Calamity might really not be completely dead. It's likely that she had split her beyond a characteristic, splitting them into the Book of Calamity and the one in the undersea ruin. Yes, there might even be a third or fourth portion, but I've no idea where they are. Klein confirmed without any hesitation that the elf was Queen of Calamity Kohainam. This wasn't based on intuition, but a logical inference. He had once obtained the golden cup that elf Queen Kohainam loved, and a similar vessel had appeared in the dream. Elvish songster Syatas knew of Queen of Calamity's daily trivialities, and she had quite a strong relationship with the angel, which strongly implied that she was an elf that attended to Kohainam. It was completely understandable that the beyond a characteristic she left behind resonated with the Book of Calamity on the night of the blood moon. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled a matter. He had given Kohainam's beloved golden cup to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina for her to bury in Syatas's tomb. If Queen of Calamity really isn't completely dead, will the golden cup cause any form of mutation to the corpses of any elves close to her? Klein did a count of the time, and he discovered that he couldn't be certain if the golden dream had reached Sonia Island. After some thought, he calmly replied to the Hanged Man, "That's right." After doing all of this, Klein conjured the world German Sparrow and made him pray, "Honorable Mr. Fool, please tell Danitz to pass on a message to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards about the existence of any abnormalities between elvish songster Syatas's corpse and the golden cup." Phew, after doing all of that, Klein exhaled and threw the corresponding image to the specially labeled point of light beside him. He then returned to the real world and left the bathroom. Coming before his changing mirror, he looked at his grey sideburns and blue eyes as he curled up the corners of his lips. He knew that he had returned from being Mr. Fool to the mysterious merchant, Dwayne Dantes. Biome, inside a primitive forest. Danitz, who was having a feast in a particular base of the Resistance, suddenly trembled as he nearly choked on the liquid in his mouth. Although this wasn't the first time he was receiving an answer from the mighty Fool, he still felt apprehensive and afraid. After he identified the figure and heard his words, he heaved a sigh of relief and knew that German Sparrow was getting him to do something. "Ask Captain?" "That's simple. The Golden Dream will be picking me up in a few days." German Sparrow isn't crazy. and his even very sincere and reverent before the mighty fool, Danitz quickly relaxed as he leisurely thought. Meanwhile on the future, Cat Lear, who had received a response that surprised her, muttered in silence, directly asked Miss Magician. Yes, she seems to be a beyonder of the apprentice pathway. She's actually related to the Abraham family? As I expected, she's not simple. Cat Lear considered a moment and decided if she ought to give the hanged man a new mission because she wasn't too sure if Miss Magician was willing to divulge clues to the Abraham family. Walter returned to 160 Beauclun Street in the afternoon with a normal expression like before. He had apparently resolved everything easily. Klein didn't ask. He felt that their relationship hadn't reached a point in which his butler could be totally frank with him. Furthermore, the problem hadn't fully blown up before him in a way that couldn't be hidden. Time quickly passed as he had his lessons. The next evening, with the arrival of the full moon, Klein brought along Richardson and rode his high-end carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral for the moon mass. He wasn't worried about the donation that would happen, because Miss Justice had paid him £10. He now had £186, so it wasn't too difficult for him to donate a few £100. It's only not too difficult, Klein sighed inwardly as he looked at the bell tower outside, left the carriage, walked across the square, and stepped into St. Samuel Cathedral. Chapter 756. Grand Mass Translator Atlas Studios Editor Atlas Studios. After waiting nearly 10 minutes outside the prayer hall, Klein and the other believers who were here to join the moon mass entered under the priest's lead. In the dark and serene atmosphere, they heard uniform and ethereal chanting. Full-faced above the land stood the crimson moon, and sweet it was to dream of themselves, of child, and wife, and parents, but evermore one, holy and rhythmic voices echoed in the prayer hall as the believers involuntarily quietened down, as though they had forgotten all their frustrations in life or the different challenges they faced in the real world. Under the guidance of a few priests, they found their seats. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra, who was in charge of celebrating the Mass, held the revelation of Evernite and began preaching. As this segment came to an end, the priests held up water and bread, and they began handing them out to Klein and company. This was the loving grace of Evernite, food that people both alive and dead could share. Having not had dinner, Klein naturally didn't waste the bread of average quality and the water in the cup. Then, he saw candles light up on the altar, and under the darkness, they appeared like stars in the night sky, emitting light and warmth that eased one's heart. At that moment, Bishop Electra led the few priests and everyone in the choir to chant in unison, "We look upward into the night sky, we tenderly say her name, Evernite Goddess. We know no other words, except Evernite Goddess, may the goddess draw out from the angel chorus with a silence sweet to gather, and hold both within her right hand which is gentle. Goddess." If she'd heard us, she would surely agree, smiling with purity at the dead, "Come, rest and sleep well, my children one." The empty voice filled with holiness drilled into every believer's ears. It felt as though all the spirits present were resonating in unison. As a sequence 5 beyonder, Klein felt as though his soul body was being cleansed as his spirituality naturally flowed out in comfort. In the darkness, corpses lay there, their faces calm and at peace, as though they weren't dead and were actually in a deep sleep. Klein calmly traversed the darkness in a staid manner when he suddenly stopped and looked diagonally ahead. At a spot where moon flowers were silently blooming, there were a few people sleeping. They were the hatless Dunn Smith in a trench coat, old Neil, who still wore his black classic robe, and the short Kenley, who worked hard to save up money. They closed their eyes in a relaxed manner as a faint smile appeared to show on their lips. Around them were erected tombs, each of them having the same word written on them, Guardian. Klein instantly closed his eyes as a holy and ethereal voice resounded by his ears, and shout from the bottom of your heart, "The only escape is tranquility one." Klein lowered his head, closed his eyes, and raised his hands up before crossing them before his chest. He then repeated silently, "The only escape is tranquility. The only escape is tranquility." This repeated again and again until the prayer hall reached a state of extreme silence. Only then did Klein open his eyes again and rubbed the corners of his eyes. He slowly exhaled and glanced around him. With the light from the candles, he discovered that most of the believers were covered in tears without realizing it. Even his valet, Richardson, was constantly tearing up without wiping his tears. The moon mass is akin to a ritual with beyonder powers involved. Its effect is likely to make everyone's spirit resonate, allowing different people to see the deceased who they share deep relationships in the darkness. It relieves one's grief in order to obtain tranquility. Yes, this isn't an abnormality that's targeted at beyonders, so I can be at ease. To ordinary people, this might be an illusory outlet that's instantaneous. They would only believe that it's a result of the goddess's greatness, and not some extraordinary powers. Sequence 5 Beyonders of the Evernight pathway seemed to gain a significant enhancement in their control of spirits. Klein withdrew his gaze as he made a judgment. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the darkness and the deceased that lay amidst the moon flowers. Closing his eyes, Klein allowed his thoughts to drift. That dark plain filled with moon flowers, night vanilla, and slumber flowers is a manifestation of the goddess's divine kingdom. What does the source of danger in the nighttime inside that battle of the gods' ruin correspond to then? Klein gradually outlined the cold darkness and the fog that enveloped the sea on the eastern front of the Sonia Sea. In the fog, there was an ancient, pitch-black cathedral with a steeple. Ravens spiraled above it as though they were holding a memorial or were in grief. And around the cathedral were ordinary residents, simple wood huts, greyish-white mills, and indistinct figures. Logically speaking, this foggy scene that's intricately tied to the night and dreams should be formed from the aura left behind when the goddess slayed Annihilation demonic wolf. But it doesn't have any similarities with the corresponding divine kingdom. Yes, mortals can't pry into the secrets of deities, so perhaps the dark plains filled with flowers isn't the projection of the divine kingdom, but rather an outcome of the ritual. Seeing that the moon mass was coming to an end, Klein reached into his inner pocket and took out his wallet. Holding his wallet, he got up and entered the aisle, walked straight to the altar, and under Bishop Electra's compassionate watch, he walked diagonally over to the donation box. He tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing out the crimson moon before throwing in all his large denomination notes. At that moment, Klein didn't feel the pinch like the previous few times. He was in a very calm mood because he recalled the ritual old Neil had used to repay his debt. Back then, they picked up a wallet containing £300, all thanks to the goddess's blessings. Taking a step back, he drew the crimson moon once again, and he gave his spot to the donor behind him. At that moment, Bishop Electra walked over and said as he drew the crimson moon, "May the goddess bless you. May the goddess know about it." "What I wish for now is to receive some teachings," Klein replied with a smile. Bishop Electra glanced at the prayer hall side door and said, "If you don't mind waiting 15 minutes, I can explain the Bible to you in the library." "I would love that," Klein said with a warm smile. Bishop Electra immediately got a priest to lead Dwayne Dantes and his servant out the prayer hall through a side door as they circled around a spiral staircase to the nearby library. There was a huge bookshelf here, and on it were various books from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There were tables and chairs lining the sides for priests and bishops to study and preach to the believers. 12 minutes later, Bishop Electra entered the library with a calming smile and saw Dwayne Dantes with his white sideburn standing in front of a bookshelf, flipping through a book with great focus. He exuded the vibes of a scholar. "What are you reading?" he asked with a smile. Klein snapped the book together and said with a self-deprecating smile, "The Revelation of Evernight." To be frank, although I'm a pious believer of the goddess, I've never had the time to seriously sit down and read the Bible due to my busy life. As he spoke, he didn't show any odd signs on his face, but he felt uneasy deep down. He was afraid the goddess would smite him with a bolt of lightning to reward this pious believer, Dwayne Dantes. Well, lightning isn't in the goddess's domain, Klein consoled himself. Bishop Electra smiled and took the Revelation of Evernight from his hands. "It's never too late to begin." Richardson held his employer's hat and cane, and he stood a slight distance away, silently waiting to listen to the bishop's preachings. Time ticked by, when Klein, who appeared serious, suddenly felt his spiritual perception trigger. A scene outside the door naturally surfaced in his mind. This was an intuitive foresight that stemmed from a clown, one that had been enhanced by the grey fog. Outside the door, an elder dressed in a black clergyman robe walked by and headed for the nearby spiral staircase. He had lush white hair but didn't comb it, making him look rather disheveled. He had a thin face that made it appear as though he was bones wrapped in skin. He exuded a rather cold bearing, and his skin was abnormally pale. His eyes were a rare pure black. This figure quickly vanished from the door as the footsteps gradually sounded like they were coming from above. A keeper! But it's not the one I met at the prayer hall. It's his turn today. Klein paid attention to Bishop Electra as he wore a contemplative look over the Bible's contents. He wasn't surprised that a keeper would appear inside the cathedral and pass by the library at this time. This was because the sealing forces behind Channy's gate would reach its peak at night. It wasn't suitable for living creatures to remain inside, therefore, the keepers only entered at sunrise and left at sunset. It had just turned dark. I need to remember what day and date it is today. Later, with more information, I'll be able to figure out the keeper's rotation schedule. This way, I'll be able to act as the corresponding target at the right time. Klein reined in his thoughts as he listened attentively. Finally, he got up and bade farewell 30 minutes later. He smiled and said to Bishop Electra, "I'm wondering if I have the honor to listen to your preachings in the future." "No problem." Faced with a tycoon who had just donated £300, Bishop Electra couldn't reject him. He even happily nodded. "As long as you come to the cathedral and I have the time." Klein didn't harp on the details to prevent any suspicion. He earnestly thanked him and left St. Samuel Cathedral with Richardson. He returned home before 8 and enjoyed dinner as he leisurely spent the rest of his night. Late at night, inside the master bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual intuition told him that someone had infiltrated his mansion. Chapter 757. Dream Encounter. Translator at Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Someone has infiltrated the compound. Klein didn't immediately sit up. All he did was turn his body to the side and reached his left palm under his pillow. He secretly held death knell, and at the same time, he slowly spread his left hand open, preparing to activate creeping hunger. After knowing that it was difficult to find food for creeping hunger in Backland, he had infiltrated the prisons in Desi Bay's Conant City, found an inmate on death row, and confirmed that there wasn't any mistake in the judgment before feeding him to the glove. The Row school of thought has locked onto me? No, it's impossible for them to be that quick. Besides, if it's them, they wouldn't just come but would wait for an opportunity. They will seize the opportunity when I'm passing by a secluded spot and strike so as to not alarm Backland's official organizations. I donated too much money at the Moon Mass, causing criminals to target me. A generous tycoon who just came to Backland from a foreign land is indeed an easy target. Of course, I can't rule out the routine investigations of the Nighthawks. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein heard a soft noise coming from the balcony in the adjoining half-open room. Right on the heels of that, there was the sound of a lock turning as the floor-to-ceiling window was pulled open nearly silently. Klein carefully listened and sensed the footsteps pass through the half-open room and into the corridor. After a pause, the footsteps walked towards the master bedroom before passing it, turning the doorknob to his valet's room. He went into the wrong room? Or could it be that he's here to find Richardson? Klein's heart stirred as he released his grip on death knell. He then reached out to the iron cigar case, which wasn't too far. After he removed the wall of spirituality, an illusory figure in a dark red coat and old triangular hat appeared beside him. It then walked into the full-body mirror. When Senor, the Wraith marionette, jumped to the glass window in Richardson's room, he saw a figure with orange-yellow skin, raven-black hair, and soft facial features walk out of the room. As for Richardson, he was silently sitting by the edge of his bed, his body leaning forward. His back was hunched up like he was fused into the darkness. Horror colored his face as he showed a weak and stumped expression. Finally, he fell silent. The person is indeed here for Richardson. His traits resemble that of someone from the southern continent. He's agile and skilled. He's likely not an ordinary person. This is a friend that Richardson got to know at the manor in the southern continent, or could it be a maternal relative? Richardson is only a valet with an annual salary of £35. What matter would need his help, Klein guessed as he used Senior's vision to observe. At that moment, he suddenly realized why Richardson was good at observation and often stayed in the balcony to size up any pedestrians. I hope it's not too big a problem and won't affect my plans. I'll later divine the matter. If Richardson is unable to resolve the problem, I'll have to find an excuse to terminate his services. Seeing his valet lie back down, Klein pulled back his wraith marionette. Meanwhile, Leonard Mitchell, who lived at 7 Pinster Street, once again entered the fog-immersed backland. He had previously questioned the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, and received the news that Sherlock Moriarty didn't proactively involve himself in Lenivus's matter. Instead, he participated in a discussion after being hired. This made any suspicions regarding him drop drastically. If it wasn't because this detective had been slightly involved in Capim's matter, and how he had a close relationship with Emlyn White from the Harvest Church, Leonard Mitchell would have had thoughts of giving up the investigation to continue his search for Int Zangwill. As Sherlock Moriarty didn't have many friends at the Quelaag Club, with one of them dying in the matter involving Prince Edisac while the other was reporter Mike Joseph, therefore, Leonard only had one target left, Dr. Aaron Series. From the dossiers, this doctor was once involved in a Beyond a matter of the monster pathway. After the item was swapped, he stopped being unlucky or having nightmares. His life returned back on track. Heck, most people that Sherlock Moriarty know are involved in Beyond a matters. This detective sure isn't an ordinary someone, as Leonard thought. He rang the doorbell in Aaron Series' dream. Upon entering the dream, he casually found a sofa to sit in and said to Dr. Aaron, who was opposite him, "Tell me in detail how you got to know Sherlock Moriarty." In the dream, Aaron didn't lie. He started from how Mrs. Mary had introduced Sherlock Moriarty into the Quelaag Club, and how he was one of the recommenders. He continued until the detective suggested that he inform the Church of the Evernight Goddess's bishop about his abnormal matters. The truth is described in the dossiers. Sherlock Moriarty seems rather friendly towards the official Beyonder organizations, and he was endorsed by Isengard Stanton. Leonard glanced at the mustached Sherlock, which Dr. Aaron conjured, and retracted his gaze as he listened attentively. After Aaron finished recounting everything in detail, he said, "He headed to the south for a vacation, and he hasn't returned. I've been worried about him all this while. However, he's a detective filled with wisdom and a kind heart. I believe nothing bad will happen to him. I just wish that he can participate in the celebration of my child's birth." Perhaps, Leonard suspected that Sherlock Moriarty might never return to Backland. He then politely bade farewell and walked out of Dr. Aaron's dream. After taking a few steps forward, he subconsciously looked back and saw that inside the house with a garden, blurry spherical lights that represented different dreams filled the entire space. Everything was fine. Was it a mistake on my part? I keep feeling as though something about me is changing, Leonard muttered as he turned to fly to Pinster Street. Everywhere he could see was covered in dense fog. The street lamps were gloomy and pale. Suddenly, Leonard stopped flying as he cast his gaze at a building. In that house, there were about 5 spherical lights floating in silence, making it look different from the other buildings. However, Leonard's spiritual perception told him that there was apparently a black blob in the house which could absorb all light. Furthermore, he discovered that he didn't recognize the street he was at. He felt alarmed, suspecting if he had seen something he shouldn't see. He hurriedly retracted his gaze as he prepared to leave and head for his residence. At that moment, the building that looked ordinary sounded with a teasing voice, "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea?" Thoughts erupted in Leonard's mind as he flew up at high speeds without even thinking. In his spiritual perception, the terrace houses lining the back, the garden, and tiny buildings were burgeoning in size as the windows and doors turned into mouths that were biting at him. The nearby black street lamps were extending in height, making the surroundings appear like a forest of steel that seemed to stop Leonard. Leonard didn't stop or turn back. He felt a chill down his back as it became more obvious and deeper. His body slowly stiffened as though he was being grabbed by countless invisible hands. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold out any longer, he saw a familiar house where a familiar window and lights stood. He held his breath, plunged down abruptly, and fell back into his dream. Phew, he jolted awake and found himself drenched in cold sweat. Old man, what did I actually encounter? Leonard retracted his legs from the desk's edge and asked with a sense of lingering fear. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied after a few seconds, I'm not sure. Leonard's eyelid drooped immediately as he didn't pursue the matter. He then cast his gaze out the window and saw lights everywhere in the backland night sky. It was tranquil. 160 Beauclund Street. Inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. Sir, Moana Heisen is here. Richardson entered the room and said to Klein. Klein put down his papers and looked up, glancing at his valet. He discovered that he was still an apprehensive man of few words, silent and reserved. There was nothing odd with him. If it wasn't because the divination outcome was okay. Suddenly firing an employee will incur suspicion, Klein silently mumbled. He stood up as though nothing had happened, and he got Richardson to help him wear his coat. 15 minutes later, he was holding his etiquette teacher, Moana Heisen, in an embrace as he began to learn another common dance used at social events. I feel as though I'll be losing my job in a few days. After a while, Moana praised Dwayne Dantes for his progress. When she was done, she added, however, you're still a little restrained. Although you don't have to act like Inti's men who cling closely to the ladies, you don't have to constantly maintain a distance. It's very normal to make occasional contact. The way you are behaving now makes you appear rigid and dull. Klein pulled her in a little and replied with a smile, I was afraid of being rude. Does this mean that being too close to ladies is an act of rudeness? It also implies I'm full of charm, and that he might embarrass himself if he's too close. This is quite a euphemistic form of praise, Moana thought and said with a smile, you have learned well. The dance continued as Klein looked at Moana Heisen's face as he asked warmly in a casual manner, you seem frustrated. Moana lowered her head and chuckled. It's nothing serious. My husband is a businessman and he recently had some minor conflicts with some people. We can resolve the matter. Oh, your question was too direct. Before both parties have established a friendship, it's best not to ask about their matters unless she has made it obvious. Compared to you who comes and goes in families of high society, thus, knowing many madams and ladies, as a tycoon who just arrived in Backland, I do lack the necessary social connections, Klein nodded gently and said with a smile, I thought we were no longer strangers. He then skipped the topic and began talking about his own experiences and his neighbors. Moana would mention a few things in response, allowing Klein to better grasp the traits and preferences of his neighbor. After Moana left, Klein stood at the door for some time before turning to say to his butler, Walter, find out what trouble Moana is facing. If she can't resolve it, we will provide her with some timely assistance. Chapter 758. Efforts will ultimately pay off. Translator at Atlas Studios. Editor at Atlas Studios. In the evening, Klein, who had just returned from St. Samuel Cathedral, was just about to enter the dining hall on the second floor when he saw butler Walter walk over and say with a polite bow, Sir, the matter you wish to be investigated has been completed. Klein didn't inquire further in front of the other servants as he staidly nodded. Walter followed behind him and came all the way to the third floor. Richardson then opened the door and lit the gas wall lamp inside. Klein unhurriedly walked to his desk, sat down, and looked at the butler for the report. As Walter gestured Richardson to guard outside the door, he approached the desk and deliberated over his words. After the door closed again, he said, Moana's husband is a cloth merchant. He had been cooperating with someone and had invested £10 into it, but the other party ran off with the goods. She has already sought the help of Member of Parliament Mark and Rihanna to urge the police department to crack the case as quickly as possible. However, the police usually doesn't dare to guarantee that they can find the target for such cases. Klein picked up the black fountain pen on his desk and stroked it. To Moana's family, £10 isn't a small sum. Based on what he knew, an ordinary home tutor didn't earn more than £150 a year. If the employer provided boarding and lodging, the salary would be even lower. Although Warana served high society and had many employers, her annual income capped out at about £400 to £500. Furthermore, a large amount of her expenses would be spent on her dressing, posture, and looks, to prevent her employers from finding her unfitting as an etiquette teacher. Yes, her husband's income as a cloth merchant can only be considered average. To him, a £10 investment is a rather huge investment, Walter said by mincing his words. It's a lot for me too, Klein sighed and smiled. I just came to Backland, so I'm not very familiar with the police. Walter immediately replied, Sir, back when I was under the service of Viscount Conrad, I knew a few members of a Backland High-Ranking Police Officer Association. Backland High-Ranking Police Officer Association? That would be the most important members at Civilhouse Yard. Even the chief superintendents who are in charge of an entire borough might not be qualified for induction. Civilhouse Yard referred to the Backland Police Department. It got its name from the street it was located at. As expected of a butler who served under a noble family, Klein sighed inwardly as he smiled with a shake of his head. There's no need to do so for the time being. On this aspect, I'm sure Warana is able to seek the help of many people. Be it Member of Parliament marked or others, all of them have the ability to make Civilhouse Yard place importance on the case. He paused and deliberately said in passing, I've seen the lower rungs of society, and I know their methods of survival. At times, the police might not be as useful as gang members or bounty hunters. Walter, go to the police department to retrieve the corresponding details and head over to the famous bars in the Backland Bridge area and East Borough to commission a bounty mission. Regardless if they find the corresponding criminals or the batch of cloth, I'll be giving them £200 in return. Let's hope that those cheats had chosen to remain in Backland. A reward of £200. Walter repeated the sum as he couldn't help but steal a glance at his employer, as though he found it unbelievable that he would offer so much for Wahana's matter. He turned agape and was just about to say something but ultimately kept silent. All he did was seriously reply, All right, sir. I'll give you this money directly. Klein slowly got up and took out his wallet. As Walter received the thick wad of cash, he asked in thought, Should I tell Warana? Enlightened, Walter nodded with a bow. Your generosity will spread through this street. East Borough, Daravi Street, in a cramped but lively pub. Zio, who had seriously combed her short, blonde hair before heading out, squeezed through the area filled with men that stank of alcohol and putrid sweat and arrived at the bar counter. She tapped the counter and asked the bartender, Any new missions today? If it were anyone else who asked without ordering any drinks, the bartender would have ignored them, but upon recognizing Zio, a bounty hunter who no one wanted drinking, he could only sigh and say, A very handsome reward, £200. £200. Zio nearly suspected that she had heard wrong. Apart from Miss Audrey's missions, she had never seen such a handsome reward in East Borough or the Backland Bridge area. Even the mission to seek out Azagegus that drove bounty hunters crazy had only offered £150. For an ordinary bounty hunter, completing a commission like this was enough for them to not work for a year. To Zio, it was equally important because she had been helping the mysterious man in the golden mask over the past few months. She had learned that the man was from MI9, and she was trying to earn enough contributions to exchange for the interrogator potion formula. Therefore, the reward she received when completing his tasks only paid a little. Most of it was exchanged towards her contribution goals, so all her savings came from the advantages that her sheriff sequence had given her to capture criminals. Once I receive the potion formula, I still have to spend money to buy the Beyonder ingredients, and I only have £300 odd. Force is right. Money isn't omnipotent, but it's sufficiently important if upon having this thought, she looked at the bartender and asked cautiously, What's the mission? Who commissioned it? Find a few cheats. They cheated the victim of cloth costing £10. As the bartender handed the details to Zio, he said, The person who commissioned the mission looked like a butler. He called himself Walter, and he's in service of a Mr. Dwayne Dantes from Backland Street. If you capture the cheats or find the cloth, you can head there to retrieve the bounty. Zio quickly flipped through the documents as something quickly formulated in her mind. She instinctively knew the direction in which to continue the investigations. "I'll take this mission," she said immediately with a nod. The bartender shrugged and said, "You aren't the only one. All the bounty hunters have taken on this mission. Besides, they have other ideas." "Like what?" Zio asked out of curiosity. "They say that since Mr. Dwayne Dantes is so generous, they're willing to recommend themselves if he lacks a bodyguard. However, they later gave up on the idea since being a bodyguard isn't as free as being a bounty hunter. Even having drinks will have to wait until they're given time off. That's not a problem for me, but I can only be a bounty hunter." Zio nodded, jumped off the high stool in front of the bar counter, and didn't waste time heading for the door. The next day, just as Klein finished breakfast and was preparing to head to his garden to have a stroll to aid in his digestion, butler Walter came in from outside and silently followed behind him until there wasn't anyone around. "Sir, there are 2 matters that need your attention," he said politely. "2 matters?" Klein was somewhat surprised. He thought that there would only be one. "Yes, the first matter involves the 10% shares in the Backland Bike Company. Someone has already offered £10,000. Sir, do you still wish to continue in the bid?" "It has been raised to £10,000? Not bad at all." Klein deliberately acted stumped as he thought. "I'm new in Backland, and there are many things that need me to hold back on." "All right, sir." Walter then said, "The cheats who scammed Mohana's husband of the cloth have been captured. The bounty hunter has already arrived and requested payment." "That quickly?" Klein turned his head in shock as he looked at his butler. If he had taken action himself, he was indeed capable of settling it that very day. After, he had dowsing rod seeking to find people, but the problem stemmed from the fact that most bounty hunters weren't seers. "Yes, perhaps it's a beyond a good at tracking and searching for people," Klein made a preliminary judgment. Walter answered in confirmation, "Yes, it's much faster than I imagined. According to that bounty hunter, she did a reverse search from black market sales before finding the cheats." "The black market peddlers gave in so easily?" "From the looks of it, they must have been taught a lesson with the fist." Klein nodded and said, "What's that bounty hunter's name?" "She's quite capable, she calls herself Zio," Walter answered truthfully. "No way," Klein almost stumbled. Thankfully, he had the impressive balance of a clown. After calming the upheavals through his heart while acting calm, he deliberated and said, "Keep the bounty hunter's contact method. Perhaps there might be a chance to gain her assistance in the future." "All right, sir." Walter didn't find any problems with Dwayne Dantes' instructions. Any decent member of high society kept some unofficial means to their chests. Klein didn't continue on the topic of Zio as he tersely said, "How much was reclaimed?" The cash and the yet-to-be-sold cloth from the cheats came up to about £850. Walter had apparently anticipated his employer's inquiry on the matter and had asked ahead of time. "Very good," Klein nodded and said. "After paying the bounty hunter, help her send the cheats and the goods to the nearby police station." Juana and her husband, Bacchus, looked at the high-ranking inspector in front of them as they asked in unison, surprise coloring their voices. The high-ranking police inspector smiled in response. When he informed them how much cash and cloth was left, Juana and Bacchus heaved a collective sigh of relief. They could afford £150 in losses. Furthermore, the remaining cloth still had space for greater appreciation and profit. In essence, they hadn't suffered much of a loss. They repeatedly thanked the inspector until someone invited Bacchus to identify the goods and criminals. Juana sat there without losing her etiquette. She smiled at the high-ranking inspector and said, "Your efficiency has exceeded my expectations. I'm very curious as to how you found the bunch of cheats." Being aware that this beautiful and elegant lady knew a member of Parliament of the House of Commons, and that she would eventually learn the truth, the high-ranking inspector didn't hide it from her. In fact, it was completed by a bounty hunter. She investigated the black market of stolen goods and quickly caught the suspects. "You even offered a bounty." Juana seemed to gain a full understanding of the whole story. The inspector shook his head and said, "No, someone beat us to it. He offered £200. £200. Wyanna asked in surprise. That wasn't a small sum of money, and it even exceeded the expected profit that her husband would earn from the sale. Seeing the inspector give an affirmative reply, Wyanna couldn't help but ask, who was it that offered the bounty? The bounty hunter didn't say, but accompanying her was a gentleman dressed as a butler. The inspector simply described Walter's looks. Wyanna vaguely guessed at the butler's identity as she leaned back slightly, muttering softly to herself, £200, in the afternoon. Wyanna, who came to Member of Parliament Mark's house to teach his daughter etiquette, first thanked Rihanna for extending their help. After the blackish-green-haired Rihanna said a few words of humility, she asked, Wyanna, I heard that you're Mr. Dwayne Dantes' etiquette teacher. I wonder what kind of person he is. Wyanna deliberated and said, he's a true gentleman. He's warm-hearted, generous, kind, educated, gentlemanly, and very knowledgeable. Rihanna nodded slightly upon hearing that before turning to look at her proud daughter and chuckled. Unfortunately, he's a little too old, or he might make a good match. Well, I plan on inviting him to our ball this weekend. Chapter 759. First Dance. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Klein rode his high-end carriage and arrived at 39 Beauclun Street, Member of Parliament Mark's house, in 2.5 minutes after stealing a glance at the lit fountain that was sloshing with water. He buttoned his tailcoat and walked down the carriage before strolling to the house's main entrance. Richardson held an exquisitely packaged bottle of Southville red wine and followed closely behind his employer. After walking through the main door, Klein instantly saw Member of Parliament Mark and his wife, Rihanna, walk over to welcome him. The former was wearing an olive-green army officer uniform with an orange-red sash around his waist and a few medals hanging from his chest. In the Lun Kingdom, serving and retired officers enjoyed wearing their military uniforms at balls. The latter was wearing a yellow long dress with frilly sides and rare lacine, exquisite lace, making her look different from unmarried ladies. However, she also partially exposed her fair neck and her shoulders. Klein took the bottle of Southville red wine from Richardson's hand and handed it to Member of Parliament Mark before saying with a bow, sorry, I'm late by a few minutes. This was actually a common situation at Lun balls. Guests would rather be late by a certain amount of time than be early. This was because the masters of the house might still be busy with the final preparations with the ball. It was the worst time for them to entertain guests, but of course, one had to ensure that they weren't late by more than 10 minutes. If Wyanna hadn't specially taught him this, Klein would have definitely come early as a form of respect. It's fine. The ball hasn't officially begun. Mark glanced at the Southville red wine as he handed it to his valet before nodding with a smile. At Lun's high society engagements, one had to bring a gift for the master if it was their first time attending a ball. Alcoholic beverages were the most welcomed, but one had to keep in mind that the first gift had to be something locally produced. After greeting Mark, Klein looked towards Rihanna and saw that she had slightly raised her right hand. Hence, he took one step forward and lifted her palm and bent his back to kiss it. You illuminate the entire ball. Before the ball began, complimenting the masters of the house was a necessary step in Lun's social events. And unlike Inti's, Lun's hand-kissing etiquette required the lady to gesture that it was possible before a gentleman could do the kiss, otherwise, it would be a serious faux pas. Likewise for your arrival, Rihanna replied with a smile. Then, the couple led Dwayne Dantes through the corridor and into the main hall where a pleasant tune was echoing. After taking a few steps forward, Mark pointed at a lady in a sky-blue dress. Klein looked at the girl as his pupils suddenly constricted. To be precise, he had seen her image before. Back when he had asked Rhodes where he could obtain a mystical item which could steal the beyonder powers of others, the magic mirror had indicated a scene of an arrogant lady loitering in the sewers, and she was none other than Hazel Marked. She was a lady with wavy black-green hair and bright brown eyes. She has a mystical item that corresponds to a fire bandit? With her family conditions, why would she be loitering in the sewers? Is it some fortuitous encounter of hers? Was she searching for something or waiting for something in the sewers? She has already become a beyonder? How did she become one? Could it be that she has a grandpa parasitizing in her body? Klein, who was donning the skin of Dwayne Dantes, instantly thought of many questions, but he pressed his hand to his chest as he bowed with an unperturbed look. During this process, he stole a glance at Hazel Mark's face and discovered that she wore a composed look. There was an arrogance in her eyes, and all she did was smile politely and answer. "Good evening, Mr. Dantes." She didn't have any abnormal reaction, which means that she's unable to sense the aura of the grey fog. At the very least, there's no grandpa parasitizing her. I can't be certain for now, and I'll have to continue observing. Klein stood up straight as he took a cup of pale gold champagne from a waiter's tray. He then began chatting with Member of Parliament Maury Marked. "I never expected you to be a major." He could tell from the epaulette on Mark's shoulder. If he was a colonel, Klein would have even suspected if the gentleman was also a beyonder, but it was hard to tell for a major. "Ha ha, it's nothing. There are many opportunities to render meritorious services in Balam," Maury answered. "Of course, the weather there is especially unsuitable. I've always been suggesting to the Army's higher-ups to design a uniform for West Balam and to get rid of the traditional dark colors, otherwise, the officers will only feel as if they are beef waiting to be roasted. As for the enlisted soldiers, most of them wore red tops and white bottoms. Yes, the weather there is completely different from what it's like in the country. Even Desi Bay isn't that hot." Klein indicated that he had been to the southern continent, and he had been to either East or West Balam to corroborate his hunting experiences that he had mentioned a few days ago. After a few minutes of small talk, Mark apologized and walked to the staircase with his wife. At the second floor, he raised a cup of red wine while standing by the railings facing the main door and said, "Thank you everyone for coming to our ball. First, let us toast the deities. They are the source of everything beautiful." He and Rihanna tapped 4 times on their chests as they softly praised the goddess. The other guests also praised the deities they believed in via their own means. Mark continued having his cup raised as he said with a smile, "Second, a toast to the kingdom. It is a stable bedrock. To the kingdom." Klein raised his cup of champagne and spoke with the other guests around him. Klein's mind word as he said loudly with a smile, "A toast to the improvement of the air in Backland." Mark was taken aback as he couldn't help but smile in response. "Excellent. That's a great suggestion. A toast to the improvement of Backland's air. This is a symbol of us living better lives. Cheers." The fixing of the atmospheric pollution issue had always been one of his political ideals as a House of Commons Member of Parliament. He had ultimately been pushing for the corresponding bills, and he had played a significant role in the improvement of the environment. Therefore, toasting to the improvement in Backland's air was equivalent to toasting to himself. It was more euphemistic and more above board. All the guests echoed in a spirited burst as they finished the drinks in their hands. Right on the heels of that, Member of Parliament Mark held Rihanna's hand, and they went down to the hall. They then started the opening dance in the mellow music. All the gentlemen present began finding their first partners to dance. Klein took another cup of champagne as he leisurely sized up the guests. Mary is here as well." He swept his gaze and found someone familiar. As one of the major shareholders of the coin company, with a wealth amounting to tens of thousands, Mary had formerly hired Sherlock Moriarty to investigate her ex-husband's act of adultery. She's a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so it's normal that she has a close relationship with the Member of Parliament. Klein didn't attempt to invite her to a dance, since he here as Dwayne Dantes. He didn't know this lady who lived in another street. He retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. He saw Hazel Marked holding a cup of white wine and standing to the side. She wore a clear smile of alienation as she watched the gentlemen lock onto their targets to invite them for a dance. This lady actually looks pretty good. She's dignified and pretty. She should have been the star at this ball, with people yearning to invite her to a dance. However, the way she exudes that look of arrogance, looking down at people with a supercilious look, makes any gentleman who casts his eyes on her shift over to another target. I've seen this look in the eyes of certain beyond us as well. They no longer think of themselves as mortal, and they often have a sense of superiority when facing ordinary folks. This implies that Miss Hazel is likely a Beyonder. That's right, if she isn't a Beyonder, how would she dare to loiter in the sewers? She's from the Marauder pathway? But how is she to act as a marauder or swindler with such arrogance? It's hard to imagine. Seeing that the hosts were almost done with the opening dance, he began seriously considering who he could invite. Dwayne Dantes is in his early 40s, so it isn't appropriate to invite a lady for his first dance, unless it's someone confirmed to be a junior. And the first dance of mostums would be done with their husbands. I should be able to invite people I'm familiar with or the hosts. Klein swept the dance floor and found the only lady Dwayne Dantes was familiar with. It was his etiquette teacher, Joanna. Invite her? No, she likely already knows that I've secretly helped her. To invite her for the first dance can easily make her misunderstand. It might even affect her relationship with her husband and incur unnecessary trouble for Dwayne Dantes. It's not like I'm Emperor Rizal who has a penchant for the wives of others. No, he has a penchant for everything. In short, I should avoid creating gossip. Klein shifted his gaze and heard the music change. It went from a mellow melody to something brisk. It was a piece of countryside music that was popular in central London. It was well liked by nobles and was often used for the first dance. With the change in music, the gentlemen walked to the ladies and madams they had selected. Klein also noticed that no one approached Hazel marked. She's one of the hosts of this ball. Besides, I can observe her at a close distance. If she really is a Beyonder of the Marauder pathway, it implies that the grey fog is able to converge beyond us from the neighbouring pathways of the Seer pathway. Klein wore a gentle smile as he unhurriedly walked to the arrogant lady. Miss Hazel, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you? Dwayne Dantes with his white sideburns gave a standard bow as he said. Hazel glanced at him and, after a few seconds of silence, said, "It will be my honor." Klein politely held her hand and entered the dance floor as they began a brisk and lively dance. Glancing at her beautiful but deadpan face, Klein said with a smile as he tried probing, "I just noticed that many young gentlemen wished to invite you to a dance, but they were unable to muster their courage." Hazel looked up and swept her gaze at him and said, "Mr. Dantes, that's not a polite topic." Klein choked, lost as to how to reply. Chapter 760. What a Small Circle. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. I thought she would contemptuously say that she doesn't like immature and incapable men, hinting that she isn't impressed with ordinary people. Who knew she can't even be bothered to answer this question? This sense of superiority will easily lead to a loss of control for subsequent advancements. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. From what he knew, beyond us were only humans who had additional powers. It was equivalent to having plenty of money or status. In fact, they were still considered human and had no way of escaping human society. Only by reaching sequence 4 would one experience a qualitative change. Furthermore, most demigods continue being active in human society. Even the sequence 1 snake of fate will or septin is being an obedient unborn fetus. Perhaps only at the level of blasphemer Amon and the others will they be able to view the real world as a god. Klein's mind whirred as he said, "I'm sorry. I was once a merchant who often spent time in the northern continent and southern continent, and I have had little experience with a ball." I mean, this type of ball. "It's fine," Hazel replied calmly as though she didn't care about the topic he had just raised. If it were anyone else, they would have been at a loss for a conversation with this arrogant lady. All they could do was focus on the dance, but Klein was considered quite a knowledgeable and experienced person at this point. He knew quite a bit of the different beyond us in the mysterious world, so with his apology, he said with a smile, "This is a challenge that isn't simpler than the sea. It similarly has beautiful scenery but hides countless difficulties. Of course, the sea also has stories of all kinds of treasures. Some of them are clearly fake, but others sound rather realistic but are impossible to verify. It's just like Death's Key that's ranked first amongst them." Death's Key? Hazel looked up at Mr. Dwayne Dantes, who was a lot taller than her. Indeed, a beyonder with a strong sense of superiority would often have their interest piqued when it's something that involves mystery. Klein chuckled inwardly and he nodded gently. Yes, it's rumored to be hidden somewhere in the Berserk Sea. He used the legends he had heard back when he was aboard the White Agate, as he added more of the details he had heard during his career as an adventurer. During this process, he couldn't avoid mentioning the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals. Hazel was clearly interested in these as she responded to Klein in a rare instance. She would even occasionally ask other questions, making the dance between them less awkward. Without realizing it, their dance came to an end. Klein skillfully ended the topic and switched to asking, "Do you plan on returning to where you were, or do you plan on heading over to get some food?" After a dance, the gentleman had to abide by the lady's wishes and send her to where she wished to go. It didn't have to be where she originally stood. Hazel opened her mouth as though she wished to ask further, but she ultimately didn't speak further. She nodded her head in a reserved manner. "Where I was." She clearly misses the stories at sea. She's just a big brat. As long as you grasp her temper and find what interests her, she's actually not difficult to interact with. Klein held back his smile as he sent Hazel back to the periphery of the dance floor where she previously stood. As for him, he acted casual as he walked to the long table that had all kinds of food placed on it. He picked up a plate and began to scoop a serving of pan-fried dragonbone fish, and he matched it with some sliced black pepper steak. Compared to the dance and entertaining others, food is the true essence of a gathering. As Klein thought, he worked hard at trying to make his appearance while eating appear elegant enough. At this moment, he saw Mary walk over and fork a piece of foie gras soaked in red wine onto her plate. When Klein saw her glance at him, he politely smiled with a nod as a response. "How may I address you?" "I haven't met you before at the balls and banquets hosted by Member of Parliament marked." Perhaps it was because of Dwayne Dantes' grey sideburns and deep blue eyes that were very charming. The ordinary-looking Mary with slightly high cheekbones took the initiative to ask. Klein laughed and replied, "I'm a merchant who just returned from Desi Bay, Dwayne Dantes. I live on this street. Do I have the honor of knowing your name?" Mary nodded in thought, and she roughly understood this man to be a merchant who was trying hard to enter high society, just like she was previously. She said with a smile, "Mary Schott, Coin Company's executive director." She didn't mention that she was the biggest shareholder of the Coin Company, or mention that she was a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This was a Lund-styled euphemism. Mary Schott. She has taken up her original last name? Right, she has already divorced. Klein silently thought to himself and said with a smile, "I know of this company. Its main business is in anthracite and high-quality coal. It has expanded rapidly in the past few months. To be frank, I have the intention of investing in it, but I don't seem capable of competing with the rest." After the atmospheric bills were passed, there was a drastic increase in the demand of anthracite and high-quality coal. Coin Company managed to develop itself in ways that exceeded its past efforts. Its overall valuation had already exceeded £250. Klein wasn't shooting his mouth when talking about investing, but that he believed that this industry would become even more important in the coming years until humanity found a resource to replace it. Mary had always been very proud of the National Atmospheric Pollution Report she pushed for, as well as the development of the Coin Company, so she couldn't help but smile when she heard that. This is because people are beginning to pay attention to the environment that they are living in. Having said that, she gently sighed and said, "As it gets better, trouble also increases as a result." Having just acquainted himself, Klein didn't ask about the trouble. With his prior acquaintance with Mary, he easily found a topic of interest and had a good conversation with her. Her attitude towards Sherlock Moriarty and Dwayne Dantes is very different. Despite being someone she knows, just a change in looks and identity will be given a brand new form of treatment without any problems arising. This feeling is truly magical. As they chatted, Klein felt wistful as he felt that the additional faceless potion he had consumed was quickly digesting. After a few minutes, a handsome man with bright blonde hair walked over with a cup of red wine. He smiled at Mary and said, "Mary, what are you talking about?" Hibbert, this is Mr. Dwayne Dantes from Desi. His experiences at sea and West Balam are truly interesting. Mary immediately introduced the two. Dwayne, this is Mr. Hibbert Hall, the eldest son of the Earl of Eastchester. We should be calling him Lord, but he prefers people to address him as Mr. Chief Secretary. He's the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. I've heard you mention him before. Of course, that was when the identity, Sherlock Moriarty, was still active. The Earl of Eastchester is a major noble in the nation. He's considered the top brass when it comes to high society. Klein politely bowed without appearing overly low. Please permit me to convey my thanks as an ordinary citizen. The work of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council has allowed us to live in better living environments. Hibbert Hall was rather pleased with such sincere gratitude, so he smiled in reply. This is all thanks to the hard work all of us have put in. By the side, Mary said with a smile, Dwayne, don't mention such matters again. You will make Hibbert arrogant. No, I was just joking. He's more humble than all the noble children I know. He should be having a vacation in the Eastchester County's fief at this time and spending his time hunting with his friends, but he immediately returned after I sent him a telegram informing him that I was invited to this ball by Member of Parliament marked. It's not only for this ball. There are many things that require my attention. My father, Earl Hall, would also frequently commute between Backland and our fief before June, Hibbert seriously explained. A gentleman who places great importance on his social image, Klein made a preliminary judgment. When Mary heard that, she asked in passing, is there anything still keeping you back? When are you leaving Backland? Most of my work has already been completed. There's only one matter left. My sister, Audrey, is very interested in the Backland Bike Company's 10% shares. She hired a specialized team to help her in the negotiations, and I'm responsible for overseeing the matter, Hibbert said without much thought. Backland Bike Company's 10% shares? What a coincidence. I have to say that the circle of high society is quite small after all. Klein sighed inwardly as he deliberately mentioned, I also found a team to attempt to purchase the 10% shares, but I only managed to offer up to £90. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to compete with the other competitors and could only give up. Hibbert glanced at him with a look of surprise. He didn't mention how much his side's bid was to prevent his competitor from participating again. £90, Mary silently muttered, realizing she had underestimated Dwayne Dantes' wealth. At this moment, the music for the third dance sounded. Hibbert Hall turned to Mary and said, May I have the pleasure of a dance with you? That's what I've been waiting for. Mary immediately extended her hand. This made Klein unable to exchange name cards with them. However, he wasn't in a rush, because it was still some time before the ball ended. After getting another plate of food, he enjoyed it while looking at the dance floor, admiring the madams and ladies dancing. During this process, he noticed that Member of Parliament Mark and Rihanna were mingling with different guests from time to time, having happy conversations with them and even dancing with them. According to Walter, after confirming the guest list, the hosts need to seriously conclude every guest's preference and background, so as to tailor a different topic of conversation or jokes for them. This is to make everyone feel as though they are being treated uniquely. Socializing in high society sure is troublesome. This might be why Loney's gentlemen tend to have receding hairlines, Klein lampooned as he sighed in reflection. He retracted his gaze and looked at his cleared plate. He seriously considered if he should invite another lady or madam to a dance, or if he should eat a little more. At this moment, he caught Hazel Mark's figure through the corner of his eye. She was heading for the third story with hurried footsteps. Chapter 761. Good People and Good Deeds. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. What happened? Klein instantly tensed up. He had experienced too many accidents in the past, and he knew that he easily found himself involved in beyonder matters. Upon encountering something similar, he couldn't help but subconsciously be on alert. It did resemble some form of post-traumatic stress disorder. After seriously watching Hazel Mark's figure disappear from the staircase, Klein sensed that she was only in a hurry and wasn't panicking. This means that she has the matter under control. Besides, Marked is a Member of Parliament of the House of Commons, a member of high society just below the nobles in the kingdom. There should be beyond us around protecting him. Yes, Earl Hall's eldest son is here too, so his bodyguards must be beyond us as well. Besides, St. Samuel Cathedral is only a 10-minute carriage ride from Beauclun Street. If anything were to really happen, the Nighthawks, priests, and bishops would rush over. Unless one has made up their mind to sacrifice themselves, no one would create an accident at this ball. Klein gradually calmed down and had another guess regarding Hazel's situation. She was rushing to the third story to resolve the negative effects of the mystical item. The question Klein had asked Rhodes previously was where he could obtain a mystical item which could steal the beyonder powers of others, and one of the answers he received was Hazel Marked. Thinking back to their dance, Hazel's image rapidly reconstructed in Klein's mind with her different accessories as his focus. Hair ornaments, earrings, necklace, brooch, fishnet gloves. Which one could it be? Klein retracted his gaze and found himself thirsty. Hence, he picked up a cup of water and downed it. Just as he put down the cup, he saw his etiquette teacher, Wiana Heisen, approach him with a plate. This lady was dressed in a red dress, but she didn't look tawdry. She smiled at Dwayne Dantes and said, "I noticed that you don't enjoy drinking alcohol." "I've once missed an important matter as a result of drinking." Klein randomly fleshed up Dwayne Dantes's character as an experienced person with depth. Of course, he knew how to restrain himself. He didn't use his faceless powers to remove a finger to prove how determined he was when making that former oath. When Wiana heard that, she smiled in thought. "Your past is filled with mystery. This is fatally attractive to many young ladies." She didn't continue on the topic as she said, "I forgot to tell you that the problem my husband faced has been resolved." Klein picked up a cup of champagne and raised it. He then said with a smile, "This is something to be happy about. Congratulations." He didn't mention anything about him helping in secret. Wiana gave him a deep, penetrating look as she raised the cup of red wine in her hand. After clinking cups and taking a sip, Klein politely excused himself, put down his cup, and headed for the washroom. This wasn't because he wanted to head above the grey fog, but was solely due to the negative effects of death knell. He had drunk too much water and needed to relieve himself. When he walked out of the washroom, Klein looked up at the staircase that led from the second story to the third story. He found Hazel Marked walking down with unhurried footsteps. She wore an unperturbed expression. Indeed, it wasn't a huge problem. It's likely a result of the negative side effects of the mystical item she possesses. "I wonder what it is." Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he casually swept the dance floor. During the interlude between two songs, he walked over to a lady and invited her to a dance. With Dwayne Dantes's appearance and bearing, his invitation was undoubtedly accepted. With him dancing, eating, chatting, and eating again, the ball slowly came to an end as the guests bade farewell one after another. Having completed his mission of exchanging name cards, Klein did the same. However, he wasn't the first or last person to leave. The hall soon turned silent as Mariana monitored the servants while they cleaned up the area. Meanwhile, she beckoned for her daughter, Hazel Marked. "Mr. Dwayne Dantes's performance was better than I imagined. Many ladies had even asked me about him in private," Mariana said in a veiled manner. "Hazel, what's your impression of him when you were dancing and chatting with him? You're a lot more mature than girls your age. I believe in your taste and judgment." She knew her daughter very well, and she had deliberately added the last sentence, otherwise, Hazel was unlikely to be interested in giving a detailed answer. Hazel wasn't that arrogant when facing her mother. She said after some thought, "He's not very familiar with this circle, and he easily mentions topics that can be offensive, but he's very knowledgeable." Very knowledgeable, Mariana was slightly surprised as she repeated her daughter's words. With her understanding of Hazel, this was a rather good compliment. She couldn't help but be worried that her daughter had taken a liking to Dwayne Dantes. Hazel thinks little of the eligible bachelors around her because they are too young, inexperienced, and incapable? Dwayne Dantes happens to be the kind of man that girls who mature early like. Rihanna suddenly felt a little regret inviting the gentleman to the ball. She knew that with Hazel's personality, she might very well elope if she were to suffer any objection to her newfound love. Hazel seemed to sense her mother's thoughts and said without emotion, "I only like men who are sufficiently powerful." Phew, Rihanna silently heaved a sigh of relief as she was no longer worried about the problem from before. This was because Hazel was a girl who found lying beneath her? Late at night, Hazel got up from bed. With her night vision, she changed into clothes that facilitated movement. She climbed down from her bedroom's balcony and carefully avoided her family's bodyguards. She went all the way to the garden and came to the middle of Beauclun Street. Not every saw manhole allowed a human passage with vertical metal ladders. Hazel adept moved the manhole cover away and climbed down before closing the cover from underneath. Nearly 45 minutes after, she moved the manhole cover again and returned into the shadows of the street. At this moment, Hazel saw a shadow nimbly flip into a garden nearby. Unit 160, she read the corresponding address. It was none other than Dwayne Dantes' residence. On the manor's third story, Klein was once again awoken from his sleep due to his spiritual intuition. He had the urge to capture the infiltrator that disturbed his sleep and feed it to creeping hunger. This time, he directly opened his iron cigar case and released his wraith marionette. Senor, in his dark red coat, first walked into the full-body mirror before leaping over to the oriel window in his valet's room. He observed Richardson and saw the valet sit up as he looked at the door with fear and anxiety. The door silently opened as a shadow flashed in. Under the crimson moonlight, the infiltrator exposed brownish-yellow skin, a soft outline, and short curly black hair. He obviously hailed from the southern continent. With a gloomy cold aura, he stood by the door and looked at Richardson, saying in a deep voice, "Have you decided? Do not believe that you can attain your calm life by leaving. Inside of you flows the blood of death subjects. You are destined to give up everything to restore God's glory. Think about your deceased mother. Think about the insults you once suffered. Do you wish that your child will grow up under the contemptuous looks of others, to be a servant of others forever? But what can I do?" Richardson lowered his head as he said with great difficulty. "Wait for the mission." The infiltrator's voice turned gentler. Richardson didn't commit to an answer as he seemed to be struggling inwardly. As for the infiltrator, he didn't seem to care about his hesitation. He treated it as though Richardson had agreed, turned around, left the room, and traced his steps back. Death subject. Someone from the Numinous Episcopate or another organization that's trying to restore Balaam. Having witnessed everything, Klein leaned back into bed and silently said, "What mission would they give Richardson? Steal my money to provide funds for the organization? Or will they create a terrorist incident at one of the balls of high society?" At that moment, the infiltrator had climbed down from the balcony, passed through the garden, and flipped over the perimeter fence made of steel bars. Suddenly, he saw a figure pounce over from his left. He dodged as he clenched his fist and threw a punch. The punch hit the black figure, but it pierced straight through. It was as though he had struck a shadow created by the street lamp. Meanwhile, he suffered a heavy blow to the back of his head as he fainted onto the ground. Hazel's figure immediately surfaced behind the infiltrator as she wore an excited expression. It was as though she had completed a successful scam. She quickly reined in her emotions as she maintained her arrogant demeanor. She turned to look at the black metal gates of 160 Beauclun Street. This girl bent her back and held the infiltrator by the arm as she dragged him to Dwayne Dantes' doorstep. Immediately after that, Hazel let go of her left hand, cleaned up any traces, walked forward with her chin slightly lifted, and pulled the doorbell. Then, she quickly departed, heading straight to her home through the shadows in the street. And on a street lamp outside Unit 160, on the black metal gate was a piece of glass. It reflected a figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. It had seen the entire process. How should I deal with this? Inside the room, Klein was stumped. He knew that Hazel was doing a good anonymous deed for her neighbor to finish off an infiltrator, but this way, if his butler were to make a police report, the matter would be investigated in detail, causing the matter to be transferred to the Nighthawks. When the time came, whoever struck the infiltrator unconscious would become an important question. If Klein was really an ordinary person, it wouldn't have mattered, he could allow the Nighthawks to carry out their investigation. However, not only was he a powerful Sequence 5 Beyonder, but he was also scheming to steal an item from behind Channy's gate. He didn't wish for any external setbacks to spoil his plans, or else he would have to change identities once again. To be frank, his earliest solution was to find a way to terminate Richardson's services. However, what he had heard changed his mind a little. If I were to terminate Richardson's services, it would be equivalent to pushing him into the abyss despite his desire for a quiet life. It will force him to mix with those people. Unfortunately, Dwayne Dantes has a mission, otherwise, helping him in passing wouldn't be difficult, Klein sighed as he thought. 10 seconds later, the unconscious infiltrator suddenly stood up, cracked his neck, and hid in the nearby shadows. And at this moment, Butler Walter had walked out of the house's main door after hearing the doorbell. Chapter 762. Nation Reestablishment Society. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the gates, Walter used the light from the street lamps and discovered no one was outside through the gaps. The street was silent. For an instant, Walter suspected if he had heard wrong and that the doorbell hadn't rung. He composed himself, and he quickly walked to the servant quarters at the back of the compound. He woke up a few servants and got them to carry double-barreled hunting rifles to begin patrolling the main building so as to prevent any bandits or burglars from infiltrating. Walter didn't immediately get the police, because nothing had happened yet. The doorbell from earlier might have been a prank from a tramp. Meanwhile, under the nearby sewers, the infiltrator was holding onto the metal handles as he slowly headed down into the unlit area. He soon came to a halt, leaned back onto the moss-covered wall, and slowly slid down to sit down on the dirty ground. His eyes closed again as though he was still in an unconscious state. In front of him, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat instantly appeared. He was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Senior. Senior bent down, rummaged through the infiltrator's pockets and found 7 soldi and 11 pence, as well as tiny cloth bags containing different kinds of powders. Inside the room, Klein remotely controlled his marionette from dozens of meters away. As he identified the powder, he discovered that his theories were correct. They were all herbal powder in the death domain. And a portion of them could be used for spirit channeling. He was very likely to be a Beyonder from the corpse collector pathway that hailed from Balaam. Even if he hadn't reached Sequence 7 spirit medium, it was very normal for him to prepare the corresponding herbal powders, essential oils, and extract. After all, these materials weren't only used for spirit channeling. Immediately, Klein controlled Senior to set up a ritual to pray to the fool. Then, he went above the grey fog to respond, allowing Senior to complete what followed. After doing all of this, he returned to the real world and continued controlling Senior, allowing him to channel the spirit. Passing through a storm of glimmers, Klein saw the infiltrator's spirit. He appeared listless, blurry, and translucent. "What's your name? What faction do you belong to?" Senior asked with a deep voice. The infiltrator answered blankly, "Godot pose. I belong to the Black Skeleton Gang." Black Skeleton Gang. I believe it's a gang that's active around the border of East Borough and the dock area close to the Backlund Bridge area. It's mainly filled with people of Balaam heritage. Although they aren't as barbaric and boorish as this Manga gang, they aren't strangers to violence. As Klein recalled the intelligence he had previously gathered, he made Senior continue asking, "What do you mainly do? Why are you looking for Richardson?" Godot Pose answered in a muddled state, "We are fighting for God. We were originally members of the Balaam Nation Reestablishment Society. We established the Black Skeleton Gang to grasp various intel and obtain funds. Apart from that, we also have another mission. It is to seek out any items related to death and send it back to the southern continent. This time, we obtained verified information that in Earl Wolf's collection is a mask taken out from the Eggers family mausoleum. This family is a descendant of God. For this mask, we need to send someone to infiltrate Earl Wolf's household as a servant or infiltrate during one of the balls and banquets he hosts. And Richardson is an excellent choice. He has no history with any of the other organizations, and he's an experienced servant. The servants of nobles are often inherited. It's obviously not easy to infiltrate. Only short-term employments will be made if there's a sudden need for plenty of manpower. Speaking of which, there really is such a situation. At the ball today, a few ladies had mentioned that some nobles who are financially tight will sell lots of their lands and manors, and also dismiss nearly all their servants, leaving fewer than 10 to serve them, so as to barely maintain a decent lifestyle. When there are large-scale balls or banquets that require manpower, they would spend money to hire a bunch of temporary workers from the Family Servant Assistants Association to keep up a front. Also, Earl Wolf actually has a mask from the descendants of Death's family. I recall Mr. Azik's last name to be Eggers. Unfortunately, I don't wish to be disturbed by any accidents at the moment, otherwise, I might have come up with a way to help Mr. Azik obtain that mask. Klein mumbled silently and made Senor continue asking. Godotpo said blankly, we got to know each other at a manor in East Balam. Back then, we were both slaves. Among the slaves, there are people who secretly spread the faith of death. Richardson, his mother, and I couldn't help but become believers of death in such a life. We secretly joined an organization that had a lot of influence among the slaves there. Later, Richardson's mother passed away from an illness, and he was brought to Backland, while I stayed in East Balam before I found an opportunity to escape. A few years later, I was sent to Backland, and I chanced upon Richardson. He actually forgot about his mother's death and the abuse he had once received. He forgot his faith towards God, and had his will eroded by what he called a peaceful life. To avoid me, he deliberately made mistakes and kept switching employers, but how could he have guessed that his former companion is no longer an ordinary human? Everyone has the right to choose as long as they don't harm others. However, Richardson and I are two different kinds of people. In the room, Klein closed his eyes and made Senor ask in a deep voice, what's the organization that is very influential among the slaves? Godotpos hesitated for a moment and said, the Eternal Life Society. Those who believe in death will obtain eternal life in the underworld once they leave the real world that's filled with pain and sorrow. Eternal Life Society. I'm aware of this. It's a branch of the Numinous Episcopate. As a former Nighthawk, Klein knew quite a lot about such matters. He continued controlling Senor to interrogate Godotpos, and he obtained plenty of information regarding the Eternal Life Society, East Balam Nation Reestablishment Society, and the Black Skull Gang, while confirming that Godotpos and his gang had their hands covered in the blood of the innocent. After finishing the spirit channeling and clearing up any traces, he waited 30 minutes before letting the wraith enter Godotpos's body, controlling him to climb out of the sewers and returning back into the shadows of the streets. And at this point, the servants in 160 Beauclun Street, who were wielding double-barreled hunting rifles, were no longer as vigilant while doing their patrolling rounds. They seemed to believe that any latent danger had passed. Klein pretended as though he didn't notice anything as he continued sleeping in his master bedroom. However, he had already set up a ritual to summon and respond to himself. With Azik's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and creeping hunger, he silently left his residence in the form of a spirit. He followed behind Godotpos and constantly maintained a distance of 80 meters. By using his marionette to possess this hostage, he made him circle to another street and board a rental carriage by the side of the road. About an hour later, Godotpos returned to the headquarters of the Black Skeleton Gang, a tiny house situated near the docks. There were plenty of firearms stashed away here, with several operatives that were sent from the East Balam Nation Reestablishment Society. They formed the upper ranks of the Black Skeleton Gang. Very good. The member inattentively shot Godotpos a glance, made way for him, and gave him passage. Godotpos surveyed the area and found the high-yield explosives and a bunch of rifles stacked in the corner of the house. A few of the top brass of the Black Skeleton Gang were gathered together, discussing something. Godotpos, want a smoke? The member from before handed him a cigarette. This was a cigarette fashioned to the preferences of the southern continent. They were made from dried tobacco leaves mixed with tiny amounts of herbs. Godotpos received the cigarette and casually picked up a box of matchsticks from the table, took out a few sticks, and lit them. Then, he threw the few burning matchsticks to the corner where the easily flammable explosives were. Everyone present looked at Godotpos with a dumbfounded look, momentarily at a loss as to what had happened. On a public bench dozens of meters away, Klein sat there as the flames blazed behind him, a hot gust of air swarming out of the house. A few seconds later, Senor in his dark red coat appeared beside him, with some signs of being burned. The wraith held his hand to his chest and bowed before returning inside the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Unfortunately, I won't be able to pick up the Beyonder characteristics, otherwise, it wouldn't appear like an accident. It'll definitely be suspicious if the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang don't have any Beyonders. Klein silently sighed as he cleared any traces before ending the summoning and returning above the grey fog. The next morning, he got up and washed up as though nothing had happened. He then waited for his valet to bring in a change of clothes. Richardson entered in silence as he finished his work skillfully. "Sir, after serving you this week, I wish to resign." He typically received a weekly salary from housekeeper Tunaja. "Why?" Klein looked at himself in the mirror as he adjusted his vest. Meanwhile, he leisurely thought, not bad at all. You know how to resign by your own volition and not bring trouble to your employer. Richardson had already thought of an excuse. "I believe I'm lacking in ability to be a valet. At last night's ball, I realized how lacking I was when I was interacting with the servants of the other guests. Everyone begins with 0 experience. Few grew up with experience. Consider it again, and give me your final answer tomorrow." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't speak further as he took the initiative to leave the room. He went to the first floor to help his employer pick up the morning papers. During this process, he would always first flip through it and place the most interesting articles at the top. While flipping through, his gaze froze as he focused on an article. An explosion happened at 79 Durham Street in the Backland Bridge area. It's suspected to be related to the Black Skeleton Gang. According to the police, all the upper echelons of the Black Skeleton Gang died in this accident, including Lima, Morera, Godotpos. Richardson shook his head, suspecting that he was dreaming. Chapter 763. Mr. X, Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, 160 Beaucland Street, inside the dining hall on the second story. Klein had just bitten into the buttered toast his servant had served him when he saw his butler walk in. Walter bowed and said, "Sir, a person of unknown origins pulled our doorbell last night. As it was already very late, I didn't wake you up, and instead got the servants to patrol the area with the double-barreled hunting rifles. If you so permit it, I'll visit the nearby police station to get them to reinforce the patrols on this street at night. To employ such a butler, there aren't any flaws aside from him being expensive." Klein nodded slightly and drank the fresh milk that had been delivered to him. 39 Beaucland Street, Member of Parliament Mark's house. Hazel entered the activity room on the second floor and saw her mother, Rihanna, chatting with the housekeeper. "What happened?" She pushed a lock of black-green hair to the back of her ear. Rihanna chuckled and said, "Someone rang Dante's doorbell late last night. No one knows. Anyways, Dante's butler specially went to the police station this morning." Rihanna recounted what she had learned from her servant. Hazel nodded slightly and said, "It's best to have the police involved. But it's useless. No one knows who pulled the doorbell. Apparently, there wasn't anyone there." Rihanna laughed while shaking her head. Hazel was taken aback as she blurted out, "There wasn't anyone there." "That's right. Dante's butler only seemed to ask the police to double their efforts on the night patrols on our street." "That's good news." As the wife of a member of Parliament of the House of Commons, and the daughter of a famous lawyer, Rihanna had very good relations with the police. "Not a single person," Hazel repeated softly before falling into silence. After a while, she left the activity room and returned to the third story. Along the way, she couldn't help but clench her fist and swing it as though she was testing something. In between her brows was a clear look of puzzlement. Inside his bedroom, Klein looked at the large pile of gold coins in front of him. All he saw was the shiny color of gold. There was a total of 40 pounds of gold coins. After a week of gathering funds, Admiral of Stars Cat Lear had finally completed the transaction for the Scales of Luck. Apart from the gold coins, she had also paid another £500 in cash. To be honest, having a pile of gold coins is way more visually shocking than a pile of cash of the same size. As Klein sighed, he took out the 13 Lund gold coins he received from Senor, from his pocket and threw it into the pile. After doing all of this, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Reestablishment appeared in front of him with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand. This is the first installment, a total of £13. Klein retracted his gaze from the pile of gold coins and looked at Miss Messenger. He was actually quite curious as to how Miss Messenger would move such a huge pile of gold coins. He remembered that she always used her teeth when collecting letters. Very good, you still have 5,987, Reestablishment's head said one after another. There's no need to remind me. Klein forced a smile and said, I'll try to gather the rest as soon as possible. Reestablishment didn't speak further as one of the heads tried hard to open its mouth. Suddenly, the area before her turned dark and deep. All the gold coins were sucked up by vortex-like surging water. In a few short seconds, the large pile of gold coins vanished. Reestablishment's foreheads nodded at the same time before returning to the spirit world. I still have 156 pounds and 5 Lund gold coins. I can barely be considered a tycoon. I could actually afford any investment opportunities if they appear, and it won't just be me raising the price and mentioning it in passing. This way, I won't be suspected to be a cheat for the time being. Be a little optimistic. Perhaps the investment opportunity might allow me to earn back the money I spent. It's always fast to make money work for you. Klein silently exhaled as he cast his gaze out the window, forcing himself to enjoy the thinly fogged streets. At night time in the East Borough, the surrounding area was pitch black due to the few street lamps available, along with many of them being damaged. It was as though there were countless monsters and criminals lurking within. Zio de Richa wore a hooded cloak, turned into a small alley, and came outside to what seemed like a dilapidated house. This was the new gathering in East Borough she had previously mentioned to Force. Zio wasn't in a rush to knock on the door with the agreed-upon signal. She first looked down to check her attire. Unlike how she usually dressed, she wore a pair of long boots. They didn't look odd, but Zio knew very well that the soles were very thick. She had stuffed plenty of things inside, allowing a person to magically appear taller. And this effectively hid Zio's greatest characteristic. Feeling assured by the presence of her triangular blade, Zio pulled her hood up and knocked on the door with the signal. Soon, she was led into an activity room inside as she randomly found a spot to sit down. After the participants had mostly arrived, the host of the gathering finally walked in. He was of medium build, with a height of about 1.75 m. He wore a black classical robe, a pointed mage hat, with a brass mask on his face. He gave off an ancient and mysterious vibe. Rather dark skin, but it's not exactly brown. He resembles someone from Fainapotter or Desi Bay. But I can't be sure. It might be a tan. He has raven black curly hair. This does match my first guess. Zio sized him up as a sheriff. The man in the brass mask looked around the room before laughing deeply. Mr. X. Zio couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. After becoming an Outer Circle member of MI9, she had learned quite a bit of the situations regarding the secret organizations, and that included the Aurora Order. Therefore, she knew very well that the oracles of the Aurora Order used alphabets as their code names, and they enjoyed addressing themselves as Mr. Orm. And from her point of view, to address themselves in front of others in such a manner was obvious exposure of their identity and background. After all, the members who participated in these gatherings were mostly beyond us who were lacking in knowledge. Isn't he afraid that others would report him? It's no wonder the gentleman from MI9 said that the Aurora Order is filled with lunatics, that there's no way to understand their actions with the logic of the average person. Ever since Mr. A vanished, there have been a few gatherings in Backland that had impersonators, or gatherings that were hosted by his associates for their own benefit. The hosts were quickly reported and ended up being arrested. It's not necessarily the case that Mr. X is from the Aurora Order. Perhaps he's just like the others. Zio retracted her observing gaze and silently watched the gathering continue. She seldom reported matters, because she had experience as an unaffiliated Beyonder. She knew it wasn't easy to survive in this world with such identities. So long as there wasn't any accidents, she wouldn't provide such intel to MI9. If it's confirmed that he's an oracle of the Aurora Order, I'll report him. These people are all lunatics. They will bring about extreme danger. As Zio thought over the matter, she watched the others exchange information and complete trades. She didn't participate much in it, firstly because there wasn't any information or item of interest, and secondly, she was saving up for her interrogator potion. After the end of the gathering, she returned to her residence at Sherwood Borough. Zio saw Force wearing a face mask that was said to be able to moisturize faces as she lay there leisurely reading. How was it? How was that gathering? Force asked, pretending as though she wasn't interested. Zio threw her cloak to the side and said, there were quite a number of participants, and there were quite a number of items as well, but they were mostly for low-sequence Beyonders. No one will offer anything good at the first gathering, Force said as she lowered the novel in her hands. Yeah. Zio nodded and said, the organizer of the gathering calls himself Mr. X, but no one knows if he's related to Mr. A. Mr. X? A suspected Aurora Order oracle. Could he be Louis Veen? Force's attention was caught as she languidly leaned back and asked, what does he look like? He wore a mask. Zio rolled her eyes at her. Do you think I have the ability to see through an obstacle? No. I mean his build. Force had seen Louis Veen's full figure thanks to her teacher, Dorian Gray, and knew his characteristics. As a sheriff, Zio easily restored Mr. X's appearance and asked out of puzzlement, regardless if he's related to Mr. A or not, isn't he worried that he'll be reported for having such a name? After Force heard Zio's description and saw the portrait she made with her sheriff powers, she was delighted. There was a high chance that Mr. X was the traitor of the Abraham family, Louis Veen. He's not afraid of being reported because he's a traveler. He can calmly escape no matter what happens. If the official organizations were to use their experience like how they dealt with Mr. A, there's really no way they can restrain him, Force silently mumbled. She stopped talking about the topic and switched to something else. After Zio went to take a bath, she hurriedly used her powers as an astrologer to ask her spirituality, and she stacked Louis Veen's image with Mr. X's image before obtaining the answer that they were one and the same. It's really him. Force stood up as she paced about in excitement and glee in the living room. Her first thought was to report this to the various major churches, and also include the tip-off that the target had the powers of a traveler. Following that, she recalled her prior attempt at hiring Mr. World to assassinate Louis Veen. Regardless, I should first ask Mr. World if he's free to take on this mission. I can't offend him. Upon recalling everything that Mr. World had done, Force couldn't help but shiver. After making up her mind, she first checked that Zio was having a bath and wouldn't come out anytime soon before praying to Mr. Fool. Please tell Mr. World that the Aurora Order's oracle, Louis Veen, has appeared, and there's a high probability that he's a traveler, codenamed Mr. X. Chapter 764. First Investigation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Klein was returning from St. Samuel Cathedral to Beauclun Street on a four-wheeled carriage when he heard the stacked illusory pleas. A female. It's nothing urgent. All he did was make a rough judgment and didn't immediately head above the grey fog to respond. Sweeping his glance at the street lamps which were dispelling the darkness, Klein retracted his gaze and raised the white porcelain with gold rims to take a sip. Beside him, Richardson noticed this and said after mustering his courage, "Sir, I've thought it through." "You're very right. Everyone starts with zero experience. Few grow up with experience. Thank you for giving me this chance to grow. After confirming that Godotpos and gang were dead, he was finally at ease as he began considering his professional career. Switching employers repeatedly in a short period of time was a stain on a servant's record. Once he resigned from Dwayne Dantes' employ, Richardson believed that it would be difficult for him to continue being a valet. This would be extremely damaging for him. This was not only because a valet's annual salary was at least £25 and was way better than any non-management jobs. It was comparable to a lady's maid, and being a valet gave one the greatest opportunity of becoming a butler. By following their male or female employers and helping them in all kinds of trivialities, being their mouthpiece and assistant would allow them to build up their skills. It would allow them to grasp all the traits needed for being a butler and, as a result, become their employer's confidant. As long as there was a chance, one could easily be made a land steward, butler assistant, or deputy butler, as they were slowly promoted to a butler. Richardson did yearn for a peaceful life, but this didn't mean that he was willing to be a servant his entire life. Without a doubt, he wished to rely on his hard work to earn more and gain a higher standing. And becoming the butler of a wealthy family was his ultimate goal. It's not too late to realize that now, Klein replied with a smile, consenting to Richardson's retention. After returning to 160 Beauclun Street, he instructed housekeeper Tunager to prepare supper for him at 11:30 as he headed to the third story, where he took off his coat and entered the bathroom. At that moment, the bathtub had already been heated to an appropriate temperature by a maid 5 minutes ahead of time. Klein wasn't in a rush to take his bath, as he went above the grey fog to determine who had prayed to him. Mr. X. Traveller? Miss Magician is rather efficient. Without realizing it, she has matured quite well, Klein muttered to himself. After some serious consideration, he conjured the world German sparrow and made this fake person pray amidst the veil of the grey fog. Give me the time, location, and provide more information. Only then will I take action. Klein's idea was very simple. He found a traveller's powers rather useful, but it was difficult for Dwayne Dantes to have a period of prolonged absence from Beauclun Street or stay in his room all the time. It would be fine if Miss Magician could provide detailed and reliable intel, allowing him to carry out the assassination once. But if she were to get the world to slowly gather information bit by bit, there was no way he could do it, as it affected his own plans. I'll try to gather it as quickly as possible. As the location and timing for Mr. X's next gathering hadn't been confirmed, all she could do was patiently wait. After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world, took off his clothes, and placed himself into the bathtub. The warm water enveloped him as he closed his eyes in comfort. He felt that the fatigue that plagued his body and mind were being washed away bit by bit. During this period of time, he had been to St. Samuel Cathedral a few times to listen to Bishop Electra's explanation of the revelation of Evernight. He had grasped the looks and characteristics of another two keepers, but he hadn't seen any repeated sightings, preventing him from determining the schedule of the keepers. And doing such acts would similarly bring him trouble. Klein opened his eyes as he looked at the steam above him, sighing inwardly. The first investigation should be coming soon. A person who often entered St. Samuel Cathedral's interior would likely be investigated by the Nighthawks, and with his origin still an unknown, such an investigation was almost necessary. If there aren't any investigations, it would be a serious case of negligence for the Nighthawks, Klein slowly exhaled. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard slowly walked out of a quiet room. His green eyes had a tint of strange black water as countless illusory bubbles and ripples appeared and disappeared. Not bad. You're already a soul assurer and are almost catching up to me. Standing in the corridor was Daily Simone as she congratulated him in a self-deprecating manner. She was still wearing her hooded black robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush. She had quite an uncanny sense of beauty. When Leonard looked at this familiar lady, he found her bearing even colder than before. There seemed to be countless shadows hidden around her, in layers that went deep and felt cold. Clearly, I'm still very far from you. With your condition, you should be able to advance to gatekeeper, right? Leonard didn't act too casual in front of Daly, speaking rather formally. This was because if he attempted to make any jokes, the one who would eventually be left blushing in embarrassment would definitely be him instead of the lady. Gatekeeper was sequence 5 of the death pathway. I was ready 2 months ago, Daly said without concealing anything, her expression slightly warped. Leonard roughly understood what she meant as he nodded slightly. You haven't contributed enough. Daly curled her lips immediately. It's like I'm already in bed with everything in place, only to realize that there aren't any condoms at home. Worst of all, it's late at night, and most of the stores around the neighborhood have closed for the day. What an amazing analogy. Leonard didn't think it was right of him to respond as he said with a smile, you can choose to handle certain cases. Without giving Daly a chance to speak, he pointed at the other end of the corridor. Captain Soist is still waiting for me to report on my advancement. Daly didn't say a word as she watched him leave. By the time his back disappeared around the corner, this lady's expression seemed to turn adrift as she muttered softly, Captain Soist, in the room where Leonard's Red Gloves team was temporarily stationed in, Soist, who had just become a spirit warlock, so his desultory subordinate walked in as he casually threw a dossier over. Very good. You've already advanced. I'll congratulate you later. First, investigate this target's dream. It was already late at night, but for the Nighthawks who were mainly staffed with sleepless, it was no different from day. They even felt stronger at night. Isn't this something the local Nighthawks do? Leonard received the dossier and asked in passing. They've recently been swamped with cases and are lacking in manpower. They've requested our help, Soist explained without much care. Leonard didn't ask further as he looked down and flipped through the dossier. The first thing that he caught sight of was a photograph, and the middle-aged gentleman on it had given him a deep impression. Dwayne Dantes, Leonard's pupils instantly constricted. He knew this man, aware that this person was an undying monster who had survived since the Fourth Epoch. He was at least a saint or even stronger. Furthermore, he knows my secret and old man's identity. Leonard instinctively raised his hand to rub his temples. Captain Soist, I just advanced, and my spirituality is a little out of control. Is that so? Only then did Soist realize that he might have made a mistake. He hurriedly turned to look at another red glove and said, Albert, you do it. Albert was a man in his 30s. His hair was slightly blonde, and his skin was pale. He didn't look too healthy. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief as he handed the dossier over to him. At this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Would Albert suffer any negative effects if he were to enter the undying monster's dream? At that moment, he felt a little regretful. He believed that he should have done it himself. At the very least, he knew the level of danger and had faced him before. It wouldn't result in him provoking him. Dwayne Dantes likely won't do anything to Albert. If he has any excessive reaction and causes anything abnormal to happen to Albert, he would immediately expose his problems to us. And with our church's strength and Backlund situation, there's no way he can leave this city alive. Leonard quickly calmed down, believing that Dwayne Dantes would use a milder manner to avoid the dream investigation. He pulled over a chair and sat beside Albert. Although he appeared like he was reading the papers without much thought, he was constantly watching him to prevent any accidents from happening. 160 Backlund Street, inside the master bedroom. Klein suddenly woke up in his dream, aware that someone had come. The investigation of the Nighthawks, as he mumbled, he surveyed the area and found himself in the half-open room. Come on in, Klein tried hard to make his voice sound like a dreamy murmur. The doorknob twisted as the door opened. A thinly-built blond man dressed in a black trench coat walked in. He was none other than the Red Glove, Albert. I'm a superintendent from the Backlund Police Department. Albert casually showed proof of his identity and sat opposite Klein. How may I help you, officer? Klein got into character. He knew that due to the influence of a nightmare, he needed to appear normal. Albert conjured a stack of papers and began reading them softly. Dwayne Dantes. Mail. Hails from Desi County. He repeated all the intelligence that had been gathered and asked, is this set of information legitimate? Partially, but some of them are fake, Klein replied honestly. The only partial truths are probably male and single. Meanwhile, he was making self-deprecating comments. Albert was pleased that he had made progress so quickly as he asked with a deadpan expression, "Which of these are fake?" Klein was already prepared for that as he pretended to recall. "Most of my wealth doesn't come from mining, but from adventuring in the southern continent." He fabricated a story from Anderson's description of West Balam about how a commoner earned his wealth by relying on his eloquence, intel, experience, and guts in an area that conflict often happened between Lun and Intis. This story wasn't considered very detailed, and it was mainly an outline. The main goal was to make the Nighthawks believe that Dwayne Dantes wasn't a Beyonder, but just an ordinary person with a sense of adventure and risk. Such stories of people getting rich were common in Lun. Chapter 765. Monday again. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After Klein was done, Albert asked a few targeted questions according to his recount, to ensure that the details matched up. Without a doubt, he obtained a satisfactory answer. "Thank you for your cooperation. Have a great dream." Albert smiled as he got up and bowed. Then, he used his nightmare powers to influence Dwayne Dantes once again. It would make him have a vague recollection that he had such a dream when he woke up, but he wouldn't be able to recall the specifics. After doing all of this, he turned to head for the door, turned the doorknob, and left the dream. Indeed, the Nighthawks placed too much trust in nightmare powers. If I were to be the one leading this investigation, I would definitely design a series of questions that attack the matter from different angles ahead of time, and then do cross-referencing to find any loopholes. Heck, the best method is to enlist Miss Justice's help in creating a set of professional psychological questionnaires and get the target to finish it in the dream. If he were faking something, the psychological state and the image he wishes to project would definitely show contradictions from different evaluations. This is unless he's also a psychological expert and can spot the true goals of each set of questions. Klein leaned back into the sofa and cast his gaze out the window. In the darkness, the street lamp's glow appeared dim and pale, illuminating the surroundings in a gloomy silence. Klein silently observed for a few seconds before he curled his lips and gave a self-deprecating smile. And in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard first heaved a sigh of relief after he saw Albert wake up normally and heard his report. He felt even more fearful of the undying monster from the Fourth Epoch. City of Silver. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating every street. Derek Berg walked out of his house with the Axe of Hurricane in his possession as he headed for the Twin Towers that was north of the city. Along the way, he met several residents of the City of Silver. They were either busy, sending their children for general education lessons, or patrolling every corner in groups. It was to prevent anyone from turning into an evil spirit after dying from an accident at home and being without a relative to end their lives. The existence of these people made the City of Silver appear lively, and from time to time, Derek could hear the laughter and cheers from little children. He couldn't help but recall the days in Afternoon Town. The number of humans he met every day had numbered about 20, and most of the time, they needed to stay in a garrison building. Outside were monsters that lurked in houses under the cloak of darkness. They were eradicated again and again, but they would appear time and time again from unknown places. Every team member from the expedition felt a sense of helplessness towards this, as though there was no way of gaining true safety. They could never feel at ease with the need to go all out at any time. There was no chance for them to relax at all. No ordinary creature would wish to maintain such states of high stress and vigilance for prolonged periods of time. Therefore, in regards to that, the City of Silver had already developed a rotation system. It didn't take much time for the first expedition team to go from Afternoon Town back to the City of Silver, but there was the unavoidable quarantine and relaxation period. It was only today that Derek had managed to adjust himself to a mental state which he believed he could withstand the negative effects from advancing. He had previously reported to Chief Colin Iliad that he had obtained the potion formula to Notary, and he was allowed to use this discovery to exchange for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, feathers of a spirit-packed bird. As for the items he owed the moon, he had obtained them from patrolling Afternoon Town surroundings and had passed them to him with Mr. Fool's help. After advancing, I'll be qualified to select a mystical item for non-high sequence beyond us. Derek felt a little expectant as he sped up his pace and arrived at the Twin Towers. Although the material warehouse and the mystical items were all in the spire where they were watched by the 6-member council, Derek's goal was the steeple, because that was where he could exchange his contribution points for items. Just as he was about to enter the steeple, he felt his spiritual perception trigger. He subconsciously looked up at the spire, and he saw a woman in a black, purple-patterned robe standing behind a window, looking down at him. She had silver-grayish hair, light grey eyes, and a beautiful face. She was none other than one elders of the 6-member council, Shepherd Lovia. When their eyes met, Lovia's gaze seemed to penetrate his soul, but her expression remained the same. She even nodded slightly as though she was greeting him. She's not greeting me, but the person behind me. Suddenly, Derek came to a realization. This was from the experience he slowly accumulated under the guidance of the Tarot Club. He nodded in response as he retracted his gaze without any signs of abnormality. He then unhurriedly entered the steeple. At night, in a private harbor in Bayam, the Golden Dream, with its strange main cannon in the middle, docked by the side of the harbor. Deities carried the local specialties that the Resistance had given him as he waved at them with a beaming smile while he headed up the gangway to the deck. He had been leading an extremely comfortable life in recent times. As an envoy who sent arms, food, and small amounts of beyonder ingredients, he received quite good treatment. He either ate sumptuously or enjoyed himself by hunting and bragging. He was even invited to watch the ritual in which the sea god blessed his believers. After witnessing all of this, he suddenly came to a realization. Bayam, or perhaps all the colonies, would eventually embroil themselves in an intense conflict. It was something that wouldn't ease with decades or even a century. Therefore, Deities decided to sell most of his properties in Bayam, leaving behind only one piece of property. He then found a chance to buy properties in the Inti's capital, Trier, and the Lund capital, Backland, as well as extremely idyllic and peaceful villages. I can also take the opportunity to return to Elma Town and visit the old man and mom. Yes, I can buy one less house and get them a vineyard. Deities waved passionately at the Resistance once again. He then puffed up his chest and said smugly to Flowery Bow-Tie Jodson, "Where's Captain? I need to report to her on the recent developments. She's obviously in the captain's cabin." Meanwhile, he lampooned inwardly, this fellow is becoming more and more arrogant after establishing ties with German Sparrow. However, that crazy adventurer is really terrifying. He actually managed to hunt Admiral of Blood. Hey! Deities scoffed as he walked with a provocative gait and entered the cabin where he met Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. He instantly stopped his provocative look as he smiled. "Captain, I've completed the mission." "Details?" Edwina put down the book in her hand as she asked. Deities was already prepared as he gave a detailed description of what had happened recently while exaggerating his importance. When he was done, he said, "Captain, I met German Sparrow, and he got me to ask you if there have been any abnormalities with elvish songster Syatas's corpse and that golden wine cup." Edwina didn't answer him directly as she walked to a corner in the captain's cabin. Sitting there was a black wooden chest. The Golden Dream was setting sail for Sonia Island, so Syatas's and Mobert's remains remained on the ship. They were stored by Edwina in a specially prepared chest. Bending one knee in genuflection, Edwina opened the wooden chest, allowing the interlocked remains to see the light of day. The mostly squashed golden wine cup was held silently in a bony palm without any abnormal signs. "There's nothing abnormal," Edwina gave the conclusion. Deities shot a glance and memorized the answer, preparing to report this to the mighty fool once there wasn't anyone around, so that he could forward the message to the lunatic, German Sparrow. Nothing abnormal. Above the grey fog, Klein frowned slightly, feeling a mixture of puzzlement and ease. According to his theory, there was a high chance that there was a problem with the golden cup. To have nothing abnormal happen to it had exceeded his expectations. However, he also liked the answer. This was because he didn't wish for Syatas's and Mobert's eternal slumber to be disturbed. Perhaps it needs other additional catalysts. Let's hope that never happens. Klein muttered to himself before casting his gaze onto the junk pile where Grosel's travels was. As he temporarily didn't have any intention of entering the sea of collective subconscious, along with his recent focus being on the Antigonus family's notebook, he had delayed his plans of searching the book world a second time. Phew, Klein exhaled, retracted his gaze and prepared for this week's tarot gathering. 3 in the afternoon, Backland time. Dark red beams of light shot up along the two sides of the long mottled table, materializing into different blurry figures. As usual, Audrey was in a good mood, or perhaps in a better mood than usual. This was because her brother, Hibbert Hall, had sent a telegram, informing her that the purchase of the Backland Bike Company's 10% shares was completed for a total of £12,000. Furthermore, she didn't need to rush back to Backland to sign any documents. Before Hibbert set off, she had signed a letter of authorization while under the witness of 2 lawyers. All she needed to do now was wait for everything to be over before signing a letter of confirmation for her brother. Audrey curled up the corners of her lips as she stood up and said to the figure sitting at the end of the bronze table who was concealed by grey fog, "May Mr. Fool bless me. I hope there will be clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree today." Immediately after that, she began praying in silence. After exchanging greetings and taking their seats, Katlia didn't let down Klein's expectations. Once again, she lowered her head without daring to look straight at him. "Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of Emperor Rozel's diary this time. Has that Queen Mystic still not found the clues to why Emperor Rozel was assassinated? She's still providing diary pages through Hermit. What a pity. I've recently been in the fief, and I haven't had much contact with the psychology alchemists. I can't even obtain new diary pages. I'll head over to the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation after a few days to take a look. Perhaps they might have found something." Audrey listened in curiosity. "You can consider your request. In fact, I know that Queen Mystic has already given you the question. I wonder what she's doing in Backland." Klein's mind started to wander. Soon, Katlia conjured the 3 diary pages and handed it to Mr. Fool. Chapter 766. The Deities Anchor. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Knowing that the diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic contained rather important information, the Fool Klein focused his attention and cast his eyes on the yellowish-brown goatskin in his hand. The 11th of September. Ever since I became an angel, I've had the feeling that I've had my identity disassociated. In my heart, in my soul, and in the depths of my mind, there's ultimately a voice urging me, influencing me and creating an uncontrollable sense of coldness, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and craziness. This doesn't stem from the external world or an influence from a god of the same pathway. I can clearly sense that it comes from one's genes, the collective subconsciousness of humanity from generation after generation. It stems from the Beyonder characteristic itself, and not from the remnant psychological influences. It makes me have a strong desire to hunt and kill. It makes me want to devour all the living beings around me with Beyonder characteristics. It requires me to spend a lot of effort to resist it. Even if I've already acted and digested the potion, it doesn't seem to improve. It's no wonder that Mr. Dorr said that rationality is temporary, but madness is eternal. The 28th of September. I haven't written a diary entry in ages. In the past half a month, I seem to see myself being replaced by a stranger. Bit by bit, I turn cold and terrifying. Even my daughter, Bernadette, can only allow me to show her minute amounts of fatherly love. Very, very tiny amounts. Just as I was about to go mad, I seemed to hear countless praises. They were from my subjects, people who had benefited from my reformations. They are the believers who view me as the son of steam. They praise me with great acclaim. They erected statues of me, write stories for me, and have created songs and poems for me. Their voices seem like a ship's anchor that helps me secure myself in place. I began to have the ability to resist that desire and that roar within me. Bit by bit, I walked out of it as I once again possessed the normal feelings of a father, a husband, and a man. Just sequence 2 alone causes such changes. At sequence 0, at the level of a true God, How terrifying would it be to resist that madness? Perhaps they also need an anchor so as to resist the beyonder characteristics and the strong inclination to lose control, the urges buried deep in the collective subconscious. I probably understand why they establish churches and why they want to spread their faith, to write stories for their faction saints and leave legends for their corresponding angels. But why do they not have any anthropomorphic form other than symbols? I'll try asking Mr. Dor in the future. He seems to know a lot in regards to the domain of deities. If he had been released back then, there might very well be an additional deity today. The 29th of September. After rereading yesterday's diary entry, I recalled the corresponding rituals of my Sequence 4, Sequence 3, and Sequence 2. They clearly had hints of madness and cruelty, akin to the kinds held by antagonists in novels. A sequence pathway might very well be a path destined to be crazy and filled with despair. And this is the only path for humans to obtain extraordinary strength. How laughable and ironic it is. We strive to save ourselves, only to better destroy ourselves. The first page's content left Klein's heart heavy and repressed. The Roselle who had written those words was no longer an ordinary person, but someone who had become an angel, someone who had joined the Twilight Hermit Order, and someone who had seen the blasphemy slate. His understanding of the mysterious world and beyonder characteristics far exceeded him, but he was even more pessimistic than him. He seemed to believe that the world's origins were innately warped, crazy, and destined for destruction. However, the seven deities have apparently found a way to maintain their rationality. Ordinary humans aren't without any use. Their cognition and their spirituality put together can help a deity anchor their original image, retaining their memories and reason that they had accumulated for years. This can be inferred from Roselle's own experiences. However, why would the seven deities abandon their anthropomorphic images and use sacred emblems as a form of abstraction? This doesn't match my theories. I can't understand why Klein didn't waste any time as he flipped to the next diary page. The 5th of December. Night of the Blood Moon. I conversed with Mr. Dor. Like every time prior to this, he would always make a request to get me to help him return to the real world, but he doesn't overly insist on it. Furthermore, he would randomly answer some of my questions. Heh, it's like he is playing a game, trying hard to raise my affection towards him. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, I've already sealed off that option ahead of time. As I already knew of the legend of the Kings of Angels, I mainly asked Mr. Dor about the level of strength that the Kings of Angels have, knowing the fact that I had nothing to lose by asking him that question. Mr. Dor said that some of the Kings of Angels accommodated the uniqueness, while others had consumed 2 sets of Sequence 1 potions. It could also be both. The word accommodate is used in an odd manner. I had asked him about it, but Mr. Dor didn't directly answer me. All he said was that if one was unable to accommodate the uniqueness, then the uniqueness was a burden instead of an aid to a Sequence 1 angel before they held the ritual to advance to Sequence 0. It's understandable. It's akin to using a Grade 0 sealed artifact. The negative effects are often terrifying, and the uniqueness must definitely be even more exaggerated. I also asked which Kings of Angels had accommodated their uniquenesses, and similarly, Mr. Dor didn't give a direct answer. He only said that Amon and Adam make all the angels feel a sense of envy because they were born with a uniqueness and didn't need to consider the problem of accommodation. From another point of view, does it mean that Amon and Adam's state is equivalent to having consumed a Sequence 1 potion and the uniqueness? As expected of the Creator's sons. That Creator who's also known as the ancient sun god was actually so powerful that he could pass on a uniqueness to each of his 2 sons, as well as Sequence 1 beyonders characteristics. Was he trying to purify himself to eliminate any unneeded interference? Then, does Mr. Dor also accommodate a uniqueness, and also possibly have even consumed 2 Sequence 1 potions? I didn't ask, because I knew he definitely wouldn't answer me. During the conversation, Mr. Dor warned me not to directly say out Adam's full name, otherwise, it would be detected and the conversation would be discovered. I had an inkling why as I laughingly asked him that didn't he just say Adam's full name? Mr. Dor said it didn't matter. This is because the apprentice pathway sequence for is called Secret Sorcerer. It has the meaning of maintaining secrecy, and although it's inferior to the Servant of Concealment, it's enough for him to block any detection at his level. I asked another few questions regarding the deities, but Mr. Dor didn't answer. All he said was that when I had the ability and opportunity, I could head above the moon to take a look. I would then understand many things. This is somewhat in line with some of my previous thoughts, but I'm suspecting if he is luring me there to get a chance to return to the real world. After all, his appearance each time is related to the moon. As long as Mr. Dor appears, there will be plenty of information, usually covering an entire page. His explanation of the level of strength that kings of angels have does match my theories. The generalized meaning of King of Angels implicitly refers to a quasi-deity who exceeds Sequence 1 by using a variety of means, but they have yet to reach the level of a Sequence 0. This includes accommodating the uniqueness or consuming additional Sequence 1 potions. The simplified meaning of King of Angels will point out to the Creator who the City of Silver worships, the 8 kings of all the angels that are ruled by the ancient sun god. Of course, they must also fulfill the general definition. Thoughts rapidly flashed through Klein's mind. As for Rozel's theory about the ancient sun god, he was in strong agreement. He believed that the Creator who the City of Silver worshipped had reclaimed too many authorities of the ancient gods, causing him to show signs of chaos and insanity. Hence, he decisively gave birth to 2 sons to eliminate a portion of the waste. To put it simply, Amon and Adam are freebies that come with drinking potions. From the looks of it, Angel of Imagination, Adam, clearly possesses the uniqueness of the spectator pathway. He is likely the mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. Since ancient times, he has been interfering with the direction of the times in order to revive his father. I wonder if he has advanced to Sequence 0? Even if he hasn't, the number of angels the Twilight Hermit Order can mobilize probably exceeds my imagination. Oh, Secret Sorcerer actually has the meaning of keeping secrets, as well as the implications of concealment. Klein instantly recalled the symbol on the back of the Fool's chair. It was the pupil-less eye, a symbol representing secrecy, and the contorted lines that represented change. He quickly reined in his thoughts and flipped to the 3rd diary page. The 28th of November. I dreamed of Grimm again. He was the smartest among my subordinates, but unfortunately, he died in the fog sea due to some unknown infection while exploring that nameless island. He didn't even leave a child behind. Back then, I knew that the nameless island hid secrets with unimaginable danger, but due to my lacking strength, all I could do was hold back. The dream this time is likely a result of my spirituality reminding me that I can explore that island, grasp its secrets, and completely resolve Grimm's matter. The 29th of November. I summoned 3 subordinates, and with Benjamin Abraham's help and some searching, I finally found that nameless island again. I didn't directly enter, and I decided to rest for a day along its periphery. Edward said that he also often dreams of Grimm, feeling a deep sense of guilt for not having managed to save him back then. This is not your responsibility, but my problem. That was what I said to Edwards because I'm their leader. The 30th of November. We ventured deep into the island. Existing here were beyonder creatures that large sources of data claim that they have gone extinct. They gathered there without any conflict, as though they were consecrating something. This bunch of beyonder creatures without any intelligence appeared to be holding some ritual. They were praying to an unknown deity? In the ritual, I saw Grimm. Chapter 767. Passing a Message. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Grimm, who got infected on the nameless island and was undeniably deceased, appeared once again on the nameless island? Emperor, when did you start writing horror stories? Also, where's the rest? Klein's gaze froze onto the last line of the 3rd diary page, and he discovered that there wasn't any new information. Apart from that, he was similarly alarmed by Emperor Rozel's description of the beyonder creatures' strange gathering and their worship of an unknown entity. One had to understand that not all beyonder creatures had intelligence and could be communicated with. Many of them were monsters who had lost control or had madness as an innate property. And these monsters that had lost control were gathered together, worshipping some unknown existence. Unfortunately, the Emperor didn't leave behind the coordinates of the nameless island. However, even if he had recorded it, I wouldn't dare to head over, for fear of any infection. If I were to die only to be revived on the island, that would be troublesome. I'll need to be at least a sequence 4 or even a sequence 3 before I'll have what it takes to explore it. As Klein thought, he made the diary in his hand vanish. He then turned to look at Katlia and asked with a smile, "What's your request?" Katlia asked without even thinking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Emperor Roselle once participated in a very secretive and very ancient organization." Very secretive and very ancient. Twilight Hermit Order? Emperor Roselle used to be a member of it. Audrey suddenly recalled Mr. Fool's previous mention of that organization. Alger recalled the corresponding matter and remembered that in Miss Justice's description of the Desire Apostle case in Backland, there was a mysterious organization mentioned. Back then, Mr. Fool had told the members not to say the organization's name in the outside world, because any mention of it will be known. Such an organization does match Emperor Roselle's status. Alger nodded inwardly. As for Klein, he thought of something else. Queen Mystic's choice of diary pages are vague. She isn't able to accurately and precisely ask questions based on the content. It also means that she roughly knows that diary pages from certain periods are very important with key information within them, or she is able to discern Roselle's emotions from when it was written. As for Hermit's question, it didn't pose any problems for Klein. He smiled and said, "Yes." At the same time, he silently warned himself, in the future, I need to be careful that Queen Mystic's questions might be completely unrelated to the diary pages she hands over. Thankfully, I've read quite a number of Roselle's diary, and I have quite a good understanding of the Emperor. After saying that, he added and said with a smile, "It's your turn." He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order, wishing that he could answer another question based on this topic in the future. Katlia bowed and expressed her gratitude before looking at the magician. I wish to obtain clues regarding the direct descendants of the Abraham family. £1,000. She had no psychological burden when it came to offering a price, as Queen Mystic could definitely provide compensation for her. Why did you directly look at me? She already knows that my teacher is a member of the Abraham family. Force was first alarmed before realizing that it was nothing surprising. This was because this matter wasn't a secret to the other members of the Tarot Club apart from Hermit. It was very normal for them to mention it after completing a transaction with her. Although £10 was very attractive, Force didn't plan on selling information on her teacher. In all her life, there were only a handful of people who had been truly sincere to her, therefore, she cherished such relationships. After some deliberation, Force asked, "Why are you looking for them?" "If you can provide a reason, I can pass the message. As for any further developments, it will depend on them. I have no say on those matters." Indeed, she might appear ordinary, but she actually conceals many secrets. She's a lady who's cautious and meticulous. Katlia sighed inwardly as she said with a nod, "That's very reasonable. I'm searching for the direct descendants of the Abraham family in the hopes of obtaining information on Mr. Dor. Pass this message to them and see if there's a chance for cooperating." "Well, just for passing on the message, I'll pay you £350. If they're willing to take up the matter, I'll pay another £650. Force held back for a full second before answering, "Deal." After saying that, she came to realize the hidden meaning behind Hermit's words. "Mr. Dor is related to the Abraham family?" "That's right. My bracelet came from Morlisa, and it came from the Abraham family." "Yes, teacher still doesn't know that I'm aware he's part of the Abraham family. I can only casually mention it in my letters that someone was searching for the direct descendants of the Abraham family at a particular gathering, and that it has something to do with Mr. Dor. I wonder what kind of reaction teacher will have." At this point, Miss Justice was happy for her friend, sensing that her friend had escaped the predicament of being broke. Force is already sequence 7. She has almost caught up to me. I have to become a hypnotist as soon as possible. As she had such thoughts, she glanced at the Tarot Club members, wishing that they had clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree. Miss Justice's gaze really makes it hard to say no. Force lowered her head in embarrassment. This was because she had yet to obtain any clues regarding the fruit of an illusory chime tree in her circles. Sitting across from Audrey, Alger thought for 2 seconds and said, "I have clues, but it will take 2 weeks before I can obtain it." He did have clues. A long time ago, he had discovered an illusory chime tree when he entered the primitive island with Chilangos. But due to his lacking strength, he didn't attempt to approach it. And now, he had the chance of advancing to Sequence 5. He naturally didn't want to give up any opportunities for making money. After all, he still owed Admiral of Stars for the information of the Arbninsks. As for why he was mentioning it now, in a sense, it was to declare his rights. When the time came, he and the world would explore together. It was best to decide the splitting of the spoils ahead of time to prevent any conflict. Of course, when dealing with the illusory chime tree, it was likely that German Sparrow would idly stand at the side without rendering any assistance. No problem. Audrey was delighted, and she didn't even ask for a price. She was already beginning to consider finding an excuse or a reason to directly buy it from the psychology alchemists after returning to Backlund in June. With the 2 transactions coming to an end, due to none of the other members having any requests for the time being, Katlia repeated her search for the blood of a mythical creature, and Emlyn once again mentioned that he was searching for the remaining 4 believers of the primordial moon. Then, the tarot gathering entered the free exchange segment. Derek very naturally said, "I've already become a notary." "You don't have to tell us that." The hanged man had the urge to facepalm, but he replied with a calm voice, "Although a notary will receive a massive boost in one's physical attributes, it's still more of a support role. If the notarization of a power is valid, you'll have them temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is invalid, the beyonder powers will be forcefully dispersed. At the same time, a notary is good at creating contracts. Once a signature is provided as confirmation, even a Sequence 5 cannot violate it. Even if a Sequence for demigod tries to forcefully violate the contract, they will have to pay quite a price. As a member of the Church of Storms, it was one of the basics for him to know the strengths and weaknesses of the Sun pathway. Therefore, Alger carefully explained the exact situation for Little Sunday. He also reminded him to select a mystical item that was good at controlling a target. If there wasn't any, it was best to select something with powerful offensive strength. "Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man," Derek thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Deep down, in the entire Tarot Club, he felt that the greatest and most respectable person was Mr. Fool, and the most impressive person to strive for as a role model was Mr. World. And the most reliable and kind person was none other than wise Mr. Hanged Man. Towards this, Emlyn thought, "This fellow has actually caught up to me. No, I can't be surpassed by him. I need to complete the hunting competition as soon as possible to get the rewards." He contemplated for a few seconds, and after receiving Mr. Fool's permission, he conjured the thin moon puppet that resembled a wooden pole. "Ladies and gentlemen, does any one of you know what this is?" He knew that Mr. Fool was definitely aware of the answer, but he temporarily didn't have anything he could use for an equal exchange with this mighty existence. Therefore, he could only rely on the other members of the Tarot Club for any answers. "Isn't this the puppet I saw at that gathering?" Mr. Moon already found his target, Force similarly waited for others to give an answer out of curiosity. Katlia carefully observed it before frowning. "It's a beyonder item that primordial moon believers create by using a bloody ritual that spans centuries. It's said to be imbued with divine powers. Each one of them possesses an unimaginable horror. Where did you obtain it from? It's very dangerous. It's best that you hand it over to the upper echelons of the Sanguine." Emlyn changed his sitting posture and chuckled. "I encountered it when hunting the primordial moon believer. She's already dead, while I'm still alive." Mr. Moon's flaunting of himself is really obvious. The senior spectator, Audrey, chuckled inwardly. Katlia was taken aback. Without deliberately hiding anything, she asked, "How did you do it? Did the upper echelons of the Sanguine provide you with assistance?" Emlyn gaped, somewhat at a loss for words. Only then did he realize that this topic wasn't suitable for a deeper discussion. "A whom?" He cleared his throat and looked towards the end of the long bronze table. I sought help from Mr. Fool. Chapter 768. Conversation between smart people. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios sought help from Mr. Fool. You can do that. Katlia was stunned by what she heard. Having been punished and discovering that his blessed German sparrow was becoming more and more impressive, she no longer had any doubts regarding Mr. Fool's status or abilities. She even knew that when Mr. Fool pulled her in through the use of an ancient item, allowing her to escape the pursuit of knowledge, she had come to realize that here was an existence at least at the level of the hidden sage or primordial moon. However, for certain reasons, he wasn't able to interfere with the real world, making her suspect him to be an ancient god that was undergoing an awakening process. The moon's words left her surprised that Mr. Fool was able to provide substantial help to the Tarot Club members, and wasn't just someone who could only provide knowledge or pull them above the grey fog. On the one hand, this means that in times of danger, I can also pray directly to Mr. Fool for help. This is more ridiculous than any ritual. On the other hand, it reveals the fact that Mr. Fool's recovery process is faster than I had imagined. Many thoughts instantly flashed through Katlia's mind. Audrey, Derek, and company weren't that surprised. They had more or less sought Mr. Fool's help in the past, and they had even witnessed the angel under this great existence. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, Emlyn shrank his neck as he lifted his chin. It was a fair and equal exchange. Fair and equal exchange. A mighty existence's immediate and effective response is priceless, Katlia couldn't help but retort inwardly. She didn't directly say it, because she too wished to use the opportunity of such a fair and equal exchange in the future. It would imply that she would have an additional life compared to others. Force was quite puzzled by Mr. Moon's deliberate emphasis on the principle of fair and equal exchange. Everyone who had sought Mr. Fool's help had made a corresponding payment. Mr. Moon sure is a man who cares about his reputation. No, a sanguine. Audrey seriously evaluated Emlyn's emotional changes that happened over a span of seconds. As the exchange continued, the tarot gathering slowly came to an end. After returning to the City of Silver, Derek first recalled a notary's strengths and weaknesses mentioned by Mr. Hanged Man. Then, he once again headed for the Twin Towers that was north of the city to select a mystical item. He didn't do this before, because his condition wasn't stable after advancing. He was worried that making contact with a mystical item would lead to him losing control. Inside the spire, Derek Berg listed his requirements after finishing the paperwork. He saw a filtered list of items and obtained the corresponding documents that contained the information. After having a careful read and observation period, he quickly narrowed down the choices to two. The first was Cardi's ring. It was ancient and simple in appearance, and it was completely iron black in color. It was engraved with dark and complicated patterns. It was left behind by a resident of the City of Silver a long time ago. It could aid the wearer in awing a target, causing them to stop. It could also make ordinary humans temporarily lose their reason, or it could awaken the hidden emotions and memories of a crazy monster, allowing them to enter a brief period of confusion in which they wouldn't deliver any attacks. The other item was Thunder God's Roar. It was obtained from a city that was in ruins. It was rather heavy and resembled a sledgehammer. It was dark blue in color while silver lightning swirled around it. Holding its handle felt like holding the leg bone of a creature. It could produce sounds that left the enemy in fear and chaos while in combat, as though a thunder god had descended upon the ground as he kept roaring. Every strike brought with it a potent destructiveness with no lack of terrifying lightning. The negative effect of Cardi's ring was that the wearer would unknowingly produce another self. Therefore, one needed to periodically receive treatment from a psychianalyst. If there were any missed treatments, then it could result in the aggravation of the problem, making it harder to treat. And eventually, the two selves would enter a fight, ultimately leading to losing control. In contrast, Thunder God's Roar didn't have that many latent risks. It would only make the user be a little irascible bit by bit. As long as one periodically vented their emotions, there wouldn't be a problem. However, it also had another side effect. In a completely dark environment, the chances of being attacked by terrifying monsters from the depths of darkness was 100%. The chances of being attacked is 100%. Upon seeing this number, Derek turned gloomy. This meant that many City of Silver residents had vanished because of this reason. They were the former owners of Thunder God's Roar. Which should I choose? Generating another self is terrifying. Miss Justice has mentioned before that it's called dissociative identity disorder. Thunder God's Roar not only has a power that affects the enemy's state, but it also has a rather powerful offensive capability. My Axe of Hurricane has been used too many times, so it will likely be damaged ahead of time. I can produce light by myself, so I don't have to be worried about absolute darkness. Derek thought for a moment and pointed at the dark blue sledgehammer. 160 Beauclun Street. Klein walked out of his master bedroom and saw butler Walter waiting for him with a few invitation letters in hand. Sir, there are a total of 3 invitations this week. There's an afternoon tea session on Wednesday, a literary salon on Friday, and a banquet on Saturday. They were sent from. Klein listened with a warm expression before saying with a smile, "Tell these friendly inviters that I'll be participating." "All right, sir." Walter bowed and left the 3rd story. Seeing the figure disappear from the stairwell, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After another week of such invitations, it will be my turn to invite my neighbors for a banquet or a ball. By repeating this act of inviting others and being invited, I'll really enter their circles and would be recommended by them to important figures at even higher levels. I'll be able to enter different clubs. Such recommendations are definitely established on a foundation of having sufficient wealth. A person without any value wouldn't be recommended. Socializing for high society is truly troublesome. It'll take at least another month before I'll get to make contact with people who were slightly involved in the Great Smog of Backland. The church is easier. As long as there's enough donations and enough piousness, I'll be able to freely enter and exit to listen to the bishop's preachings. Of course, that's on the premise I pass the investigation. If everything goes well, I'll be able to figure out the rotation schedule of the keepers and find a chance to go behind Channy's gate. Klein reined in his thoughts as he instructed his valet, Richardson, to bring him his coat, hat, and cane. According to his schedule, he was to head to the Royal Grand Theatre to see the most popular play, The Betrayer's Ring, in recent times. This isn't solely for entertainment. It's to understand the popular plays, famous music, and trending novels. Only then could he have a common topic of conversation at the various high society gatherings. Being a popular gentleman must be tiring. Behind a 1-minute performance lies 10 years of hard work. Social gatherings such as these are really exhausting. As Klein lampooned, he allowed Richardson to help him wear a coat before he sat in his high-end 4-wheeled carriage. He headed for the Royal Grand Theatre in Westborough, where he had a luxurious box to himself, and watched The Betrayer's Ring. It's different from television and movies. A play's acting is more exaggerated and impactful. Yes, this is determined by the acting environment. The story isn't bad. But why does it seem familiar? Don't tell me that it's a story adapted from Emperor Rozel's works. These are likely famous play actors. The papers have mentioned them before. It's said that they're very popular, just like celebrities on Earth during the age of the Internet. As long as I participate in the gatherings of high society, I'll definitely have the opportunity of meeting them. As Klein watched the play, he habitually lampooned inwardly. Sherwood Borough, at the ticket booth of a large theatre. Melissa, who finally had her turn, pushed the notes and coins through the booth window and said, "The Betrayer's Ring. 2 tickets. 3 p.m. on Sunday." After watching The Betrayer's Ring, Klein sat in his carriage as he sipped a cup of black tea and received the evening papers that Richardson had purchased. He first flipped through the play's critic column, and he found the comments from some professional critics. He compared their reviews to his own, and he gradually formulated a unique and profound experience. Yes, at the very least, it's enough to fool those ladies and gentlemen. After Klein finished his homework, he leisurely read the papers and was surprised to find a piece of news. The Backland Bike Company's 10% shares have been sold. Further inquiries won't be entertained. It's done? By publishing this piece of news, it means Mr. Isengard has already received the money. Klein was first delighted before he frowned slightly. His gaze landed on the exclamation mark at the end. The information was indeed what he and Isengard Stanton had agreed upon ahead of time, but he found that exclamation mark was rather harsh on the eyes. Such a statement doesn't need an exclamation mark. Mr. Isengard is a person who pays attention to details. He wouldn't give the papers free rein. He deliberately left the exclamation to pass a message. He's giving a warning. While pondering, Klein suddenly realized something. The 10% shares which Isengard Stanton sold are obviously from Sherlock Moriarty. With the former's character, he wouldn't sell it for no reason. In a certain sense, this means that Sherlock Moriarty or his proxy has returned to Backland. Therefore, one of the factions of the royal family that was involved with the Great Smog of Backland had acutely noticed this situation and has begun monitoring Detective Isengard Stanton, hoping to capture the person who heads over to claim the cash. How should I get the money? Klein seemed to naturally read the papers as he began seriously considering the pertinent question. Chapter 769. Sacrificing to Oneself. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 10 at night. Backland was drizzling again as a thin fog produced a blurry sense of beauty amidst the street lamps. Isengard Stanton's assistant, Bowen, surveyed the bottom level once before walking to the side of the oriel window and was prepared to shut the final window. At that moment, a shadow scuttled in and landed firmly on the protruding wall. It was a blue, short-furred stray cat. Bowen saw the large pair of yellow eyes looking at him as he couldn't help but chuckle. As a detective's work made him prone to revenge, and him having many secrets to hide, Isengard Stanton's cook and servants were paid by the hour. There were a fixed number of hours a day, and they wouldn't prepare too much food. This made it difficult for there to be any leftovers after dinner. The blue cat opened its mouth but didn't produce any meowing sounds. It began speaking like a human. "I'm Sherlock Moriarty. I'm here to meet Mr. Isengard Stanton." Although Bowen was a Beyonder who was nurtured by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he was a low-sequence Beyonder and his horizons were stilted. This was the first time he was encountering a speaking cat, so he was momentarily shocked and dazed. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and recalled what the cat had just said. It said it's Sherlock Moriarty? This great detective really isn't simple. He actually changed into a cat, controlled a cat. Such powers are really strange and terrifying. Bowen rapidly calmed down and didn't directly answer the cat. He reached out to close the windows. After doing all of this, he said with a suppressed voice, "Follow me." The cat immediately leaped from the platform behind the oriel window as it agilely followed behind Bowen with its tail up. It followed him all the way to the second story and watched him knock on Isengard Stanton's bedroom door. "Is there something?" Isengard, who was dressed in pajamas with faint lines, opened the door and asked. He was just enjoying his tobacco before sleeping. Bowen cautiously pointed to the crouched blue cat beside him. "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty is looking for you." Isengard, with his white sideburns and thin face, raised his brows slightly and looked down. He took 2 steps back and allowed the blue cat to saunter into his bedroom. "Return to your room and get some sleep. Wake up as per normal tomorrow. We still have a case awaiting us," Isengard instructed Bowen as though nothing had happened. After his assistant left him, he closed the door and turned to look at the blue cat who was sitting beside the reclining chair. He chuckled. "I never expected you to have such Beyonder powers. I was worried you would directly come over." "I noticed your exclamation mark," the cat said with a smile. It had to be said that having such an expression show on a cat's face was rather odd. It left anyone who witnessed it feel a chill run down their back. Isengard didn't react abnormally towards that as he sucked at his pipe, sat on a reclining chair, and slowly exhaled in comfort. He said with a smile, "I trust your intelligence. Thank you for your compliments." The cat politely reached out its paws and bowed. Isengard observed it and rubbed its pipe while smiling. "You should have understood what is happening. Those people don't dare to monitor me too strictly, afraid that I would discover them and end up telling the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. So even though it will be quite troublesome for them if they get exposed, I believe that they have a demigod among them. This is a deduction and is also based on certain feedback. After all, I've lived on this street for years. Therefore, humans and animals wouldn't be stopped from entering my house. I believe you've already figured that out. But when leaving, you'll definitely be tailed and tracked. Do you have the means to evade their tracking? The sum of money isn't a small one. Bringing it out would be quite conspicuous. Let me think. Were you planning on conferring with me in order to get me to deposit the money into a particular bank account, and then you'll find many people to withdraw them in different parts of Backland? Upon saying that, Isengard said with a self-deprecating smile, "This is the best solution I can think of, but carrying it out would be extremely troublesome." The cat didn't give a direct response as it gave a deep chuckle. "I only need you to lend me an empty room and 3 candles." D-type taxes were a tax on commercial, financial, and specialized income. There's tax. More than £20 are gone just like that. The cat's expression instantly froze. Klein was formerly a Nighthawk, and his salary was tax-free. Later, as a private detective, his income was difficult to be monitored, so he never declared his income for tax purposes. Later, he became an adventurer, and since the bounties targeted at pirates enjoyed concessions, there was no need for him to pay taxes on them. Hence, he never realized that tax was something he needed to pay. Therefore, back when Isengard Stanton had mentioned taxes, he hadn't taken it to heart, believing that it wouldn't be much. However, reality had given him a heavy beating. As for why there weren't any taxes for the shared transaction the previous time, taxes were waived by the Lund government for initial investments related to inventions, as a way to foster inventions. After a brief silence, the cat's whiskers moved as it said, "All right, give me the cash. Move it to the empty room. There's no problems with the money, right? I've already checked them. They wouldn't do any cheap tricks on that, as it would be an insult to my intelligence." Isengard stood up with his pipe. "Remember to send me a signed letter of confirmation by mail later." "It's already on its way," the cat replied, prepared. Isengard walked to the safe inside the master bedroom, using a passcode and key to open it. Then, he took out stacks of cash, and he stuffed them into different briefcases. "Check it." Isengard placed the briefcases filled with cash on the ground as he said to the cat that followed him in. "I trust you," the cat said after taking a few glances. Isengard nodded and pointed to the cabinet. With that said, he left the door, held the doorknob, and said with a smile, "I'm really curious how you would leave. I believe it will be a very exciting magic show." Isengard Stanton closed the door with a click, leaving the guest room silent and bleak. At the cat's side, a figure dressed in a dark red coat and an old triangular hat appeared. It was none other than Klein's marionette, Wraith Senior. He found the candles and quickly set up a simple altar. Skipping over many of the first few steps, he directly muttered in Elvish, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Reestablishment archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom." The wind inside the wall of spirituality suddenly grew in intensity as Senor quickly sliced the back of his hand and threw out a few drops of blood. As a Sequence 5 Wraith, everything on him was material that was rich in spirituality. The strong wind sucked up the blood, howling as it drilled into the candle flame that symbolized sea god Calvetua. The flame burgeoned, forming an illusory door filled with magic labels and symbols. After about 10 seconds, the door let out a heavy creak as it slowly opened. One by one, Senor lifted up the briefcases filled with money and threw them into the illusory door. When there was almost none left, the gold coin he stored in his body flew out and landed on the altar. The Wraith's figure then disappeared, projecting onto the smooth side of the gold coin. The gold coin trembled as it flew up, hitched a ride on the briefcase ahead of it, and entered the illusory door of sacrifice. Silently, the mysterious door closed as the three candlelight were restored to normal. At this moment, the blue, short-furred cat seemed to recover its senses. It looked around blankly as it meowed. After a while, Isengard opened the door and entered, finding all the briefcases with the cash gone. There were only 3 candles burning silently as the blue short-furred cat was warily arching its back at him. While he scrutinized this scene, a rental carriage slowly drove past on the fork on the other end of the street. On the same night, in a building inside Sherwood Borough, Zio returned home under the drizzle. As she wiped her hair with a towel, she said to Force, "Your letter has been mailed." Force tersely answered as she began to guess when her teacher would respond. At this moment, Zio put down the towel and quipped, "There's news about Mr. X's gathering. It'll still be at the same place on Friday night." "Great. I can tell Mr. World. I wonder how much I'll need to pay." Force's eyes lit up when she heard that. Before she could ask about the details, Zio added, "Mr. X also gave a mission that's said to have handsome rewards. It's to inform him of people around them who have abnormal luck." "People with abnormal luck?" Force muttered in puzzlement. Is this man's brain working? Who would divulge things around them at such a gathering? This will make it easy for others to discover their true identities. Who knows? Perhaps he really is a lunatic. Zio didn't know anyone with abnormal luck, so she answered without much thought. Force carefully thought for a moment, but she failed to figure out the true intentions behind this mission. All she could do was throw it to the back of her mind. She planned on praying to Mr. Fool once Zio went to take a bath, passing the relevant information to the World German Sparrow. Chapter 770. A child should act like a child. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Mr. X is looking for people with abnormal luck. Above the grey fog, Klein ruminated over the information Miss Magician had provided, in an attempt to analyze anything of use. After thinking to no avail, he decided to approach it from another angle. He first recalled the people who had abnormal luck around him to see if there were any connections. The Fog Sea's strongest hunter Anderson Hood counts as one. Dr. Aaron Series is another. Both of them were affected by one of the snakes of fate. Angel of Fate Ouroboros was one of the creators of Rose Redemption. This secret organization supports and believes the true creator. The Aurora Order is equivalent to the true creator's church. A series of circumstances surfaced in Klein's mind as he quickly came to a conclusion. This is Angel of Fate Ouroboros's attempt to search for Snake of Fate Will or Septin. He is driving the members of the Aurora Order to help him find Snake of Mercury Will or Septin. And this implies that behind Mr. X, there's a king of angels existing somewhere in Backland. Under such circumstances, assassinating Mr. X will be equivalent to having a death wish. It's no wonder Mr. X doesn't care about the uniqueness of Backland. The official factions would at most imagine that he has a saint backing him. In the official dossiers, the Aurora Order only has 5 saints. This way, they will respond in the wrong manner. After Klein made the judgment, the first thought he had was to decline Miss Magician's request, and also to warn her not to provoke Mr. X. If it wasn't because sounding the alarm might affect Snake of Mercury Will or Septin, while the Church of the Evernight Goddess clearly had records of Dr. Aaron Series' bout of bad luck, Klein would have gotten Miss Magician to report both the Angel of Fate Ouroboros and Mr. X to a particular church. He calmly thought for another few seconds and conjured the World German Sparrow, making him pray in the grey fog. "I'll confirm the situation and give you a reply tomorrow." He didn't directly reject her commission, as he planned on first asking Snake of Mercury Will or Septin. He then immediately returned to the real world, and he carefully took out the extremely fragile paper crane from his wallet before gently unfolding it. Klein wasn't in a rush to write anything. Instead, he first recalled the various questions he needed to consult Will on. After thinking up a draft, he got out a pencil and sharpened it with a blade. After stretching his muscles, Klein wrote, "The members of the Aurora Order are searching for people with abnormal luck. I wonder if you know how to use the Worm of Time to create charms. Does your placenta blood count as a mythical creature's blood? If it does, I hope to obtain 1 drop. What price would I have to offer? Klein had originally planned on asking Will Septin how he was able to maintain his rationality. After all, the church's information indicated that there had been no public faith in the Snake of Fate. However, he ultimately curbed himself from doing that, afraid that Will Septin in his infant state replied, "How did you conceive the notion that I'm rational?" That way, he had no idea if Will was joking or speaking the truth. Although there's no organization that believes in the Snake of Fate, there are certain areas that believe in the God of Luck. It's considered a traditional custom. Perhaps they are an alternative identity of Will Septin or Ouroboros. Klein mumbled silently and used the best of his clown abilities before managing to refold the paper crane. He then placed it underneath his pillow. After doing all of that, he had the time to calculate how much cash he had. £17.46, 5 gold coins, 3 soli, and 8 pence in change. If I had assets like a house, manor, and company shares, having so many liquid assets would make me quite a tycoon in Backland. Of course, I'm still very far from being a top tycoon. To reach them, one's overall assets need to be £1 million. As Klein was glad that he had quite a bit of money, he recalled his debt, as well as the large investments that he needed to make in order to develop his persona's image. He then drank a mouthful of water, got into bed, and covered himself with a light but warm blanket before he slowly fell asleep. Amidst his reverie, Klein suddenly snapped awake and saw the desolate black plains. He walked all the way to the pitch-black steeple in the middle of the plains, passing through the chaotic and abnormal layout before coming deep into the steeple. Like before, there was a circle of tarot cards on the ground. However, the protruding area in the middle of the tarot cards didn't have any silvery lines written. Will Septin didn't give a reply? Then why did he pull me into this dream? Amidst Klein's puzzlement, he suddenly saw a black baby pram roll out of the shadows. In it was an infant whose looks were indiscernible while it was wrapped in silver silk. "Mr. Snake of Fate?" Klein politely and cautiously asked. The infant immediately said in a clear voice, "What makes you so sure it's a Mr.? Isn't that determined from your name?" "Don't mind such details," Klein lampooned and relaxed due to the attitude he was given. Will Septin in baby form tersely answered as it said, "Stumped, I haven't decided." "As you know." "Oh, you don't." "Every time I start again, I try to make myself a little different, so as to maintain a good mental state. A child should act like a child while they're a child." Klein's heart stirred when he heard that. Is this the way the monster pathway maintains its reasoning so as to resist madness? In the black pram, Will Septin replied briskly, "Yes, every beginning washes away the madness. However, it still needs certain anchoring from faith, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to maintain my state as a sequence one for too long." Compared to before, you're becoming more and more knowledgeable. "Oh, apart from anchoring oneself with faith, there are other ways to resist the madness. However, restarting is clearly an ability of Sequence 1 Snake of Fate of the monster pathway. Other Beyonder pathways aren't able to emulate that. Mr. Azik is constantly losing his memories and repeatedly finding himself. Does it also involve the same concept?" Klein nodded in thought as he made every second count by asking, "I suspect Ouroboros is searching for you through the Aurora Order members. I've been playing hide-and-seek with him for a very long time. He isn't good at such matters. It's quite obvious that he doesn't have a childhood. Every time he restarts, he grows up beside the true creator. He lacks the psychological experience of the different stages in life, causing him to be very crazy at times, but of course, he doesn't mind. I did inform Ricardo to use the die of probability in certain places and leave marks. This will mess up Ouroboros's judgment. He will soon leave Backland once again. That means there's still chance of assassinating Mr. X. Yes, when the time comes, I'll divine the level of danger above the grey fog." Klein didn't continue on this topic as he asked, "Do you know how to use the Worm of Time to create charms?" Will Septin didn't directly answer and instead returned with a question. "You obtained a Worm of Time from Palace Zoroast. How did you know?" Klein was taken aback as he asked. He wasn't surprised that Will Septin had managed to mention the origins of the Worm of Time. After all, there weren't many demigods in the Marauder pathway who could create avatars, but why hadn't he assumed that it was Blasphemer Amorn? The latter could also leave behind a worm of time. Will Septin smiled and said, Pallas Zoroast isn't in good condition, and he had to parasitize your former colleague. Right, your former colleague was investigating Sherlock Moriarty, and he had entered my house in the middle of the night. I sensed that there was something problematic about him and had given him a short period of bad luck, causing him to encounter other demigods hidden in Backland. And when he was in danger, Pallas Zoroast had taken action. It would have been fine even if he hadn't taken action. It's only a prank. I would have given your former colleague sufficient good luck at the critical moment. Leonard is investigating Sherlock Moriarty? The grandpa in his body is called Pallas Zoroast. Klein frowned slightly, unsure where the problem stemmed from. Will Septin continued, the creation of a worm of time charm isn't too difficult for you. You can pray to that uniqueness trait about you and use a compound of mercury and pure silver as a medium to draw the corresponding symbols. It's not too difficult. Pray to the Fool? That's right. The mysterious space above the grey fog clearly has a form of attraction to the Marauder pathway. Klein was thrilled as he felt like he had grasped something. At this moment, Will smiled and added, as for what the corresponding symbol is, I've no idea. What a huge reversal. Klein couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. When he noticed that Will Septin wasn't speaking any further, he hurriedly smiled and said, there's another question. About your placenta blood. Before he could finish his sentence, Will suddenly opened his mouth and let out a cry. He began wailing like a real infant. Can't we talk normally? Klein froze in his spot. If he hadn't already confirmed it, he really would have suspected whether the entity before him was a sequence one, the president of the Life School of Thought. All right. I just wanted to ask if it's the blood of a mythical creature, Klein said as he raised his hands midway. Will stopped crying and said with a laugh, of course, but I'll swap it ahead of time. Otherwise, everyone will die on the spot. He paused for a moment before saying, if you can give me something suitable, it's not impossible to give you one drop. Just as Will Septin said that, Klein felt the steeple shake as the dream rapidly shattered. Chapter 771. Luck Siphon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What item would a snake of fate be interested in? Klein slowly sat up and leaned against a pillow. He thought for some time and decided to consider it at a later date. After all, he was still at least a month away from Will Septin's birth. He could also leave the question for the Hermit Cat Lear and Queen Mystic Bernadette, who was backing her, to rack their brains over. Of course, Klein didn't eliminate the possibility of Will Septin's sudden choice of having an early birth. He slowly turned his attention into creating a worm of time charm. According to Will Septin's explanation, he had most of the conditions required, but he was just short of the corresponding symbol. Pray to the Fool and use the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. I wonder if a symbol corresponding to the Marauder pathway would work. Even if it does, I don't know what it is. Unless I pull a Marauder above the grey fog and let the high back chair produce the corresponding pattern. As Klein thought about the details, he suddenly had an idea. In that case, perhaps he could try the symbol behind the Fool's chair. It was the pupil-less eye, a symbol representing secrecy, and the contorted lines that represented change. I wonder if it will work. Divination won't be able to rule it out by elimination, but I can predict if the attempt will be successful. Besides, even if it fails, it shouldn't be too big a problem. After all, I'm praying to myself. Even if the material were to be wasted in the experiment, it would enter above the grey fog and not be lost. With this in mind, Klein felt pumped. He couldn't help but get out of bed to try out the experiment that very night. A material like the Worm of Time that's left behind by a Marauder demigod at Amorn's level still has its essence and level even if it's dead. When using it for a charm, it might not reach the level of an angel for various reasons, but it wouldn't be too far off. It'll be about the peak strength of a saint. If Klein succeeded, it would be equivalent to having an additional trump card. At critical points in time, it might give him an additional life. So how could he not be excited and expectant? I can only stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. The level of the Worm of Time charm will likely drop a little more. But regardless, it will definitely be like the 9th law given to me by Admiral Amirius. If I use the Blatherer's aura to create a high-level charm in the Devil domain, it will likely be at the level of the 9th law. Unfortunately, I wouldn't dare to pray to the dark side of the universe. Klein wore his pajamas as he stood barefooted. He took 4 steps counterclockwise on a thick carpet as he chanted the incantation before entering above the grey fog. Sitting at the fool's seat at the end of the long bronze table, he conjured a dark red fortune teller and yellowish-brown goatskin. He wrote down the corresponding divination statement. The charm I'm about to begin making will be successful. Unwinding the spirit pendulum from his wrist, Klein held it with his left hand and entered the state of cogitation. After repeating the divination statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz spinning counterclockwise at a rather slow speed and ordinary amplitude. This means that it will succeed. But that begs the question, will it successfully verify that the symbol I use is effective, or successfully verify that it doesn't work? As an experienced seer, Klein attempted to interpret the revelation, but he failed to obtain any confirmation. With regards to that, he could only decide to experiment. There was no way for him to eliminate the mistakes if he didn't do so. Right on the heels of that, Klein wrote a new divination statement: the assassination of Mr. X this Friday will be dangerous. This time, the topaz pendant continued spinning clockwise at a faster frequency and greater amplitude. There's significant danger, but it doesn't reach the level of a demigod's participation, much less that of a king of angels. If it involves an existence of that level, he will definitely sense my divination and resist it. From the looks of it, Angel of Fate Ouroboros will soon be led out of Backland. This means that the danger itself is a result of Mr. X and his subordinates. It's within the limits of what I can handle. As long as I don't make a mistake, the chances of success are pretty high. Klein made a judgment, put down the pen and paper, and returned to the real world. As a mysticism expert who often created charms, he had no lack of common materials. He immediately got out some candles and lit them on the table. Following that, he set up a simple altar against the glow of dusk. He then used a piece of silver to draw out the combined symbol that represented the Fool. As Klein didn't know what path number the Fool represented or what magic labels there were, he could only ensure that both sides remained equal. According to the books of charms he had read, these would similarly satisfy the rules of mysticism, but the corresponding might would be reduced. The chances of failure would rise because the existence that one was praying to could consider it as being irreverent and not pious enough. Of course, it wasn't a problem for Klein since he wouldn't reject himself. After completing the act of carving the symbol, Klein found a metal bottle and used his spirituality together with a container, and he then poured the mercury out and filled the carved-out pattern. This time, he decided to complete only the front side for now. He would then summon himself and respond to himself. He would then bring the worm with the 12 translucent rings back to the room and then place it on a silver sheet. After doing all of this, Klein adjusted the altar and took 2 steps back. He then said in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." While the surging energy poured into the circle of light, Klein didn't hesitate to return to the real world. He saw the altar had turned dark and gloomy, as though there were countless secrets hidden here. And the silver sheet had already floated up, fusing with the Worm of Time's corpse. Klein took 2 steps forward, flipped the silver sheet around, and he filled the carved symbol on the back with mercury. As the lines lit up, they effused a hazy luster. Klein rapidly retracted his arms and saw the luster grow richer. He then enveloped the silver sheet and the Worm of Time's corpse inside. Suddenly, the darkness around the altar distorted as the entire space seemed to turn abnormal. This change disappeared as fast as it came. The charms filled with strange patterns slowly landed on the desk. It was entirely translucent in color and was dark black. It was like a miniature card made out of a special crystal. It also resembled the eyes of a particular existence that was watching this world. It succeeded! It really works. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly picked up the charm. He found it cold to the touch as if he was touching snow. Regardless of the resulting effects of the charm, just its formation had meant a success. Klein had once again obtained a high-level charm at the demigod level. He busied himself again, bringing the completed item above the grey fog. He then used dream divination to figure out how to use it. The charm, which was in the shape of a black crystal card, had only one effect, but it was highly potent. It was to siphon off the luck of others. And to be precise, it was to graft fate. A period of the target's fate would be grafted onto the user. The simplest situation would be when an enemy is about to kill me, I'll use this charm, siphoning off his fate of surviving, as well as grafting the fate of impending death onto them. Then, the situation would be developed into him clearly succeeding, only for him to die. It does match the Marauder pathway's usual traits, but it's more sinister and terrifying. It's going from stealing wealth to stealing fate. If the Worm of Time were alive, and I was able to fully employ the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog, this charm might even point towards the domain of time. As Klein thought, he felt a sense of fear. If it wasn't for the assistance that this mysterious space had given him by obstructing and purging things, he had no way to deal with a Worm of Time. Phew, now it's mine. I can't call it a Worm of Time anymore. I'll just call it Luck Siphon. Klein once again got busy as he brought back the Luck Siphon charm to the real world. After dealing with the traces of the ritual, he gravely placed the high-level charm into the iron cigar case, putting it together with Azek's copper whistle and the Senior gold coin. He then sealed and isolated the case with a wall of spirituality. Being in a good mood, Klein didn't feel sleepy. He drew the curtains a little and allowed the crimson moonlight to shine in, illuminating his room with tranquility and silence. While he was enjoying the scenery, he suddenly saw a figure sneak out from Member of Parliament Mark's house as it approached amidst the shadows. It was none other than Hazel Marked. She once again headed for the sewers, removed the manhole cover, climbed down, and didn't forget to close the cover. Why is she always heading into the sewers? It's not likely for her to be heading to other areas from here to act like a superhero in the mysterious world. After all, each trip doesn't take her more than an hour. Unless she has very reliable intelligence, it's difficult to achieve anything. Besides, this will make it easy for her to be caught by the official beyond us. Together with the scene provided to me by Rhodes, she's likely finding something. It's very easy for her to encounter danger if she keeps heading into the sewers. Klein stood behind the curtain gap as he observed what was happening under the serene night. He didn't attempt to warn Hazel or let the wraith possess her to let her understand the dangers of the Beyonder world. Firstly, this was because he had quite a subjective view that Hazel's sense of superiority was due to a result of her lacking knowledge in mysticism, so he couldn't be sure. Secondly, he wasn't sure how she had obtained Beyonder powers and a mystical item. Warning her out of gratitude for her kind deed earlier would easily attract unwanted attention or even trouble. After enjoying an evening of peace, Klein returned to bed and slept till daybreak. Before Richardson entered, he turned into German Sparrow and prayed to the Fool, "I can accept the mission, but regardless of the outcome, I want a stone from that bracelet of yours, as well as the ability to use that spellbook of yours for some time. If it succeeds, all spoils of war will be mine. You can only take the target's head. If required, you will need to provide assistance." Chapter 772. Walter's Abnormality. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. He wants a stone from my bracelet and the right to use Leymano's travels for some time? How does he know that I have those two items? I don't remember mentioning it during the tarot gatherings. After hearing German Sparrow's response, Force was bewildered and rather shocked. It felt like he had seen through all her secrets. She tensed up as she quickly tried recalling how this information could have been leaked. Aside from Teacher, Zio, and Mr. Fool, no one knows that I have these two items, especially Leymano's travels. I haven't even used it. Mr. Fool. Mr. World appears quite strange during the tarot gatherings. He never hands over Emperor Razel's diary pages, and he doesn't seem to put any effort into this, nor does he show any concern. He and Mr. Fool have a deeper connection. He obtains the relevant information from him? A believer or a blessed, Force carefully thought over the matter as she grasped something, easing her horror from before. Only at this moment did she have the time and energy to consider if she could accept German Sparrow's requests. To force, such a price was too cheap, far lower than she had expected. Furthermore, it was reasonable. As a beyonder who seldom went out and just stayed home writing and resting, lending Leymano's travels for some time didn't affect her safety or her need to use it. And likewise, giving one of the 2 remaining stones in the bracelet that allowed her to travel through the spirit world didn't cause her to lose all her trump cards. The only problem is that Mr. World seems to be willing to only try it once. If he fails, he will still take the payment. Yes, with the fact that he needs to bear the risk, that's normal. I originally imagined that I would need to help him do many things and obtain a reward from teacher by using the traitor's head to repay the debt. Force thought calmly for a few seconds before she prayed to Mr. Fool, "Please inform Mr. World that I accept his conditions, and I will try my best to provide him assistance in the operation." He originally wished to warn German Sparrow that using the stone might result in the side effect of receiving the ravings of the full moon, but she then realized that it was apparently only something beyond us from the apprentice pathway encountered. Regardless if it succeeds or fails, I'll obtain that stone. I'll be able to secretly leave Backland and meet with Mr. Hangman to explore that primitive island. When the time comes, I'll use the spellbook to record the usage of the stone. That way, I don't have to worry about the return trip. That's unless my luck is terrible and the recording fails. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief, opened the door, and got Richardson to help him dress up. "Sir, after breakfast, your schedule is to head to the Royal Museum to see the royal family's collection exhibition." As Richardson helped his employer wear his coat, he informed him of the day's schedule. As Dwayne Dantes mastered social dancing very quickly, the number of etiquette classes in the morning went from 5 times a week to 3 times a week, allowing him to spare time for other things. And such exhibitions were definitely a hot topic of conversation in high society circles. By not going in person, it would make him appear lacking. As for heading to St. Samuel Cathedral for the bishop's preachings, Klein had consciously lowered his frequency. This wasn't because he needed to donate tens of pounds each time, but that he was afraid that heading there frequently despite having the novelty period wear off would incur suspicion. Being natural and reasonable were the core traits of his plans. Other than on a Sunday, he planned on randomly heading to church on 2 of the remaining 6 days. He wanted to rely on an even longer period of time to accumulate intelligence so as to figure out a pattern. He couldn't be impatient or in a rush. "I'm already looking forward to it." Klein looked at the dignified reflection of himself as he said to his valet with a smile. Upon thinking of St. Samuel Cathedral and the Church of Evernight, he naturally connected it to Leonard Mitchell's secret investigation of Sherlock Moriarty. He didn't understand what he was suspicious about. Is it because of Emlyn White's purchase of Tinder that drove Leonard to investigate the people related to him, or was it because of the fleeting appearances of the detective in the cases of Capim and Lenivus that made the Red Gloves who are in charge of the investigations notice something? Or could it be both? Klein thought about the clues that he had left behind and had a rough guess. He wasn't afraid that Sherlock Moriarty would be wanted by the Church of Evernight and given a bounty. After all, apart from contacting a few people that he was familiar with, the detective wasn't to appear again. He was worried that someone would discover that Sherlock Moriarty, in his early appearances, resembled Klein Moretti greatly, and as such, they would pursue the deceased former Nighthawk. In fact, it's not a problem even if they discover that. I'm no longer the clown or magician from before. There are more than a handful of demigods searching for me. Even with the high-ranking deacons of the church, there won't be any qualitative changes. Besides, Benson and Melissa truly are ordinary people. The church will definitely not involve them and disturb their lives. I wonder if they will claim the bereavement compensation back. Probably not, for there's no way they can explain it to ordinary people. Klein wasn't that worried with all the debt he was in. This was also why he was so calm when he heard Will or Septin mention Klein Moretti's identity last night. How could a Sequence 1 angel who was good at fate-related abilities and had previously interacted with Sherlock Moriarty early on not discover the detective's origins? Even with the grey fog's obstruction that interfered with many details, Will or Septin was definitely able to know that Sherlock Moriarty originally came from Tin Gen. And back in Tin Gen, Klein had interacted with a youth named Adamisol, who was of the monster pathway, leading him to bleed from his eyes. And if Will or Septin were to be aware of this and make a comparison, the answer was obvious. If Leonard were to really realize Sherlock Moriarty's hidden identity, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he walked out the master bedroom. He went to the second floor to enjoy the breakfast his cook had prepared specially for him. Westborough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Klein passed through the ticket entrance with butler Walter and valet Richardson and went into the museum. The exhibition was held by the Lunn royal family. They showcased all kinds of collections that had historical meaning from the kingdom's founding so as to allow the public to enjoy and gain an understanding. It was a way to raise the kingdom's citizens' respect and recognition of the royal family. As a graduate from the Department of History, Klein was still rather interested in the exhibition. Many of the matters that he was very familiar with had the corresponding items appear here. They allowed him to plunge into the long and fascinating history from another angle. What left Klein somewhat puzzled was Walter's deep understanding towards most of the exhibits. He introduced them to Dwayne Dantes with extreme detail. As expected of a butler who came from an aristocratic household, Klein silently nodded. As he perused the exhibits, the trio kept encountering other visitors, and the exhibition hall was quiet and orderly, so people had to converse in whispers. When passing by an exhibit, Klein noticed Walter suddenly stop. He then glanced to his side as his expression turned complicated. As he wasn't a spectator, Klein wasn't able to interpret the actual meaning of those complicated feelings. All he could do was trace Walter's gaze towards the exhibit. Standing in front of the exhibit were a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s and wore a black suit, silk hat, and a gold-inlaid cane, looking like a gentleman of status and wealth. The woman was in a yellow dress with a golden necklace. Her overall attire was inclined towards bright colors. Mr. Butler is looking at that man, Klein instantly made the judgment as he swept his gaze past the target without anyone detecting him. He realized that the man looked rather old. His skin was dark as a result of frequent exposure to the sun. The back of his hand was like dried wood, and his fingers were extremely rough. If I didn't look at his attire, I would have believed it if someone told me he was a farmer, gardener, or carriage driver. Klein retracted his gaze as he felt a little puzzled. The reason why he noticed these details was because he had seriously considered the appearance of an ordinary person who had ventured in the southern continent for extended periods of time back when he was constructing the identity of Dwayne Dantes. He believed that apart from his gaze, bearing, and natural facial features that were etched by his rich experience, Dwayne Dantes also needed to have details, such as skin that had experienced long periods of suntanning, unobvious scars, and rough but strong palms. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to prop up such a character's inherent traits. I have to say that from the moment I became a faceless, I'm getting more and more experienced and wise in the aspect of creating a new character. If I were to return to Earth, even without my Beyonder powers, I'll have strong acting skills. As Klein made self-deprecating comments inwardly, he saw Walter recover from his stern look as though nothing had happened. As for the man with somewhat old facial features and rough skin, he pointed at a flag inside the exhibition case. This is the flag that the Earl of Lastings, Prince Harrods Augustus, used during the White Rose War. Unfortunately, he perished in that war. However, his death was the turning point of the entire war and the reason why Lunn eventually clinched victory. Look, the flag still has his blood. He's quite knowledgeable in the field of history. Klein's gaze swept towards Walter from the corner of his eye, thought for 2 seconds, and smiled. He approached the couple and interjected in a friendly manner, "I never expected such a neglected tidbit of history would be known by someone else. I originally believed that the people's understanding of the White Rose War was only limited to Lunn's victory against Deities. Sir, your eruditeness leaves me amazed." To be praised in front of his female partner, the man's expression turned from a wary one to a relaxed one. A gleeful smile appeared on his face. "I'm just a person who likes history." He casually swept his gaze towards the servant of the gentleman in front of him as he suddenly frowned before easing his brows. There were remnant looks of puzzlement. "Indeed, he knows butler Walter." Klein smiled while maintaining his composure. Hello there, I'm a merchant from Deities, Deities. How may I address you? The man hesitated and said, William Sykes, a land steward at a manor. Chapter 773. Additional development. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. William Sykes. A land steward. Klein inwardly repeated the response he got before turning the topic of conversation towards the flag and the White Rose War. After a short chat, he politely bade farewell and walked towards the other exhibits with Walter and Richardson. He continued his own tour of the exhibits, as though his encounter from before was completely trivial, a conversation that was purely coincidental. When it was almost noon, Klein, who had returned to his high-end four-wheeled carriage, looked out at the passing bicycles when he suddenly said, Walter, you seem to know Mr. William Sykes. Walter solemnly nodded and said, I once knew him while I was working for Viscount Conrad's household. He served a member of the royal family, the former Earl of Lastings, Prince Edisac. He didn't conceal anything, and he described William Sykes's background in detail. He was once in service of Prince Edisac. He's living quite a good life after the prince passed away because of the great smog of Backland. I wonder what manor he's the land steward of. Perhaps he knows some secrets. Klein gently nodded and didn't probe further. He was wondering if he should find an opportunity to investigate William Sykes. If William Sykes really knows something, the royal family's faction wouldn't leave him be. Or perhaps he is part of that faction. In short, investigating him will be a rather dangerous matter. There's no way to entrust this matter to Miss Magician, Emlyn White, or Miss Zio. Miss Sharon has the ability to do so, but this might result in destroying her peaceful life. The best solution is still to use hero bandit Black Emperor. But the problem is that before stealing the Antigonus family's notebook, my investigations of the Great Smog of Backland should only be superficial. I shouldn't alarm anyone or bring about any accidental changes. Klein appeared to admire the streets outside, but many thoughts were going through his mind. Finally, he decided to hold back for the time being unwilling to affect the most pertinent matter he had at present. After having lunch and taking a nap, Klein received classes in literary appreciation until it was almost evening. After sending away his teacher, he was just about to head to the second story's dining hall when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the ringing, Klein saw Richardson immediately take a few steps forward to open the door. Standing outside were two police officers in black and white checkered uniforms. From their epaulets, one of them was a high-ranking inspector, while the other was a sergeant. Officers, how may I help you? Richardson asked on behalf of his employer. The high-ranking inspector was a thin man and had his black hair hidden under his peak cap. His sideburns had a little color as he swept his gaze into the house before warmly saying with a smile, I'm here for Mr. Deities. There's a case that involves him and his butler. What is it? Klein slowly walked to the door. I'm Deities. After introducing himself, he asked politely, Officers, how may I address you? If the matter is a little more complicated and needs more time, why not come to my parlor? We can discuss it over tea. The other police officer, the sergeant, was an elegant lady. She was clearly interested in taking up the offer as she looked at the high-ranking inspector, awaiting the decision of her superior. Due to the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the Lund police force had plenty of female officers, but due to the other faiths and the prevailing trends of society, they suffered some form of discrimination when it came to promotions and positions. They mostly did clerical work, and there was an invisible ceiling for their career development. The high-ranking inspector smiled and said, There's no need for tea, but we need to question your servants. He paused before getting to the main point. Mr. Deities, do you know a person by the name of William Sykes? I got to know him this morning at the Royal Museum. Klein vaguely sensed that some sort of unexpected development had occurred as he asked, Did something happen to him? The high-ranking inspector wiped away his smile and said, He's dead. He died at a hotel near the Royal Museum. He's dead? Klein didn't hide his puzzlement and shock. The inspector nodded solemnly and said, Yes, the cause of death is rather complicated, and we aren't ruling out the possibility of murder. What about his female partner? Klein frowned as he asked. He had a female partner when I met him. That lady was his mistress. When she left the hotel, William Sykes was still alive. This can be confirmed by the attendants at the hotel because they had later sent him red wine. The inspector simply shared the situation and said, after leaving the Royal Museum, "Where did you go?" "I came back here directly. I had lunch, took a nap, and attended lessons. My servants, neighbors, and literary appreciation teacher can prove that," Klein frankly replied. He then turned his head to Richardson and said, "Bring Walter here." Soon, Walter walked down from the second story with a white glove and answered similar questions. After receiving Dwayne Dantes's permission, the two officers questioned the rest of his servants, but they failed to find any problems. They didn't stay for long, politely bidding him farewell and visiting the other neighbors. Klein's appetite wasn't affected by this matter as he went to the second story to enjoy his dinner. Time quickly flew by as he spent the rest of the time reading books and newspapers. Before sleeping, Klein took in the scenery outside the window as he awaited his valet, Richardson, to take away the fruits in the room. Suddenly, he asked without turning his head, "What did Walter do in the afternoon?" "He was busy handling various matters." "He never left," Richardson answered softly. Klein nodded gently without asking further. He began suspecting if he had been overthinking matters. "Phew," he slowly exhaled before getting into bed. In the middle of the night, Klein's spirituality was triggered as he snapped awake. He pricked up his brows, left the bed, and arrived by the window. He pulled back the curtains a little. Under the dim moonlight, a figure carefully passed through the garden's trail and arrived by the perimeter walls before flipping over it. He had a broad forehead with raven-black hair and stern brown eyes. He was none other than Butler Walter. He's agile and his motions are fluid. If he's not trained, he's a low-sequence beyonder, Klein observed the scene as he made a preliminary judgment. He saw Walter's shadows follow the streets until he arrived at the manhole which Hazel often used to enter the sewers. He removed the manhole cover, climbed down, and didn't forget to close the cover. Why is everyone so skilled at getting into the sewers? Mr. Butler likely hasn't done it in the past, otherwise, my spirituality would have warned me. After all, he's leaving from my territory. It means that before he became my butler, he had performed such actions quite frequently elsewhere. Klein curled his lips, returned to his bedside, and took out the iron cigar case from under his pillow. He controlled Wraith Senior to tail Walter, wanting to see what he was up to. I hope it doesn't exceed 100 meters, otherwise, I'll need to enter the sewers as well. As Klein silently muttered to himself, he returned to the gap in the curtains. His marionette, Senior, immediately used the mysterious connection between different mirrors to jump to the street lamp beside the manhole before passing the manhole to silently tail Walter. Klein saw that Walter turned into a more secluded and dark passage after taking 10 meters forward. On the wall were all kinds of moss and dirt. Suddenly, the butler stopped and said to someone, "Why were you so rash? Why didn't you wait for a better opportunity?" Soon, a weak and slightly hoarse female's voice replied to Walter's inquiry. "Once he returns to that manner, there's no knowing when he will come out again." "But why would you be so seriously injured?" Walter said with sighs of concern. The female voice scoffed and said, "William Sykes is stronger than what you or I imagined. Perhaps only this way can he satisfy his secret identity. Regardless, I finally obtained clues from him. After so much time, I finally have a chance to approach the truth. You didn't need to be so rash." Walter fell silent. The weak female's voice chuckled and said, "I've already sold my soul to an evil god. The only meaning to life is vengeance." In a rare instance, Walter sighed and said, "Continue hiding here. I'll prepare food for you until you recover. If there aren't any accidents, use the old method to contact me." The weak female voice remained silent for a while before saying, when he was alive, he had many subordinates who claimed to be loyal. After his death, few still remember him or are willing to risk their lives for him. You are the one who has surprised me the most. He is the first noble who treated me that way, and he is the person I'm truly loyal to, Walter answered in a deep voice. Having heard the conversation with his marionette, Klein vaguely understood the entire story. After Prince Edisac passed away, a few of his loyal subordinates were investigating the truth of his suicide. Walter was one of them. However, he was mainly in charge of gathering any superficial intelligence, as well as using his identity to provide some help. This is probably the additional development that Rhodes mentioned. Klein immediately made Senor go invisible as he infiltrated the secluded passageway and saw Walter conversing with someone while standing. His figure blocked a black-dressed woman who was seated on the ground against the wall. Her face was somewhat pale. After the woman heard Walter's words, she gave a throaty laugh and looked towards the entrance. "It's time you leave. Don't be caught by others." She turned her head, allowing Klein to see her. She had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle and refined temperament. Deep down, she was sweet and was an outstandingly gorgeous beauty who Klein was familiar with. Chapter 774. Clues. Translators Atlas Studios Editors Atlas Studios. She isn't dead? She managed to escape? She's actually trying to seek revenge for Prince Edisac. At that moment that he saw Trissy, Klein nearly lost control of his expression. Although he had guessed it based on the conversation, he still felt it exceeded his expectations when the truth was placed before him. Without even the need for a dream divination, he could still recall the great smog of Backland. Trissy had conversed with him, and back then, she was eager to escape Prince Edisac's control and escape the manipulation of her fate by the hidden person behind the scenes. She felt her daily life was filled with pain. This demoness who was once a man had sold her soul to an evil god to help avenge Prince Edisac. What kind of crappy trite romance plot point is this? The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he saw Walter throw a bag of food to Trissy. After hearing him give a few words of advice, he turned and left the secluded path. At this moment, a figure appeared from Member of Parliament Mark's house. It was within Klein's line of sight from where he was standing. It followed the shadows in the street as it quickly approached the entrance to the sewer. She was none other than Hazel, who held a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. She'll encounter Walter. This isn't some entrance to the sewers. It's clearly the entrance to a bustling city. Klein looked down and nearly facepalmed. Upon arriving at the manhole, Hazel warily observed her surroundings for a few seconds before moving the cover away and climbing down. The entire process was done in one fell swoop without any signs of delay. Stepping onto the slightly moist ground, she followed the rusted metal pipes and the sewage that slowly flowed with a clear destination in mind. Suddenly, she felt her back turn cold as a chill ran down her spine. Her hair began to stand on end. Right on the heels of that, Hazel seemed to plunge into a freezing river, and she felt a coldness that was overcoming her body. She was horrified to see herself walking in a different direction, heading straight for the wall with metal pipes. And this was completely against her will. Horror filled Hazel's mind before she received a reprieve from her numb thoughts. She infused all her spirituality into the necklace on her neck. The 7 green gems on the necklace were equidistant from each other. Embedded around them were tiny diamonds. In the absolute darkness, they still swirled with a faint lustrous glow. Suddenly, a gem lit up as the green glow illuminated Hazel's ghastly face. She leaned against the wall and paused for a moment. She moved her feet forward in an awkward manner before retracting them. At that instant, the coldness Hazel felt had paused for a moment. She didn't hesitate to use her spirituality to light up another green gem. She raised her right hand, aimed it at herself, and twisted her wrist. At the same time, many mysterious symbols and patterns appeared in her mind as her spirituality and voice changed momentarily. She had stolen the Beyond a Power, Wraith Shriek. Hazel was just about to open her mouth to shout when she found her hands losing control again. She forcefully and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Her shriek turned into a muffle as she took a few brisk steps to the wall. She turned into another fork before crouching down in the pure darkness. She tried hard to struggle, but it was useless. She wasn't even capable of activating the necklace on her neck. Hazel's dark brown eyes widened as they filled with horror and indignation. Tears began to well in her eyes before slowly streaming down her cheeks. And at this moment, Walter had come out from another path, returning back to the sewer entrance before climbing up agilely. After he sneaked back into 160 Beauclund Street, Hazel suddenly regained control of her body. She felt that the coldness had completely disappeared. She first raised her hands in surprise, using her night vision to take a glance. Following that, she looked around in a fluster, as though there were countless unknown monsters hidden in the darkness of the sewers. Hazel immediately touched the necklace with her right hand, carefully stood up, and headed for the entrance. She didn't flee in panic, but she instead warily prepared for any attack that would appear from the darkness. Finally, she returned to Beauclund Street where she saw the black street lamp emitting its light, illuminating the streets that still had the remnant signs of rain. Only then did Hazel speed up her pace and run home. Midway, she suddenly turned back, nervously and frantically closing the manhole's cover. After doing all of this, she followed the shadows and entered her garden. With the help of the gas and water pipes, she entered the balcony to her bedroom. Only at that point did she really have any room to think. She widened her eyes and subconsciously looked around. Slowly, her body began to tremble. She raised her left arm, hoping to use her clothes to wipe her face, but she paused midway, switching to using a handkerchief from her pocket. Hazel still has the basic abilities needed to react. She's not a complete newbie. In the sewers, Senor appeared with his dark red coat and triangular hat as he spoke silently. Just as the wraith approached, the black-dressed Trissy looked up and revealed a weak but stubborn smile. From the looks of it, you have no ill intentions. She had sensed Hazel and discovered the wraith. Senor's figure appeared as he chuckled. Perhaps killing her will only bring you greater trouble. To be honest, he wished to report Trissy to the authorities because he knew of the evil deeds she had done. He knew how she had incited the passengers and crew on the Alfalfa, causing them to kill each other out at sea. He also knew how she had many innocent lives die ahead of time. However, after realizing that Trissy was investigating the mystery behind Prince Edesac's death, Klein had a new plan in mind. He would incite the Demoness and cooperate with her on certain matters. The mystery of Prince Edesac's death was equivalent to the truth of the Great Smog of Backland. Investigating this matter is bound to be very dangerous. Roping others in will make me feel guilty, afraid that harm or even death will happen to them as a result. By getting Trissy to do it, I wouldn't have such a psychological burden. The crime she had committed had long doomed her to hell. The only problem is that she might be using the investigations of the mystery to Prince Edesac's death for her own ploys. I have to be wary about this to prevent myself from being used, thus causing a disaster. As Klein thought, he made Senor take 2 steps forward. Trissy looked at the middle-aged before her and chuckled. Since you have ill intentions, go ahead, Mr. Senor. At this instant, the marionette senses revealed countless threads floating and flailing around Trissy. And seated in the middle was her black-dressed self with a pale face. It resembled a spider in the middle of her web, but it was filled with temptation and pity that made one approach her. You know me. The marionette halted in his footsteps. Trissy's expression was somewhat adrift as she answered in reverie, I once spent an unforgettable period of time at sea. Back then, you were still a man, Klein lampooned and chuckled. Why are you investigating Prince Edesac's death? Didn't he commit suicide? Trissy immediately looked up as anger colored her face. Suicides can be different. Some people do it willingly, others are forced. No way, she really seems to mind Prince Edesac's death. Lady, have you forgotten that you were once a man? Have you forgotten the pain you were previously talking about? Don't tell me that this is the so-called Stockholm Syndrome where you end up bonding with your captor due to the minute amount of kindness they've provided? Well, I'm not a spectator, and I can't determine if she's being truthful or not. Klein made Senor chuckle. So, you believe that Prince Edesac was forced to commit suicide? You sought William Sykes to investigate this matter. The angry look on Triss's face vanished as a miserable but beautiful smile appeared. It was he who forced Edesac to commit suicide with a spirituality obliteration bullet. However, he was also under orders by others. To obtain the final bit of pleasure, he revealed everything. He was still unable to really touch me. I even showed him my former photo. He died filled with even more misery and despair. I can't imagine what William suffered. Trissy is as twisted as she was before. Demonesses at the stage of pleasure are really filled with charms. Every expression and every action are filled with enticement. But I can tell that Trissy has already reined it in very well, only using it when needed. She has already advanced? Or is it because of love, as Klein lampooned, he made Senor ask, who is it? When asking that question, Klein hadn't expected to receive an answer, but Trissy chuckled and replied, Viscount Stratford, the Royal Guard Captain of the Royal Family. Chapter 775. Making Use. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Viscount Stratford, Royal Guard Captain of the Royal Family. From this post, the Great Smog of Backland does have inklings of a particular royal family faction being behind it. As for who it is, it will require investigation. Klein temporarily didn't have the time to verify Trissy's answer, so all he did was make Senor scoff. I'm a little doubtful since you are telling me this so easily. Trissy said in a scoffing and self-deprecating manner, that's because it's something good for me. I can tell that you and the faction you represent are very interested in the true motives of those pulling the strings of the royal family. I would be very happy if I can provide some useful clues that cause you to have conflict with them, causing the real conspirer to surface. This will aid in my revenge and also be of the greatest help to me. According to this logic, does that also mean that I can use you to investigate this matter and fish out the mastermind behind this? From that, I can allow my faction to hide in safety before it obtains any actual information. Wasn't what Trissy said meant to entice me to engage in limited cooperation with her, while she also volunteers to be the mind clearer in order to reveal the truth? She is clearly expressing her value. She's afraid that I'll eventually decide to kill her. Klein roughly understood what Trissy was truly getting at as he controlled the wraith to say, very reasonable. I should also do the same. I believe that without my threats or enticement, you'll attempt to make contact with Viscount Stratford after you recover from your wounds. Trissy curled her lips and said, I only hope that he doesn't like men. This isn't something that cannot be resolved. If you're already sequence 5, then you can consider switching to the Hunter Pathway sequence for Iron-Blooded Knight. Also, have you forgotten your past self? Why are you getting used to the powers of a demoness of pleasure to deal with men? Klein lampooned before making Senor smile. This isn't a problem. You can always show him your old photo. Trissy was taken aback as a slightly twisted expression colored her face. A humiliation that she had buried deep inside her had been dug out, exposing it beneath the sun. Her beautiful eyes were tainted with what stemmed from anger from the humiliation. Her face, which was pale due to her injuries, instantly flushed red. Trissy quickly reined in her emotions and scoffed, speaking with a suppressed voice, as expected of Admiral of Blood. It appears you know plenty about the Demoness pathway. She wasn't sure before. I made that joke because I thought the Demoness sect and the Rose School of Thought had worked together, making her believe that Admiral of Blood would know the secret of the assassin pathway. Regardless, it's not nice mocking the gender of others. This is in line with Admiral of Blood's persona. A marionettist's principle is remember that every marionette has its own setting. The reason why Trissy had mentioned her past photo was apparently just to vent and grind off an enemy's joy and excitement. She wasn't taking notice of the details she mentioned. Klein nodded in thought as he controlled Senor. At my level, there will always be plenty of secrets I know. He didn't continue on the topic as he said, how can I contact you? I might be able to provide you with some help during the investigations of Viscount Stratford. Trissy reached her hand towards her ear and grabbed a clump of smooth, raven-black hair. Then, blue ice formed, allowing her to crack it off. She then spread out her palm, allowing a silent, pitch-black flame to appear, burning the hair to ashes. These ashes weren't lifted up by the cold winds in the sewers, but they had shrunk, forming a sticky black object. Smear it uniformly over a mirror, and then I'll know that you're looking for me. I'll subsequently use that mirror to communicate with you. Trissy shook her wrist and threw the pasty black object to Senor. It can be used about 5 times, and that should be enough. As Senor was only a marionette, Klein wasn't worried about letting him grab the black sticky object. After taking a few looks, he stuffed it into his pocket. Trissy fell silent for a few seconds before biting her lip. If I need your help, how do I contact you? That's a problem. Klein did wish to have her directly contact Miss Messenger, Rionette Tynker. After all, Trissy would later know that behind the wraith was German Sparrow if she gathered any news about Admiral of Blood. This wasn't something that could be hidden. After a few seconds of consideration, he decided to be a little more cautious. He decided to wait until Trissy had any substantial discoveries before changing the communication method. After all, she isn't someone to be trusted. To avenge Prince Edisac, some of her feelings are real, but they likely include some other goals. For example, seeking revenge for herself. Klein made Senor survey the area and said, "These sewers hide plenty of secrets. I'll come often. You can leave the help you need in text form here. If the matter is urgent, preventing you from doing it in time, you can contact that person from before to get him to leave the message." With the conversation almost done, Klein planned on letting his marionette, Senor, leave. At that moment, he caught sight of Trissy's hands. He discovered that the sapphire ring, which was equivalent to a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was gone. I noticed it just now, but I thought she had switched it to her other hand or another finger, but it's actually gone. From the looks of it, she paid a considerable price back when she escaped Prince Edisac's Red Rose Manor and escaped into Zangwheel's 08's control. The mark that the Prince Edisac left on her has also vanished. Klein thought for a moment before getting Senor to laugh. "Which evil god did you sell your soul to?" Trissy gave the middle-aged man a deep look. "Weren't you trying to escape from that strange state? Didn't you feel that you were increasingly becoming less like yourself? Why did you backtrack? Don't you know that by changing your name to Trissy Cheek, they were trying to make you the primordial demoness vessel?" No, she might really not know. She might not even know what cheek means. She did her best to escape her fate, only to plunge deeper into it. At that instant, Klein felt a baffling fear towards fate and deities. "It's hard for me to believe it with you replying so easily without any qualms." Trissy's eyes had a slight tinge of confusion as she said in a self-deprecating manner, "That's because it's a problem for me, not a secret. With one more person knowing, there might be one more chance of a solution presenting itself. Even if the chances are slim, it's better than nothing. While solving the problem, there's also a high chance that you'll be finished." Klein didn't continue the topic as he said after some thought, "When you approach Viscount Stratford and the mastermind behind all of this, take note of any coincidences that often happen around you. The deeper the investigation into the Great Smog of Backland is, the more likely it would gain the attention of Ince Zangwill and 08. Coincidences? Trissy was taken aback as she repeated the word. At that instant, she recalled all the coincidences she had encountered back at Red Rose Manor. Amidst her thoughts, she suddenly looked up, only to realize that Admiral of Blood Senor had vanished. The next morning, Klein woke up punctually, and with the assistance of Richardson, he wore his coat. Just as he arrived in the dining hall, he saw Walter standing by the door, politely awaiting his arrival. "Sir, your schedule for today is to participate in a tea session at Member of Parliament Markt's residence," Walter professionally reminded his employer. He was stern, old-fashioned, and conscientious. He looked no different from his usual self, making it impossible to tell that he had headed for the sewers in the middle of the night. Klein nodded with a smile as though nothing had happened. He then entered the dining hall and enjoyed an exquisite meal that had started showing signs of being repetitive. There's not enough variety for breakfast. Klein focused on eating, and after he was done, he put down his cutlery and sighed. "I miss my hometown a little. Get the cook to prepare some desi pie tomorrow." "Yes, sir." "I should have thought of that earlier," housekeeper Tanaja replied apologetically. Klein waved his hand as a gesture for her not to take it to heart before he headed to the garden for a stroll. After doing all of this, he returned to the third story to continue reading the papers he hadn't finished until his etiquette teacher, Joanna, arrived. Joanna was still dressed decently with an elegant bearing. She smiled at Dwayne Dantes and said, "I heard you would be heading to Mariana's place for high tea later today." "Then, this lesson will focus on high tea." Klein maintained his smile as he listened attentively, asking questions from time to time. About 30 minutes later, Walter knocked on the door and entered. "Sir, Member of Parliament marked servant just came over to inform us that the high tea session has been cancelled because Mariana's daughter, Miss Hazel, is sick. She's very apologetic for that, and she wishes to invite you again next week." "Hazel is sick? A result of last night's fright?" "It's not impossible if it's an ordinary person, but a Beyonder has their physical qualities enhanced. The chances of that happening are very low. Furthermore, Hazel clearly hasn't seen the changes that result from the loss of control brought about by potions. Her mental state is still well, allowing her to feel a sense of superiority and having no fear. Even if she was frightened, it wouldn't result in any psychological ailments." Ailments. Sequence 5 of the Demonis pathway can make people around them get infected with ailments. Last night, Trissy secretly released her ailment after seeing a stranger enter the sewers. And as a wraith, Senor wasn't affected, so I didn't discover it. Such a problem isn't too serious. Hazel didn't spend much time in the area for too long. She's just a little shaken, preventing her from recovering quickly. From the looks of it, Trissy has really advanced to Sequence 5. Klein nodded gently and said, "Please give Miss Hazel my regards." Chapter 776. Preparations. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Without the high tea session, Klein decided to pray at St. Samuel Cathedral, so as to show his devoutness. Of course, he didn't forget to stop and admire the white pigeons on the square, allowing himself to appear leisurely and calm. He entered the cathedral, passing through the murals that were illuminated by the sun from high above and arriving at a dark and deep prayer hall. This place wasn't as gorgeously decorated like the other churches that had all kinds of dazzling elegant taste that produced a visual impact. Instead, it was mild and peaceful, allowing one to feel a natural sense of tranquility. As for the pure light that resembled twinkling stars up ahead, they were filled with the intense solemnity of holiness. Klein removed his hat and handed it to Richardson along with his cane. Then, he walked down the aisle. At this moment, two figures stood up in the front pew and turned towards the entrance. One of them was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell, who looked suave with his untidy hair. Almost at the same moment, Leonard Mitchell also saw the middle-aged man with the white sideburns and deep blue eyes. Dwayne Dantes. He tensed up momentarily as his body showed signs of indiscernible stiffness. Klein gave Leonard a side look as he nodded with a smile. He had a friendly and casual expression. Leonard forced a smile as he nodded in a slightly sluggish manner. This made Klein see who the person was behind him. It was also someone he knew, Daly, who was wearing a spirit medium's black robe. This lady still wore blue eyeshadow and blush, presenting quite an uncanny sense of beauty. Daly glanced at the middle-aged gentleman when her expression suddenly went adrift. She retracted her gaze as she silently approached the exit. "No way, I was just mimicking Captain's profound eyes. Even the color is different, yet Daly could still find it familiar." A woman's intuition is truly terrifying. Klein had a vague guess when he noticed Daly's brief abnormality. A long time ago, as an insensitive man, he believed that Daly was secretly in love with Captain, otherwise, she wouldn't have endured the risk to rush to Tingen to get Klein to find an opportunity to teach the acting method to Dunn Smith. As for Captain, Klein wasn't sure about his thoughts. After all, Dunn Smith, at that moment, was often unable to distinguish reality from a dream. His bad memory was rather pronounced, and he might unknowingly have forgotten certain things that lay at the bottom of his heart. However, Captain often mentions Daly, using her as an example to educate us. He was so familiar with how many years she took to advance and the kind of talent she had that it seemed like he had memorized it. Yes, whenever Captain mentioned these matters, he would occasionally add that he spent 9 years going from midnight poet to nightmare. See, could it be that he was feeling a little inferior when facing Daly? Inferior, Klein recalled the past as his mood suddenly felt dampened. He realized that he didn't really understand Dunn Smith. He didn't understand how many things the man had hidden inwardly. And Daly isn't much younger than him. She appears to be very open and doesn't care about marriage. Klein silently sighed and reined in his thoughts. He found a nearby pew and bowed his head, closing his eyes to pray. Outside the prayer hall, Leonard had recovered as he gathered with the other Red Gloves teammates with Daly. They waited for a while. A Soist, who had become a spirit warlock, walked out from another side. He scanned them and said, "Our mission this time is to use the various clues discovered from the explosion of the Black Skeleton Gang's headquarters to find all the formal members of the numinous episcopate in Backland. Daly is a beyonder from the corpse collector pathway. She knows quite a bit about the numinous episcopate, so His Grace, Saint Anthony, has gotten her to assist us." In the evening, Klein, who had dismissed Richardson, took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. He conjured the World German Sparrow and made his blurry figure pray. "Please inform Miss Magician that she needs to reserve a hotel room before Friday night. It's best that it's far from the place where Mr. X holds the gathering. Pass me the stone and spellbook ahead of time. I need to make certain preparations. On Friday night, she needs to stop her friend who participates in Mr. X's gathering and also present to me that person's external appearance when in disguise. If there's anything else, I'll inform her in time." With only 2 days left before the assassination attempt on Mr. X, Klein undoubtedly needed to prepare ahead of time. And there were many things that needed preparation. Dwayne Dantes wasn't able to do everything, so he had to rely on Miss Magician. His preliminary plan was to use the powers of a Faceless to disguise himself as a participant in Mr. X's gathering. He would enter directly with the passcode, and then he would employ different plans based on the situation. According to the experience he had in engaging in combat and controlling his marionette, Klein had a feeling that a marionettist's principle was try to hide behind the scenes, covertly directing a script. Unless necessary, a marionettist had to avoid engaging in direct combat with others. Currently, the most troublesome point is that Mr. X's gathering is at 8. And usually, at this time, Dwayne Dantes clearly wouldn't have fallen asleep. He won't be able to escape the notice of his butler and servants and secretly head to East Borough. Of course, on the contrary, it can also create an alibi, but the problem is, what method should I use to fool everyone in his house? If only I had a Faceless partner who can act as Dwayne Dantes. Miss Justice's necklace can do it, but she's not in Backland. Klein leaned back into his chair as he rubbed his temples. He had even considered directly summoning and responding to himself, using his identity as Hero Bandit Black Emperor to carry out the operation, but doing so would cause him to lose the ability to change his physical appearance. It also made it difficult for him to possess others and disguise as Force Friend to participate in the gathering. Unless Miss Magician's friend is a part of this, allowing me to possess him or her. That wouldn't do either. First, it will expose some of the Tarot Club's secrets, and second, Mr. X might have the means to discover a wraith. Of course, traces of this can be concealed using a series of seals with a gold coin, the paper angel, or the iron cigar case. Klein considered for a while before deciding on a method he was very proficient in from his previous life. "I'll begin acting sick tomorrow. I'll eat very little, and sleep before 8. This way, the butler and servants wouldn't disturb me. But if there's an emergency, what do I do when Walter and company knock on the door? A magician's illusion creation can only fool the eyes. It isn't some artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Right, I can fix the illusion onto a mirror, letting it look like Dwayne Dantes. Then, I'll get a Rhodes to answer remotely." With this in mind, Klein's thoughts suddenly opened up. I have to say that a Rhodes can be quite useful at times. After a poignant comment, Klein returned to the real world. He walked to the desk, took out pen and paper, and began drawing a picture comprising of symbols that implied secrecy and mystery prying. Just as he finished his final stroke, the room's lighting dimmed suddenly. The full-body mirror first turned deep black before silver light surfaced. Loney's text appeared one after another. "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, heard your summoning. Was I late? There's something new every time." Klein shook his head in amusement. "How tolerant you are of me, Great Master." You can ask your question. Words neatly appeared on the mirror. Klein thought for a moment before saying, I plan on eliminating the Aurora Order Oracle, Mr. X. Do you have any suggestions? The full-body mirror's words froze for a few seconds before changing. It's best you do it after Thursday. It's in line with my divination. Angel of Fate Ouroboros or a Saint of the Aurora Order might be around Mr. X tonight and on Thursday. Klein smiled and said, Rhodes, I have something that requires your help. This is my honor. You are giving me an opportunity. Words quickly emerged, fully professing what it meant to be excited and delighted. May I ask what the mission is? Klein nodded and said, This Friday night, I will be using a mirror as an illusion prop, changing it to look like my present identity. If any emergencies happen, you're in charge of controlling the mirror to answer without letting anyone discover any abnormalities. The air around the full-body mirror suddenly gushed around, and a toady voice belonging to Dwayne Dante sounded, Great Master, I'll try my best to complete anything you command. Although it won't be able to last long, and it doesn't match my usual habits, it's enough to deal with everyone here. If you wish, I can simulate any voice. You're more talented than I expected. It's not easy being a mirror these days. However, why does that final statement sound odd? Klein's facial muscles trembled as he said, when dealing with them, hide the nature of the question and answer game. Don't let others notice it. Rhodes immediately presented a new sentence on the full-body mirror, I will play your identity well. He was truly worried that Rhodes would begin asking Butler Walter and Valet Richardson embarrassing questions. Questions like, have you fantasized about ladies you shouldn't have any urges for, or who do you think of late at night when resolving your physical needs? He believed that with the magic mirror's way of doing things, it might very well carry out such an act without any forewarning. Back then, Danitz nearly broke down thanks to its questions. Without speaking any further, Klein switched to saying, that will be all for today. I'll contact you again on Friday night. Yes, Great Master. Your humble servant already looks forward to serving you. Rhodes first conjured a single line before producing a drawing of a hand waving. Chapter 777. Sick and Crazy Setup. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. On Friday afternoon, Klein, who had skipped a literary salon because of his feigned sickness, arrived above the grey fog once again. In front of him was a hard-covered, palm-sized notebook which was bronze-green in color. It was Leymano's Travels which the magician Force had provided. After flipping the item which was closer to a spellbook over to a certain page, Klein looked at the yellowish-brown page, raised his hand, and summoned the sea god scepter from the junk pile. As he injected some of his spirituality into Leymano's Travels, making it light up with a faint luster, he made the blue gem on the scepter's tip emit a bright light. A sizzling sound was produced as bolts of silver lightning appeared out of thin air. They were thick and menacing as they zapped about, meshing together to form a hurricane. At the same time, complicated symbols and labels quickly outlined themselves on the page of Leymano's Travels. They overlapped each other and fused together, slowly taking shape. Just as the page was about to be colored in silver, bolts of lightning snaked out from it, causing all the patterns to be destroyed. It failed again. Klein sighed silently as he repeated the same process. This wasn't his first attempt. Ever since he obtained Leymano's Travels on Wednesday night, he would head above the grey fog from time to time, using this spellbook to record the powers produced by the sea god scepter. He repeated it until his spirituality was nearly drained, forcing him to return to the real world to take a break. During this process, there were successes and failures. Klein relied on repeated attempts before completing the final step, recording the lightning storm spell which he had eyed for a very long time. This was a demigod power of the Sailor pathway. Before that failure, Klein had failed nearly 20 times. It could be said that his luck was terrible. After repeated failures, he was delighted to see a silver luster spread across the yellowish page at the 5th attempt. An ancient, mysterious, complicated, and indescribable symbol contracted, forming a fancy diagram that made anyone who placed their eyes on it feel as though they were being struck by lightning. Phew! I finally succeeded. Klein rubbed his fingers against the paper and heaved a long sigh of relief. He flipped through Leymano's travels and admired his previous efforts. Over the past 2 days, he wasn't fully caught up with Lightning Storm. He also recorded 2 other demigod powers. One of them was Paper Angel that he had used while stirring some of the powers above the grey fog. It aided in disrupting any divination and prophecies. Similarly, there was Hurricane that stemmed from the Sea God Scepter. When recording them, Klein was rather lucky. One took 9 times, while the other took 12 before he succeeded. As for Flight, Glide, Lightning Strike, and other powers that didn't reach sequence 4, they only required him to do it once or twice. Therefore, Klein had almost filled the entire book. This spellbook isn't very useful to unaffiliated Beyonders. It needs plenty of time and patience to record a sufficient number of powers. And when the powers exceed sequence 6, the chances of failure increases, making the powers difficult to obtain. However, there are 22 pathways in the mystical domain. If the first few sequences have their powers matched well, finishing off a sequence 5 isn't too surprising. Klein closed Leymano's travels and sighed inwardly. From his point of view, the spellbook was equivalent to half a divine artifact for unaffiliated Beyonders. Although it was more difficult to be useful than Creeping Hunger in its early stages, once there was a good combination, it was quite normal for one to fight someone of a higher sequence. However, among Beyonders who were supported by major factions, Leymano's travels would be ridiculously powerful. This was because it could record a demigod's powers. As long as they wish, a demigod can repeat the power again and again. As for Creeping Hunger, it has a high chance of failing to devour a demigod. Even a real shepherd would find it extremely difficult to graze a high-sequence Beyonder. Firstly, there are no available resources, and secondly, it's easy to lose control. Elder Lovia from the City of Silver was someone lucky enough to be able to graze a sequence for Evil Spirit. When Klein thought of this, he cast his gaze onto a dark green, core stone. It was rough and uneven with signs of burn marks. It was none other than Force Stone that allowed the traversal of the spirit world. With Leymano's travels and this stone, along with a luck siphon charm and wraith marionette, even if Mr. X has a saint protecting him, I should still be able to complete the mission and leave without problems. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the real world. After setting up a bestowment ritual, he brought the corresponding items back. After making all the preparations, he walked to the full-body mirror and looked at himself. He made himself look haggard. After dinner, Klein had used the excuse of not being well to return to his room. After taking in the night scenery, he took out a palm-sized mirror from the drawer and placed it on the soft and elastic pillow. Then, Klein went over, making the mirror reflect the blue-eyed, white-sideburned Dwayne Dantes. He then slowly straightened his body and took a step back, creating another Dwayne Dantes in bed. This gentleman was wearing silk pajamas and leaning against a pillow. He held a book in hand with his eyes half closed as though he was in thought. Not bad, the mirror illusion isn't weaker than a paper figurine illusion. Klein returned to the desk and picked up a fountain pen, drawing the strange symbol that was a mixture of secrecy and mystery prying. After a brief silence, the Dwayne Dantes in bed suddenly opened his eyes and gave a toady smile. "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, A. Rhodes, is here." I have to say that even with Dwayne Dantes's face, there's no way he can look normal with that kind of smile. Klein silently sighed and nearly turned to look to his side. "Very good," he praised with a nod. He didn't give any other instructions. With a half-top hat, he slid down from the balcony to the first floor. He followed the secluded garden trail and flipped over the corner perimeter wall of 160 Beauclun Street. During this process, he hadn't forgotten to close the windows. Pressing his right hand on his hat and landing his feet on the streets, Klein slowly looked up. At some point in time, his facial features and outline had changed. He had black hair and brown eyes, with a thin and angular face. This was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who had a bounty of £50 from just a single country. Sherwood Beyonder. Zio, who was just about to head out to East Borough to participate in Mr. X's Beyonder gathering, was stopped by force. "You want to head out to gather material?" Zio deliberated before saying the words her friend often used. Force stroked her hair and said, "No, to earn money. I previously accepted a mission to find the dust left behind after a ghost fades away. As you know, there aren't any ghosts at the cemetery. They've all been given a send-off by the priests and bishops to their respective deities' kingdom. Therefore, I can only head over to East Borough and find targets that died due to various reasons without being discovered. Can you bear letting such a beautiful and frail lady like me head into such a messy place alone? But, can't you push it back a day?" Zio said hesitantly. "I'm planning to participate in Mr. X's gathering." Force immediately shook her head. "No, I need to complete the mission tomorrow. It's a total of £50. If it's due tomorrow, why didn't you do it the past few days?" Zio looked suspiciously at her friend. "Is this your first day knowing me? Don't. You know I have a severe case of procrastination? Besides, you have no money. What's the point of going to Mr. X's gathering? You don't even know what beyonder ingredients you need." "That's true." Zio was convinced before she smiled. "Does every author have a sickness of procrastination?" "Probably." As Force perfunctorily replied, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the East Borough, inside a cheap motel, Klein entered the room which Miss Magician had reserved for him under a fake alias. Here, having a room and a bed for one person was an extravagance, but even so, such rooms only cost 12 pence a night. Of course, many of the cheap motels in East Borough didn't have any single rooms. The best of them were some compartments that cost 5 pence a night. It only had a bed and a partition that blocked others from looking inside, allowing the occupants to change clothes. As for the 10 to 20 bunk beds in the basement, they cost 1.5 pence a night. The motel didn't hold any responsibilities for the items that one stored there. "There's actually a mirror." "Not bad." Klein put down his hat and stood in front of a full-body mirror filled with crevices. He then wore the hooded robe which Miss Magician had prepared for him. Immediately after that, his body shrank at a discernible pace. His skin gradually turned pale with a tinge of malt colors. The Adam's apple at his throat vanished as his hair grew long and turned blonde. Klein instantly recognized the image of Force's friend, even though the disguise didn't show her looks. It was Miss Zio. However, because there was a hood to conceal himself, he didn't really transform into a woman. All he did was handle the easily noticeable spots. "I can't do anything about the height of 150 centimeters. I'll need to digest the entirety of my potion before I can reach this limit." Thankfully, Miss Zio disguises herself by raising her height. "I don't have to vex over this." Klein looked at the 160 centimeter tall figure in the mirror, switched to a pair of leather boots that looked to be and was flat-soled. After donning the disguise, Klein hooded himself and silently left the single room from the window. He came to an alley in East Borough, taking a detour until he arrived outside the building where Mr. X was hosting the Beyonder gathering. After recalling the passcode which Miss Magician had provided, Klein rapped the door with his fingers, 3 light taps and 3 heavy taps, separated by 2 long and 3 short intervals. After 10 seconds, the door silently opened. An attendant wearing an iron mask first observed the visitor before making way. Klein calmly walked past him and entered the building without showing any signs of panic. Chapter 778. 1 + 1 2. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. While passing through the living room, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that there was an invisible gaze scanning him from an unknown location. He feigned ignorance as he entered the activity room ahead. He surveyed the area and found a spot that wasn't too far or close to the host's seat. And at the moment he passed through the activity room's door, all the attention on him vanished. If not for the wraith having 3 seals to isolate it, it probably would have been noticed. Mr. X doesn't appear to be as bold and crazy as he seems. Klein sat down and moved his hood, hiding his face deeper in the shadows. After about 10 minutes, when most of the members had arrived, a brass mask-wearing Mr. X appeared by the door without causing a commotion. He walked in and headed towards his seat. He was dressed in a black classical robe with a pointed mage hat. As he walked, he had a converged aura, but it was enough to make everyone present bow their heads without realizing it. Turning around and slowly taking his seat, Mr. X surveyed the room and said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." He's within 4 meters. Klein wasn't in a rush to take action. He retracted his gaze and patiently watched as a few gathering members exchanged information about people with abnormal luck for money. Occasionally, Mr. X would reply. Time ticked by as the gathering's focus went from Mr. X's act of handing out rewards to the transactions between the members. Klein didn't hesitate as he tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice, activating his spirit body thread's vision. Illusory black threads immediately surfaced before his eyes as they emanated from the bodies of different people, out into the void toward some boundless distance. After making a simple distinction of the threads, Klein began to secretly control Mr. X's spirit body threads. There were 2 difficulties to this mission according to his plan. The first was that having astrologer as one of the earlier jobs in his pathway, Mr. X or the other hidden Aurora Order Saint might be able to sense the danger when he began controlling the spirit body threads, acutely sensing some abnormality. Klein wasn't sure about Mr. X's spiritual intuition because back when Miss Sharon existed in a wraith state, she failed to notice marionettist Rosago's controlling of her spirit body threads. However, for a saint who was a demigod, a high sequence beyonder who had obtained godhood, no special trait of this being would surprise Klein. It wasn't surprising if that being's spiritual intuition was triggered due to the changes in another person's spirit body threads. For other marionettists, they were probably helpless regarding this. But Klein was different. He had another identity as the Fool. He had the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to aid him, allowing him to rely on paper angels to produce interference and eliminate any hidden problems. The gathering continued without any abnormalities. More than 10 seconds passed as Klein was close to gaining initial control of Mr. X. There was only 3 seconds left, but this Aurora Order Oracle didn't notice at all. He continued observing the completion of another transaction with a deep look in his eyes, his thoughts a mystery. At the critical moment, Klein stopped. He barely maintained his progress as he extended his hand, reaching into the pocket of the hooded robe and touching the iron cigar case which had been sealed with a wall of spirituality. Klein moved his fingers, prodding it gently to remove the wall of spirituality, allowing it to disperse into a swirling wind inside his pocket. He pulled back his palm and waited for a few more seconds until Mr. X's gaze looked to the side before he continued controlling the spirit body threads. Mr. X's thoughts turned sluggish as though someone had poured stirred cement onto him. An enemy. Danger, slow thoughts appeared in his head as he quickly made his decision. He planned on seeking help from his subordinates and the entity who was watching in secret, and put up an effective resistance. At this moment, coldness drilled into his body, preventing his limbs and mouth from answering his will. There were many flaws to a marionettist's control of spirit body threads. The biggest problem was the target immediately realizing that there was a problem once initial control was attained. They would then have the ability to carry out any contingencies. If it was one-on-one, without anyone around them, Klein could naturally use the target's increasingly impeded state to effectively disrupt and interfere with any resistance they put up, but if the target had any aids, it was very difficult for a marionettist's control to fool others. It required help from the environment, or partners to conceal the matter without exposing it. And on this point, a wraith who was able to possess a target and forcefully control them was the best support for a marionettist. The reason why Klein didn't directly enter a state of initial control was because he needed to release the wraith. After the initial inspection at the door, the vigilance in the activity room at the gathering location was definitely lower. Mr. X's eyes widened as his thoughts turned sluggish. His instinctive attempt to shout was blocked by his throat and mouth, silencing him completely. His attempt to raise his hands also slowed down as they reached for a porcelain teacup by his side. This completely violated his will. It was because of the cold aura that occupied every corner of his body. Wraith. Marionettist. No. If this continues, I'll die silently. Mr. X immediately controlled his spirituality as he constructed complicated symbols and labels in his mind. He was just about to open a traveler's door, which was also the door of teleportation, to escape the marionettist's control range. Compared to that, a wraith's possession was relatively less dangerous. But amidst his sluggish thoughts, the illusory symbols and labels failed to appear all at once. Instead, they appeared one stroke after another in a discontinuous manner and at an insufficient speed. Seizing this opportunity, Wraith Senior, who was possessing Mr. X, under marionettist Klein's control, simply moved Mr. X's head, changing his seating position. Such an action instantly interrupted the formation of the traveler's door. Oh no! My reaction is too slow. It will be interfered by the Wraith. Use mystical item. Mr. X's eyes filled with blood, but none of his subordinates around him noticed it. Even the one watching in secret didn't notice any abnormalities. As for the gathering members who were interacting and trading, they lowered their voices because of his change in seating posture. At that moment, the activity room was filled with people. Although there were beyond us everywhere and many were his assistants, Mr. X found himself in extreme solitude and was helpless. He didn't even know who was attacking him or where the attacker was sitting. As the thoughts went through his mind, Mr. X regained control of his spirituality as he directed it towards the golden ring with an embedded ruby on his left index finger. However, going from a thought to a decision, and then going from a decision to an action took too long. It was as though he was acting out his thought processes in slow motion. This gave Senor plenty of time to raise Mr. X's left palm, bend his finger, and tap the side of his forehead, which was uncovered by the brass mask as though in thought. It was a very faint tapping sound, and the strength used was quite significant, but under Klein's control, Senor held back perfectly. It made most of the strength enter Mr. X's mind without spreading outward so as to hide any commotion. Mr. X's thoughts of emanating his spirituality were disrupted, and he was temporarily unable to find his train of thought. By the time he recovered, the marionettist's control had deepened. This made his thoughts chaotic and impeded. Even his thinking and decision-making became extremely difficult. With the Wraith using all kinds of tiny, concealed actions to interfere with Mr. X's attempts to use his various beyonder powers and impressive mystical items, he slowly slid towards the abyss of becoming a marionette. He watched helplessly as he marched towards death slowly. Only then did he realize how terrifying and unsolvable the combination of a marionettist and Wraith was. The hunt continued silently under everyone's noses. As Klein's control deepened, Mr. X's actions turned stiffer and sluggish. However, with the Wraith possessing him, no one could notice any problems. To be precise, Mr. X's actions were no longer a result of the sluggish him, but from Wraith Senior. He wasn't even able to show the look of despair in his eyes. Amidst the transactions that either succeeded or failed, ranging from arguments to negotiations, 5 minutes quickly passed. Klein was just one last step from killing Mr. X and turning him into his marionette. This was because he had yet to digest much of the marionettist potion. He could only control one marionette at present, so if he wanted to convert Mr. X, he had to give up Wraith Senior. But once he gave up Senior, this Admiral of Blood who was long dead would immediately surface and be discovered by everyone. It would bring about extreme trouble. Similarly, if Klein didn't give up his Wraith marionette and assassinated Mr. X while he wasn't able to resist, he needed to consider the Aurora Order Saint who was lurking in the shadows. This was the second most difficult part of his plan. To silently control Mr. X and remove his ability to resist wasn't difficult with the combination of marionettist and Wraith. The way to kill him wasn't difficult as well. Mr. X in his present state could easily be finished off by Klein with an air bullet. The difficulty was in leaving safely after pulling off such a stunt. This actually required sufficient patience. Time slowly passed with Klein appearing calm despite his tense nerves. He pretended that he wasn't interested in the items that appeared as he kept silent the entire time. Finally, when the gathering came to an end, Mr. X said in a deep voice with complete normality, "The end." His words were succinct, just like the way he ended the previous gathering. This was what Zio described to Force. As the gathering's members stood up one by one, Klein mixed in among them, looking inconspicuous. At the same time, he reached his hand into his pocket, and he flipped open Leymano's travels based on his sense of touch. Chapter 779. Shot. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. The three types of paper in Leymano's travels clearly had different textures. The white paper that could only record sequence 7, 8, and 9 powers was thin, smooth and flat. The yellowish-brown goatskin which could record sequence 5 and 6 powers were very pliable like tanned leather. The three charred yellow pages that could record guardhood powers were thick and textured. Together, they allowed someone to quickly distinguish between them simply from touch. Klein's fingers quickly found the thick and textured 3 pages as he gently pinched the middle page. Although his pocket wasn't large enough, preventing him from fully opening Leymano's travels, the hooded robe was personally modified by Force herself. The pocket had plenty of space, allowing the palm-sized spellbook to be flipped to a right angle. As Klein used his palm to prevent Leymano's travels from closing, he used his finger to slide across the corresponding page's surface. The surface had slight bumps and depressions, making the strange patterns and symbols that were filled with mystery and ancient vibes be directly presented in his mind. He injected his spirituality into it. This charred yellow page recorded a demigod power of the storm pathway, Hurricane. Klein wanted to use it to create chaos, so as to interfere with the Aurora Order Saint who was lurking in the darkness. By doing so, he could seize the opportunity to assassinate Mr. X and escape with the help of the wind. Aside from this goal, the chaos could also effectively hide his tracks. By letting the members of the gathering scatter, and with everyone's identity being a mystery, doing so made everyone be a suspect. The Aurora Order would then find it difficult to pinpoint Zio. As his thoughts whirred, Klein locked his gaze onto a spot, and he slowly pulled out Leymano's travels. Meanwhile, Mr. X took 2 steps to Klein's side, standing near him like he was a friend he hadn't seen in years. The tables, coffee tables, sofa, and high-back chairs in the room flew up as the violent hurricane ripped through the walls, carrying the roof away as it headed for the alley. Some of the gathering's participants were in the way of the hurricane and were thrown far away, while others fell forward due to the wind pressure as they ran in another direction. If Klein hadn't purposely controlled the timing and direction of the hurricane, not only would Mr. X's old house be destroyed, but even the series of condominiums around it would suffer damage. As for the gathering participants, they would have been swept up in the hurricane, having their survival depend solely on luck. The buzzing sounds quickly intensified as the hurricane that reached into the sky was like a terrifying giant. It stomped across the alley towards the street, leaving nothing behind in its wake. Klein was similarly swept up as he and the possessed Mr. X were thrown onto another street. During this process, as both of them were standing close to one another, along with how a wraith could float, these could control the target's body to a certain extent even with the hurricane. Therefore, the distance between Klein and Mr. X ultimately stayed within 5 meters. His control of the spirit body threads had never been terminated. In midair, with the howling winds in his ear, Klein suddenly yanked at his chest with his right hand, tearing away the hooded robe's surface, reached under his arm, and drew death knell. Although in Mr. X's current state where just air bullets alone could finish him off, Klein decided to be cautious. He was afraid that certain mystical items on his body would suddenly be triggered, just like Admiral of Blood Senor's necklace. When hunting, it was necessary to do his best. Klein's vigorous action of drawing his revolver had obviously affected his control of the spirit body threads. If it wasn't because Mr. X was on the brink of being fully controlled, just this alone was enough to recover his usual lucidness. However, even so, Mr. X's thoughts were no longer impeded as his mind sped up. He attempted to resist, but with Wraith Seniors possessing him, it had forced his efforts to be in vain for a brief moment. Then, Mr. X's eyes reflected an enemy who swooped downward. It was a thin face with pronounced facial lines. In his vision, the person coldly cocked the revolver, pointing the black barrel at him. Klein didn't hesitate to pull the trigger as the gunshot was drowned by the howling winds. Mr. X's head jerked backwards as though an invisible hand had pressed onto it. His head and brass mask shattered into pieces, splattering red and white liquids everywhere. Death knell had sounded the knell for him. After the shot, Klein fell to the ground on his back. With a thud, Mr. X landed beside him as the blood and fragments that scattered in midair had strangely flowed back, gathering by his neck and forming a head filled with cracks and crevices. This was the ability of a wraith. At that moment, the hurricane was starting to disperse, and the huge commotion had undoubtedly caught the notice of faraway demigods. Inside the Holy Wind Cathedral, the new Backlund Archbishop, deep blue efficient Randall Valentinus, instantly flew out of his room as he floated in the air. Klein, who had fallen on the ground, noticed that the wind pressure had weakened. With Death Knell in one hand and Leymano's Travels in the other, he flipped the latter to the first yellowish-brown goatskin page. After obtaining this spellbook, he realized that there were a few pages recorded in it, with one of them being Traveler's Door. Klein originally imagined that it was a coincidence, but on careful thought, he found it inevitable. This was because Leymano's Travels belonged to the ancient Abraham family. They wielded the apprentice pathway and several corresponding mystical items, so they had the resources to easily record a traveler's powers. After all, this was something very, very useful. At that moment, as long as the traveler's door was formed, Klein could leave unharmed with Mr. X's corpse that was being possessed by Wraith Senior. He hadn't used it in the building, because it was possible that the Aurora Order Saint might intercept it. Furthermore, Mr. X was also a traveler. He had a chance of successfully escaping via Traveler's Door. Therefore, Klein didn't dare risk it before he was completely dead. At that moment, Klein's vision went black as he realized that the surrounding streets were filled with a pitch-black and strange liquid. They surged over and quickly coagulated to form a strong cage. In such darkness, shadows began to come alive as cold gazes landed on him. A demigod's power. The Aurora Order does have a saint nearby. There's no way to directly teleport away. Klein's heart tensed up as he calmly flipped Leymano's Travels to the charred yellow page. A silver python snaked out of thin air, embroiling itself with the darkness as it illuminated everything. The coagulated pitch blackness shattered instantly. And without any hesitation, Klein stuffed his death knell-wielding right hand into his pocket, pinching the dark green stone that was filled with burn marks. He chanted in ancient Hermes with an abnormally calm tone. A light blue brilliance burst out as Klein's figure rapidly turned into a blur. Even Mr. X's corpse, which had come close to grab onto his shoulder, had experienced similar changes. The two figures instantly turned invisible as they vanished from the spot. They quickly departed into the spirit world with overlapping saturated colors, pulling off an ingenious escape. In the shadowy alley with the flattened gathering building which had planks, rubble, clothes, and all kinds of random items strewn all around, someone harumphed. At this moment, the other gathering members had already fled the street. From far away in the sky, a sonic boom could be heard. Zio and Force, who were searching for ghosts in East Borough, were alarmed by the sky that suddenly lit up. They hurriedly looked into the distance and saw the silver forest that seemed to bloom like a forest. The twisted form and sense of horror had left them trembling despite the distance. They didn't even dare look straight at it. What happened over there? Zio mumbled as she exchanged looks with Force blankly. Force actually had a guess, but she found it difficult to believe. This was because it had far exceeded her expectations of the world German Sparrow's strength. In a dark alley, Klein appeared out of thin air with Mr. X's corpse as they landed on the ground. He wasn't flustered at all. He kept Death Knell in his pocket and then took out another book. Smack! Klein smacked the book written by Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt onto Mr. X's face, staining the cover with blood. Moments later, Mr. X's corpse vanished, leaving behind Wraith Senior in his dark red coat and old triangular hat. Right on the heels of that, Klein put away Grozel's Travels, flipped open Leymano's Travels and made another charred yellow page face up. Suddenly, a bright light emitted from the book as an illusory angel with 12 wings flew up and landed on Klein. All of this happened in an instant before darkness returned to the alley. Only the dim moonlight continued illuminating the area silently. Klein immediately took out another metal bottle, poured out the blood stored inside, and uniformly smeared it across Leymano's Travels. After doing all of this, he put away everything else, pulling away the hooded robe and throwing it beside him. A scarlet flame immediately soared up, burning the tattered robe clean. Meanwhile, Klein silently grew another 10 centimeters as he transformed into a relatively ordinary appearance. Then, he identified his bearings with the help of the stars, and he picked up a fallen branch to assist him as he quickly toured through the dark and deteriorated streets, returning back to the cheap motel. At this point, he still had no idea what additional weakness he had been given. Inside the single room in the motel, Klein changed into his own clothes, turning back into German Sparrow. Seeing this thin and cold-looking crazy adventurer in the mirror, he fell silent for a few seconds, picking up the half-top hat and wearing it. Above the flattened building, Church of Storms Cardinal, Backlund Diocese Archbishop, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentinus, who had failed in capturing anyone, looked down in silence for an extended period of time. 160 Backlund Street. Upon seeing the visitor outside, Butler Walter asked in surprise, "Your Excellency, why are you suddenly here? Is there something?" Bishop Electra chuckled and said, "I heard that Dwayne is sick, so I'm here to visit him. Perhaps he will quickly recover under the goddess's blessings." Chapter 780. Extract. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Walter came to the third story and rapped on the master bedroom's door. "Who is it?" Dwayne Dante's slightly weak and hoarse voice sounded. Walter turned the doorknob, opening a tiny crack in the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to visit you. Do you wish to meet him in the living room or activity room, or should he be invited directly to your bedroom?" Usually, visitors weren't permitted to enter the master's bedroom. This was rather impolite, but visiting the sick was an exception. After a brief silence, Dwayne Dantes replied, "Invite him into the bedroom." "All right, sir." As Walter gestured Richardson to urge a maid to prepare some tea, he walked down and invited Bishop Electra of the Church of Evernight up. Soon, Electra entered the bedroom and saw Dwayne Dantes lying in bed, looking haggard. "Richardson, get the bishop a seat," the pale Dwayne Dantes said with a smile. Richardson had already done so. He immediately moved a high-back chair to a spot near the bed. However, Electra took a few steps forward to observe the new tycoon in town and asked in concern, "Dwayne, how are you? Did you consult a physician?" His spiritual perception wasn't triggered, so he didn't make any attempts. He was only visiting a pious believer out of concern. Dwayne Dantes coughed lightly and smiled. "I'm actually almost recovered. I believe I'll be able to head over to church tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to listen to your preachings." "That's good. I was wondering if I needed to pray to Goddess to bless you." Electra chuckled and took a step back before sitting on the chair which Richardson had brought for him. At this moment, Dwayne Dantes glanced at the bishop and chuckled. "Actually, I've always had a question. Are clergymen of the Church of the Goddess allowed to get married?" Electra, who was 2 years short of reaching 40, sighed and smiled. "This question has actually troubled us for the longest time. In ancient times, the archbishops had engaged in intense debates about this on several theosophical meetings. One side believed that servants of the goddess need to maintain their purity, be it men or women, otherwise it would be sacrilegious. The other side found words from the goddess in the Revelation of Evernight and other books, believing that the goddess encouraged marriage. She encouraged equality between both sexes and for them to have normal contact. Hence, clergymen should be an example of this, and not be a negative example. By doing so, that would be the greatest respect towards the goddess. In recent times, this question has basically been shelved. The church doesn't ban or encourage it. The only request is that married clergymen are not to let their families live in the cathedrals." Dwayne Dantes nodded slowly as he curled the corner of his lips. "Your Excellency, do you have a wife?" Although Bishop Electra was thin and not very good-looking, he was pleasant to the eyes. He sighed and said, hardly hiding his smile, 2 years ago, I walked down the aisle under the goddess's watch. I happened to have a child this year. I originally imagined that I would remain single my entire life in order to serve Goddess, but as he spoke, he gave a self-deprecating laugh and shook his head. Without waiting for Dwayne Dantes to probe deeper, Electra asked, "You seem to be single as well. Are you considering the problem of marriage? He seemed to imagine that Dwayne Dantes had such thoughts, and he directly asked, imagining that the answer was certain as he continued, "What kind of lady do you like? Perhaps I might be able to help introduce you to someone." Dwayne Dantes coughed lightly and said with a smile, "I often chose adventures to amass wealth in the past, so I wasn't willing to get married, afraid I would drag her down. I like many types of women and am not picky. I like those older than me, ones who can give me warmth and make me feel at ease." Before he finished, his valet, Richardson, wore a stunned expression. He hurriedly turned his head aside and lowered it. He felt his face burning for some baffling reason. Dwayne Dantes didn't seem to sense it as he continued, "I also like those younger than me, those who are pure and lively, making anyone who sees them feel as though it's dawn because of the radiance they aren't aware of." Bishop Electra's face suddenly froze as he raised his palm and clenched it into a fist as he held it to his mouth and coughed twice. Yet, Dwayne Dantes didn't stop. He shook his head and said with a sigh, "I also like those who were once in love or were married so that people wouldn't dare approach due to their status, women who can only be viewed from afar. They are so charming that each action of theirs are so intoxicating and irresistible. I often dream." Butler Walter, who was standing nearby, trembled. He felt as though he had experienced a dream that he didn't wish to wake up from despite opposing it greatly. He had no idea if it was a good or bad dream. Dwayne Dantes was about to continue to describe further, but he stopped producing any sound after opening his mouth. That's all very normal. When humans are at their limits and are under the influence of their senses, they often have some abnormal thoughts. As long as they're repressed while acting in line with one's will, it wouldn't feel like torture. One would still be a husband, a good father, a good man. That's very reasonable. When I'm incensed, I often have irrational thoughts, but few people will turn them into reality. Bishop Electra ingeniously changed the subject. As for Butler Walter and Valet Richardson, they revealed looks of contemplation. The bishop didn't stay long. After drinking a few sips of the Marquis black tea that the maid delivered, he got up and bade farewell, leaving Dwayne Dantes' residence. The room quickly turned quiet as the window at the balcony silently opened. Klein, who had changed back into Dwayne Dantes, agilely leaped inside. Thankfully, I returned in time. If I allowed Rhodes to continue speaking, Bishop Electra would probably renounce a pious believer like me. Perhaps I'll even discover Walter and Richardson hanging from their rooms tomorrow morning, and the streets would have rumors of Dwayne Dantes being a pervert. Klein looked at the fake Dwayne on the bed and sighed silently. That final response had been personally formulated by him, and he got Rhodes to read it. Of course, this was his contingency plan for the worst possible scenario. He had believed that Rhodes wouldn't have made the situation develop that far. "Welcome back, great master." The Dwayne Dantes in bed bowed and greeted. "Did your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, do well?" Hearing the mirror stammer the question, Klein sighed and said, "It's still all right. You did pretty good. However, try not to agitate others when chatting." "I will take note." The fake Dwayne Dantes rapidly vanished as a small mirror appeared on the pillow. Above the mirror, silver light bloomed as words appeared, "Thank you for your affirmation. I will continue following in your footsteps. I look forward to being of service to you the next time." After a goodbye expression was sketched out, the mirror returned to normal. Klein went close to it and put away the mirror before entering the bathroom attached to the master bedroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. He wanted to complete the grazing before Mr. X's spirit body dispersed. In the book world, inside a cave on a snow-laden mountain peak. Klein looked at Mr. X's corpse and carefully identified the head that had been pieced together from the fragments. He matched it with his memories of the target's picture which Miss Magician had provided him. It's him. I hope I'll obtain traveling and record. With them, I would make a killing with this operation. Otherwise, I'll have to consider getting Miss Magician to pay more. The difficulty between hunting a Sequence 5 and that of facing a demigod are two completely different matters. As Klein thought, he reached out his left palm and spread open his fingers, aiming at the corpse whose spirituality hadn't completely dispersed. Creeping hunger quickly transformed back into its original form, looking as though it was made of thin human skin, 2 eyes split open in the middle of its palm. Its pupils were bright red, as though they were dyed in blood. Amidst a cold and eerie wind, Mr. X's significantly dispersed spirit body and the resplendent beyond specks of light that resembled the Milky Way drilled into Creeping Hunger, fixing onto a blank finger. Creeping Hunger first turned transparent as if it was a shadow of the spirit world before returning to normal. Klein closed his eyes and sensed it as his brows gradually eased. A smile surfaced on his face. His luck was pretty good this time because he had drawn one of the Beyonder powers he wanted the most, Traveler's Door. It could also be called Door of Teleportation, Teleportation, or Traveling. Its effect was to allow a person to traverse the spirit world while sensing the external world. Beyonders of different sequences could endure traveling for different periods of time due to the differences in their spirit body's potency. This made the effects of spirit world traversal and the distance differ. If it's a sequence 9 or 8, they wouldn't be able to go beyond Backland. With my present level, I wonder if I can directly head to the primitive island which Mr. Hangman provided. If that doesn't work, I can split it into a few trips, Klein thought as he smiled. At this point, he realized that a traveler's strength in head-on combat was very powerful. This was because the difficulty in using short-distance traveling was about the same as flaming jump. This also meant that a traveler could keep phasing around a target, opening up and narrowing distances as they pleased. This would catch people by surprise while also preventing them from inflicting a successful blow. Furthermore, if plenty of powers were recorded and the vigilance that accompanies immediately departing once something felt amiss, Klein suspected that even with lightning storm and hurricane, he had no way of restraining a traveler in direct combat. Indeed, a marionettist should try to hide behind the shadows. As Klein thought poignantly, he cast his eyes on Mr. X's corpse. Creeping Hunger had also obtained another Beyonder power. It was Door Opening of the Apprentice sequence. It was equivalent to a very weakened version of traveling and was of little value. Turning his gaze, Klein's eye noticed the ruby ring on Mr. X's hand. Chapter 781. Negative Effects. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. After staring at Mr. X's corpse for a while, Klein held back the urge to personally dig through his pockets for spoils of war. He made Wraith Senior take 2 steps and retrieve the ruby ring. This way, even if Mr. X carried an item with unimaginable negative effects, it would be endured by the marionette and not affect himself. After some careful inspecting, Senior held the ruby ring, 48 pounds in cash, and an ordinary pipe filled with tobacco and walked back. That's all? An oracle of the Aurora Order only has this much. Klein was rather surprised at this scene as he nearly cursed Pauper at him. Soon, he recovered his calm and used his reasoning to convince himself that such a situation was very reasonable. Mr. X is a traveler. He can record the Beyonder powers of others. He's considered an all-rounder. Even if such a powerhouse were to have other mystical items, he would tend to record them and not carry them around. This way, he could enjoy the benefits of the powers without suffering from the negative effects. That can prevent himself from killing himself. Using this line of thought, the effects of this ring was likely to be passive or triggered. With this in mind, Klein nodded gently. He made Senior carry Mr. X's cracked and sticky head, possess him, and return above the grey fog. Sitting behind the fool's seat, he was no longer afraid of anything. He directly took the ruby ring and used the method of divination in order to determine the actual effects of the mystical item. It allows the wearer to control their body at a deeper level. As long as they don't suffer from instant death or are completely purified, hence, losing the ability to control it, they will be able to slowly recover. This is equivalent to an instinct, a passive effect. From the looks of it, my choice of delivering a lethal strike with Death Knell was the correct one. If I hadn't used all my might, Mr. X might not have actually died. He would then be able to use the extreme pain to awaken himself and escape the control of a marionettist. He had also considered his weakness of being more of a spellcaster and having a body that was insufficient in strength. This ring has flesh magic to a certain degree. It's quite useful. As Klein held the ruby ring, he rapped the edge of the mottled table and muttered silently. He then began probing the flower of blood's negative effects. Nearly a minute later, Klein opened his eyes and left the dream. "Oh, come on." "This," he muttered as he wore a twisted look. With dream divination, he had interpreted the flower of blood's negative effects. It involved randomly making the wearer lose all rationale and the ability to think. Great! This is in line with the true creator. Klein couldn't help but grind his teeth. A negative effect that was completely random meant that the flower of blood had no way to be used. Thinking back to the scene from before, Klein muttered to himself in an amused and peeved manner, Mr. X actually dared to wear such a ring. That's right, people who change their faith to the true creator often don't have any facility to think. In that case, wearing such a ring wouldn't make them worse. Losing rationale isn't losing reason. It wouldn't be as bad as suddenly hurting others. But clearly, he would be very rigid and foolish, acting only on instinct. Phew, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He decided to throw the flower of blood into the junk pile and not vex over it. From his point of view, it was a piece of crap that he couldn't use, nor was anyone willing to buy it unless he sold it to the Aurora Order. However, that would only make the true creator very happy. At that moment, he caught sight of Admiral of Blood Senior, who was standing beside him through the corner of his eye. Klein's heart stirred as he clapped. Why didn't I think of that? I might not be able to use it, but I can let my marionette use it. After all, he's dead and he follows all my instructions. He doesn't need to think. Admiral of Blood, Flower of Blood. It's destined to be a pair. Although Senor has lost his control over his body because he's dead, I can provide that. This way, he can still be fixed even if he can't phase into a wraith in time, or if his zombie body isn't strong enough to withstand a blow, causing him to lose a limb or two. Of course, to a marionette, that's not important, as it doesn't affect his intrinsic character. The main goal is to obtain the additional flesh magic. A few seconds later, a delighted Klein made Senor pick up the ruby ring and wear it on his left index finger. After doing this, Klein made the wraith return to the gold coin before he raised his left palm and spread his fingers. He wanted to release the interrogator from creeping hunger. This was a promise he had made a long time ago. This was the last spirit body that had been grazed when he received creeping hunger. It was time to set it free. Amidst an indistinct cold wind, a blurry soul appeared by the side of the bronze table. He was a man in a navy uniform. He was in his 30s and had the rank of commander. He had brown whiskers on his painful and dazed face. "What's your name? How did Chilangos kill you?" Klein asked in a deep voice. The man jolted from his reverie and answered, "My name is Andy Hayden, the second mate of the Inmat. I died at a battle at sea. No, I didn't die immediately. I was captured by a Assassination before I entered that glove of yours. I do not know of a Chilangos, much less heard of him." This interrogator was already inside the glove when Chilangos obtained creeping hunger. As psychic piercing is very useful, he didn't switch it. "I wonder who the previous owner of creeping hunger was," Klein asked with piqued interest. "Who was the Assassin who caught you? What does he look like?" Andy Hayden thought seriously and said, "I don't know his name. I only remember his epaulet was that of a captain. I remember that he had a big, impressionable nose. I remember his eyes were blue, and his hair was close to blonde. He was almost 2 meters tall. Such people from Faysac are common. Other than his identity as a captain," Klein considered for a moment and said, "Which year did you die?" Andy Hayden's figure slowly dissipated away, and finally, it said, 1338, that's 12 years ago. Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos got famous less than 10 years ago. That captain might already be an admiral. Klein gently nodded and discovered that he had failed to ask if Andy Hayden had any last wishes. Forget it, setting him free is already a good deed. Klein quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind as he conjured the world German sparrow. "Please inform Miss Magician that Mr. X, Louis Veen, is dead. Please get her to take receipt of the item and the spellbook. I'll request it from her when I need it again." An endless grey fog filled Force's eyes as the World-German Sparrow's words emotionlessly rang in her ears. Although she was already prepared for this piece of news, she still found it unbelievable and unacceptable. He really succeeded? That storm in East Borough was created by him. Force held down the upheavals in her heart. Taking advantage of the silent night, she set up a bestowment ritual in her bedroom. Before long, the candlelight and spirituality items created an illusory door. 2 items flew out and landed gently on the table. When Force took a careful look, she nearly screamed as she hurriedly covered her mouth. She took 2 steps back and kept close to the wall of spirituality. One of the 2 items was her Lemano's travels, while the other item was a hideous head covered in cracks. It was stained with blood as if they had pieced together, as it seemed to shimmer with what appeared like reflected light on glass. As a graduate of med school, and having worked as a doctor at a well-known clinic, Force had seen her fair share of corpses, but never had she seen such a disgusting, creepy, and terrifying head. After composing herself, Force looked at the head again, identifying it to be Louis Vine's. She carefully used astromancy to make a final confirmation. Following that, she muttered with a slightly twisted expression, "Mr. World shattered the target's head and then pieced them back together?" At this moment, Force couldn't help have a scene surface in her mind. It was of the cold German Sparrow sitting in front of a table, piecing together the bloody head fragments together, as though seriously putting a jigsaw puzzle together. This made Force involuntarily shiver. She had an inexplicable feeling that the world was a psychotic killer with a serious mental illness. Moving her gaze away, she took 2 steps forward and picked up Lemano's travels and casually flipped through it. Her gaze gradually froze because there were more spells in the spellbook, most of them seemingly related to wind and lightning. This made her recall the lightning storm that quickly passed in East Borough. She was convinced that it was created by Mr. World. Force hurriedly flipped to the 3 charred yellow pages in Lemano's travels and found them blank. She immediately had a guess, believing that the World-German Sparrow had likely gained Mr. Fool's help to record Beyonder powers at the demigod level. "I just realized that if I have enough money and resources, I can hire the Tarot Club members to help me record different Beyonder powers. This way, Lemano's travels will become extremely powerful, but I don't have the money or resources. I can request for a reward from teacher this time. I can say that I paid quite a price to help seek revenge for him," Force thought, and first thanked Mr. Fool before asking him to pass on the message to the world. "I'm very sorry that my payment isn't proportionate to the difficulty of the mission. After I receive a reward, I'll provide compensation." After the prayer, Force ended the ritual and hurriedly hid the head. If Zio discovers this, she'll definitely imagine a horror story. After she was done, Force clapped her hands as she thought leisurely. When Force replied, Klein had already returned to the real world. All he heard was a vague female's voice. But even so, he couldn't help the fear and horror he felt. This was because Death Knell had given him an additional weakness, the fear of women. Chapter 782. Saturday night. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. On Saturday morning, Klein, who was wearing pajamas, rubbed his head and got out of bed. He didn't sleep well, as different women would inevitably enter his dreams, scaring him awake. He needed to spend several seconds to calm his emotions before returning to sleep again. Thankfully, this weakness only lasts 6 hours, and there's no need for me to head out in the middle of the night. I didn't have to face the maids, Klein sighed as he pulled the rope beside his bed. Richardson, who had been waiting outside, immediately entered with the clothes his employer needed to wear. "I've no idea what a road said. Richardson seems to try to avoid me when facing me. Was it the kind of ladies he mentioned he likes, and that it happens to also be at odds with how society views it?" Klein happened to only hear the magic mirror mention the kind of women that Butler Walter liked when he rushed back. He wasn't sure what had happened prior to that. He didn't use dream divination to obtain the corresponding information, as he didn't feel that it was necessary. After all, with Richardson's personality, he wouldn't have the courage to take action no matter who he liked. It wouldn't have had any additional effects. After changing into his clothes, Klein headed to the second story and walked to the dining room. Walter was wearing white gloves as usual, waiting by the entrance. Upon seeing Dwayne Dante's approach, he took a step forward and bowed politely. "Good morning, sir. You have 2 lessons today. In the evening, you will be participating in the banquet at Mr. Portland Moment's place." Portland Moment lived at 100 Beauclund Street. He was a full-time professor at Backlund University's Department of Engineering, a fellow at the Lund Kingdom Imperial Science Institute. As he had discovered a few metal alloys, he had received the Light of Machinery Award, and he was just second to people like Tirani von Helmosuen in the world of academics. Furthermore, the few metal alloys were widely used in ship and steam engine construction. Just the licensing patent was enough to make him a tycoon with a wealth of hundreds of thousands of pounds. Upon hearing Walter, Klein casually glanced at him, realizing that he had some dark eye circles. His eye bags were a little puffy, making him look different from usual. It was as though he hadn't slept well the entire night. If not for a faceless powers, Dwayne Dante's would probably look the same. Klein retracted his gaze in pity and didn't speak further. As he nodded gently in response to Walter's greetings, he entered the dining hall. To be honest, Klein was rather impressed with him. He was able to hold back his fantasies and stop himself from approaching her to seek out pleasure, despite frequently meeting a demoness. All he did was have wet dreams that included the target when alone at night. One had to know that a demoness, especially one who was in the midst of or having passed the pleasure sequence, had a charm that far exceeded a beyondus effects towards males. Every action was filled with a charm that made any men who came close to them feel intoxicated and lost. It was like consuming opioids and gradually developing into something more serious, to the point of not being able to extricate oneself from the pleasure given by a demoness. Perhaps only gay men could effectively resist such charms. Of course, Klein suspected that gay men were not immune to it either. This was because one's mind and hormones would be affected, creating changes that originally didn't exist. Furthermore, a large number of demonesses were men to begin with. This lowered one's psychological resistance. And precisely because of this, even though he was a Sequence 5 Beyonder, Klein had to constantly maintain a high-strung state when facing demonesses like Trissy and Tracy. He was afraid that any mishap might cause him to be charmed. Even he wasn't immune to such effects, much less an ordinary person like Butler Walter. This wasn't something that willpower alone could resist. Although perhaps being a result of Prince Edisac's death or her own advancement, Trissy was clearly able to rein in her charms. Walter is only an ordinary person. Even if he is one, he's at best a Sequence 9 or 8. For him to maintain his present state implies how strong his self-restraint is. He's very loyal to Prince Edisac, and he loves his wife and daughter. As Klein sighed, he sat down. Breakfast today was his favorite desi pie. The oil that effused out of it made him salivate. The sea late at night was nearly black as it was faintly dyed with a sliver of crimson red. It was calmer and quieter than in the day. The Blue Avenger was ebbing up and down in the waves like a ghost as it cruised towards the crimson moon. Alger Wilson stood at the bow, looking far away at the waves. On the surface, he appeared staid as usual, but deep down, he could hardly hold back his agitation. Ahead of him was the abyss maelstrom north of Sonia Island. As it was a dangerous vortex that was famous for appearing without any signs, no ship was willing to enter these dangerous waters. After delivering the report and leaving Pazu Island, Alger commandeered the Blue Avenger all the way north where they circled around Sonia Island and headed for this area. Midway, they had docked at a harbor for resupplies without wasting any more time. As for whether he would be suspected for heading north, Alger wasn't worried. This was because the Church of Storms was happy to have its captains head north of the Sonia Sea and the Fog Sea in order to obtain intel on the Feysac Empire, Inti's Kingdom, Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the Church of the God of Combat. Looking back at his ship, Alger walked deckside, took out a charm made of tin, held it in his palm, and chanted the incantation, Storm. A blue flame soared and devoured the charm. Alger suddenly sensed a baffling affinity with all the fish in the ocean beneath him. At that instant, both parties were able to communicate at the psyche level. The tin charm was one of the items he had obtained from his resupply at Pazu Island, allowing him to have an affinity with undersea creatures, providing a crude level of psychic communication with him. Amidst his thoughts, Alger didn't think of obtaining any intel. All he did was wait for the Blue Avenger to approach the Alger maelstrom and make a second attempt. Seconds turned into minutes as Alger, who had failed nearly 100 times, finally learned from a spindle-like fish about where Obninsks often appeared. If I didn't know that the target is near the Abyss maelstrom, I would have long given up. It's really difficult to grasp any reliable information through a brute force search, Alger concluded as he touched his pocket. He had already used up most of his affinity charms, with only 5 left. I'll have to get another batch of them when I return. Others must not discover that I've expended all these. I heard the Roasted Archipelago's resistance has plenty. As Alger was pondering, he changed the direction of the Blue Avenger for the spot he had just learned about. About an hour passed as the Blue Avenger stopped. Alger casually took out a sealed metal bottle. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas that he had spent £130 to buy from the moon. He had no doubt in regards to its effects because he had used one in the past. As the Blue Avenger was a ghost ship, it didn't need many people to man it at night. There was only one person every night who was in charge of watching the ship, preventing it from deliberately creating problems or cruising into dangerous waters. As the captain, Alger had arranged himself to be on duty that night without anyone noticing. After he was done with his preparations, he came to the door of the sailors, took out a metallic pipe, and opened the bottle. He released the gas into each room, without even sparing the storeroom which stored all kinds of sundry. It was in case certain members of the crew were playing cards in there instead of sleeping. After doing all of this, Alger, who wasn't in a rush to concoct the potion, brought the ingredients with him, changing into a diving suit that was made of shark skin. He leaped from the starboard and into the water without causing any splashes. Under the dark and calm waters, Alger's eyes gradually turned dark blue, allowing him to see his surroundings clearly. He breathed in the air within the water comfortably as he arrived in a pitch-black deep sea. Then, he used the affinity charm once again to communicate with the surrounding fish that were of different shapes and sizes. With the advice from the kind fish, Alger identified his bearings and swam as he asked, finally arriving at what seemed like an underwater volcano. The fish actually didn't know that an Obninsk stayed here. They only knew that their own kind and a number of top deep-sea hunters often disappeared in the vicinity. With his beyonder powers, Alger looked far ahead and saw the huge, black cave in the undersea volcano. Tentacles that were thicker than pythons found in a southern continent primitive forest gently flailed outwards. The huge suckers and patterned skin, as well as the cave that was several times the size of the Blue Avenger, left Alger apprehensive as he didn't dare approach. An Obninsk is at least a powerful sequence 5. Furthermore, it has a terrifying body. I can confirm that it's my target. Alger carefully swam over and stopped at a distance from the threat. After careful identification, he used the affinity charm once again. The massive psyche slowly relaxed as countless thoughts were released. It was taken aback for a moment before its psyche suddenly erupted like a volcano. Amidst a terrifying sound, the cave produced a ludicrous vortex that sucked the surrounding water, trash, as well as Alger towards it. It's filled with animosity. Alger's pupils constricted as his body turned slippery as he was driven by a formless wind backward in an attempt to escape. He used several beyonder powers before escaping the influence of the vortex. He didn't dare stay near the undersea volcano, and he quickly surfaced before opening up a gap. Almost a minute later, Alger, who had escaped the dangerous area, spat out bubbles as he heaved a sigh of relief. That Obninsk can actually resist the influence of charms that increase an affinity with sea creatures. Does it hate items with the Lord's aura? After some thought, Alger, who didn't wish to waste this opportunity, steeled his resolve since he had already come this far. He began using Elvish to pray amidst the seawater. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Chapter 783. The Trick to Communication. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. When he heard the illusory pleas, Klein was attending a banquet at Portland Moments Place due to the time difference. The banquet began from 7:30, and it continued all the way to 9:30, and even 10. This was because the appetizers, soup, side dishes, main dishes, staple food, vegetables, fruits, and desserts had numbered a total of 10 to 20 dishes. The footman would serve the dishes one after the other, removing and changing dishes in unison to prevent the dining table from turning chaotic, and also providing an interval between the dishes in order to allow the guests to chat. Gentlemen would take the initiative to talk to the ladies to their right. In short, it's rather troublesome and exhausting. I even have to take note of which dish matches with which alcohol. However, it's quite tasty. Taking the opportunity when the roasted lamb was being switched out, he said to Willis to his right, "My apologies. I'll need to use the washroom." He got up, pressing his right hand to his chest and bending over slightly as a gesture. Then, he left the dining hall and headed for one of the washrooms on the second story. Upon entering, he locked the door and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the grey fog. Mr. Hangman's prayer. He wishes for me to help him in gaining the goodwill of an Obninsk, and he's willing to find 15 pages of Roselle's diary, or help me do something of equal value. His progress isn't slow. Klein sat at the fool's seat as he emanated his spirituality and touched the constantly burgeoning and contracting crimson star. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "Investigate all FASAC captains who participated in the Konotop Sea battle in 1338. As a historian, Klein immediately knew which sea battle it was when he learned that the interrogator had died at the hands of a Assassination in 1338. In 1338, the relationship between Lun and FASAC was tense with occasional conflicts. However, there was only one battle that resulted in the death of someone that was at the level of a commander. It was a sea battle that happened in East Balam's Konotop. And on a Assassination fleet, there were definitely not many captains. In the deep, dark waters, Alger Wilson saw the endless greyish-white fog and heard Mr. Fool's answer. Investigate all the captains from the FASAC Empire that were involved in the Konotop Sea battle in 1338. Why would Mr. Fool pay attention to such a trivial figure? Is there some immense secret hidden in this matter? Alger's heart stirred. Without any hesitation, he directly agreed. Such a mission was difficult and very complicated for him, but it wasn't dangerous. It was something that the present him could accept. After the response, Alger heard Mr. Fool's deep voice once again, "You can return to the target's vicinity." "That's it?" As expected of Mr. Fool. After he obtained the authority, he is more like a sea god than Calvetua. His might isn't limited to the Reestablishment archipelago. Alger was delighted as he thanked the Fool solemnly. Then, bending his back and kicking his legs, he turned to head down, diving into the depths once more. In just minutes, he returned beside the undersea volcano and saw a turbulent flow in the gigantic dark cave as the tentacles were flailing and had yet to calm down. Although Alger trusted Mr. Fool in being sufficiently powerful and terrifying, an awakening ancient god, he instinctively became cautious when he saw that scene. He carefully inched forward. He suspected that the Obninsk's flailing of its countless tentacles was a sign of welcoming him. And at this moment, above the grey fog, the sea god scepter-wielding Klein frowned slightly. It refuses to communicate with sea god, and it even hates the feeling, making it unwilling to show its goodwill. He muttered under his breath, exasperated. His influence on the surrounding waters through the Prai had failed. For some unknown reason, the Obninsk strongly resisted beyond a powers that promoted an affinity with sea creatures. Through the prayer scene, he could see the thick tentacles thrashing about, and he vaguely sensed that the target was infuriated. It was trying to rip apart all living beings that dared approach it. Mr. Hangman has gone over. His going over, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to switch his approach. He raised the sea god scepter a little higher, allowing the blue gems at the tip light up one after another, emitting a bright, blinding light. Right on the heels of that, he directed the violent aura of lightning storm over, casting it on the Obninsk. The thick tentacles that thrashed about at the bottom of the sea suddenly froze before falling down. They clung close to the seabed as countless green points of lights appeared in the dark cave. Amidst a jarring rumbling sound, a terrifying monster that could devour a sailboat crawled out. Its patterned black body was massive and distorted. It had a total of 3 heads, and each head had more than a dozen eyes. All of them were emitting a green light. The monster then prostrated, appearing as obedient as a trained hound. Indeed, tricks are needed in communication. Klein nodded in satisfaction and once again used the Beyonder affinity powers to make the Obninsk open the mouths of its 3 heads via a psychic connection. This made Alger instantly see 3 dark caves, each of them large enough to provide a sailboat passage inside. Praise be to Mr. Fool, Alger looked at the magnificent scene before him as he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He didn't waste any time, and he chose the middle head by quickly swimming towards it. A spiraled and warped passage quickly appeared in Alger's vision as the walls were made of flesh. The width was comparable to the bow of the Blue Avenger. Whoosher water flowed into the passage, heading right for the deep depths. Alger took the opportunity to let his body go with the flow. Suddenly, he felt as though he was back as a sailor, engaging in combat amidst waves, groggy from being tossed around. It couldn't be sustained. By the time Alger used his Beyonder powers and got a hold of himself, he had already left the tunnel of flesh. He was in a dark, spacious world, with a sticky sensation by his feet. There was a putrid stench everywhere around him. In just a second, Alger realized that the liquid inside was corroding him. He hurriedly produced a water membrane as he made it swell into a transparent sphere. He knew that he was already inside the Obninsk's stomach. Without any hesitation, he took out all the bottles he had long prepared and began concocting the potion. As the supplementary ingredients were thrown into the wide-mouthed metal bottle, they mixed into a dark blue liquid. Following that, Alger carefully threw in a jellyfish that enveloped azure blue seawater in its translucent membrane. The distant and ethereal singing grew in intensity before calming down. In the bottle, there wasn't any ripples or bubbles. The liquid was dark, just like the ocean before a storm. Alger calmed his mind, entered cogitation, and picked up the metal bottle before cleanly downing the ocean songster potion inside. The liquid was cold as it brought about a numbness that slid down his gullet and into his stomach. It then spread throughout his body cells at an unimaginable speed. At that instant, Alger vaguely heard countless voices. They came from all life at sea, but the Obninsk's body blocked most of it, leaving a relatively screened-out version. Alger felt his heart beating violently as it spewed blood outwards. His spirituality and the sound waves began to remold his voice and soul. He couldn't help it as he opened his mouth, letting out a loud sigh. Amidst the sigh, Alger felt his spirit body being ripped. Slightly. As the sound waves spread outwards, they first turned into mottled scales on his skin before pulling out long flesh tendrils that appeared like flailing tentacles. The sound wave continued spreading outwards with his spirit body fragments, making contact with the sticky liquid within the Obninsk's stomach, and they magically bounced back, infusing Alger's body once again. Alger, who was on the brink of losing control, instantly felt better as he seized the opportunity. Without any fear of embarrassing himself, he began singing loudly in a bid to vent the invisible sound waves that would blast his body apart. Rough, messy, off-tune singing filled with a metallic quality spread outwards, wave after wave, mixing with the numerous spirit body fragments before bouncing back on the Obninsk's sticky stomach walls. In this process, Alger was like an ingredient being baked in sound waves as he was molded into form. Finally, he regained control of his body and he grasped his spreading spirituality. At last, Alger closed his eyes as a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He had completed the first goal he had for all these years, to advance to Ocean Songster. I've gained superficial control of lightning, gaining a more all-round underwater mobility, as well as the ability to use singing to affect targets. The latter ability is different because of every person's uniqueness, producing different branching paths. One of them is to use beautiful singing to disrupt an enemy's spirit body, causing him to turn adrift and fall into a daze. Another is to raise one's explosive strength, another is to simulate a thunderous boom to leave others in awe, and another is to use chaotic and unpleasant singing to leave the enemy frustrated, causing them to lose their rationality. Alger inspected himself as his expression turned a little odd. He soon put these thoughts away, picked up his items, and swam towards the obelisk's mouth before gently tapping on the already closed mouth. The mouth slowly opened as it roared suddenly, spewing out everything in its mouth. Alger instantly felt as though he was in midair as he nearly collided with a shark. After a series of actions, he surfaced and swam towards the Blue Avenger. Only after the ghost ship's outline was reflected in his eyes did he truly heave a sigh of relief. Alger was only worried that something out of the ordinary would happen to the Blue Avenger while he was advancing. Although an hour or two wasn't a huge problem, there were always all kinds of surprises in this world. After receiving Mr. Hanged Man's gratitude again, Klein returned to the real world, washed, and dried his hands before leaving the washroom and walking towards the dining hall. As the fragrance of food inundated his olfactory senses once again, he slowly drew a breath as he returned to his seat with a smile. As he gestured to the guests, he sat down. At this point, it was already time for dessert. From the looks of it, I stayed too long in the washroom. I hope that after today there wouldn't be talks about Dwayne Dantes having constipation, Klein silently muttered to himself as he smiled at Willis to his right and said, "When I was young, I ate all kinds of strange food in the southern continent. One of them was called tenet tree plums. They taste like bland butter, just like these desserts." He euphemistically explained the reason for his delay by implying that he had weakened his stomach from his younger days. Chapter 784. Character Assassination. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Willis glanced at Dwayne Dantes and said with a smile, completely unfazed, "Your past, and your experiences in Desi Bay and the southern continent, are more interesting than any novel I've read. It makes me feel like having a similar experience of my own. Of course, they're just real-life stories that have been tweaked. It's all thanks to Anderson Hood, a hunter that goes everywhere." As Klein cast his gaze on a tiny butter cake, he chuckled. "It's because those are only the interesting ones. There are many that I'd rather not be reminded of." After that simple statement, he began enjoying the dessert. However, when Willis and the other ladies heard that, they were somehow reminded of a best-selling novel, A Man with a Story. To them, Dwayne Dantes was such a man. Although he looked like a placid lake, there was more deep down. Hidden there were more pleasant surprises and plenty of pain. The banquet ended 20 minutes to 10. A number of gentlemen and ladies went to the card room to play 2 hours of Texas Hold'em, while the remaining men headed for the activity room to have a chat. They didn't bar women from joining, but as it was inevitable for them to broach on sexual matters while smoking, no women joined them. They either circled the piano at the first story and listened to and sang along with the performer, or they grouped up to play chess. Klein chose to head to the activity room on the second story. Private conversations with a few people had helped him speed up his admission into the circle. After entering the room, he observed the environment and went straight for the windows to open them. Then, he pulled a nearby high-back chair to sit down. Just as he did this, he saw the banquet's host, Portland Moment, laugh with a pipe in hand. Men often need some space for themselves. His voice was sonorous, and he had a big build. He was an elder in his 60s with a ruddy complexion and rather thick hair despite being all white. His facial features were the most classic features of a Lonese man with nothing that stood out. Yes, men have to take note of their image when the ladies are around. We have to be considerate about their thoughts. "I've already wanted to kiss this an hour ago," Hazel's father, Member of Parliament, marked, took out a gorgeous silver box, taking out a cigar from inside. The other men in the activity room did the same as pipes or cigarettes appeared in their hands as though they were pulling off a magic trick. As the flames flickered, wisps of smoke began to billow, filling the room as though the smog from yesteryear hadn't dispersed. After enjoying it for a few seconds with his eyes closed, Portland Moment looked to the guest by the window and asked, "Dwayne, do you not smoke?" Klein clenched his fist and placed it to his mouth, coughing slightly as he said, "I have yet to recover. The doctor advised me not to smoke for the time being." To be frank, he was almost choking. Thankfully, he had smartly chosen a seat by the window. This group smoked like chimneys. Klein curled his right index finger and rubbed against his nostrils. He had the urge to use the beyonder powers of a magician to create an invisible air pipe that extended outside to draw in fresh air so as to escape the harm of second-hand smoke. But considering how there might be beyonders hiding amongst these men, he wisely gave up on the idea. Portland Moment laughed upon hearing that. I heard from Bishop Electra that it's not without reason that you were sick. You lack a wife. This professor was a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but his wife was a believer of the Evernight goddess. Therefore, they had taken up residence in Beauclun Street near St. Samuel Cathedral. He often had bishops visiting him and having exchanges. Is he mocking me for thinking about women despite being sick? I really couldn't tell that Bishop Electra is actually a man who likes spreading gossip. It's all the Rhodes's fault, Klein lampooned and shook his head with a smile. I place great importance on marriage. I'd rather remain single if there's no one suitable. At this moment, the high-ranking employee of the Backlund Municipal Office, Mr. Willis, spewed out smoke and said, "Actually, I envy Dwayne's single status. It allows him to be able to pursue any kind of woman that he likes." He had deliberated enunciated any kind, causing ambiguous laughter to sound out. The matter of Dwayne Dante's wide preferences and him never rejecting any charming woman has already spread across this street. Klein held back his right hand to prevent himself from subconsciously rubbing his temples. He felt that the deep, dignified, handsome, gregarious new tycoon's image was undergoing a subtle change. He first suspected that it was the loudmouth, Bishop Electra, that had spread the news, but later believed that it was Butler Walter who had proactively gotten the servants to spread the gossip. This was because a nearly flawless, charming gentleman would often be unknowingly ostracized by members of the same sex in a circle. But when a blemish surfaced, with a topic that could be used in jest, it made it easier for him to build closer ties. Klein wasn't angry about such treatment. Instead, he deliberately gave a wry smile in a rather gentlemanly manner. That's why I have difficulty choosing, causing me to remain single to this day. Ha ha. Portland Moment and company laughed in unison. Member of Parliament Mark then said, "What you need is to be a little more decisive. A good marriage and a good family aids a man greatly." He stopped teasing him and gave serious advice. From the looks of it, no matter which world you're in, you can't escape the fate of being pressured into marriage. Klein nodded gently and glanced out the window, taking in the night scenery of Portland Moment's garden. At this moment, he saw a figure. It was Hazel Marked, who was dressed in a black-green gown, following a trail going deeper into the garden, pausing from time to time to look around as though she was looking for something. Wasn't this lady playing the piano just now? Why would she suddenly be in the garden? When Klein retracted his gaze, Hazel's figure was blocked by flowers. When guests attend banquets or balls, leaving the hall to head into the garden isn't something impolite. After all, it's a very stylish habit to take a stroll under the moon and take in the flowery aroma of the night winds. However, this often implies a rendezvous. Who's Hazel rendezvousing with? No, it doesn't seem like it. No one that came today is truly her equal. Although she doesn't appear as arrogant after the fright she suffered in the sewers, making her occasionally look depressed, she still seems to belittle ordinary people deep down. She's dealing with the negative effects of the mystical item? That doesn't make sense. Entering a lounge or the washroom would be better than the garden since there's more privacy. Furthermore, back at the ball held at her place, she also went to the third story and not the garden. Klein eliminated the various impossibilities and finally had a theory. From the way Hazel is trying to sense or find something, she seems to have noticed some abnormality and plans to observe and deal with it up close. Does this also mean that there's some paranormal activity happening in Professor Portland Moment's house? If that's true, this professor or someone in his family isn't simple at all. The bishops of the St. Samuel Cathedral haven't realized anything despite them visiting often. A marauder's senses and observation skills in certain areas definitely stand out. Klein didn't have any thoughts of intervening in the situation outside. After all, something that Hazel could sense was definitely nothing too dangerous. Besides, St. Samuel Cathedral was nearby. If there were any hidden secrets, no one would attempt to escalate matters and would instead try to lay low. At this moment, Mark finally calmed down from an untasteful joke and looked towards Portland Moment. "I heard you'll be leaving Backland University." Professor Portland Moment sucked at his pipe and said, "That's right. The Higher Education Commission wishes that I become the Chancellor of the reorganized Backland University of Technology. Although a large amount of my wealth comes from metal alloys, what I'm best at is mechanical engineering. They've promised to build me a better laboratory there, and also provide me with more funding. At my age, having more autonomy and helpers is more important." Mr. Willis echoed with a smile, "And Backland University will have a full-time professor spot empty up. Those senior associate professors that have been waiting for decades can finally have a chance." In Lund's tertiary education system, full-time professors weren't just a title, but also a post. It was equivalent to a dean, so there was only one. Backland University of Technology, Klein smiled as he listened, keeping silent on matters he didn't know much about. In the garden, Hazel arrived in a dark and secluded corner. She had discovered that ants and other insects on the ground were gathering in an abnormal manner, and her spiritual perception felt that something was hidden here. This was innate to her sequence, and it had never failed in the past. Without any additional help, she could directly choose the precious items hidden among several sealed boxes. Of course, she wasn't able to distinguish what it was exactly. All she knew was that compared to the rest, what her spiritual perception told her was something definitely more valuable. Just like Mr. Dwayne Dantes. "He definitely has extremely precious items on him." Hazel curled the corners of her lips as she cast her gaze at the soil, which looked a little loose. She sensed that copious amounts of spirituality were gathered underneath, thus attracting insects and souls. It's not a human body. It's some spirituality-equipped materials that have been used. They should have been thrown away in batches, but they were instead buried together, causing unnecessary changes. Hazel's eyes turned darker as she interpreted the situation underground based on the unhidden spirituality traits and changes. She tipped her chin slightly and looked back at the building. She believed that Portland Moment's family had at least one person with extraordinary powers. And if this problem in the garden wasn't resolved, the nearby houses would have paranormal activity in the coming days. Hazel retracted her gaze, extended her left hand, and aimed it at the soil. With a gentle grip, she slowly twisted her wrist. The gathered spirituality vanished as though it had been stolen by someone. Chapter 785. Trissy's Discovery. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios, 100 Beauclund Street, in a corner of the garden in Portland Moment's residence. The many ants and worms that were gathering there slowly dispersed as the cold, creepy sensation faded. That person with extraordinary powers likely doesn't have any experience. With her goal achieved, Hazel nodded indiscernibly before turning around briskly and strolling through the garden. She wasn't in a rush to return as she enjoyed the crimson moonlight, the cold air, and the faint flowery scent. After a long while, Hazel stopped her stroll and left the garden, entering the hall on the first story. At this moment, apart from the guests still playing Texas Hold'em, many ladies and gentlemen had bid farewell. Moments after Hazel found her mother, Rihanna, she saw her father, Member of Parliament Marked, and a few other gentlemen walking down as they conversed with lively expressions. "Are you ready to head home? You have to visit a very important guest tomorrow morning." As Rihanna gestured for her daughter to come close, she walked towards her husband and greeted the others with a smile. Mark nodded and said, "I would have loved to try another of Portland's cigars if not for that matter." Rihanna swept her gaze to Willis, Dwayne Dantes, and company, and she asked in passing, "Gentlemen, what are you talking about? It sounds interesting." Mark turned his body to the side and said with a smile, "Dwayne said that he encountered ghosts when he was in the southern continent. He and his companions suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and found themselves unable to open their eyes. Their bodies were heavy, as though someone was pressing on them. They used a great deal of strength before escaping such a state and left their beds. However, they discovered their rooms were extremely cold. You might not know this, but East Balam's weather is hot most of the time." Then, Dwayne and his companions each held double-barreled hunting rifles and stood guard the entire night. They frantically left the town after the sun rose. After hearing that, Mariana looked at Dwayne Dantes with piqued interest. Klein shook his head with a smile. That I'm not sure of. Perhaps my companions and I had just experienced a harrowing adventure and our bodies and minds weren't in the best of conditions. This might have resulted in all kinds of problems. The stories he told were sourced from one of Anderson's experiences. Back when the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea was exploring a temple in the primitive forest, he chanced upon a specter, creating a large-scale breakout overnight. Ghosts, Hazel turned her head to look towards the garden as the corners of her mouth curved up slightly before she held back. She didn't say a word as she quietly listened to her parents bidding the rest of them farewell before returning home together. Late at night, Hazel, who had changed into a sleeping gown, walked to the balcony and stood behind a gap in the curtains. She looked towards the saw manhole on Beauclun Street. As she looked at it, her face gradually turned pale as though she had recalled an experience filled with pain and horror. She forced herself to retract her gaze, took 2 deep breaths, and turned around to walk to her bedside. During this process, she bit gently on her lip and muttered silently that was likely a wraith. Definitely. I need items or charms in the sun domain. While Hazel was looking at the manhole, Klein was also doing the same. It's been days. I wonder how well that demoness, Trissy, has recovered and whether she has left or not. Thankfully, after Hazel was given a scare by me, she hasn't dared to approach the manhole. Klein's gaze swept the iron-black street lamps as he nodded slightly. He opened the iron cigar case and made his wraith marionette appear within the full-body mirror. He had already decided to send Senor down the sewers to check the area to confirm Trissy's condition. He didn't want that demoness to cause any trouble. Furthermore, the sewers were just physically too close to his identity as Dwayne Dantes. Klein didn't wish for Trissy to be in the vicinity any longer, wishing that she could recover soon and take action. That would prompt her to leave Beauclun Street. Having Admiral of Blood Senor appear every once in a while would fulfill the character setting I previously created. It doesn't live nearby, and because the sewers contains a secret, it often wanders around in search of it. As Klein was thinking, he made the marionette in the ancient triangular hat leap onto the street lamp's surface before passing through the manhole cover in a wraith form, quickly approaching the hidden fork where Trissy hid herself at. Before reaching the dead end, Senor, who had night vision, could see that the area was empty. She's already recovered and left, Klein thought as he made the marionette continue forward, stopping at the spot where Trissy was previously sitting. He discovered that the place was tidied up. Not only was the ground not muddy and moist, even the moss on the walls and corner had vanished. There isn't any leftover food either. That fellow became a germaphobe after becoming a woman? No, perhaps he was like that to begin with. With Senor's vision, Klein surveyed the area and determined that either Trissy hadn't left, or she hadn't left for more than a day, otherwise, it was impossible to maintain the cleanliness of the place. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, light footsteps sounded into the wraith's ear. Under his control, Senor retraced his steps and wasn't surprised to see Trissy in her black dress. This demoness had her luscious black hair cascading down, unlike peers her age who had different hairstyles. It was simple and neat. Matched with her pale face that had just recovered some of its ruddiness, Trissy looked like a dreamy flower that was silently blooming in the night. As expected of a demoness. Thankfully, there's a marionette in between us, otherwise, I would just end up staring at her. A dead person won't be enticed. No matter how charming a demoness is, there's no way they can make the deceased climb out of a tomb like a zombie, Klein lampooned as he looked at Trissy, who had a blank expression but was secretly wary, having released the invisible threads. Trissy pricked up her brows and said, "Would you like to relieve yourself where you sleep?" I thought a demoness wouldn't need to use the washroom. Klein gave a self-deprecating comment and made Senor chuckle. Are you referring to pissing and shitting? He had deliberately made the marionette say such words, as it matched Admiral of Blood's persona of a boorish pirate. Trissy indiscernibly frowned and said, "Is there anything else?" Senor didn't continue on the topic as he said, "You look like you've almost recovered." "Not bad. I'll be leaving tomorrow." She paused as she slightly narrowed her slender eyes. To be frank, I doubt whether you're the real Admiral of Blood at times. Of course it's real. You should ask if he's alive or dead. With his interest piqued, Klein made Senor ask, why do you say that? Triss's gaze swept over the wraith's face and said, it said that Admiral of Blood is someone who indulges in his desires, and he has no resistance towards beautiful females and males. Yet, I don't see any sparks of desire when you face me. I believe the real Admiral of Blood would have added the condition of doing something I wouldn't want to in the agreement. Klein deliberated for 2 seconds and made Senor give a self-deprecating smile. I'm afraid of finding myself lost to pleasure and ending up being controlled by you. Triss's expression instantly changed. This was indeed one of the reasons why she had raised the topic. To a demoness of pleasure, beyond us who habitually indulged in their desires were natural prey. Klein actively ignored the topic and made the marionette say, you're seeking out the target tomorrow? Very clearly, the Royal Guard captain knows you and knows what you look like. After all, you were arranged by them to be by Prince Edasak's side, Klein silently added. Trissy lowered her head and looked at her toes before chuckling. Rest at ease, I have the perfect plan. As she spoke, she turned her body sideways and casually looked deep into the sores. If you set off from here, at the end of the 6th left fork is a hidden passage. It has signs of prolonged human activity. I discovered it while walking around in the past few days. I believe it has something to do with that girl, right? It's also the reason why you're here. Hidden passage, Klein didn't confirm or deny it. He made Senor smile and say, did you discover anything? There was nothing at all. Perhaps only a certain pathway, or someone with a specific item, can find the clues. A marauder's intuition, or something on Hazel's person. Klein didn't make Senor continue on the topic as he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. Since you've recovered, I can be at ease. The moment he said that, he suddenly vanished. Trissy focused her eyes into a stare, but it was to no avail. Only when the invisible thread she had released was hit by a breeze did she retract her gaze, confirming that Admiral of Blood had really left. At that moment, Klein had brought the wraith back to the manhole without attempting to explore the spot which Trissy had mentioned. There were 3 reasons for his decision. First, it had exceeded 100 meters. Second, he suspected that he wouldn't find anything since he wasn't from the marauder pathway, nor did he have the corresponding items. Third, Trissy was still around. Force woke up naturally on a Sunday morning as she got up to wash up. As she chewed on a fresh piece of toast, she retrieved a stack of items from her mailbox. As she walked to the coffee table with a cup of coffee on it, she casually flipped through the items and discovered a reply letter she had been looking forward to. Throwing down the papers, bills, and other letters, Force tore open the envelope. Teacher is already in Backland. Force quickly read through the letter as she muttered in surprise. At the same time, she saw the toast in her mouth plunge to the ground. Chapter 786. Accounting Fraud. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hat Trick Inn on Sherwood Boroughs 22 Hope Street. Just as the attendant at the front desk was about to drink some water, she saw a lady walk in. The lady was about 1.65 meters tall, and she wore a light-colored dress with frilly sides. Her brown curly hair cascaded down as she wore colored glasses. She looked casual, just like someone who had just returned from Desi Bay. She held a dark brown leather suitcase as she unhurriedly walked to the front desk. A lady with extraordinary disposition. Her attire is nice. How I wish I could see what she looks like without her glasses. As a female, the attendant habitually sized up her clothes and accessories. She then heard the lady say in a languid tone, 1 night. A single room. 2 solely and 8 pence. The attendant gave her the room rate for the day and directly asked, do you have any identification documents? She wasn't too adamant about registering her identity because the inn had no means of confirming the authenticity of the documents. Yes. The lady put down her dark brown suitcase and took out an identification document from her handbag before passing it to her. Margaret Taylor, the attendant muttered as she registered her before finding a bunch of keys. Room 2012. Thank you. The lady in fashionable attire received the keys, carried the dark brown suitcase, and walked towards the staircase. At this moment, an attendant in a red vest came over. He bowed and asked, "How may I help you?" He immediately cast his gaze on the dark brown suitcase. The lady curled her lips into a smile as she shook her head. "There's no need. It's very light." With that said, she didn't stop as she walked up the stairs and entered room 2012. Only after she closed the door and put down the suitcase did she raise her right hand to her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Why do I feel like a psychotic murderer?" She was none other than the disguised Force. There was nothing in her suitcase except for Mr. X's head, which was wrapped in newspapers. The two attendants from before probably wouldn't have guessed that a fashionable lady didn't have any clothes, facial products, or makeup in her suitcase, but a cracked, bloody head. If they were to discover that, everyone in the inn would be given a fright. This is source material for a detective novel. Force calmed her feelings of anxiousness and picked up her suitcase again and opened the door. She observed the corridor and saw no one walking through it. She hurriedly walked out and headed for room 2016 and rapped on the wooden door. Her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was living in the same room he previously used. After sensing someone sizing her up through the peephole, Force heard the doorknob twist as the gears unlocked. Dorian Gray was dressed in a black suit with very broad shoulders. He looked to the left and right warily before making way, allowing his student to enter. "No one noticed you, right?" Following that, he closed the door and asked cautiously. Force put down the suitcase and removed the colored glasses that hid half her face. As a Beyonder in Backland with rather rich experience as a low-sequence Beyonder, having a few fake identification documents was necessary. Furthermore, she had Zio's expert help in such matters. The only problem was that it was ultimately a fake identity that couldn't stand up to police scrutiny. However, Force had heard that there were places where real identity documentation could be obtained. Furthermore, they were documents which the police department had a record of, with the pictures swapped. Of course, the price was much more expensive. Dorian nodded gently and silently exhaled. As he got Force to sit, he brought a chair over and said, "You mentioned that someone is paying to find the direct descendants of the Abraham family at a Beyonder gathering in Backland. And the goal is to find information on Mr. Dorr." "Yes, teacher," Force said nothing but the truth. "I don't know much about the family, so I thought of asking you to see if you knew anything." She hid 2 points, namely the Beyonder gathering being called the Tarot Gathering, and that she long knew that her teacher was a member of the Abraham family. Dorian sat down and drank a sip from a white porcelain teacup. He asked with a calm expression, "Who was the one asking?" "I'm not sure. I can only confirm that it was a woman. She had concealed her appearance. She seemed very powerful and must have quite a strong backing." Force described her impression of Hermit. What she didn't say was that this woman had close ties with Queen Mystic Bernadette. Dorian Gray pondered for a few seconds before saying, "I don't know much either. All I know is that Mr. Dorr is the ancestor of the Abraham family. He vanished during the War of the Four Emperors. You can try using this piece of information to get some of the bounty." "Mr. Dorr is the Abraham family's ancestor?" Mr. Dorr, who made the Abraham family suffer the curse of the full moon, causing many members to lose control, is actually the Abraham family's ancestor. Force was alarmed. Having already learned some of the problems of the Abraham family from Mr. Fool, she couldn't believe that the cause of all of this was the source of the bloodline. "Does Mr. Dorr not know the consequences of his actions?" Force muttered silently as she couldn't help but frown. Dorian Gray noticed his student's abnormal reaction as he asked, somewhat puzzled, "Is there a problem?" "Oh no, I didn't manage to hide my expression." Force deliberated and said, "I just don't understand. It's been more than 1,000 years, so apart from the Abraham family's direct descendants, who would wish to gather information on Mr. Dorr and why? Perhaps they're trying to find Mr. Dorr? Right, Queen Mystic is Emperor Rozel's daughter, and Mr. Dorr has appeared in Emperor Rozel's diary. Therefore, the Queen is trying to find Mr. Dorr to figure out the truth of the past." That's normal. However, Mr. Dor vanished in the War of the Four Emperors, more than 1,000 years before Emperor Rozel's era. How did they manage to contact each other? Could it be that Emperor Rozel could also hear the full moon ravings? I remember Mr. Dor making a remark that Mr. Dor might be calling for help. If that's the case, it's really, as an author, Force was momentarily at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Dorian revealed a wry smile and said, "Certainly, I'm also puzzled about this problem. Remember to tell me if you find the answer." Force didn't harp on this matter, afraid that Dorian Gray would notice anything amiss. She then said, "Teacher, why did you suddenly come to Backland?" Dorian smiled and picked up a cigarette as he raised it to his nose to give it a whiff. Without lighting it, he said, "I happen to have some matters that need me to be in Backland. I also decided to check on your digestion progress." In fact, he had been alarmed by Force's letter. He couldn't believe that anyone in the world would still be asking about Mr. Dor. One had to know that even the Abraham family had given up such attempts. He was the only one who kept at it, teaching students on his own accord. This also made him recall a prophecy that was passed around within the family: the Abrahams were increasingly approaching their destruction. When he connected the two matters together, he rushed over to Backland to confirm his student's situation. He wished that she could advance as soon as possible, leaving some hope for the Abraham family. "I just grasped the various astrological knowledge," Force replied, feeling a little guilty. Due to her lack of money, she hadn't bought the high-quality crystal ball needed by an astrologer. To not continue on this topic, Force began asking Dorian Gray about the acting principles needed for astrologer. Obtaining advice such as astrology isn't all-powerful. Towards the end, Force glanced at the dark brown suitcase beside her and said, "Teacher, there's one more matter." "What is it?" Dorian leaned back into his chair as he leisurely drank a mouthful of black tea. Force followed the script she had prepared and said, "After knowing that Louis Veen betrayed the organization, inflicting a great deal of harm upon all of you, I've always had the thought of finding him and exacting revenge for all of you." "Give up that thought." Dorian sat up straight. "Even if you have Leymano's travels, you are no match for him, much less able to kill him." "I'm very glad that you have such thoughts, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks." "I'm definitely not able to do it alone," Force mumbled silently before saying, "I got to know a very powerful bounty hunter. I spent about £10,000 to seek his help." She wasn't able to estimate the cost of the job, so she had used the price that Miss Audrey paid when previously entrusting them to kill the Inti's ambassador. That might be a cheat. Louis Veen is likely a traveler, and he has the support of the Aurora Order. Dorian didn't hold any hopes of any bounty hunter being Louis Veen's match when he heard his student say, "He has already succeeded." Cough. 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 Dorian choked on his saliva as he broke out into a fit of coughs. He dropped the teacup to the ground, but it bounced up like magic, firmly landing on the coffee table. "He has given me Louis Veen's head." Force held up the dark brown suitcase and opened it, taking out the spherical object which was wrapped in newspapers. With the newspapers unfolded bit by bit, Dorian saw that face he would never forget. The smug smile on Louis Veen's face back when he attacked the Abraham family's headquarters was gone. His head was covered in cracks, as though it had been glued together piece by piece. It was gruesome, filled with pain and despair. As an astrologer, Dorian Gray's spiritual intuition told him that it was undoubtedly Louis Veen's head. "Good, very good," Dorian muttered in excitement before looking up at his student. "Who was the bounty hunter? I can't imagine Backland having such a powerful bounty hunter." Force hesitated for a moment before saying, "German Sparrow." Chapter 787. Dorian's Warning. Translated Atlas Studios. Edited Atlas Studios. German Sparrow. Dorian felt the vessels on his forehead pulse when he heard that as he held his hands together, tensing up without realizing it. Situated in Pritz Harbor, he inevitably learned of the various news at sea, both actively and passively, knowing far more than the residents in Backland who relied on the newspapers. In recent months, he often heard from different channels of information about German Sparrow. From killing Steel Mavetti to severely injuring Vice Admiral Ailment Trissy, to successfully hunting Admiral of Blood Seigneur, all these stories were colored with mania. He left the sea and came to Backland? He hasn't changed his trait of craziness. Dorian held back the horror and wariness that subconsciously rose in his heart as he looked at his student and said in a deep voice, "It's best that you minimize your communication with that bounty hunter. He's bound to get into big trouble one day, and it wouldn't take long for that to happen. Teacher is indeed experienced and has great acumen." He instantly saw through Mr. World's intrinsic nature. "Unfortunately, I'm already a member of the Tarot Club, so it's impossible not to communicate with him." Force adjusted her state of mind and sincerely nodded. Dorian composed himself and once again looked at his former student and current enemy, Louis Veen. However, this traveler could no longer speak. He didn't even have an iota of spirituality left. After a few seconds of silence, Dorian leaned back slightly and looked at Force. "You mentioned paying £10 for the job?" He wasn't aware of Force's financial situation, other than knowing that his student was a best-selling author who likely earned quite a bit from her royalties. Furthermore, she seemed to be doing quite well in the few Beyonder circles with transactions that rewarded handsomely. Therefore, it wasn't too surprising or unacceptable that she could save up £10. Force fidgeted, feeling a slight guilty conscience as she said, "Is it too expensive?" She deliberately asked a question in order to hide the fact that she had mentioned a fake number, so as to show that she didn't have much experience in such matters. "It's so cheap that I suspect whether German Sparrow has other motives." As a member of the Abraham family which had suffered numerous setbacks, he often maintained a relatively high level of wariness. In the professional terminology of various clubs and gatherings, that's called a membership fee. Force lampooned as she frankly said, "There were other conditions, including everything on Louis Veen's person belonging to him, as well as the requirement of me providing him help. Also, I promised that if he's in need of cash in the future, I will compensate him an additional £30. That's reasonable, but just barely." Dorian nodded gently and said, "Usually, assassinating Louis Veen who had the Aurora order backing him would cost at least £30. And if there are other situations, the price will be higher." Back then, Mr. World had used demigod powers recorded in Leymano's travels. He probably encountered something else? An Aurora Order saint, having had an edifying experience exerted on her by the Tarot Club, Force wasn't unfamiliar with the Aurora Order's structure. She didn't hide her frown as she said, "From the looks of it, it's indeed a little abnormal. Perhaps he's in desperate need of cash." Dorian thought and said, "Perhaps he cares more about Louis Veen's Beyonder characteristic. To the Beyonders of other pathways, it can be forged into a rather useful mystical item as long as he finds a suitable artisan." Dorian paused for 2 seconds before adding, "There's no need to worry about that. Just stay away from him in the future." Perhaps he had long targeted Louis Veen, and he was just using the information you provided to carry out the assassination while still getting an additional bonus. Dorian didn't continue on the topic as he took out a fist-sized pure crystal ball from his pocket. "It's made of star crystal, and it can effectively raise your astromancy." The light shone in from outside the window as resplendent waves surfaced within the crystal ball. Without waiting for Force to reject, Dorian chuckled. "Louis Veen is my enemy. The payment used to get rid of him should be paid by me. I don't have that much cash at the moment, and I can only use some items to deduct from the payment." "No, there's no need." Force shook her head, partially genuine, but partially in contradiction to her will. It was genuine because she only wanted to seek revenge for her teacher back when she thought of getting rid of Louis Veen without considering the possible reward she could later receive. It was in contradiction to her will because she couldn't reject the reward. Dorian said with a stern expression, "Do you wish for me to be ashamed and uneasy? Don't worry. I still have quite a bit of wealth. Also, I've brought you the scribe potion formula. You can gather the corresponding ingredients as you digest the astrologer potion. I'll prepare one of the main ingredients for you with the brain of an Asman. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest." An Asman was said to be a monster that existed in ancient times. It looked like an unprotected human brain that could fill a room. Not only could it create terrifying illusions, but it could also make its attackers die from their own attacks. As he spoke, Dorian took out a yellowish-brown goatskin and passed it to Force. Force received it in gratitude and quickly scanned the list of main ingredients: 1 complete brain of an Asman, cursed artifact of an ancient wraith. I hope I can gather the remaining ingredients before I finish digesting the astrologer potion. Just as Force rolled up the goatskin, she saw Dorian take out a pure golden box from his suitcase. After removing the wall of spirituality, Dorian opened the box as he said, "Without the gold enclosing it, the brain of an Asman will constantly affect you, causing you to hallucinate until you lose your mental facilities." Inside the squarish box was a blob of grayish-white, translucent, and wrinkled object. It was about a fifth the size of Louis Vine's head. As expected of a family with a long history, Force sincerely thanked him once again and received the golden box and skillfully closed it and used a wall of spirituality to seal it. Dorian didn't stop and instead gave an excuse for Force to stay back. He set up a ritual and summoned the void creature Malmouth, who enjoyed music. He then took out 2 documents from the creature's spherical body. He had prepared the 3 items for Force when he received the shocking news regarding Mr. Dor, therefore, he had it on him. These are 2 pieces of property in Backland. One of them is in Hillston Borough, and the other is in Sherwood Borough. They're in excellent locations and should have a total valuation of about £600–500. The amount you can sell them for will be yours, Dorian said with a smile. Although the Abraham family was in a state of decline, as a former angel family with a long history, it still had quite a bit of resources, including land, tree farms, property, manors, and mines. However, Dorian only had control over a few, with most of the remainder belonging to the various smaller families. The place I'm renting costs £500 an S in an okay district but an average location. What teacher gave me today does add up to about £10. Force couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the Holy Wind Cathedral, deep blue efficient Randall Valentinus looked at the mandated Punisher deacon and said, "Any findings?" The new Backland Archbishop was a middle-aged man with a domineering demeanor. His dark blue hair was thick, and he had large earlobes. His eyes seemed to constantly hide lightning and storms within them. The mandated Punisher deacon standing before his desk was a thin middle-aged man wearing a modified captain's hat. His looks didn't stand out, but there was an anchor tattoo on his neck. The man answered reverently, "Your Eminence, we've already caught some of the members who participated in the gathering. However, they have no idea who the rest are, much less know of the person who assassinated Mr. X. According to their description, the assailant was about 1.6 meters tall and likely female. We can't rule out the possibility that it's a short man." Randall held back his anger and asked, "What do you plan on doing next?" "As we are temporarily unable to know who Mr. X invited to the gathering, and 1.6 meter tall women are common, our plan is to relax our stance on the surface as we target a few suspicious targets and convert those we've caught into informants. Without us exerting any danger, those bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order will definitely seek out the murderer themselves in order to avenge Mr. X. They'll likely do a carpet search, and this way, not only will we find the assassin, but we can also discover more clues to the Aurora Order," the thin middle-aged man explained in detail. Randall nodded in thought and said, "Roy, when taking action, remember to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. The situation is clear that the Aurora Order has at least a saint in Backland. And the assassin's strength is greater than the typical Sequence 5 Beyonder, and they similarly have a demigod backing them." "Yes, Your Eminence." Roy Wellesley struck the left side of his chest with his right fist. "Dwayne, you often exceed my expectations. It hasn't taken you long to finish studying the revelation of Evernight's Book of Wisdom." Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Bishop Electra closed the Bible in his hands and smiled at the pious tycoon with grey sideburns and deep blue eyes. Klein laughed and replied, "This is expected of a believer. Next up is the study of the letters of the saints." "Yes, which saint do you wish to begin with?" Electra asked. Klein looked to his sides and chuckled. Electra wasn't surprised at that as he seriously introduced, St. Samuel was a Backland archbishop during the 4th epoch of the Trunsoist Empire. he contributed greatly to the spreading of the goddess's faith and entered her divine kingdom before dying, becoming an angel. As he spoke, he flipped to the corresponding letters of the saints. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He felt a deep sense of evil and diabolical will spread above him. Bishop Electra snapped out of his daze and said to Dwayne Dantes, who didn't seem to detect anything, "Sorry, I just recalled something." Chapter 788. Hidden Passage. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It's fine, Klein replied with a warm smile. Although he didn't seem to notice anything, thoughts were flying through his mind. He began considering what the anomaly that happened during that instant meant. Previously, the keepers would head upstairs along the nearby staircase. It can be preliminarily determined that they live there, coinciding with the area where the anomaly happened. The keepers aren't in the best of conditions, so the chances of them losing control are greater than ordinary beyond us, causing them to suddenly release a sense of an evil and diabolical will? And this was suppressed and quelled by the core seal deep behind Channy's gate? If that's the case, there are two possibilities. 1. The core seal behind Channy's gate can sense all the anomalies in St. Samuel Cathedral, and then react instinctively. Second, during the keeper's watch over the years, they are constantly corroded by the core seal's powers. In a certain sense, they are a part of it, or they bear the weight of the corresponding traits. Once any abnormalities happen, their bodies will immediately intervene. If it's the former, that means that when I knock a keeper unconscious and replace him, it will easily be detected by the core seal behind Channy's gate. It will produce an anomaly like before, causing my plan to fail right at the beginning. If it's the latter, I'll definitely be repelled when entering Channy's gate, even when disguised as a keeper. I need to figure out the problem before coming up with a direct countermeasure. It's really difficult to steal sealed artifacts from the various churches. It's no wonder almost no one is willing to do so. As Klein's thoughts wandered, he superficially paid attention to Bishop Electra's explanation of St. Samuel's experiences and letters that he left behind. When it was almost time, he politely bade him farewell. After returning to 160 Beauclun Street, he saw his butler approach just as he handed his hat and cane to Richardson. "Sir, do you plan on holding a ball or banquet next weekend and invite the neighbors?" Walter wasn't using a suggestive tone, but a tone of inquiry. However, Klein knew very well that since his butler had raised the matter, it meant that it was almost time. He nodded gently and said, "Saturday night then." "A ball?" "I'll have to trouble you and Tanaja to make the preparations." When saying the last statement, Klein looked to his housekeeper. Tanaja sternly nodded and said, "There's enough. The various alcoholic beverages in your wine cellar is enough to handle several banquets." When moving into 160 Beauclun Street, Klein had handed her £10 in cash for the household expenses. From the looks of it, even with the need to replenish fine wine, tea leaves, and coffee beans, it wasn't something that could be spent in a month. "The gold pound is rather strong after all," Klein nodded and smiled. "Let's not use wine that's too expensive for our first ball. It's common to be reserved in Lun." "Yes, sir." Although Walter was very aware of how to run a ball, he still paid serious attention to his employer's instructions. He paused and said, "There are only two things you need to do. First, it's to settle the guest list with our help, thinking up some small talk for each guest, matching the person's corresponding status and experience. Second, it's to order a salute for the ball." "How troublesome." "When greeting Hazel, can I say that the sewers here are cleaner than the squares in the southern continent?" As Klein sighed and lampooned, he nodded slightly. Deep into the night, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. The smog which had significantly thinned made Backland have an additional sense of tranquility. In Dwayne Dantes's master bedroom, Klein set up a ritual to summon himself. He planned on entering the sewers tonight to confirm that Trissy had left. He then planned on heading for the fork she had described, to explore the so-called hidden passageway to see if he could discover anything. Klein didn't have extravagant hopes of gaining anything. He was only worried that the secret hidden in the sewers would pose a hidden risk that would one day explode. This could easily involve Dwayne Dantes, who lived nearby, spoiling his plans in stealing the Antigonus family's notebook. On this matter, I can't be an ostrich that buries its head in the sand and pretend not to know anything. I should discover the problem early and destroy what needs destroying or report what needs reporting before it completely erupts. That's the most effective solution. Of course, I also need to be sufficiently careful. I mustn't let my exploration end up lighting a fuse. Klein's spirit body tore out of the candlelight, and with Azek's copper whistle augmenting him, he possessed the physical body of Dwayne Dantes, controlling him to walk to the boundary of the wall of spirituality and sit in the reclining chair. To the external world, it looked as though the tycoon had dozed off reading the papers. Summoning my soul to possess my own body feels different from returning to my body. There's an obvious barrier in between. Klein did a comparison of the experience and floated to his desk, cleaning up most of the items on the altar and leaving behind the candle that maintained his summoning to burn silently. After doing all of this, Klein wore creeping hunger, and with Azek's copper whistle, death knell, and the Senior gold coin in possession, he flew out of the master bedroom and left 160 Beauclund Street, drilling into the sewers. Just as Klein found himself in the moist and dirty environment, he immediately released Wraith Senior and made his marionette open up a distance from him, turning into the hidden fork where Trissy was previously recuperating. This time, he saw that the clean region in the sewers was already stained with dirt containing signs of rats. From the looks of it, Trissy has really left. Klein, who was following far behind, heaved a sigh of relief. As a spirit body, he didn't need to breathe, nor did he need to walk on the ground. Therefore, he didn't mind how disgusting the sewers were. Senior walked out of the area and continued walking ahead and turned on the 6th left turn. Klein constantly maintained a distance of 50 meters, perfectly acting the role of the person behind the scenes. At the end of the fork was a corroded wall covered in moss. At a glance, there weren't any abnormalities to it. If Trissy hadn't mentioned it, Klein wouldn't have gotten his marionette to observe every inch of the area in detail. A few minutes later, Senior suddenly straightened his back and walked forward, entering the wall. Passing through the rather thick obstacle, Klein's eyes opened up. With the marionette's vision, he saw a half-natural, half-artificial cave. It wasn't more than 1.8 meters high and was about 3 meters wide. The ground was littered with tools like shovels which were wrapped in oilskin and large piles of mud and rubble. Right up ahead were 2 hidden passageways that extended downwards. The left one was about 5 to 6 meters deep, while the one on the right was nearly 10 meters deep. However, nothing seemed to have existed in them, as though they were still being excavated. This was dug up by Hazel? In the day, she's an arrogant lady of high society, and at night, she's an excavator in the sewers. Furthermore, she's moving the dirt and rubble one pail at a time. She was loitering around to find the exact spot, and digging was the subsequent step. That wall must have been a secret door. Klein hid himself at the fork's entrance as he made Senior scrutinize the area. Senior's figure slowly turned faint as it turned incorporeal. In this state, he passed through the soil and explored deeper. But even when reaching the 100-meter limit, he didn't discover anything of use. All he saw were ordinary insects and worms. Klein made the marionette switch directions, swimming in the sea of soil without finding anything. Senior soon returned to the cave from before and entered the right passageway without being affected by any obstacles. There's still nothing. It's not without reason that Trissy determined that it will only work for a particular pathway or being in possession of a certain item. She must have probed the area with the invisible threads of a demoness of pleasure. Unfortunately, I've already lost Tinder. I wonder if the grey fog's aura on me would work. It seems to strongly attract beyond us from the marauder pathway, Klein silently commented and, using his spirit body state, planned on personally visiting the 2 hidden passageways that Hazel had dug up. However, he curbed his desire because he was now a marionettist. Doing it personally in situations that didn't require it was in violation of the acting principles. It's fine even if I don't use the grey fog's aura. I'll just request to purchase a mystical item from the marauder pathway during tomorrow afternoon's tarot gathering. It doesn't need to be too expensive. It can just correspond to sequence 8 or 9. That badge from Lenivus is only a signal receiver, not an item of this pathway. While not aware of the exact situation of what's hiding inside, rashly using my spirit body to explore it might result in me attracting a high-sequence monster. Being careful and cautious will forever be a condition for myself. Klein slowly heaved a sigh of relief and retrieved Wraith Senior. He wasn't worried that Hazel would continue coming in the near future. Any person with normal intelligence wouldn't continue coming unless they had the means to deal with the situation from before. Ignoring how Hazel hasn't had any contact with Beyonder Circles, even if she has, getting an item from the Sun domain isn't simple. After all, Backland is the territory of the Church of Storms. I do have something that I don't use often. Can I find an opportunity to sell it to her and then let her use it to harm my marionette? Klein jeered at himself before shaking his head with a laugh. He ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog, vanishing from the source. On Monday morning, the bright sunlight tore through the thin clouds, shining onto every corner of Backland. Emlyn White pulled down on his silk top hat. As he left the carriage and walked to the Harvest Church, he squinted his eyes and mumbled, "What terrible weather. Backland's worst season is coming soon." He was just about to step onto the stairs when he saw a paperboy approach him, handing him a copy of the Tussock Times. Emlyn wanted to reject it when he discovered a small slip clasped in the middle of the boy's fingers. Emlyn maintained his countenance as he took out a penny and passed it to the boy, receiving the copy of the Tussock Times and the slip. Before entering the Harvest Church, he quickly spread it open and scanned it. "There are clues to the people you are looking for. Please come to the Bravehearts Bar." Chapter 789. Each Person's Monday. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 9:30 a.m. Backland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Bravehearts Bar. Emlyn White stood rooted to his spot after he got down from the carriage. He stared ahead in a daze, nearly forgetting to avoid the sunlight. At that moment, the bar's main door was shut with no signs of it opening. As a sanguine who seldom left his home and only went to places like bars at night, Emlyn never expected the bar to be closed in the morning. He had left the Harvest Church in a rush via the transportation system after seeing the paper slip, hoping to obtain any first-hand intelligence. To save time, he even tolerated the cramped environment and stench of the metro. At that moment, Emlyn was somewhat peeved, but he knew that he had made the mistake. All he could do was pull a face and circle around Iron Gate Street to not waste his trip. Just as he was about to approach a rental carriage that stood along the street, he caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. The person was wearing a brown rounded top hat and an old coat while carrying a ragged haversack. He was none other than Ian, the underground arms dealer and intelligence merchant. I have quite good intuition. I knew he would appear early. Emlyn was delighted as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked over, blocking Ian's way as he chuckled. Ian looked up and glanced at the handsome man before him, replying in puzzlement, "Good morning, Mr. White. You should have come in the evening." "It seems to be a suitable time now," Emlyn said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. "Ian, why do you always wear the same clothes and outfit every time I see you?" Ian answered without minding the question. "This can make me appear more mature while allowing me to keep a low profile. Of course, the main reason is that I lack money." The final sentence was added with a joking tone. "I look forward to your attire in summer," Emlyn said with a scoff. "I'll take off my coat." As Ian spoke, he took out 2 pieces of paper from his ragged haversack. They were the bounty notices that Emlyn had previously given him. Someone in East Borough saw this person. He handed over one of the papers to Emlyn, and on it was the name, Argos. Realizing that there really were clues to the primordial moon believers, Emlyn asked in delight, "Where is he?" Ian didn't reply as he looked at him with a silent smile. Experienced, Emlyn immediately took out his wallet and gave £150 to Ian. Ian smiled and said, "There's still another half to go." Another half. Emlyn nearly wanted to let this merchant in front of him know the prowess of a sanguine. This was because an effective clue cost £20, while an exact location cost £150. However, he quickly read between the lines as he asked in pleasant surprise, "Another one was found?" "Yes." Ian handed him the remaining piece of paper in his hand. "While my friend observed Argos and confirmed his residence, it was discovered that he had met with this person named Golly's Kevin. Therefore, I've obtained the residence of the two targets at the same time." "Very good." Emlyn emptied his wallet and gave another £150 to Ian. He was abnormally delighted. He felt that the ancestor and Mr. Fool were blessing him. This was because there were only 5 targets, and he had successfully hunted one. Now, with 2 additional clues, all he needed to do was succeed in order to declare himself victor regardless of what the other sanguine did. Ian seriously counted and checked the notes before saying with a suppressed voice, "Argos is on the 3rd story of the apartment block at East Borough's 6 Limestone Street, opposite the public washroom. Golly's Kevin is similarly in East Borough. He stays in the room beside the staircase on the 1st floor at 19 Beluga Whale Street. I will confirm your intelligence. I believe you wouldn't wish to abandon your business for a mere £300. Emlyn nodded gently as he gave a warning. Following that, he chuckled and said, "They were found so easily." Ian's red eyes darted around slightly as he said, "First, many bounty hunters are my friends. They have many informants in East Borough. Second, those 2 gentlemen didn't have great disguises. Despite being in East Borough, they wore very different attire from the people around them. If they were willing to wear more ragged clothes and did more than 12 hours of labor work, I believe they would be hard to find in the messy East Borough. Is that so? One needs to take note of the difference in environment when hiding oneself," Emlyn muttered silently to himself, feeling as though he had learned a new trick. He didn't plan on heading to East Borough immediately. This was because even if he took action in the day, it would be very difficult to escape without causing a commotion. It was a rather dangerous act in Backland, as it meant that the mandated punishers or nighthawks might come knocking at the door just after he sneaked back home. Emlyn planned on verifying the situation and taking action between 8 and 9 in the evening after the tarot gathering. The primordial moon believer from before was quite strong. These 2 likely aren't weaker. Although I have confidence, it feels unsafe only relying on myself. As Emlyn considered the problem, he waved his hand and bade Ian farewell. He rode on a rental carriage, heading back for the south side of the bridge. Eastchester County, Stowen City. Audrey stood behind a railing, watching the servants placing the items that had been brought from the family castle in suitable spots. The scene was bustling but orderly. "I'll send someone to associate Professor Michel later and tell him that I'll be paying a visit to the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. I hope that they've obtained some items that have been tainted with Beyonder effects." As Audrey's mind wandered, she couldn't help but smile. She was proud of her decision of donating the funds to establish the foundation. When her eyes that were as beautiful as emerald saw the time on the wall clock, she hurriedly reined in her thoughts and turned to return to her bedroom. Susie was slumped in a corner of the bedroom. Its front paws were crossed, giving it a sense of elegance. In front of it was an open book. There were dense lines of text written on it. Susie would raise one of her front paws from time to time to flip the page as she read with great seriousness. "Every time I see Susie like that, I feel a little ashamed. Audrey, you mustn't slack off on your education." Audrey encouraged herself in silence as she approached, planning to get Susie to head outside to guard the door. Susie looked up and glanced at Audrey before standing straight up, saying, "I got it." After saying that, it briskly ran out the bedroom without closing the door. "I haven't said anything." Audrey blinked as she softly muttered to herself. She had given such instructions many times. To prevent Susie from detecting that she wanted to be alone in the room from 3 to 3:30 p.m. on Mondays, forbidding humans and dogs from coming close, she had also done similar matters at other times, pretending that there was a gathering, wanting alone time while maintaining an irregular pattern. I have to say that Susie's existence has effectively raised my motivation to learn, as well as how strictly I handle matters. I can't be inferior to a dog. But being better than this dog doesn't seem to be something worthy of praise. Audrey puffed her cheeks with a self-deprecating comment as she sat by her bed, awaiting the beginning of the tarot gathering. Dark red figures shot up along the two sides of the long bronze table, materializing into different blurry figures. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey's greeted with a cheery voice as she bowed. The other members greeted one after another until the existence at the seat of honor nodded in response. While sitting down, Force couldn't help but look at Mr. World, wondering what she should use as an opening. Apart from passing on her teacher's reply to Hermit, she planned on doing a few matters. 1. She wanted to tell Mr. World that due to the difficulty of the mission, she would pay him more, but it required him to wait. This was because the sale of the houses took time. 2. After brainstorming, she thought of a good way that could earn money and raise her strength. She had gained inspiration from the world's actions: rent out Leymano's travels. When a member needed an item to temporarily raise their combat strength to deal with certain situations, they could rent Leymano's travels from her. The rent could be paid in two forms: cash, which wasn't too expensive, or to record beyond a powers instead. This also meant that the renter had to guarantee that the spellbook was returned with more filled pages. Of course, as the provider, Force would record useful apprentice powers like door opening, providing the renter with relevant help. A problem that could easily happen in this transaction was that the renter might not return it, but with Mr. Fool witnessing these exchanges in the Tarot Club, Force believed that no one would be blinded by greed. And the death of the renter was a low probability event for losing Leymano's travels. But with everyone knowing that they could pray to Mr. Fool in times of danger, death was an even smaller probability. How can there not be any risks when doing business? I will talk to Mr. World about when he will use it so that there won't be any conflicts. Force retracted her gaze and heard Hermit speak. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 2 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Ever since contact was made with Queen Mystic, the receiving of diary pages has stabilized in a rather terrifying manner. Klein nodded slightly and chuckled. After a brief silence, Katlia conjured 2 yellowish-brown pieces of paper. They leaped into Mr. Fool's palms as if they had tunneled through the spirit world. Klein slowly lowered his gaze at the diary in his hands. The 29th of December. It's almost a new year again. All the mausoleums have been built. What's done cannot be undone. Chapter 790. The end of the diary. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. All the mausoleums have been built. What's done cannot be undone. Klein looked at the diary page in his hand as his thoughts boiled over as ideas kept emerging and shattering. From his point of view, this diary page of Emperor Roselle nearly proved his previous conjectures. He had chosen to forcefully switch to the Black Emperor pathway in his later years, doing so at the cost of going mad to become a Sequence Zero true god. What drove the Emperor to make such a decision? What did he discover that resulted in his agitation, rashness, and loss of composure in the previous diary entry? And compared to back then, his emotions in this diary entry appear calm and composed, but it feels like he is even more extreme. It's hard to imagine what the Emperor experienced or encountered in his later years that resulted in him having such an abnormal situation. The madness that angels are embroiled with to begin with, or is it something that had happened to the faith of the believers that kept him anchored his rationality? If he was normal, shouldn't he hold back a little and strive for certain outcomes before finding an opportunity to devour the hidden sage? Klein instantly thought of many things, but he was unable to find any evidence. And on this page of goatskin, there were only 2 short lines of text, as though it indicated the final diary page of Emperor Roselle's life. The end of the year or the beginning of the new year was the day he was suspected to have perished in the White Maple Palace. An emperor of an era, a transmigrator's last words. Klein sighed silently as he flipped to the goatskin beneath. The diary page didn't have a date, but at the top of the page was a line in Faceag, immediately follows the previous page. The words were written neatly and elegantly, very different from Emperor Roselle's handwriting. It was obvious that it was added by someone else. It's probably a note by Queen Mystic, to indicate that this is the last part of the diary, written after the Emperor said that what's done cannot be undone. But why isn't there a date? Klein was deeply puzzled as he read the corresponding content, his gaze freezing up. I believe I'm not the only transmigrator in this world. If there's anyone else who can read my diary, remember to carefully select your Beyonder pathway. Once you choose this, it pretty much confirms your allies and your enemies. I'm unable to give any actual suggestions because I myself can't see the true faces of the 7 deities or those evil gods. This might be partially related to the second blasphemy slate that the ancient organization hides. Unfortunately, I only have a rough idea of the hidden parts, and I'm unable to verify them. Similarly, I don't know what's written on the first blasphemy slate either. A useful warning is to not choose pathways with sequence zeros that are occupied, and also be careful of neighboring sequence zeros and sequence ones. I've suffered tremendously on this aspect. As for what sequence 0 represents, search for my other diary pages if you aren't aware. This page is equivalent to the afterword of my life. If I succeed, I'll be a god, and it will be another story. If I were to fail, there wouldn't be a future. Perhaps, well, you know. Go, my friend who understands my diary, go seek out the secret of transmigration and the truth hidden within. I'll be watching you, if I'm still alive. Finally, let me warn you that you have to remember, Klein wasn't surprised about there being more than one transmigrator. After all, he had long known of a senior in the form of Emperor Razel. He was puzzled about the details that the Emperor had used to determine that there wasn't only one transmigrator. This was a very important point, as it held great meaning as to whether there were incomparable problems in his bid to return home. This was like an unknown equation. Without enough examples and conditions, there was no way to obtain the correct answer no matter how he tried to solve it. Only with enough equations could he find the correct answer. The Emperor should have written his discoveries on this matter in the previous diary entries. Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing where it is in order to do a targeted search and recovery. Klein silently sighed before considering the other contents in the afterword. The hidden contents in the second blasphemy slate which the Twilight Hermit Order showed? Did they deliberately hide the contents, or did they not actually obtain it? The second blasphemy slate was actually split into 2 parts, with the other half landing in the hands of other factions. My pathway has already been determined. It was selected based on the exclamation found in Emperor Razel's diary. From the Emperor's afterword, I can be a bit assured. The seer pathway doesn't have a sequence 0 because the mad sequence 1 Zaratul is still alive. And according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, this subdivision part can probably be called the law of incompatibility. If there's a sequence 1, there's no sequence 0. I need to be careful of Zaratul, Mr. Dor, Blasphemer Amorn, and Palez Zoroast, as well as the other sequence 1s who exist in these 3 pathways. What does being careful of the moon mean? Be careful of the primordial moon? Wait, the Emperor apparently had thoughts of exploring the Crimson Moon before. Could it be that he finally committed himself to do it and discovered something on the moon, which is why he warned other transmigrators to be careful of the moon? The moon has something to do with transmigration? Yes, the Emperor's tone indicates that he still has some contingency plans, and he might not completely perish. He might be watching me. There should also be clues to such matters, and they should also be written in the earlier diary entries. As conclusions and puzzlements flashed through Klein's mind, he finally turned solemn. He made the diary in his hand vanish and looked towards Katlia. Do you have anything you want to ask? Katlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose and politely bowed her head. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to know if Emperor Razel is still alive. This question snapped the other members of the Tarot Club out of their own thoughts as they looked towards the end of the bronze table in agitation. Although Emperor Razel being alive wasn't directly related to them, nor would it bring any obvious influence, this topic was enough to stir the thirst hidden deep in the hearts of people regarding rumors and gossip. I thought I would be immune to such matters after advancing to a psychiatrist. Sigh, I'm really curious. Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with bright eyes as she waited for him to give the answer. Only Derek was uninterested in the matter. The reason why he looked at Mr. Fool was solely because everyone else had done so. Indeed, Queen Mystic's questions are basically targeted at the diary pages she provides. Klein didn't feel stumped as he skillfully chuckled. By using the answer perhaps, he was expressing that Emperor Roselle had the hope of saving himself. As for whether he eventually succeeded or whether there was an accident, it wasn't in the scope of a question that might not have an answer. Perhaps Mr. Fool is implying that Emperor Roselle might still be alive. Cat Lear and company felt as though they had heard the greatest secret in the world, as they felt a little agitated and excited. However, they could also sense the underlying tone in Mr. Fool's words. Due to the lack of diary entries and with him having just awoken recently, he was unable to determine if Emperor Roselle had seized an opportunity. To determine that would require more clues and evidence in the future. Regardless, Emperor Roselle was likely mentally prepared for the assassination. Without giving Justice, the Hanged Man, and company to think of the related problems, Klein leaned back and said with a calm tone, "That's all from me." Force hurriedly snapped out of her fantasizing of Roselle's late years as she looked to the end of the bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with the world. It will end quickly." What does she want to communicate with German Sparrow about? Isn't Mr. X's matter over? Klein thought in puzzlement as he nodded gently. Force deliberated for 2 seconds and said, "This is the matter. Mr. X's had allowed me to receive a handsome reward. I believe that I didn't pay enough on this matter to match the difficulty of the mission. Therefore, I wish to compensate you." "How much do you wish to receive?" "Not bad. You actually want to compensate me without any prompting." Although Miss Magician is a little greedy on gaining petty advantages, she's still an honest person. It's very normal to earn some profit while making a transaction. It's not considered greedy. The pleasantly surprised Klein sighed inwardly in praise as he made the world chuckle. Force hesitated for a moment and said, £50. She had used the £10 price she had informed her teacher, and planned to split it evenly with Mr. World. Furthermore, she needed the recipe, crystal ball, and beyonder ingredient, thus, she planned on selling the 2 properties and give him money directly. And as for the reason why Force was this generous, it had to do with the mission being harder than she had expected while also paying too low a price. In addition, she was increasingly fearful of the world German Sparrow. She didn't dare to offend the crazy adventurer and terrifying bounty hunter. The Abraham family gave quite a huge reward. Klein controlled the world to say with a laugh, "If you can use large amounts of gold coins in place of notes, you can pay less. It will just depend on how much you can gather. I'll try my best." Although Force was very puzzled over why Mr. World valued gold coins that much, she didn't dare to ask. He had done the same with Hermit's transaction previously. She paused before asking, "Mr. World, when would you need to use Leymano's travels?" "I plan on renting it out before and after that period in order to earn some money and beyonder powers." "Rent it out?" "Rent out a mystical item." Klein was taken aback upon hearing that. He never expected Miss Magician to have such business-oriented mind. Chapter 791. New Model. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As a youth that came from the Internet age on Earth, Klein quickly understood Miss Magician's idea, how she prepared to do it, and what she was relying on. Isn't this sharing economy? With the Tarot Club and the Fool, there's no technological limitation. Miss Magician is usually lazy and doesn't have a strong presence, but I never expected her to have sharp acumen on such matters. It also stems from me requesting to borrow the spellbook. Regardless, to be able to quickly be inspired and set up a business model is pretty good. Klein deliberately made the world German Sparrow hesitate for a few seconds before saying, "I might need it this weekend and next week." He was estimating this based on the time it took Mr. Hanged Man to return from the Abyss Maelstrom to the Roasted Sea, while also allocating time for him to stabilize his spirituality and replenish his supplies. When the time came, they would join forces to explore the primitive island with many beyonder creatures. "All right, I will make the arrangements to prevent others from using it." As she heaved a sigh of relief, she requested Mr. Fool that he bear witness for the subsequent rental agreements. After obtaining a confirmation from him, she indicated that she was done with the private communication. "Everyone, I have here a mystical item. It has a total of 38 pages. Each page can help the user record beyonder powers they encounter. They will then be able to release it when needed, but it will be slightly weaker than the original power. Each page can be repeatedly recorded. Each record can only be used once. Amongst them, 3 pages can be used to record demigod-level Beyonder powers, but the chances of success are very low. It might not succeed 1 in 10 times. Force simply explained the traits of Leymano's travels and its negative effects. It lit up the eyes of Audrey and company. With them no longer being novices in the domain of mysticism or the Beyonder world, it wasn't difficult for them to tell the value of Miss Magician's notebook without her making it explicit to them. At the same time, they viewed it as a demigod-level artifact. It resembles a shepherd and the creeping hunger. They allow the use of the Beyonder powers from other pathways, but there aren't as many negative effects. There's also a chance to record a demigod power. Draw my own blood. Audrey suddenly shrank her hand back in fear as she thought over the matter. As a powerful noble's daughter, she had almost never been injured from a young age. Therefore, she had an extreme fear of pain that remained an unknown to her. Taking the opportunity when Force paused, she raised her hand slightly and asked, "Miss Magician, how much do you wish to sell it for?" Audrey believed that her father, Earl Hall, would also be able to recognize the value of Leymano's travels, so it was certain that she could be reimbursed by him. Therefore, she planned on fully satisfying Force requirements. She must be lacking money recently, or else she wouldn't be selling such an important and useful mystical item. While Audrey thought in pity, she considered whether she should offer to buy it at a premium. Damn it! Why can't it be put on sale after I return from the primitive island? Alger had a strong interest in Leymano's travels, but he wasn't able to produce the money or materials needed to purchase this mystical item. £300 was money that an ordinary person might not be able to save up even in 10 to 20 years, but compared to an item at the level of Leymano's travels, it was nothing. It's worth at least £10. If I encounter Beyonders that are backed by powerful factions, it wouldn't be a problem selling it for more than £30. Alger swept his glance at Justice, who was inquiring about the price, as well as Catlear, who had nudged her glasses, looking as though she was planning to join the bid. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't believe that the transaction would fail according to his wishes, having it left unsold before he returned from the primitive island. Miss Justice has money, and the Hermit has Queen Mystic and the Moses ascetic order. They don't lack money or resources. Sigh. Alger adjusted his seating posture as he looked across the table with a heavy look. Emlyn and Derek were similarly interested in Leymano's travels, but it was simply interest. They knew that they lacked the ability to provide anything in a fair exchange. When she heard Miss Justice's question, Force realized that she had forgotten to mention the most crucial point. She hurriedly added, "No, it's not for purchase. I'm only renting it. When you need it, you can rent it for a short period which will be witnessed by Mr. Fool." "Rent?" "You can do that." At that moment, everyone except Klein and Derek were surprised. Without a doubt, they knew what a rental transaction was, but they never expected it to be applied to a mystical item, much less have it appear in the Tarot Club. This was apparently very doable. It was relatively useful for every member of the Tarot Club, and it wouldn't cost them much while remaining affordable. Furthermore, Miss Magician could slowly build up quite a sizable fortune by doing so, but in fact, the best result was to record Beyonder powers. She could gather different kinds of Beyonder powers from various pathways in this way, making it far more efficient than seeking the chance to record it on her own. Alger quickly realized the key to the rental transaction as he was delighted. He asked, "How much is the rental fee?" Leymano's travels corresponds to a sequence 6. It's usually about £50, but due to its uniqueness, it costs at least £10. Force had built up quite a bit of experience during her time in the Tarot Club, so after some consideration, she said, each rental basically starts at £300. Every additional day is an additional £50. And when returning it, the notebook needs to have 2 additional pages of Beyonder powers than when it was rented out. If there's only 1 blank page or no blank pages when it's rented, one just needs to fill up the full book. Having 2 additional pages didn't mean 2 additional powers. That also meant that they could use any of the Beyonder powers in Leymano's travels. One just needed to make up for it later. There was no need for it to be of the same type, as pages were all that mattered. £50 a day, £500 a month, if it's possible, I can keep renting it. Audrey did a simple count of the costs. Alger was thrilled when he heard that, as he said with an unperturbed look, I plan on renting it for 2 days, but the exact price needs negotiation. It will be adjusted based on what Beyonder powers are recorded in the notebook. He felt more confident towards his exploration of the primitive island. When do you plan to rent it? Force asked, delighted that she had business right away. I'll be renting it for 2 days sometime between this weekend to next weekend. The exact time hasn't been determined, Alger replied without any hesitation. Force immediately frowned as she said apprehensively, this period of time has already been reserved for Mr. World. Reserved for the world? When did this happen? Alger was surprised as he looked at the other end of the long bronze tail. He soon came to a realization that it had been agreed upon during their private communication. Why would they come to such an agreement? Miss Magician doesn't need to have informed him ahead of time. They had other transactions during the private communication? What kind of communications and transactions would they have? Miss Magician had commissioned the assassination of an Aurora Order Oracle. The world had accepted the mission, and one of the traits of the Oracle is the ability to record and use the Beyonder powers of others once. This is identical to Leimano's travels. Does this mean that the world has already succeeded? As such, Miss Magician is indebted to him, and she hadn't fully resolved it. Now, she came up with this method to pay off the rest. Alger eliminated the possibilities and finally felt that he had found the truth. Without anyone catching wind of it, the world German Sparrow had already hunted an Aurora Order Oracle, an oracle suspected to be a Sequence 5. This secretly made Alger feel alarmed because he was about to cooperate with the world soon. Thankfully, there's Mr. Fool bearing witness. As a blessed German Sparrow wouldn't violate the agreement he makes in front of a god, Alger consoled himself and retracted his gaze from the world. Meanwhile, Audrey and Catlear had recalled the matter of the Aurora Order Oracle from the transactions involving both Miss Magician and Mr. World, as well as how the Oracle's powers were similar to Leimano's travels. Hence, they believed that the world might have already completed the mission. Renting the spellbook was one of the parts to completing the transaction. Emlyn didn't think about such matters, putting his focus on the unavailability of Leimano's travels this weekend and the following week. In other words, I can borrow it for the next few days? If I have help from this notebook, those two primitive believers wouldn't be able to pose a threat. Emlyn looked around and turned anxious as he leisurely said, can I rent it for today and tomorrow? £400 plus 2 pages of Beyonder powers. Force directly announced the price. Introduce what Beyonder powers are recorded first. If they aren't very useful to me, I wish that the price can be lowered because I'll need to waste time recording powers. Force flipped through Leimano's travels and began to give a vague introduction. Door opening. Black screen. Tumble. Teleport. Lightning strike. Float. Flight. Wind blades. Why are there so many Beyonder powers in the storm domain? The world has used it before? He recorded the Beyonder powers corresponding to see God from Mr. Fool. When I return to the cathedral, I should find out what recently happened in Backland. That oracle couldn't have died without a trace. As Alger listened, he began thinking of investigating the matter. Chapter 792. The Fool's Authority. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The hermit similarly thought of the world German Sparrow from hearing the Beyonder powers which were recorded in Leimano's travels. I wonder if I can pay a certain price to get the Fool to showcase demigod powers of the storm pathway as well as his domain. This will be better than seeking the help of the Moses ascetic order. That will make them know of my possession of Leimano's travels. I should first write to Her Majesty. Perhaps she will come to the future to showcase her powers. Catlear was increasingly convinced that the spellbook had a value that exceeded its level and was very regretful that Miss Magician was only renting it. After hearing the description, Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the Beyonder powers like lightning were very lethal against artificial vampires. Of course, it was the same for Sanguine. Very good. I was still worried about needing to seek the sun's help and passing Leymano's travels to him to get him to showcase purification powers to be recorded. Emlyn instantly became relaxed as he glanced at Derek beside him while saying to Force, "Deal, £400 with a recording of a few Beyonder powers was nothing compared to the completion of his mission. I can earn money quickly and also obtain Beyonder powers this way." Force suddenly felt that her future was bright as she hurriedly smiled. "All right, I'll get Mr. Fool to transfer it to you after the gathering." Right on the heels of that, she turned to say to Catlia, "The Abraham family's direct descendant has given a reply. Do you wish to communicate privately or have me directly say it out loud?" Catlia thought and said, "Let's do it privately." Soon, the others had their senses blocked as Force recounted what her teacher said. They don't know much about Mr. Dor either. They only know two things, no, three. First, among their ancestors, there is an existence known as Mr. Dor. Second, this ancestor vanished in the War of the Four Emperors. They've been struggling to find him. Third, they will hear ravings that can cause a loss of control during the full moon and blood moon. In addition, they temporarily do not wish to make any direct contact. The third point was added by Force by herself. She wished that Hermit and the Queen Mystic behind her could use this to further understand Mr. Dor's matters. This was beneficial in helping the Abraham escape the fate of being cursed. Mr. Dor is the Abraham family's ancestor and he vanished in the War of the Four Emperors. He would create ravings during full moons? The latter was confirmed by Mr. Fool, so there's nothing suspicious. That is to say that although Mr. Dor has vanished, he still can affect Beyonders of the same bloodline, as well as living beings that use certain items during the full moon and blood moon. This means that he hasn't completely lost his connection with the real world. This is how the Emperor was able to interact with him? Her Majesty once said that there were members of the Abraham family who worked for the Emperor back then. Catlia had some theories as she gently nodded. "If there are any questions, I'll get you to pass them on. I'll pay the remaining £650 today." With £650, along with Mr. Moon's £400, I've made a profit of £150 today. Together with the £730 from before, as well as the sale of the two properties to pay Mr. World, I might still have £1,000 left. My savings are about to exceed £30. This way, I'll have the money needed to purchase the other main ingredient for Scribe. I might still have some left over. At that moment, Force suddenly found herself a little wealthy. This made her consider helping purchase the Interrogator Beyonder characteristic for Zio to make up for the risk she had to endure over Mr. X's assassination. After the blocking of senses was lifted, Force heard the world German Sparrow speak before she could say a word. "I need a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. It can be at sequence 9 or 8. Catlia considered for a moment and said, "I can ask around for you." However, items of the Marauder pathway aren't common. There might be a premium involved. No problem. Klein controlled the world to provide the response. He then made his marionette look at the now wealthy Miss Magician. "I want to sell an Interrogator Beyonder characteristic for only £10. Typically, this sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic which could be used as a main ingredient should have been priced around £200, but Klein had 2 sets at the moment. Furthermore, considering how he had used Miss Zio's identity to participate in Mr. X's gathering, there was a certain degree of danger he was bringing to her, therefore, he gave a slight discount. "It's only £10. That's like a sale at a department store. But why does Mr. World know that I want it? He is Mr. Fool's blessed. The Interrogator Beyonder characteristic was in his hands, and he is also aware that I can now afford it." Force was stunned for 2 seconds as she nearly forgot to reply. During this process, Audrey held back the urge to engage in shopping, because she knew that Zio needed the item. £10? An Interrogator's Beyonder characteristic? Catlia seriously thought over the hidden intent behind the world when she heard Miss Magician say, "Deal, I haven't even made my offer." Catlia mumbled inwardly as she maintained her silence. She could tell that the world and the magician had reached a strange level of understanding on this matter, so she didn't interject. Similarly, she also sensed that something good had happened to the hanged man this week. He appeared more spirited than before, appearing more confident. He previously purchased the potion formula and main ingredients to Ocean Songster. He had also asked me where Arbninsks that do not belong to the Church of Storms can be found. This is likely related to the ritual. He has already advanced. Katlia suddenly felt a sense of danger. As the Admiral of Stars who was famous throughout the 5 seas, she always felt a sense of superiority in the Tarot Club. But in recent times, with the World German Sparrow showing his ability at hunting pirate admirals, followed by the Hanged Man reaching Sequence 5, a Sequence 5 that made him adept at sea battles, she felt that she no longer had the right to belittle others. She felt a sense of urgency that hadn't existed in her for a long time. However, I have Sequence 4 ahead of me. It's the boundary between spirituality and godhood. It's not that easy to advance. I still don't see any hope despite preparing for years. Katlia sighed inwardly as she looked at the World German Sparrow and asked, any chances for the blood of a mythical creature? I've been waiting for you to ask this. The fool Klein smiled while watching the transactions as he controlled the world to hoarsely laugh. That angel got me to ask you what you can give him in exchange for a drop of blood. He emphasizes that it needs to satisfy him. Angel? Mr. World directly contacted an angel? Furthermore, he has convinced the angel to provide a drop of blood. Audrey was first alarmed before her thoughts raced as she turned to look at the seat of honor. She suspected that the world, Mr. Fool's blessed, had contacted an angel that was in service to Mr. Fool. She was like the magician, believing that the world only knew of clues to the location of an angel or its remains. They never expected him to directly converse with an angel. One had to know that the grounded angels were equivalent to the leaders of the 7 churches. Indeed, Alger sighed silently, believing that his guess has been verified. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed, Katlia held back her surprise and shock as she pondered. May I know what pathway this angel is from? The world surveyed the area and said, Monster. Monster, which means it's an angel from the fate pathway. It's no wonder Mr. Fool's honorific name has the words King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Audrey, Derek, and company were enlightened, believing that their inferences matched the actual situation and the inherent logic. Their gazes and guesses stirred Klein. He realized a corresponding problem. In the honorific name he fabricated, the description of wielding good luck had successfully been directed towards the mysterious space above the grey fog. Is this related to why the people from the fate pathway can see my uniqueness? Could this be related to why the Snake of Mercury, Will or Septin, took the initiative to establish friendly ties with me? In my honorific name's 3 lines, the first line is a description of my inherent self, and the second is about the corresponding divine domain. Only the third line involves the authority. Wields good luck. Of course, the Fool itself can also contain a certain amount of authority. Klein suddenly felt that he needed to find an opportunity to communicate with the unborn fetus. However, he suspected that the paper crane would tear at any moment. This was because just erasing the original content was already a rather precarious process. At this moment, Katlia said, Thanks for your help. I will seriously consider it and give you a response as soon as possible. She planned on consulting Queen Mystic to see if there were any conditions that would entice an angel from the fate pathway. With the conversation between the world and the hermit ending, the transactions came to a formal end. The tarot gathering then proceeded into a period for free communication. Force thought for a moment and looked at Emlyn. I'd like to remind you of 2 things. First, be familiar with the powers on each corresponding page. It will be very dangerous if you were to flip to the wrong page and use the wrong power in combat. Emlyn scoffed immediately as he said, I'm very confident in my intelligence. Force didn't speak further and switched to mentioning, a serious case involving Beyonders happened in East Borough. The surrounding region is on high alert. If you plan on carrying out any operations, take note of that. Emlyn viewed this piece of information with great importance as he asked, Are you aware of what happened? Chapter 793. Surprise Visitor. Translator at Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Upon hearing Mr. Moon's question, Force nearly blurted out, "Of course. Better than anyone else. I'm just not too aware of the details." However, she controlled her mouth in time as she apprehensively looked at Mr. World. At the same time, Alger, Audrey, and Katlear vaguely guessed that the serious matter that had happened in Backland's East Borough was the assassination of the Aurora Order's Oracle. Based on the inferences they had before, it was done by the World. And as Emlyn wasn't a spectator, he wasn't able to tell from her eyes. All Force could do was force a smile at Emlyn. "I'm unable to tell you the specifics. I only know that demigod level beyond the powers of the Storm domain appeared back then. The Church of Storms places a great deal of attention over the matter." She didn't dare divulge the reasons on behalf of Mr. World, simply describing what she had seen. She believed that if Mr. World was willing to reveal more, he definitely would have added on to her answer. Demigod level beyond the powers of the Storm domain, Audrey and company were taken aback as they instinctively doubted the accuracy of their theories. They had previously imagined that Leymano's travels had been created after the death of the Aurora Order Oracle, therefore, the World had no way of borrowing Mr. Fool's demigod-level powers to record them before the assassination. The serious case involving Beyondus in East Borough has nothing to do with Mr. World? No, Force glance is enough proof that it was caused by Mr. World. But why would a demigod-level beyond a power of the Storm domain appear? One possibility is that Leymano's travels isn't a result of this assassination but that it originally belonged to Force. Another possibility is that a cardinal of the Church of Storms or a Beyonder with the corresponding sealed artifact had delivered an attack. If it were the former, needing Mr. World to use the Beyonder powers at the demigod level implies that the Oracle was relatively powerful with the possible existence of a saint backing him. If it were the latter, to have Mr. World still be able to leave safely after such an assault implies his formidableness. Of course, the possibility can't be eliminated that he deliberately lured the Church of Storms to encounter the Aurora Order's Oracle, and while a battle broke out between demigods, he efficiently carried out an assassination during the chaos. Audrey made some guesses based on the details she had observed, and each guess implied one thing: the World had the strength, intelligence, support, and ability, making him one of the top sequence 5 Beyonders below that of demigods. How terrifying! As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. When I arrive at a cathedral, I should be able to figure out what happened. Alger also made a basic judgment of the situation as he sighed. All he could do was console himself. With such a helper, the exploration of the primitive island would only be easier. As for Katlear, she shared similar thoughts with Audrey. She planned on asking Queen Mystic about the situation. This owner of the Dawn had previously revealed in her letter that she would be in Backland for the time being. Demigod level beyond the powers of the Storm domain, Emlyn repeated Miss Magician's words as his head ached. Although he enjoyed staying at home and not heading out, he still needed to head out to get some blood to drink from the hospitals. Being in a big city, he was equipped with common knowledge. Together with his elders' warnings and guidance, he knew a lot about the official organizations like the Machinery Hivemind, Mandated Punishers, and Nighthawks. He knew the influence that a serious case would bring to the area. If I don't have a good disguise while infiltrating East Borough, I might be caught by the Mandated Punishers before I even approach my targets. Although I have the identity of being part of the Church of Mother Earth and wouldn't be impounded underground or made into a test subject of sealed artifacts, this also means that my operation has failed. I might even have Leymano's travels taken away. During such times, taking the sores would be even more dangerous. Who knows how many official Beyonders are lying in ambush over there? Emlyn suddenly felt that what seemed like a simple mission had turned difficult. He quickly came to a decision that he would take action in the latter half of the night. During this time, the low-class residents of East Borough would begin returning home from work. Although it was dark, the streets would be bustling. Even if the Mandated Punishers had 10 times more manpower, it was impossible to carry out any strict surveillance and single out every possible suspect. The next important step is to plan the operation to finish off the 2 artificial vampires without causing much of a stir. I'll have to consider a situation of an intense battle that's impossible to hide. Wait, Miss Magician had just mentioned that Leymano's Travels has a beyond a power known as teleport. The problem is resolved. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. He had said that sentence very calmly and with great confidence, as though everything was in control. This fellow Emlyn was first stumped before feeling relieved. There's a 90% chance he recalled the traveller's door in Leymano's Travels. If I hadn't obtained travelling, I definitely would have added the condition that no one is to touch that spellbook's page before the world German sparrow. Klein scoffed silently without a word. To him, as there was only one traveller's door in Leymano's Travels, he definitely needed to use creeping hunger for his return trip to the primitive island. In that case, he might as well exploit the glove as he needed to feed a death row convict to it. He didn't want to waste it. Anyways, I've warned you. Force didn't speak further, wishing that everything would go smoothly for Mr. Moon. At that moment, Alger turned to look at Little Sunday. Are you still in the City of Silver? Yes, my recent mission is to acquaint myself with my powers and patrol the surrounding area, Derek replied honestly. Alger thought for a moment before saying, has that shepherd elder not looked for you recently? No, Derek paused. The 6-member council seems to be busy with the former chief's mausoleum. As for what it is, I'm not privy to the information. Klein had heard Little Sun mention of the former chief of the City of Silver. It was said that he had built a mausoleum that reached deep underground before moving into it, and he hadn't appeared again. It was suspected that his attempt to switch to Sequence 3 of the Death Pathway had failed. I wonder what happened inside the mausoleum. My spiritual intuition tells me that there's danger involved. Before Klein spoke, he heard Alger say, take note of this matter. To investigate the former chief's mausoleum at such a critical moment means that it's something important. It might bring you danger. Okay. Derek nodded strongly. I'll do my best to figure out the specifics. The exchange continued. As the members didn't encounter much this week, this segment quickly came to an end. The Tarot Club members began teaching the Sun mysticism languages of the outside world as they learned about ancient myths from him. During this process, Audrey was a little disappointed and depressed. She had failed to buy anything or share anything this week, and her participation appeared lacking. Sigh. My life has been too quiet and stable. I have nothing to share. However, this is normal. As the daughter of one of the top 3 bankers in the kingdom, a daughter of Eastchester's Earl, if I were to frequently encounter beyonder matters, experiencing alarming and exciting matters every week, that means that the present society and government structure is unable to maintain the order of the beyonder world. It would definitely result in a fundamental change to everything. When I return to Backland, my contact with the psychology alchemists will increase. I'll be able to change this situation. Audrey rapidly became optimistic, and she stood up and bade Mr. Fool farewell. Over the past half a year, she had read quite a number of useful books thanks to Susie. In terms of profundity and maturity, she was a lot better than before. Beauclund Street, North Borough, 160 Beauclund Street. After ending the Tarot Club, Klein walked to the attached balcony to his bedroom, and he looked at the surrounding environment, which was filled with vegetation. With Miss Magician's attempt to rent out Leymano's Travels, there will be more of such Tarot Club transactions in the future. They might not have realized that their own beyonder powers can be sold. Once the rentals happen more frequently, someone will ultimately request someone to help record a particular power. When the time comes, I'll be able to supply beyonder powers of various domains thanks to the numerous mystical items I have. It won't be too expensive, but it's long-lasting, and it will often be in demand. I wonder who will be the first to muster their courage to seek the Fool for help, hoping that a demigod power can be recorded. This needs to be a fair exchange, and a sufficient price needs to be paid. If no one dares take that step, afraid that it's blasphemous, I can let the world be an example. After all, Mr. Fool has shown his friendliness and casualness from the beginning. As long as no mistakes are made, similar transactions can be made. Having the precedent of punishing Hermit, I don't believe anyone will belittle the Fool as a result. They would be honored, delighted, and fearful. Klein thought about the Tarot Club as his thoughts wandered, filled with anticipation towards the trade of beyonder powers in the future. At this moment, he heard knocking at the door. "Please enter." Dwayne Dantes with his grey sideburns turned around and said. The doorknob turned and the door opened. Butler Walter in his white gloves walked in and said respectfully, "Sir, Mary from the National Atmospheric Pollution Council is here to visit you." "Mary Schott?" "The major shareholder of the coin company, the lady who got me to investigate her former husband's adultery." "Why is she here?" "Don't tell me that Dwayne Dantes has caught her fancy." Klein was slightly puzzled as he nodded with a smile. "It's almost tea time. Let's have it a little earlier." "All right, I will invite Mary to the activity room on the second story." Walter easily understood his employer's intentions. Klein nodded slightly without saying anything else. With the help of his valet, Richardson, he wore his coat and went down to the second story. Soon, he saw Mary with her tall cheekbones in the activity room. This lady was dressed in a dark blue dress with elegant accessories in an ostentatious but restrained manner. Compared to last year, she appeared more classy and with a higher temperament. "Good afternoon. I've always been considering finding a time to visit you. I would wish to hear about your investigations on Backland's atmospheric pollution." Klein took the initiative to speak politely. Mary replied with a smile, "Unfortunately, I didn't manage to wait for it." After exchanging a few words of pleasantries as they talked about the recent weather, Klein sat on a single-seater as he raised his porcelain teacup. "You seem to have something troubling you." He could tell that Mary was hesitant and deliberating. "I've heard about your experience and wisdom. I believe that you're a gentleman with excellent foresight. This is the thing, are you interested in purchasing some of the coin company's shares?" "Why?" "Are you in trouble?" Klein asked in a staid manner. "Someone else is selling them." Chapter 794. Term Investment. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Someone else is selling. Klein ruminated over those words without immediately asking. After the servant placed the silver three-layered tray down for high tea and left, he said with a smile, "Why don't you purchase it yourself? Even a blind person knows that Lund will place more attention on environmental pollution in the future. Therefore, the coin company, that deal with anthracite and high-quality charcoal, definitely has a promising future. It being worth £500,000 or even £1 million wouldn't be a fantasy. Of course, the premise is that the company's management can keep up with the corresponding expansion. In such a situation, the acquisition of shares in the coin company is definitely a profitable business. If I were you, I'd take it for myself, no matter how much debt I get myself into." Mary used 2 fingers to pick a cucumber sandwich from the bottom silver tray, took a tiny nibble, and slowly chewed before swallowing it down. With this as a buffer, she finally organized her words. Ever since the law to fix atmospheric pollution was passed, the coin company has been rapidly developing. The faces of the shareholders have begun changing. As you know, people who have their sights on money will often have good business sense. And behind them, there are usually some powerful figures at play. If I weren't a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, and had used this to get to know quite a number of nobles and high-ranking government officials, I believe I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, and I would end up selling my shares at a relatively good price. I would then leave the stage with a considerably good profit. But even so, most of the shares will quickly concentrate, and I'll quickly lose my status as the highest shareholder, losing control over the company's direction. This is something I inherited from my father. I don't want it to become somebody else's toy. I wish for it to slowly develop into the biggest anthracite and high-quality supplier to Backland, or even all of the Lund Kingdom. It's not that I haven't tried other solutions. I've pledged my shares and sold my property, investing a large sum of my liquidity into it, absorbing 15% of the shares in secret, as well as requesting friends that I can trust to help. I've obtained a total of 10% of the shares, and together with the 20% I originally had, I hold 45% in total. The current situation is that a minor shareholder suddenly decided to liquidate his 3%, and my friends and I temporarily do not have the money to acquire it. This is a commercial war. This was a first for Klein, who was accustomed to dealing with beyond us. He found it fresh but also unfamiliar. he similarly reached out his hand and selected a sandwich which had high-quality turkey at the bottom of the 3-layered tray. As he ate, he contemplated for about 10 seconds and said, "The shares that you acquire later can also be pledged, right? There won't be enough time. The other party has already provided an offer, and the transaction can be closed at any time," Mary said as she finished the food in her hand. Klein leaned back into his sofa in a relaxed manner. Upon hearing the question, Mary heaved a slight sigh of relief. First, you must have brought quite a sizable amount of money to Backland. You wouldn't need to raise funds through different means. Second, you just came to Backland, so you aren't deeply involved with the other party or in other aspects. This also means that I'm not afraid that you would violate the terms of the agreement. Even if you choose to align with them, you'll have to consider if it's worth violating the law. Third, although we've only met once, I believe you are a very dignified and knowledgeable gentleman. Your praise is leaving me a little embarrassed. However, it also means that my acting performance as Dwayne Dantes is effective. At the very least, everyone knows that he's a middle-aged gentleman with foresight and competence, with plenty of money that he has nowhere to invest. Considering the original £16,493 and Miss Magician's £60 as well as the £48 provided by Mr. X, I have a total of £22,991 and 5 gold coins. Even if I deduct the £5,987 I owe Miss Messenger, I'll be considered a true tycoon. Many people with assets worth £100,000 might not have that much liquidity. Klein couldn't help but do account of his wealth as he asked with a smile, "What do you wish for me to do?" Mary sipped some tea and said eloquently, "Acquire the 3% shares. But before that, I'll sign 2 contracts with you. The first contract stipulates that I'll forcefully purchase the shares from you in 3 months and buy it at the highest price over this period of time. The corresponding tax will be shouldered by me. The second contract stipulates that we act in concert. In addition, I will make you a member of the board of directors for the coin company. You will enjoy the corresponding perks as you monitor the company's development. This will help you be integrated even better into high society. Sounds like a sure win. It's equivalent to me providing a loan, and Mary will repay me with a certain amount of interest and social resources. And compared to a debt agreement, I'll be holding on to the shares of an excellent company. It's more secure. After all, we are considered strangers. Of course, that's under the premise that the coin company itself is all right. This is also why she's making me a director." Klein analyzed the conditions proposed by Mary and slowly felt enticed by them. From his point of view, Dwayne Dantes needed some investments. Otherwise, he would appear suspicious. Then, selecting the kind of investment was a rather important problem since it had to be considered that Dwayne Dantes might have to give up everything and leave Backland because of his operation's failure or success. When the time comes, there's a chance to take away the money, but I can forget about the shares. This kind of investment, one that allows me to quickly recoup my investment, meets my requirements. I might even earn quite a bit. Klein contemplated for a moment before warmly smiling. Helping a lady resolve problems is something that I need to do. Mary immediately felt relieved. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Dwayne Dantes' attractive voice continue, "However, I'm rather cautious in regards to any investments I make. I will hire a lawyer and an accounting team to investigate the coin company's situation. I'll try to reach a conclusion as quickly as possible, and if there aren't any problems, we can begin our cooperation. Aside from that, I will also do a divination," Klein silently added inwardly. "Definitely." Mary smiled and added, "I'll bear the costs for such expenses." Klein didn't reject the offer as he nodded and said, "How much would the 3% shares cost?" "The current valuation is £9,600, but the shareholder believes that the coin company has a promising future, so it can't be lower than £12,000. Mary gave him the exact details. Phew, Klein used a calm and relaxed manner to smile. Dwayne Dantes is indeed rich, Mary thought as she said, "Dwayne, can I invite you to visit the coin company tomorrow?" "That's exactly what I wish for," Klein replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of something. His former landlord, Stellan Sammer's husband, was likely still a manager at Coim Company. Yet another familiar face, but it's not one for Dwayne Dantes. Klein felt wistful for some baffling reason. At 8 p.m. there were still crowds of people entering East Borough from the other streets. Fatigue obviously colored their faces. And this continued almost until 10. Emlyn White had changed into a greyish-blue worker's attire, wore a cap, and hid himself in the alley of the Backland Bridge area while observing the poor that sauntered back and forth. Although he didn't have any experience in disguising himself, he had eyes and brains. Just a short observation was enough for him to discover the problems with his attire. The most important point was that, compared to the poor who had dirty and ragged clothes, the work attire he had bought in the afternoon was too new and clean, easily attracting the attention of others. Emlyn thought for a moment, returned to the dark alley, and reached out his fingers. Using what he had seen, he began tearing open the areas that were easily damaged. Then, he observed his surroundings as his facial muscles gradually distorted into a grimace. With a look of contempt, Emlyn came to the wall, closed his eyes, and began dabbing the dirt onto his clothes and pants. The smell of coal, the smell of rotting mud, the smell of PP*SS. Emlyn subconsciously extended his palm away from himself as he covered his mouth with his other hand. He nearly vomited. At this moment, he realized that having an extraordinary sense of smell wasn't necessarily a good thing. After a few minutes of excruciating torture, Emlyn finally finished his disguise. Even his handsome face was stained with coal. With this disguise, he hunched his back and slipped into the crowd, quickly entering East Borough without garnering any attention. As he walked, Emlyn realized a problem. He wasn't familiar with the roads at all. He had no idea where Limestone Street or Beluga Whale Street was in East Borough, while most of the street signs had already been damaged. An assassination attempt really is a troublesome matter, Emlyn mumbled as he began asking around for directions. After nearly an hour of hard work, he finally arrived at Limestone Street. The streets were narrow, with the buildings on both sides leaning close to each other. Even in the day, it appeared dark. At night, it gave off a terrifying sense of creepiness and darkness. But to the sanguine, such an environment wasn't bad. The only problem was the dirt and messiness. After spraying a medicine that eliminated his scent, Emlyn walked into the condominium at Unit 6, went to the third story, and approached the public washroom with his nose pinched before standing outside the room of primordial moon believer, Argos. Emlyn cocked his ears to listen for a while before he stopped pinching his nose in puzzlement. He nearly fainted from the stench wafting over from the washroom. It took him a great bit of effort to focus his gaze on the room. His sense of smell told him that there wasn't anyone inside, nor were there any corpses. He moved away? Or he isn't back, Emlyn muttered silently in a daze. He never expected his hunt to be so unsuccessful. After reining in his emotions, Emlyn left the condominium and rushed to 19 Beluga Whale Street. This time, he was delighted to discover that someone was home. Golly's Kevin was home. At that moment, Emlyn caught the scent of another person. It was very identical to Argos's apartment at Limestone Street. 2 people. There are 2 people in the room. Argos isn't home because he came to Golly's Kevin. 2. Emlyn's expression suddenly froze. He wasn't worried if it was 1-on-1. But if it was 1 against 2, he was still a little fearful with Leymano's travels. After all, the 2 of them were artificial vampires with rather significant strength. Chapter 795. Patience. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. As a sanguine who liked to stay home, the number of battles Emlyn had involved himself in could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, he had never attempted fighting in the state of a numbers disadvantage. Be it his attack on the previous primordial moon believer, or resisting Bishop Utravsky from the Harvest Church, he basically had the numerical advantage in being the worst at one-on-one fights. Thinking back to the failure of his family of 3 attempting to defeat the half-giant bishop, Emlyn's expression turned livid as though he had recalled the torture he suffered back at the Harvest Church. As there weren't many residents living here, and with Golly's Kevin having sharp senses as an artificial vampire, he didn't dare stay outside the door for too long. He quickly walked past the area and walked to the end of the corridor and hid in the shadows. What should I do next? Emlyn leaned against random objects that blocked the crimson sunlight as his thoughts rapidly whirled in an attempt to find a solution with his pitiful amounts of experience. Gradually, the words which the hanged man had taught the sun surfaced in his mind. Patience is an important premise when dealing with many situations. Only by being able to curb your urges and irascibility will you be able to avoid danger to the greatest extent. At times, tolerance is very important. Tolerance. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly and knew what he needed to do. He planned on laying in ambush until Argos left. As this wasn't the artificial vampire's residence, it was certain that he would leave. When the time came, Emlyn could deal with a one-on-one situation. Patience, tolerance, waiting. Emlyn repeated these words inwardly so as to resist the damage the surroundings were dealing to him. The air wafting through the first floor of the condominium was filled with the stench of piss, rotting moisture, the unflushed smell of feces, the odor of some of its residents, as well as all kinds of nauseating, unpleasant, and disgusting smells. Mixed together, they were like a poison that ate at Emlyn's senses. For the first time in his life, Emlyn wished that he could slice off his nose. He had the feeling as though he was stuck in an abyss or was in hell suffering torture. Patience. Tolerance. Waiting, he mechanically chanted the principles, finding each second that passed excruciatingly long. Finally, he saw Golly's Kevin's door open. A thin dark brown figure walked out. His cheekbones protruded, and he had a high, sharp, and crooked nose. He was none other than the primordial moon believer, Argos. At that moment, his face had patches of swollen festering that looked disgusting. Indeed, as that young boss, Ian, said, these fellows wear clothes that are clean and tidy, completely unlike the residents of East Borough. Emlyn became spirited as he watched Argos leave the condominium. After patiently waiting for nearly 5 minutes, he stood up and decided to take action. As his target, Golly's Kevin, was an artificial vampire, Emlyn was rather aware of his opponent's strengths and traits. Hence, he had made preparations in a targeted manner. Golly's Kevin's sense of smell isn't weaker than mine when I just came of age. Heck, this actually cannot be confirmed. For him to stay in such an environment, he might have already lost his nose and brains. Besides, his spirituality can't be weak, and he has an innate instinct that's geared towards danger. His vision and hearing can't be too bad either. As Emlyn viewed his opponent with scorn, he consumed a potion and sprayed out a liquid to cover his body scent again. Right on the heels of that, by consuming the potion and spraying it on like last time, he hid his body and attire, disappearing as though he had been wiped away by an eraser. In a dark, uninhabited corner, a palm-sized notebook which was bronze-green in color had suddenly appeared out of thin air, as though it had passed through a transparent screen. It began flipping itself almost silently before fixing onto a white page that was filled with astromancy symbols. As these symbols vanished, the surroundings brightened up a little. This was the disruption ability of an astrologer. Then, Lemano's travels was retracted, disappearing inch by inch as it was completely concealed by the invisible screen. Prepared, Emlyn recalled his plans. He lightened his footsteps and silently arrived outside Golly's Kevin's apartment without approaching the door. The notebook appeared out of thin air once again before being flipped to the door-opening page. An illusory sound immediately resounded in Emlyn's mind as it prompted him to reach out a hand towards the wall. At the same time, Emlyn cautiously pulled back Lemano's travels into his clothes, using his invisible coat to hide it. When Emlyn's palm finally pressed the wall, he saw a ghostly blue, incorporeal, blurry door appear before his eyes. It was embedded in the wall, but it also showed signs of masonry at the bottom. Cocking his ear to hear the goings-on inside the house, he took a sniff of the air before taking a step forward. He then passed through the ghostly blue door as if he was passing a screen of water. The scene before him changed immediately. It was filled with walls covered in stains and 3 wooden beds on the side, a worn-out cupboard, and all kinds of miscellaneous items. This was the inside of Golly's Kevin's apartment. As for the ghostly blue door behind Emlyn, it had long vanished as if it had never existed before. Cautiously surveying the area, Emlyn caught sight of his target, Golly's Kevin. This primordial moon believer was a good-looking mixed blood. He had long hair that reached his shoulders, and his eyes were a little red, as though he didn't fully acquire the eyes of a sanguine. At that moment, he was sitting by the side of the bed, staring at the door, his thoughts a mystery. Emlyn circled to his side without causing a commotion. He took out Leymano's Travels, which he ensured was in a blind spot, and he flipped to a page that left his fingers slightly numb. It was a yellowish-brown goatskin page. The surface was filled with all kinds of ancient and distorted symbols and patterns. Together, they constructed a figure that looked like a thin tree with outstretched branches. After adjusting his angle, Emlyn slid his finger across the page. Suddenly, silver lightning illuminated the room as if it was daytime. A sizzling sound was heard as the lightning smote Golly's Kevin on the head, charring the primordial moon believer instantly. His body convulsed as his eyes lost focus. The silver bolts of lightning continued snaking around while Emlyn's figure surfaced behind the frozen target's back. He reached out his right palm and clenched his opponent's neck. He calmly snapped Golly's Kevin's neck and yanked off his head and tossed the body away, eliminating the possibility of letting his opponent heal himself with his strong restorative powers. Golly's Kevin's headless corpse collapsed to the ground as blood sprayed everywhere. An artificial vampire lost its life just like that. Emlyn's calm expression was quickly replaced with surprise. He looked at the head in his hand with disbelief. He realized that Golly's Kevin didn't realize what was happening even upon death. Fixed in his eyes were pain and puzzlement. It's that easy? It happened like a breeze. Although Emlyn was proud, he didn't believe that he could finish off an artificial vampire that easily. However, reality told him that it was as easy as a breeze. A lightning strike that can cause paralysis, together with my high movement speed, had allowed me to instantly kill my target. The premise is that he's weak to lightning, allowing him to be easily paralyzed. Also, I had interfered with his spiritual intuition ahead of time and avoided attacking him head-on by passing through the wall. Those were key to my success. After a few seconds of surprise, Emlyn recalled the details and concluded plenty of useful experience. This made him truly realize the potency of matching Beyonder powers, as well as the value of Leymano's Travels. It's no wonder Mr. Hangman was the first one to have thoughts of renting it. Emlyn reined in his thoughts and looked at the blood that gushed out of Golly's Kevin. His throat couldn't help but move. He hadn't had that much fresh blood in a while. However, he didn't dare drink it. This was because the deceased Beyonder characteristic had yet to appear. The blood would still contain parts of it, and drinking it would easily result in excessive Beyonder characteristics, adding the risk of losing control. This wasn't conducive to his subsequent operations. Emlyn retracted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. He found a stack of old newspapers and a tiny wooden chest. He planned on using that to store Golly's Kevin's head in. And before that, he sat down and waited for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. 2 minutes later, Emlyn suddenly looked up at the door. Immediately after that, he caught the scent of Argos. Why is this artificial vampire back? He returned midway. Emlyn White instantly became a little nervous, unsure how he was going to handle the issue. Argos knocked on the door from the outside without making a sound. This resulted in an abnormal silence. Emlyn was stunned. He immediately understood that Argos had caught scent of the blood and knew that something had happened inside. What should I do? Rush out and finish him? No, others will see me if I do so. I would then be caught by the official Beyonders. Emlyn instinctively took out a potion and planned on hiding himself again. Exhaling silently, Emlyn placed Golly's Kevin on the bed as he drank an invisibility potion and spewed out the corresponding amount of liquid. Slowly and very gently, he moved to a corner of the room and hid there. This way, it made it seem like the assassination was completed and that the murderer had long fled the scene. As time passed, aside from the occasional passing by of the residents, there was silence both inside and outside. Suddenly, Golly's Kevin's window creaked open as a pair of eyes shot its gaze inside. After careful inspection, Argos, with a festering face, leaped into the room and slowly walked to the corpse, which was still indistinctly expelling the beyond a characteristic. In the corner, Emlyn White secretly took out Leymano's travels while Argos wasn't looking in his direction. He flipped to another page of Lightning Strike. At this moment, Argos's sight landed on the bed and on his companion's head, as well as the stack of old newspapers and the tiny wooden chest. His pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 796. Slowly becoming proficient. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Not good. Emlyn White traced Argos's gaze and realized that he had forgotten to deal with the old newspapers and the tiny wooden chest. Although they were part of the room, they were placed in different parts of the room. Now, they were put together, making it appear rather odd. It was as though someone had wanted to do something with them before having to give up for the time being. Then, why would there be a need to give up? Was the person alarmed by the knocking of the door? That means that the murderer hadn't left and is hiding in a particular corner of the room. Similar thoughts flashed in Argos's and Emlyn's mind at the same time. However, one of them was feeling perplexed, while the other was reverse inferring the other party's thoughts. The two vampires reacted at the same time as Argos lunged to the side as he emitted thick black gases that resembled a bat's wing. As for Emlyn White, his finger quickly swiped across the opened Leymano's travels. Suddenly, a silver hue appeared, illuminating the room again. The lightning that branched out didn't hit Argos and ended up hitting the ground beside the bed. It broke up into countless thin bolts that snaked towards conductive materials. Here, the wing which Argos used thick black gases to create seemed to attract the lightning. It was pursued by the snaking lightning as they struck him, spreading across his body. Argos became numb for a second and crashed down to the ground before he could leap up. Emlyn hurriedly flipped through Leymano's travels and once again slid his finger across a Lightning Strike page. Although he didn't know why there were so many pages of Lightning Strike, with them taking up nearly half of the yellowish-brown goatskin, he was overjoyed that he could keep using them. The silver bolts of lightning crashed down, smiting Argos, causing his body to emit black smoke despite having just recovered from his numbed state. Failing to leap away, his body began to convulse uncontrollably. Seizing this opportunity, Emlyn White bent his knee and leaped forward with his feet, approaching Argos with afterimages trailing behind him. Then, he wrapped his right arm around Target's head, easily flashing behind him. His eyes filled with blood as the few festering parts on his face burst open as deep and illusory darkness poured out from inside. Emlyn had no idea what had happened. He slid backward instinctively as he kept changing his positioning. Argos didn't pursue him as his eyes lost their rationality. All that was left was pure malicious intent, madness, and clear blankness. He raised his hands and pressed them against his head before forcefully twisting it, allowing it to return to its normal orientation with a crisp crack. And around this artificial vampire, the darkness surged as though it wanted to devour everything. Then, Argos stretched his neck from side to side as his body swelled and oozed out disgusting pus. He had come to Golly's Kevin tonight because his body had shown signs of losing control. There was a need to discuss a solution. He returned midway because he suddenly came to a realization that perhaps the harsh environment had caused intense negative effects to him due to his extraordinary sense of smell and sensitivity, thus, resulting in him having signs of losing control. And at that moment, he completely broke down with the shadow of death hanging over him. He had lost control. Emlyn White's heart palpitated when Argos swept his gaze across him. He felt that he had encountered trouble again as he couldn't help but curse the primordial moon's believers for often making themselves into monsters. He didn't immediately pray to Mr. Fool for two reasons. First, there wasn't any time as his opponent was about to launch an attack. Second, in a one-on-one situation, Emlyn believed that it wasn't too dangerous dealing with a Sequence 7 rampager. He made every second count by flipping through Leymano's travels quickly, letting it land on the page with Lightning Strike again. Thick, distorted bolts of silver lightning smote down heavily as it flailed its claws, striking the mutated Argos. At that moment, the lightning seemed to shatter the surging darkness, but it also seemed to be devoured by it. The two vanished at the same time, leaving behind Argos, who had finally locked his sights onto Emlyn. This artificial vampire who had lost control produced afterimages as he pounced towards his target. Emlyn crouched down and rolled, dodging the lethal strike. At the same time, he reached his free right hand into his pocket and took out a metal bottle. As Argos quickly turned around, he instantly appeared near his enemy. Without any time to remove the cover, Emlyn clenched his fingers, pinching open a crack in the metal bottle. Then, he threw the bottle ahead, letting the pure and radiant liquid inside splatter towards the approaching Argos. This was sun water which he had concocted with his spirituality. It was extremely strong against vampires. This was the preparation that a potions professor had to do in advance. Being splashed by the liquid, Argos let out a blood-curdling scream. Wisps of black smoke billowed from his body as he lost his strength in midair. Bang! Although he collided with Emlyn, he failed to make him lose his balance. Emlyn tumbled twice but didn't suffer any actual damage. While tumbling, Emlyn ignored managing his injuries. He swatted his right hand which had made contact with a few drops of sun water and quickly flipped Leymano's travels. Another bolt of silver lightning smote down, causing Argos's tragic cries to come to an end. This vampire who had lost control had appeared to be suffering the radiance of the sun from a close distance as he fell into a state of intense paralysis. Emlyn seized this opportunity and took out another bottle of sun water. He unscrewed the cap and poured it towards his opponent. This time, Argos didn't even manage to let out a cry. His body began to melt like wax. It was only then that Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. He then conjured a thick black fog behind him, turning it into illusory bats the size of a palm as they swarmed towards his target. The black bats landed on Argos, enveloping him completely. Following that, they separated and flew back to Emlyn before vanishing. Argos's body had shrunk quite noticeably, and he finally couldn't hold out any longer. In his half-melted state, he slowly collapsed. Only then did Emlyn raise his right hand to check on the remnant pain. He saw that his palm and a few fingers had wounds that were corroding. However, the flesh inside was rapidly squirming as they healed themselves. "It's over? I actually finished him." Emlyn retracted his gaze and looked at Argos's corpse in slight disbelief. Although this hunt had quite a few ups and downs, he hadn't encountered any real danger the entire time. This made him realize that the existence of the Tarot Club made him far stronger than he imagined. If Argos had checked Golly's Kevin's corpse first and not noticed the newspapers and wooden chest, he definitely would have figured out that I possess beyonder powers like lightning strike. He wouldn't have used Wings of Darkness while dodging and end up being hit by the lightning. But this way, he wouldn't have discovered any abnormalities and wouldn't have made any evasive maneuvers ahead of time. My lightning strike would have struck him directly and things would have been easier. Viewing it from this angle, no matter what happened, I would be able to kill him as long as I didn't make a mistake in my handling of matters. They're really weak. So I'm already this powerful. It's no wonder the ancestor made me join the Tarot Club. This is a gathering that prepares the various races for the impending apocalypse. It's of a much higher level than the other secret organizations. Emlyn tipped his chin up a little as he couldn't help but curl his lips. Argos's scream must have alarmed the surrounding residents, but they wouldn't dare enter because they're afraid of trouble. However, someone will definitely report it to the police. I need to clear the scene as quickly as possible and leave. Emlyn retracted his gaze from the door and walked to Golly's Kevin's corpse. From the pooling blood, he picked up an item the size of a fist. It was completely red in color and resembled a heart. It was expanding and contracting slightly, and its surface was translucent. He could vaguely see a liquid flowing inside, and it was none other than the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. This is my trophy. Emlyn momentarily felt unaccustomed to it. After calming himself, he wrapped the beyonder characteristic and Golly's Kevin's head with the old newspapers and stuffed it into the wooden chest. After placing the wooden chest to the side, he yanked Argos's head whose form looked nothing like before. He then took out another bottle of medicine and scattered in every corner of the room. During this process, Emlyn wasn't flustered at all. It was as though he wasn't worried that the official beyonders in East Borough would rush over. A few minutes later, he picked up Argos's mutated Beyonder characteristic, glancing at its surface, which was nearly black in color, and the indistinct human-faced patterns. Behind him, a black gas was emanated. The black gas transformed into countless tiny bats again as they flew within the room. They combined with the potion liquid that had been sprayed earlier, forming a silent black flame that spread outwards. The black flames burned away the blood and corpse, as well as the traces of the lightning strikes. All that was left was a layer of sticky liquid that resembled asphalt covering the different objects in the room. Then, these liquid bodies turned into heavy black bats as they spiraled around Emlyn's body. Emlyn didn't have extravagant hopes that his actions could completely interfere in subsequent investigations. He only had one goal: to make the situation look okay. This made the police or official Beyonders who took on the case write off the matter as something of little value. After a simple investigation, they would file it away and not pay any further attention to it. After doing all of this, Emlyn, with his cap and blackened face, surveyed the room. Meanwhile, he flipped the pages of Leymano's travels and had it stop at teleportation. Emlyn's figure, along with the heavy bats, immediately turned transparent and formless as he vanished from the spot. After nearly 15 minutes, a few policemen from East Borough rushed in. They crashed through the door but didn't discover any residents or corpses. They yawned languidly and forced the onlooking residents to admit that they had been hallucinating, thus ending the investigation. This was the efficiency and style of the East Borough Police. After leaving East Borough, Emlyn first headed home and hid Leymano's travels. Then, with his spoils, he headed straight for Odora's house in West Borough. He wanted to declare his victory and claim his reward. Chapter 797. Reward. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Inside Odora's villa, Emlyn saw Cosme, who was also a baron like he was. This sanguine who seemed like a man in his prime was Nibs, Odora's spokesperson. "I'm also a baron, and one that recently achieved adulthood at that," Emlyn mumbled inwardly. He got up from the sofa in the activity room and bowed. Cosme was just about to say something when his nose twitched. He then cast his gaze towards the wooden chest beside Emlyn's feet. As he asked in puzzlement, he seemed to connect the dots and added after a second of thought, "You killed another target." Emlyn curled his lips and shook his head. Then, before Cosme could ask further, his smile turned profound. Too, the middle-aged gentleman was taken aback as he watched Emlyn bend down to open the lid. During this process, Emlyn's facial muscles winced a little as this series of actions had touched the wound on his right hand. Holding back the change in his expression, Emlyn allowed his arm to hang down slightly, allowing the chest to tilt and reveal its contents to the sanguine baron opposite him. Two charred, bloody heads were stuffed inside a pile of old newspapers. By the side were two transparent objects which resembled hearts, one red with vitality, and the other nearly black. This impactful scene was reflected in Cosme's eyes as he looked up in surprise, staring at Emlyn blankly as he blurted, "You did this." Although he had only managed to recognize one head being Golly's Kevin's, but the two vampire Beyonder characteristics couldn't be faked. Emlyn put down the wooden chest and allowed his right hand to hang down naturally. Surreptitiously, he flicked his right hand very slightly along the corners of his trousers as he replied with a smile, "Of course. This is the thing, after receiving the £70 reward back then, I bought a particular baron's legacy at a particular Beyonder gathering. With it, I advanced. I don't wish to use money to satisfy the murderers who hunt a sanguine, but I didn't wish for this legacy to land in the hands of others. Besides, the seller wasn't necessarily the hunter." Taking this opportunity, Emlyn revealed the fact that he had already become a baron. Furthermore, every word he said was the truth. This was a technique he had learned from the Tarot Club. "I long knew that you were a baron. Do you think your frequent purchases of all kinds of items with spirituality and the borrowing of books that explain potions would go unnoticed? If it weren't because of certain factors, we would have questioned you long ago. What I'm surprised about is your combat ability. You don't even have a single mystical item, and with you only wishing to buy dolls, it's not easy to hunt two artificial vampires without causing a commotion, even for a baron. Even I would need to make plenty of preparations and acquire detailed intelligence before it's possible. Without anyone noticing it, Emlyn is already this strong. Cosmiodora couldn't help but lampoon as he revealed a fake smile. Emlyn, why did you hide it from us? Don't you wish to be addressed as Lord by the other Sanguine? Emlyn glanced at the Sanguine's expression and tilted his chin. I was planning on telling everyone, but since there was the hunting competition, I decided to give everyone a surprise. Cosmi, I've already hunted 3 of the primordial moon believers, and you gave 5 targets. Does this mean that I've won? He couldn't wait to change his form of address from Lord to Cosmi. Cosmi's eyelids twitched as he chuckled. Yes, that's right. You can ignore the 2 other targets. Leave it to Russ Bathory and the rest. This way, they might still be eligible for a consolation prize. Having said that, Cosmi found his attitude a little too cold, so he hurriedly asked in concern, were you injured? A little. Emlyn raised his right arm and stretched his fingers. To be frank, on his hunt that night, the worst injury he suffered was after he teleported out of East Borough. He had ripped apart his skin to wipe his blood across the cover of Leymano's Travels. Cosmi didn't develop the topic as he said after a few seconds of silence, congratulations on being the victor of this hunting competition. You will receive 2 prizes. First, if there's a chance to become a Viscount in the future, you will enter the final list of candidates, receiving free help for the ritual. Second, you will obtain a mystical item. It's a ring personally created by the ancestor. Although it doesn't contain any godhood, it possesses potent and very mystical powers. As the ancestor didn't name it, we all call it Lilith's ring. Also, according to convention, these 2 Beyonder characteristics will belong to the entire Sanguine race. This way, we might be able to have 2 more newborns, and you would receive £30 in cash in return. A ring personally created made by the ancestor. Although Emlyn was somewhat disappointed that the reward wasn't a Viscount's Beyonder characteristic, with it only being candidature and a free ritual, the ring made by Sanguine ancestor Lilith herself was enough to put things right. To a proud Sanguine with a sense of racial superiority, this was the highest form of honor. As his joy was quelled, Emlyn, who had participated in several tarot gatherings and had completed 2 hunts, felt that things weren't that simple. I was sent by the ancestor to Mr. Fall, and now, I'm receiving a ring from the ancestor? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Emlyn thought for a moment and couldn't figure out the answer. He finally decided to pray to Mr. Fall later, describe the entire situation, and see what advice he could give him. Noticing that Emlyn's joy had subsided and that he had remained silent for more than 10 seconds, Cosmi cleared his throat. That ring and the cash will be given to you tomorrow. When the time comes, I'll summon Russ Bathory and Company, officially announcing your victory in this hunting competition. Then, the ring will be given to you. No problem. Although Emlyn lacked the experience in such matters, he knew that rewards couldn't be given in private. It needed to be given in front of all the participants. Without staying any longer, he bade farewell and left Odora's villa in a rental carriage. As the carriage slowly drove off, Emlyn took a look at the crimson moon which was hanging silently in the sky. His mind gradually calmed as he couldn't help but recall everything that happened that very day. From that, he concluded lessons and gained experience. Finally, he began counting how many Beyonder powers he needed to record onto Leymano's Travels. I used all of the 5 lightning strikes. 1 teleportation, 1 door opening, 1 astromancy. A total of 8 times. In addition to that, I need to pay 2 additional powers, making it 10. This will be a little difficult. There are some Beyonder powers that probably can't be recorded, for example, my self-recovery powers. I can only repeat them. After I obtain the Ancestor's Ring, I can try recording the Beyonder powers it possesses. Lilith Ring, above the grey fog in the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein sat in the high-back chair belonging to the Fool as he quietly pondered over Emlyn White's prayer. He had originally imagined that he would be woken up in the middle of the night, having to provide a particular inexperienced vampire help, but to his surprise, Emlyn had finished everything by 11 and had even submitted the mission in. Back then, Emlyn prayed to the fool because of a revelation from the ancient god, Lilith. Now, he has received her ring. Regardless of who Lilith is, I need to be wary and observe. Klein seriously contemplated for a few seconds before replying to Emlyn's prayer in a staid manner. When praying to me or participating in the gathering in the future, take off that ring. After giving his instructions, Klein returned to the real world. Without worrying about being woken up in the middle of the night, he slept till daybreak. After breakfast and taking a rest, it was time for his etiquette lessons with Warana. It was a special lesson for the ball he was hosting at his residence on the weekend. Wahana's soft black hair flowed as the ends of her dress twirled while she led Dwayne Dantes into familiarizing himself with the opening dance. In the brisk and comforting music, this etiquette teacher suddenly said, "I heard Mary visited you yesterday afternoon." Yes. As Klein poignantly reflected on how there weren't any secrets in the world of social networks, he nodded frankly. Wahana nodded gently and said after 2 seconds of silence, "I heard that Mary has pledged all her shares to the bank to borrow a large sum of money. This is a warning for me to be careful, so that I wouldn't fall into a scam. The help I previously provided had not only allowed me to quickly enter the social circles in Beauclun Street, but it has also continuously brought me benefits. However, Mary's pledging of shares was to secretly acquire more shares." Klein listened in silence before revealing a warm smile. He paused and added, "I believe in the character of every friend, but in the field of business, caution is forever the first principle. I've already gotten Walter to hire an independent lawyer and accounting team to perform the due diligence and come up with a proposal that can protect my interests and avoid taxes in the best way possible. Before that, I won't make any decisions." Wahana raised her head a little and looked into Dwayne Dantes's deep blue eyes before suddenly sighing with a laugh. Klein originally wanted to attribute it to maturity, but thinking back to how Wahana's husband had previously been in a scam over his cloth, and he had only managed to reduce his losses thanks to him, such an answer easily made her imagine things and make comparisons. Since it would appear like a mockery, he changed his excuse and said with a chuckle, "My wisdom comes from the lessons I've received in the past. It's hard to imagine you being duped." Wahana chuckled as she lowered her head. "Is it due to all your experiences that you can appreciate the different kinds of charms for all kinds of ladies? When is this rumor ever going to end?" Klein said with a helpless smile. "Every flower has something beautiful about it." After familiarizing himself with the entire process and the corresponding dance, Klein walked Warana out. Together with his valet, Richardson, he took up Mary's invitation and headed for the coin company in Sherwood Borough. Chapter 798. Revisiting an Old Haunt. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Sherwood Borough, outside the coin company. When Klein alighted from the carriage, he looked around as if he had never been here before, as though everything had a strong sense of novelty. In fact, he wasn't a stranger to the area. He knew that opposite the street was the Gardley department store where the middle class enjoyed patronizing, and that there was a shop not far away that was famous for its specialty desi pies. He had once spent a considerable amount of time here waiting for Dorigu Gale to tail him so as to obtain evidence to his acts of adultery. Retracting his gaze, Klein walked towards the coin company with Richardson. Mary and her lady's maid were already waiting there. In the relatively conservative Lun Kingdom, a lady's servant had to be of the same sex, otherwise, it would result in nasty gossip, affecting her social relationships and marriage. Therefore, even though Mary's lady's maid needed to play the role of her secretary to a certain extent, with her understanding societal etiquette, commercial knowledge, and having a certain level of negotiation skill, all she could do was select from women with good education or with relevant working experience without considering any men. Similarly, gentlemen needed to have valets and commercial secretaries of the same sex. Of course, even so, there were always people who couldn't rein themselves in and engaged in immoral acts. Every year, there were cases of servants and their employers having relations. Amongst them, the maids were mostly the victims. They were either cheated, forced, or enticed to become the male employer's lover. When they were eventually discovered, they would be fired, losing their jobs. Then, their reputation would be destroyed, making them ineligible options for servants again. Many a time, they had to become prostitutes. "Good afternoon, Dwayne." Mary welcomed him with a smile. Klein bowed and said, "Good afternoon." It really is a flourishing area. Such a topic was roughly equivalent to talking about the weather. After Mary exchanged pleasantries with him, she led Dwayne Dantes through the coin company's entrance and said with a smile, "Later, there will be professionals giving you an explanation as they show you around. After about half an hour, head on up. I've prepared a buffet and invited a few friends in different circles." Friends in different circles? This is her trying to expand my social circle. Very sincere, Klein nodded slightly and said, "As someone not from the area, I always look forward to knowing more friends, having just come to Backland." "No, you're nothing like that. If I had the liberty of saying it, you're a true Backland gentleman who has received excellent education," Mary replied politely. As they conversed, they passed through the door and entered the reception area, which had excellent lighting. A stocky man in a suit with a beautiful mustache stood there waiting. "This is Luke Sammer. He is our coin company's first manager," Mary introduced him to Dwayne Dantes. "Actually, I know him." Klein looked at Luke and nodded with a smile. To him, Luke Sammer was a rather staid, professional gentleman. He enjoyed machinery and was a very gentlemanly person at banquets. He didn't belittle the poor detective who had yet to make a name for himself, nor did he deliberately curry favor with the few mid-ranking civil servants of the Backland Municipal Department that lived on Minsk Street. "This is my friend, Dwayne Dantes. He's interested in anthracite and high-quality charcoal. Help me give him a detailed explanation," Mary said to Luke. Luke, who had been informed ahead of time, took a step forward and looked at the tycoon from Desi Bay. He gave a warm smile and said respectfully, "Mr. Dantes, this is the coin company's headquarters. We have long-term agreements with several anthracite mines. We supply Sherwood, Hillston, North, and Westborough with anthracite and high-quality charcoal, satisfying 30% of their overall demand. We also have the chance of clinching a huge contract with the Navy." I've never seen Luke with such an expression. Klein followed him around Coin Company with an unperturbed expression as he listened to Luke introduce the various areas. From time to time, he would inquire without expressing his attitude. Half an hour later, they went up to the second floor and entered a huge meeting room. The place was already set up with tables clinging close to the walls. Plates of food were randomly placed on them, with mainly ham, smoked meat, sausages, bread, salad, cakes, pudding, and other cold dishes. However, there were a few hot dishes. Just as he stepped in, Dwayne Dantes was introduced to two men who were talking close to Mary. "This is reporter Mike Joseph from the Daily Observer. This is an excellent surgeon, Dr. Aaron Series. In Backland, you will often need them." As Klein listened to Mary, he smiled at the two gentlemen, the corners of his lips nearly twitching. "These are all friends I'm very familiar with. Well, I'm even more familiar with the fetus in the womb of Aaron's wife." Why does that sound wrong?" As Klein lampooned, he patiently waited for Mary to introduce Dwayne Dantes to the two men before politely greeting Mike and Aaron. Mike Joseph didn't look much different from last year. He had thin brows, rough skin, and charming blue eyes. As for Aaron Series, although he was intrinsically a cold and reserved person, he didn't make it obvious. Everything that happened in the recent half-year had been smooth for him. In terms of mood and confidence, he was riding a high. Upon hearing that Dantes was a tycoon from Desi, Mike took out his name card and handed it over with a smile. "You don't mind me advertising, right?" As he spoke, Mike winked, indicating that he was joking. "I was recently ill and recovered only recently. I'm very aware of how important a doctor is. I'm a surgeon, so I believe you wouldn't wish to meet me that much." Despite saying so, Aaron still received the name card. "No, I'd love to meet you. I even wish to join the party of your child's birth," Klein mumbled, deliberately leading the conversation to the field of medicine and having a good conversation with Mike and Aaron. He had previously been stressing over how to close ties with Aaron to re-establish connections with a particular unborn fetus. After all, the paper crane was about to tear at any moment, making it unusable for even one more attempt. As for Sherlock Moriarty, it was difficult for him to openly appear in Backland to pay Aaron a visit, much less participate in the birth party. There aren't any problems now. With Mary's introduction, I can very naturally get close to Aaron. When the time comes, I'll definitely be invited. I might even be made the godfather of a particular snake of Mercury. After all, we are all believers of the goddess. Will this make a particular fetus angry? I'd better be careful. I definitely wouldn't mention this unless Aaron mentions it, Klein thought in delight. He skillfully held himself back without appearing overly passionate on their first meeting. After a simple chat, he was introduced to the other guests by Mary. During this process, Klein didn't forget to get some food and water, making him appear to easily adapt himself to the environment. After completing a round, Mary stopped and said after some deliberation, "Everyone here is my friend." "This means that you didn't invite anyone from the other camp, and you are also including me as your friend," Klein nodded gently. "I probably shouldn't ask as a gentleman, but as a businessman, I need to know who is the person, or who are the people, vying for the coin company's controlling share rights." Mary fell silent for 2 seconds. Baron Sindras and his friends. They wish to publicly list the coin company and earn the sky-high evaluation that will eventually happen. They're completely unconcerned with the company's future development. Baron Sindras, one of the richest men in London. By donating to the Conservative Party, he became an aristocrat and is a banker, factory owner, and a powerful businessman. It's hard to tell where he stands, so even though he relied on the Conservative Party to obtain his aristocratic title, he's more aligned with the new party while being biased towards merchants, Klein thought and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you get that Mr. Hall to help? His father is a powerful noble and banker. He should be able to provide you with the necessary help." Mary said with a wry smile, "Mr. Hall doesn't wish to involve himself in this matter. He claims to be the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so he can't be involved in commercial activities that deal with anthracite or charcoal. A man whose true ambitions lie in politics. However, he probably doesn't wish to be at odds with Baron Sindras. If I were to choose another butler back then, I'd likely have established ties with Baron Sindras. He's so rich, so if he really wants to raise the price, I wouldn't be able to beat him. Will a trope of him using money to crush me appear?" Klein didn't ask further as he said, "I will wait for the investigation report." Realizing that Dwayne Dantes wasn't directly backing out, Mary said with slight gratitude, "In this age, chivalrous people are already few and far between. You are one of them." Klein smiled without promising anything. After the buffet was over, he began returning to Northborough on his high-end four-wheeled carriage. As he daydreamed while looking out the window, Klein suddenly said to Richardson, "Turn toward St. Samuel Cathedral." He had failed to figure out the exact answer to the reason for the anomaly in the cathedral, which was later quelled. This made him wonder if he should find a chance to make contact with the keepers. He also remembered that every afternoon, there would at least be a keeper who prayed to the goddess in the prayer hall. How should I make contact? In that environment, even a conversation will appear noisy. And this will easily incur the suspicion of others. Klein frowned slightly as he decided to observe before coming up with a solution. The carriage didn't change direction as it continued driving towards Boakland Street, but it didn't stop and instead continued past it. Inside the carriage, Klein closed his eyes to calm his slightly anxious feelings. Chapter 799. Spying. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. Just as Klein entered the main prayer hall, he used the points of light that shone from the back of the altar to survey his surroundings, taking in all the believers inside. In one glance, Klein rapidly locked onto a target. He followed the aisle and walked forward without showing any abnormal signs. In the first row was an elder wearing a black clergyman's robe, but he exuded a cold aura. His face was pale, and his hair was withered and yellow. He had his eyes closed tightly as he prayed with great focus. He was one of the keepers that Klein had previously sensed. His shift is usually on Friday. Klein didn't approach him and instead sat 2 pews away from him. After finding a spot to sit down, he handed over his hat and cane to Richardson. Then, while sitting down, he tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice, silently activating his spirit body thread's vision. Suddenly, black illusory threads appeared in front of Klein as they densely extended out of different spirit bodies endlessly. Having just taken his seat, Klein shifted his gaze, casting it onto the keeper. He nearly exclaimed from what he saw, but thanks to his self-control as a clown and his ability to expect abnormal situations, he managed to relax and maintain his staid attitude. In his vision, although the yellow-haired elder had spirit body threads extending out, his body was entirely black in color on the inside as the darkness swallowed the origins of the illusory threads in a way that was completely different from ordinary Beyonders. Indeed, they have already been eroded by the core seal, causing a mutation at the level of the soul. From the looks of it, the problem is closer to my second guess. They are, in a sense, part of the core seal. Once they show signs of losing control, they will immediately trigger the item's instinctive reaction that forcefully quells them. It's no wonder the keepers need to be a voluntary role and be advanced in their years. They probably understand the outcome. Klein sighed as he prepared to deactivate his spirit body thread senses and retract his gaze. At this moment, he saw a pair of eyes. They were black without any emotions within. Beside the eyes, there were pronounced wrinkles that extended bit by bit, as though they were distorted, strange, mysterious symbols. At some point in time, he had straightened his body, turned around, and looked blankly at Dwayne Dantes. Klein's scalp instantly went numb as he forced a smile and nodded at him as though it was a normal meeting of eyes. The keeper slowly moved his head as a response. Then, Klein felt as though he was extracted from his surroundings as things turned blurry before turning clear. At that instant, he knew that he had been pulled into a dream. Hence, as he maintained his image as Dwayne Dantes, he sized up his surroundings, only to realize that he was still inside St. Samuel Cathedral. However, all the pews were either damaged or overturned and strewn everywhere. It looked as though it had met with a raid. The altar up ahead was filled with cracks and weeds. The thick layer of dust made it seem like it had been in such desolate condition since a long time ago. The keeper with yellow, withered hair was in front of the collapsed donation box, coldly staring at Dwayne Dantes, who was suited in black. Upon seeing Klein look over, he widened his mouth to reveal white, sharp, irregular teeth. And these teeth were embedded with blurry, indistinct, and tiny figures. They had complete facial features and limbs, and their expressions were different but were colored with the same pain as though they were imprisoned there and unable to escape. Grunt, the keeper's throat let out a growl that sounded like a beast as his back hunched over. By his spine and waist, his clothes swelled as for blood vessel-covered arms without any skin grew out. Right on the heels of that, they grew fine black hair. As the tips of his fingers grew sharp nails with a smacking sound. In just 3 short seconds, the keeper who looked normal had turned into an 8-legged monster that sprawled on the ground. It looked like a spider that had silently woven its web in the night while awaiting its prey, and also like a deformed black wolf that struck intense fear into one's heart. Meanwhile, 2 gigantic palms filled with black hair extended out of the desolate altar without any warning. They pressed onto the sides as black gas condensed into slippery tentacles that extended in every direction. Soon, they filled the entire prayer hall. The aura that left him trembling, the extreme sense of fear, and the huge, illusory figure were penetrating an invisible barrier as they manifested more clearly. He lost control? That keeper lost control. Klein stood there, subconsciously wishing to react and use his uniqueness to forcibly escape the dream, but suddenly, he figured out the series of events that had happened. His expression changed as he wore a terrified expression as he ran to the door, trembling. It looked like he was struggling in a dream. In the time it took to take a breath, a dark chill spread out from the outside world like a tidal wave, inundating the entire dream and quelling everything. Klein snapped his eyes open and realized that he had fallen asleep at some point in time. As for the yellow-haired keeper, he had long turned his head to continue praying. Dwayne Dantes's eyes darted around as he looked around in horror as though he was still immersed in the dream and unable to escape the horror that had gripped him. After nearly a minute, he took 2 deep breaths and looked at the sacred emblem again, drawing a sign of the crimson moon on his chest. Only then did Klein have the time to recall the experience he had and began speculating as to what had happened. As I had spied on his spirit body threads, it caused him to show signs of losing control, thus causing an excessive reaction by pulling me into a dream and attempting to deal with me. Later, the course seal behind Channy's gate sensed the anomaly and quelled the problem. Now, the crux of the matter is if the Keeper still remembers the source of his near mutation. If he's already used to it, he should find the cause of the problem very vague considering his present state. Of course, it might not be my problem. Perhaps he was already on the brink of losing control. Klein looked at the Elder once again to observe what he would do next to determine how he should react. If all else fails, I'll directly use creeping hunger and escape with traveling. Klein rapidly made up his mind as he patiently waited for the possible repercussions. A few minutes later, he saw Bishop Electra walk in from the side door towards him. Klein's heart tightened as he spread open his left fingers in preparation to activate creeping hunger. At that moment, he suddenly had an idea and stopped his actions. If the Keeper has already informed the bishops about my problematic situation via a dream, I would be the victim of a collective assault by the churches beyond us. After all, pulling me into a dream can avoid harming the other believers. Therefore, they have no need to find a bishop I'm familiar with to come over. It's likely more to extend their regards and to placate me. Klein retracted his gaze and continued a praying pose. In less than a minute, he finally sensed someone approach as he looked up and saw Bishop Electra softly say, "You don't look too well." I fell asleep without realizing it and had a nightmare. I still feel a little afraid, Klein said with a self-deprecating smile. Bishop Electra sat beside him and said in a staid manner, "Dreams are sometimes the manifestation of the fear within you. You will feel better as long as you sincerely pray to the goddess and consume holy water. Of course, the most important thing is to not suppress yourself usually. Learn to confess to the goddess. At times, wailing in secret can reduce a lot of your stress." Klein secretly observed the bishop's attitude and read his tone before heaving a sigh of relief. He cast his gaze forward again, bowed his head, and clasped his hands to begin praying silently. While doing so, he saw the Keeper in front of him stand up and walk to the side door where a bishop was waiting. Phew, Klein silently exhaled as he truly became one with the serene environment. Suddenly, he heard a voice that was his, but it wasn't something that he could control. "Did you think what you did was well hidden?" "No. Not at all. Have you forgotten that you've touched the Evernight Goddess's holy artifact?" Chapter 800. Psychologically Becoming the Better. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Who is it? Who is the one speaking? Klein's muscles tensed up as he nearly opened his eyes. At that moment, his back oozed with sweat that soaked his shirt. What he was most alarmed of wasn't the word said, but that it directly sounded in his heart and had modulated the voice to sound exactly like his. Although I maintained my lucidity in that dream, I still had my spirit body tainted by his psyche that was on the verge of losing control. Or is someone using that Keeper to pass me a message? Countless guesses ran through Klein's mind. Finally, combining the contents of what was said and his own situation, he came up with a preliminary judgment. The number of people who knows about my identity as Klein Moretti is few to begin with. Likewise for those who know that Klein Moretti had once sworn an oath while touching a holy artifact. Furthermore, there's almost no intersection between the two. Mr. Isaac had heard me mention the former matter before, but if he wants to give me any reminders, he can directly do it through a messenger. There's no need to use such a frightening method. Will or Septin might know, after all, he's a snake of Mercury who represents fate. But by the same logic, he can directly contact me. Of course, I can eliminate the possibility that he suddenly had the thought of frightening me. I just thought in the afternoon about having a chance of becoming his godfather. The Antigonus family's notebook had corrupted the Keeper, just like how it used the misfortune cloth puppet to deliver the symbol. But if it really is the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't it just give me the potion formula directly? Or try negotiating with me to help in a notebook jailbreak? St. Samuel Cathedral is the headquarters of the Backlund Diocese, making it at a higher level than St. Selina Cathedral. That notebook shouldn't have the ability to do anything further. It should be securely sealed. Apart from them, there is only one entity who is aware of both matters, the Evernight Goddess. However, with a deity's pride, she has no need to pretend to act as a passerby to call me out with a polite and estranged tone. I'm in St. Samuel Cathedral, so all she needs to do is produce a revelation, and dozens of Beyonders will appear to mow me down. And as a diocese headquarters, with sufficient preparation, they can probably disrupt traveling, therefore, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There's still one more person who's aware of both matters. Before planning my operation, I've actually considered the corresponding problem. Back then, my conclusion was that I didn't need to worry too much about it because only after advancing to Faceless will some of the Grey Fog's powers enter the real world, allowing certain demigods to sense my uniqueness. Before this, only Beyonders from the monster pathway could discover a tiny bit of my uniqueness, and back when I touched the Holy Sword and made that oath, I had yet to become a clown. Just because of the secret connection established from the oath, it made the goddess slowly sense something about me. It's been so long, and I haven't seen Kurth take any action. That female angel, she should be an angel. She had even smiled at me when she wiped away Mr. A. Therefore, the goddess might be happy to see me take away the Antigonus family's notebook. Although I'm not sure of her motives, I can only accept it and subsequently think of ways to deal with it at my current level. This is ultimately safer than climbing the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Of course, that's built on the premise that the Lady Witch wiped away Mr. A is an angel of the church. Although I had undergone all kinds of acting during the Faceless stage and got to know myself well, I've consumed additional potions without completely digesting them. And Marionettist requires every marionette to adhere to a specific persona. This also easily causes a personality dissociation. Also, to steal the Antigonus family's notebook and to act as Dwayne Dante's, I'm under immense stress. I am subconsciously wavering and am suspicious. In this state, the Keeper's corrupted psyche of nearly losing control had agitated my spirit body, causing me to have a split personality. Just as Klein thought of this, the familiar yet unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind again. Hey, your considerations are too idealized. All of your actions are fundamentally all thanks to luck. If that high-ranking deacon, Crestit Sesamir, with the Holy Sword was here in Backlund to handle Beyonder cases, can you guarantee that the Holy Sword wouldn't sense you when you are in the same cathedral? Both of you are linked by an oath. If Deacon Sesamir were to come, I'll abandon this plan. Besides, it's also not possible to avoid it ahead of time. I'll find an excuse or reason to be out of town for some time, Klein mumbled inwardly. Then, he heard the voice belonging to himself sound in his mind. This makes it a situation prone to too many accidents and unpredictable developments. Before coming to the cathedral, didn't you also not consider that the mere observation of spirit-body threads would result in a mutation? My nervousness back then was the anxiety that something happened beyond my expectations. However, as it's a mere observation without me making any direct contact, I didn't believe that there would be too great a problem. I should be more cautious in the future. Also, accidents and developments exist for everything. Who exactly are you? Klein closed his eyes as he pretended to focus on praying. The voice hesitated and said, I'm Klein. You are Jumingruwe. No, I'm Jumingruwe. You are Klein, indeed. Klein felt his hair stand on end once again. He decided to leave St. Samuel Cathedral immediately, return home, and resolve the problem of his character dissociation. When the symptoms first appear, the situation is easier to resolve. Once the other personality stabilizes and becomes stronger, it will begin to snatch control of the body. I might even need external help when that happens. He opened his eyes and looked at Electra with a tranquil expression. I feel like I've calmed down. Ever since I got a mental illness, my mind is a lot better. As he spoke, Klein inwardly gave a self-deprecating comment. He enjoyed lampooning, partially because it was in his character to do so, and partially to enforce his personality. It was ultimately to remind himself who he was, so as not to lose himself to his acting. As he spoke, he took a cup of water from a priest's hand and passed it to Dwayne Dantes. Without any explanation needed, Klein knew that it was holy water. He often drank it in the past, hence, hiding his anxiety, he received it in a composed manner and downed it. A refreshing feeling slashed down his throat, jolting his mind as he became a lot more awake. Even the voice in his mind weakened. This has the effect of placating the spirit body. The Church does view Dwayne Dantes with great importance. Of course, this is created by their beyond us. As Klein nodded at Bishop Electra, he drew the sign of the Crimson Moon and staidly walked to the altar and donated £50 into the donation box. After doing everything, he led Richardson and left the cathedral, riding the carriage back to Beauclun Street. On his trip back, he didn't feed the pigeons, because an ordinary person who had just encountered something would hardly have the peace of mind to do so. After returning home, the silent Klein used the excuse of an afternoon nap to dismiss his servants. In his master bedroom's bathroom, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. Passing through the roars and ravings, he didn't feel his body be purified. He was increasingly certain that the voice in his mind originated from himself. It was a result of being corrupted and agitated, causing a character dissociation. Sitting in the high-back chair of the fool, Klein immediately studied his spirit-body situation. He discovered that there were some signs of chaos without it being pure. The corresponding aura colors were somewhat spotted. After seriously contemplating for 2 minutes and ignoring the echoing noise in his head, Klein conjured the world German sparrow and made him devoutly pray, "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the moon that I wish to rent the mental terror candle for half a day." I know he has the means of obtaining it. Very early on, his identity as the world had been prepared for Sherlock Moriarty, so Klein wasn't worried about it. South of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn White, who was anticipating his obtaining of Lilith Ring in the evening, suddenly saw the endless grey fog and heard the world. Alarmed, he muttered in silence, "How does he know that I can get the mental terror candle?